Chapter 1. Returning to 1983. Greetings to the audience in front of the television. The exuberant host announced, "Before you stands a 437th primary school established by the Wu Hui Group." As we all know, the Wu Hui Group is a world-renowned leading enterprise, and its current chairman, Wu Hui, is a benevolent philanthropist dedicated to serving the people. He has founded over 2,000 primary, secondary, and even tertiary institutions, not to mention his contributions to disaster relief and road construction. The host continued with palpable enthusiasm that in a VIP hospital room in Hang City, Long Nation, an elderly man gravely ill lay quietly on the hospital bed, expressionless as he listened to the broadcast, tightly gripping a photograph in his hand. Mr. Wu, a lawyer, entered slowly, holding a briefcase, his gaze filled with admiration and respect for the elderly man before him. "As per your instructions, upon your passing, all your assets will be donated to charitable organizations in the names of your wife and daughter. Additionally, your remains will be returned to your hometown for burial alongside your wife and daughter." The frail old man, pale and gaunt, nodded with great difficulty. "Thank you," he murmured, turning his gaze to the photograph he held so tightly. "It is my duty." "Do you have any last wishes?" the lawyer inquired. Following the old man's gaze, the lawyer observed the photograph depicted a beautiful, gentle woman and an adorable little girl. "Last wishes?" The elderly man faltered, failing to respond, instead lying back and closing his eyes, softly murmuring, "Yuxin, Lanlan, my only wish is to be reunited with you. Now, it is about to be fulfilled." Moments later, the wavering green line on the monitor abruptly transformed into a straight line with a beeping sound. Thus, an era came to a close. Summer, quietly passing, leaving behind little secrets. The jubilant song echoed from the loudspeaker in the village street. In one household, Wu Hui slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his head, as if it had been filled with lead. "Where am I?" he wondered, surveying his surroundings, which revealed a three-legged stool and an old table. The walls, worn and discolored, bore a mirror, while the floor was littered with scattered stones. This is my home from 30 years ago." Wu Hui gasped in astonishment, recognizing the familiar environment. This was the house of his youth, the matrimonial home he shared with his wife. Could it be? He sprang to his feet and looked into the mirror. And no longer did he see the frail, pallid visage. Instead, a vibrant young boy stared back, clad in tattered clothing. The calendar beside him boldly proclaimed the date. November 1st, 1983. "I have returned to the past, to the year 1983. I have been reborn." 1983 was an unremarkable year, yet for Wu Hui, it remains forever unforgettable. Once, Wu Hui rose from nothing to amass a fortune, basking in the admiration of others. The only enigma surrounding him was his utter disinterest in marrying or having children, despite the countless women who pursued him without a glance in their direction. Only he knows the beauty of the family. He once had a loving mother, a stubborn father, and an adorable, clingy younger sister. He had a gentle and virtuous wife and a lovely daughter. Yet, he single-handedly destroyed this idyllic life. In his youth, Wu Hui was notorious as the village ruffian, neglecting all responsibilities while idling away his days with unsavory companions. Smoking, gambling, and drinking consumed his existence, leading a life devoid of purpose. After losing bets, he would return home, having squandered all valuables, leaving only the worthless remnants behind. He had become a cautionary tale among the villagers. The family's farmland was sustained solely by his father and sister, while his mother labored tirelessly in other households to alleviate their burdens, earning perhaps just enough. For a meal, his wife, Yuxin, had implored him countless times to rise above his vices, but each plea was met with his wrath. Their daughter, Lanlan, only 5 years old and in need of nourishment, often went to bed hungry due to her father's negligence. One fateful night, in search of assistance, Yuxin carried Lanlan to her parents' home, only for tragedy to strike, and they never returned to tea that moment. Wu Hui was lost in a haze of alcohol and gambling. When he awoke the next day, he was confronted by the horrific sight of his wife and daughter's lifeless bodies. In that instant, he was awakened to the true meaning of family, responsibility, and accountability. Yet, it was far too late. His wife and child were gone, leaving behind haunting memories of their demise. the fury of his father as he cast him out, and the hatred in the eyes of his in-laws upon their encounter. This day would forever linger in his mind, a relentless reminder of the moment he lost Yuxin and Lanlan, the moment he departed from his home. Yuxin, Lanlan, I have returned. This time, I will not let you down. The creak of the door interrupted Wu Hui's fervent declaration. He looked up to see a charming little figure peeking in cautiously. Lanlan. A surge of joy filled Wu Hui as he beheld the little one before him, tears welling in his eyes. This was his daughter from 30 years ago. He had finally seen her again. Just as he was about to rush forward to embrace Lanlan, she turned in fright and fled, exclaiming, "Mama, he's awake." How terrified must she be of her own father to refer to him as he? At that moment, Wu Hui was oblivious to her fear. His mind echoed with the words mama, mother, wife, Yuxin. He murmured as he pushed open the door. He saw Yuxin preparing to serve sweet potatoes at the table. It was her Yuxin, my wife. Wu Hui's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed intently at Yuxin, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. Longing, nostalgia, guilt, yet above all, the joy of reunion. At this moment, Yuxin also turned to gaze at Wu Hui. Observing her nominal husband's wide-eyed stare, she felt a tremor coursing through her body, accompanied by a flicker of fear. She was acutely aware that once the effects of the alcohol wore off, he would likely unleash his temper. The only way to avoid his wrath was to ensure he was well-fed and well-drunk. However, their home was devoid of any surplus provisions. The bowl of sweet potatoes before her was a meager contribution she had brought from the village. Though insufficient for many, it would suffice for little Lanlan. She had hoped that Wu Hui would still be under the influence of alcohol, allowing her to enjoy a meal in peace. Now that he was awake, the sight of only a single bowl of sweet potatoes would likely incite his anger, and he might throw the bowl in a fit of rage. This was their only food, and without it, Lanlan would surely go hungry again. As he fixated on her, she braced herself for his impending outburst. With a heavy heart, she cradled the frail Lanlan in her arms, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. This is all we have left at home. I know these sweet potatoes aren't appetizing there for Lanlan. We'll go find you some alcohol soon, all right? Alcohol? What alcohol could she procure? She merely feared that he might overturn the bowl of sweet potatoes. If he did so in anger, her own hunger would be bearable, but Lanlan was still so small she could not endure hunger. Wu Hui, gazing at his trembling wife and the fragile bundle in her arms, felt a deep ache in his heart. How wretched he must have been to instill such fear in his wife and child. He longed to embrace the two of them, to confess his wrongdoings, to assure them of his transformation and his promise of a better life. Yet as he took a single step forward, Yuxin recoiled in terror, trembling and pleading, "Don't hit the child. If you must, punish me instead. I beg you." Her eyes, brimming with tears, shut tightly. Wu Hui halted, as if a blade had sliced through his heart. The specter of Yuxin and Lanlan's fear had haunted him, a source of lifelong guilt. Upon their reunion, he had so much to express, but witnessing his wife's trembling form, clutching their child, left him a loss for words. "Yuxin, I'm sorry." After a prolonged silence, Wu Hui finally uttered the words he had long wished to convey. Yuxin stood frozen. Today, Wu Hui seemed markedly different. Typically, once sober, he would lash out at himself. Yet now he was apologizing. Had he perhaps won a fortune the prior night? It was not unfounded for her to think so, given Wu Hui's notorious reputation as a local ruffian. He cast a glance at the bowl of sweet potatoes, then at Lanlan nestled in his wife's embrace. T merely 5 years old, she was as thin as a 3-year-old from the neighboring household. Guilt surged within him once more. "You both eat. They'll step out for a moment and return with something delicious." With that, Wu Hui exited their home. He recognized the extent of his previous misdeeds and the dire impression he had left on his wife and daughter. No matter how he pleaded, they would remain skeptical. Thus, rather than words, he resolved to demonstrate his change through actions. His first undertaking was to ensure that his wife and daughter enjoyed a hearty dinner. Inside the house, Yuxin exhaled in relief as she watched Wu Hui step out. Father didn't hit Mother and Lanlan. Mother, has Father changed? The little bundle in her arms finally peeked out, her bright, curious eyes shimmering with innocence. "Has he?" Yuxin murmured softly, shaking her head in self-mockery. She refrained from answering her daughter's question, instead peeling a sweet potato. Has he changed? No. In her eyes, Wu Hui had not transformed. Perhaps he had merely won a bit of money yesterday and was in a good mood. Otherwise, he would not have been so amiable. It was more likely that he had won some money and intended to revel with his dubious companions at a restaurant in the county. He and his friends tended to indulge excessively in drink, often returning home late, if at all. She chose to ignore the notion of bringing food back home. Come, Lanlan, eat slowly, be careful, it's hot. Yuxin handed the peeled sweet potato to Lanlan. Thank you, mother. Lanlan gingerly accepted the sweet potato, her face lighting up with joy as she began to eat. Watching her daughter take small bites of the sweet potato tugged at Yuxin's heartstrings. While her husband indulged in a life of excess, she and her daughter struggled to secure their next meal. So perhaps she would see which family in the village might offer assistance, prioritizing Lanlan's dinner for now. With a heavy sigh, Yuxin's eyes were filled with sorrow. Chapter 2, Borrowing a Whole Look. It's that fool. Keep your voice down. Be careful, or he might hit you. What do I have to fear? If he dares to strike, I'll make a scene at his home. As Wu Hui stepped outside, he overheard a few neighbors engaging in hushed conversation behind him. He paid them no mind, for he was well aware of his notorious reputation. Turning back, he gazed at his dilapidated earthen house. The aging structure, having withstood the test of time, was on the verge of collapse with gaping holes in the walls and roof, allowing rainwater to seep in during downpours, an exceedingly perilous situation. The village elders had once recounted tales of houses collapsing during torrential rains due to their decrepit state. With his wife and daughter no longer in this world, Wu Hui had moved to the city to pursue better opportunities. The vacant house had not incurred significant losses, but circumstances had changed. His wife and daughter were alive and well, and the issue of this house needed urgent attention. Otherwise, it would become a considerable burden. Rumor had it that a violent storm had struck in May, and it was now early November. There was still time. Wu Hui felt a slight sense of relief. If time were too tight, he would have no choice but to take his wife and daughter to his parents' home temporarily. Though it would be inconvenient, it was a necessary sacrifice for their safety. Naturally, there was a possibility that the villagers had misremembered the timing, but it could not have been off by much. He pondered, planning to venture into the mountains that night to gather some earth to patch up the house. His home was nestled in a small village within a mountain hollow. If one were to seek anything, it would surely be the mountains, water, and trees. Obtaining some earth from the hills was not a daunting task. With early November upon him and the prospect of constructing a new home for his family by next May, Wu Hui felt a surge of confidence. However, his immediate priority was to secure some food for his wife and daughter. He had just noticed that the sweet potatoes at home were barely enough for a single meal. He needed to find something for dinner. Otherwise, Lanlan would suffer from hunger-related ailments. What could he procure? The fields at home were unreliable. Otherwise, Yuxin would not be helping others with their handiwork. Borrowing food? Absolutely not. As a well-known ruffian in the village, others would be overwhelmed at the sight of him, making it impossible to ask for assistance. Perhaps fishing? After some contemplation, he decided to abandon this unrealistic notion. Not to mention, even small fish swam with remarkable speed. It would be an arduous endeavor to catch enough for dinner. Could it be? With this line of thought, he realized that dinner would indeed pose a significant challenge. Surely, he couldn't venture into the mountains to hunt wild boar. Wild boar? In the mountains? Eureka! Wu Hui had a brilliant idea. It was early November, the perfect season for winter bamboo shoots, which were plentiful and easy to dig up in the mountains. Without hesitation, he resolved to act on this plan. With a clear strategy in mind, Wu Hui made his way to Uncle Lu's house next door. Although the mountains were abundant with winter bamboo shoots, he could hardly gather them with only his bare hands. He needed to borrow a hoe to facilitate his digging. Yet, he would not approach just anyone. The villagers held him in disdain, and few would be inclined to assist him. Fortunately, Uncle Lu was one of the rare exceptions. Even in his previous life, when he was cast out from his home, it was Uncle Lu who graciously provided him with 50 cents, enabling him to establish himself in the county town. Uncle Lu's residence was not far. After a brief 5-minute walk, Wu Hui arrived at his doorstep. Compared to the other villagers, Uncle Lu's house exuded a certain grandeur, at least far removed from the dilapidated earthen dwellings typical of the area. While it could not rival the homes in the county, it was nonetheless considered a substantial abode within this small village. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Hui rapped on the door. At that moment, Uncle Lu was leisurely swaying in his rocking chair in the courtyard, enjoying a smoke. Ever since his son secured a job in the county town, life had become increasingly comfortable, allowing him moments of leisure to hum a tune and savor life. Upon hearing the knock, Uncle Lu felt a twinge of curiosity. Who could it be? Might it be old son from next door, seeking a friendly game of chess? The thought brought a smile to his face. Yet, when he recognized Wu Hui at the doorstep, he nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. Uncle Lu, it's me, Wu Hui. Do you still remember me? Wu Hui greeted him warmly. Remember? How could I forget? You are that aimless young rascal from the village. Uncle Lu thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing such sentiments, knowing it could offend. Ahem. Well, Wu Hui, what brings you here? Uncle Lu coughed lightly. With Wu Hui standing at his door, he had no choice but to engage. He certainly could not slam the door shut. He figured he might as well inquire about the reason for his visit. If it was to borrow some grains, he could consider it, especially for the sake of the boy. However, if Wu Hui sought money for gambling, he would promptly close the door without a second thought. Uncle, I have come to ask for your assistance. Upon hearing Wu Hui's request for help, Uncle Lu's heart skipped a beat. Money? Not a chance. You little rascal. Thinking of gambling again? There's no way I will lend you anything. Uncle Lu, I am not here to borrow money, Wu Hui said, awkwardly scratching his nose. Not borrowing money. Uncle Lu exhaled in relief. Then what is it? Have you run out of food at home? Not at all, Uncle Lu. But honestly, could you not lecture me? All you do is gamble. When will you grow up? Uncle Lu's expression reflected disappointment mixed with frustration. You are right to chastise me, and I assure you, I have changed. However, I did not come to ask for food. Wu Hui did not take offense at Uncle Lu's reprimands. He understood that Uncle Lu had a tough exterior but a kind heart. Then what is it that you need? Uncle Lu inquired. I came to borrow a hoe. The moment Wu Hui's words left his lips, Uncle Lu immediately waved his hands in a fluster. Oh, you rascal. I thought it was something serious. So, you want to go fight again? I'm telling you, absolutely not. Leave at once. It was understandable why Uncle Lu reacted this way. After all, Wu Hui was notorious in the village for his unruly behavior. Every household possessed a hoe, except for Wu Hui's family. The reason? Well, let us just say, a fight had left it broken. Realizing Uncle Lu had misunderstood, Wu Hui quickly clarified, No, Uncle. I'm borrowing the hoe to till the fields. Tilling the fields? You intend to farm? Uncle Lu asked, astonished. Yes. Wu Hui nodded vigorously. It is not surprising that Wu Hui refrains from speaking the truth. He himself is uncertain whether there are winter bamboo shoots on the mountain, and it is perhaps best to remain silent for now. Uncle Lu scrutinized Wu Hui for a moment, deep in contemplation, yet he chose not to speak. Instead, he turned and entered the house alone. Observing Uncle Lu's actions, Wu Hui could only manage a bitter smile, for he understood that Uncle Lu had tacitly agreed. Yet his trust was not entirely assured. If the hoe were indeed meant for tilling the fields, there would be no cause for concern. However, if that were not the case, then old Lu had not explicitly stated it was a loan, and should anything go awry, it would not be his responsibility. Wu Hui stepped into the courtyard. He had visited Uncle Lu's home many times and naturally knew the location of the hoe. After a while, he wondered. As that lad finally left, old Lu opened the door, glancing at the hoe that had vanished from sight, muttering quietly to himself, I hope that boy can learn well. Suddenly, Uncle Lu scanned his surroundings and realized that not only had the hoe disappeared, but other items were missing as well. Where's my bamboo basket? The one I just bought. That scoundrel. With a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder and the hoe being employed as a makeshift cane, Wu Hui ascended the mountain step by step. The mountain paths were overgrown with weeds, reaching nearly waist high, making it exceedingly difficult for those unaccustomed to the dense foliage to navigate. By day, wild creatures and insects were manageable, but at night, these creatures would emerge in search of food, posing a considerable danger. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wu Hui spotted a small, pointed tip emerging through a thicket of weeds. Indeed, there were winter bamboo shoots. Overjoyed, he set down the bamboo basket and advanced eagerly, raising the hoe to excavate the yellow earth surrounding the shoots. With one strike, then another, the protective earth was removed, gradually revealing the winter bamboo shoots. Wu Hui bent down to grasp one in his hands, weighing it with delight. Though small and light, this winter shoot was a most gratifying find. Since there were bamboo shoots here, it stood to reason that others must be nearby, surely not too far away. He resolved to search more thoroughly. With that, he placed the shoot into the bamboo basket, picked up the hoe once more, and vigorously swung the other end against the surrounding weeds. The weeds snapped violently under his efforts, slowly unveiling a patch of clear ground. As the protective foliage receded, more winter bamboo shoots came into view. This one appeared to weigh at least 4 pounds. This one is quite satisfactory. Gazing at the numerous shoots emerging from the ground, Wu Hui was filled with exuberance as he deftly excavated them. Gradually, he placed each shoot into the bamboo basket, which was now stuffed to the brim, even slightly deformed from the weight. A smile of pure happiness graced Wu Hui's lips. This land is splendid. So many winter bamboo shoots lie beneath the surface. If I return tonight, I can surely unearth even more. This truly is a bountiful harvest. As he slung the laden bamboo basket over his shoulder and grasped the hoe in his right hand, Wu Hui began his descent down the mountain. Ruixin Lanlan. Our dinner is secured. At home, Mom. Will he return? The adorable little dumpling gazed at Yuxin with wide eyes, and from her expression, it was evident that she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Lanlan, he is your father. You cannot simply refer to him as he all the time. Do you understand? But will Daddy come back? The little one felt a twinge of grievance. Hearing this, Yuxin's heart was filled with complexity, seeing her daughter's expectant gaze. How could she possibly be unaware of what Lanlan was thinking? Ever since Wu Hui had left, promising to return with treats, Lanlan had been in high spirits all day long. The innocent child was blissfully unaware of her father's true character. Daddy will return, Yuxin said, unable to bear telling her daughter the truth, yet not wanting to deceive her entirely. She merely refrained from revealing the complete story. He will come back. Of course, Wu Hui would return, but when that would be remained uncertain. Perhaps tomorrow. At present, Wu Hui was likely still engrossed in gambling. Upon hearing her mother say that Daddy would return, the little dumpling joyfully leaped around the room, murmuring about treats. Treats! In sheer delight. Goo goo. Suddenly, the bouncing Lanlan emitted a low sound. Mama, when will Daddy come back? I am hungry. Listening to her daughter's rumbling stomach, Yuxin's eyes brimmed with tears, and she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. During the afternoon, she had visited many families in the village to see if they needed assistance. However, upon seeing her, everyone seemed to shy away, fearful of being noticed. Each time she observed Lanlan staring enviously at the neighbor's children eating, Yuxin felt a sharp pang in her heart. If only she had a bit more capability, her daughter wouldn't have to go hungry. Alas, what could she do, considering she had married a man of such poor character? With this thought, Yuxin's nose twitched as she stifled her tears. Daddy will be back very soon, Lanlan. Mama will take you to Aunt Yang's house to play. When Daddy returns, we can ask him to pick us up from Aunt Yang's, all right? At that moment, Yuxin had already resolved to shamelessly borrow some food from the neighbor. If necessary, she would even offer to help them with farming in the future. She would not allow Lanlan to go hungry. All right. I love Aunt Yang, Lanlan exclaimed, raising her hands and joyfully leaping into her mother's embrace. Yuxin, watching her daughter's adorable antics, couldn't help but smile as she bent down to scoop up Lanlan and head outside. Chapter 3. I am your wife. How could you do such a thing? The enchantment of love twirls around Wu Hui ambled along the path, a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, humming a cheerful tune, his heart brimming with joy. The villagers around him found his song rather peculiar. What song is this? It seems unfamiliar. Who knows? What does it matter? Only someone like him, a rogue, would sing such a tune. Unperturbed by the villagers' murmurs, Wu Hui dismissed their comments with disdain, believing that time would serve as the best testament. After a while, he returned to his home. Yuxin, Lanlan, come see what I brought for you. The house was eerily silent, devoid of life. Wu Hui furrowed his brow, pondering. Have they gone out? They must have, he mused. In that case, he decided to prepare dinner, intending to surprise them upon their return. Speaking to himself, he picked up a ladle and quenched his thirst with a generous scoop of water from the barrel. Having not eaten all morning, coupled with the strenuous climb to forage for bamboo shoots, his stomach growled in protest. The sweet, refreshing water awakened his taste buds, making him feel almost euphoric. After finishing his drink, Wu Hui entered the kitchen, bamboo basket in hand, ready to cook dinner. Outside, Yuxin was in a state of utter despair. She had exhausted all possible avenues and borrowed from every conceivable source, yet no one was willing to assist her. With no other options, she resolved to return home and see if she could scrounge up something to eat. "Mommy, it smells so good." Lanlan, bouncing joyfully homeward, suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Upon hearing her daughter's exclamation, Yuxin's nose twitched as she too detected a rich fragrance wafting through the air. "Whose home is cooking? Such a tantalizing scent." Yuxin licked her lips, reminiscing about the last time she savored such delicious food. It was during her wedding with Wu Hui. How nostalgic. Wait a moment. Yuxin followed the scent, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that the delicious aroma is emanating from her own home? Surely that cannot be. After all, no one is at home right now. It must be from Aunt Wang's house next door. It seems that not only Lanlan, but she herself had become so hungry that she was imagining things. Watching Lanlan go hungry and shivering, Yuxin was consumed with guilt. If it weren't for her, Lanlan wouldn't be suffering. It was all her fault. Had she been more cautious, they wouldn't be in such dire straits today, and Lanlan wouldn't have to endure hunger. Yuxin reflected on her past. She originally hailed from the county. Her father was a doctor at the county hospital, while her mother taught Chinese literature at a primary school. From a young age, Yuxin was remarkably sensible, always eager to help her parents with household chores. As she grew older, she became the envy of others and a source of pride for her parents. However, one fateful day, her father was summoned back to the hospital for a surgery. In his haste, he forgot to bring essential items, and her mother, pressed for time, had no choice but to send Yuxin to deliver them. It was on that day that Yuxin encountered Wu Hui. At that time, Wu Hui had been out all night, preparing to return home for some much-needed rest. Groggily, he glimpsed a small figure rushing towards him, and he was struck by the sight of such an adorable girl for the very first time. Her skin was fair and delicate, complemented by a cascade of lustrous black hair. With refined features, she appeared fragile and easily intimidated. At first glance, Wu Hui found himself captivated by Yuxin, perhaps due to the absence of onlookers, or perhaps influenced by the effects of alcohol. As Yuxin passed by him, Wu Hui unexpectedly seized her in a tight embrace. Caught off guard by the unfamiliar man's actions, Yuxin was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist. Her vulnerability only emboldened Wu Hui to advance further. In the 1980s, such behavior was a serious offense. Ultimately, it was only through the desperate pleas of Wu Hui's parents that the two were wed. While Wu Hui was a notorious troublemaker, Yuxin's parents felt they had no choice but to prioritize their daughter's reputation. They could only hope he would reform and treat their daughter with kindness. Yuxin, embodying traditional values, believed that since the situation had unfolded, it was better to face it together. She thought that marriage would lead Wu Hui to change, and together they could work towards a brighter future. However, the only shift came on their wedding day, after which he returned to his days of heavy drinking. Far from enjoying a good life, there were times when they struggled to have enough to eat. Initially, Yuxin tried to reason with him, but each attempt was met with violence. Eventually, she resigned herself to his whims. Despite this, she never considered abandoning their home. The birth of Lanlan rekindled hope in her life, as she fantasized that her daughter might inspire Wu Hui to mend his ways. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Not only did Wu Hui remain unrepentant, but he sometimes even directed his anger towards their own flesh and blood. It was only at that point that Yuxin completely relinquished hope for Wu Hui. Over the years, she had been both father and mother, woman and man. Were it not for Lanlan, she might have fled long ago. Yet, she longed to provide her child with a complete childhood, not wanting Lanlan to grow up without a father. However, she had lost all expectations of Wu Hui, wishing only for him to refrain from harming her and their daughter. Reflecting on these thoughts, a sharp pain pierced her heart. Enough. She decided not to dwell on such matters. First, she would address dinner. With teary eyes, Yuxin pushed open the door. A tantalizing aroma enveloped the room, and to her astonishment, she realized that the delightful scent emanated from her own home. Peering into the kitchen, she witnessed the most astonishing sight of her life. Wu Hui was cooking. He skillfully wielded a knife, chopping bamboo shoots on the table, while something simmered in a pot. "You're back." Wu Hui beamed as he turned to greet his wife and daughter. Where did this come from? After the initial surprise, Yuxin's mind raced. There couldn't possibly be bamboo shoots in the house. How had they suddenly appeared on the table? Had he stolen them, taken them by force, or received them from her parents? "Oh, these? I dug them up in the mountains today. Pretty fragrant, right?" Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Yuxin experienced a brief moment of disbelief. Could he truly be so kind? It seemed impossible. There must be some conspiracy at play. Yuxin Rakit Harbiting. Suddenly, she recalled that Aunt Yang next door had mentioned a human trafficker in the county a few days ago. She gazed at Wu Hui, who appeared suddenly different from his usual self, and a wave of fear enveloped her. Could he be preparing to sell the two of us to traffickers? "Mama, what is that delightful aroma?" The little one, eyes wide at the delicious dinner, began to scurry forward on her short legs. But Yuxin, regaining her senses, swiftly grabbed her. "Don't go over there, Lanlan," she shouted. Her loud exclamation startled Wu Hui, who quickly turned to her. "Yuxin, what is the matter with you?" "Wu Hui, regardless of everything, I am still your wife, and Lanlan is your daughter. How can you do such a thing? Can you truly face us, mother and daughter, after this?" As she anxiously cradled the little one, tears streaming down her face, Yuxin confronted Wu Hui with a fierce voice. It was not entirely her fault for misunderstanding, nor was it due to a lack of intellect. For many years, Yuxin had witnessed Wu Hui's stagnation, and her singular wish had been to raise Lanlan. Any matter concerning Lanlan made her anxious. "No, Yuxin, I merely wanted to prepare something delicious for you," Wu Hui urgently explained, but Yuxin remained unconvinced. Her face still streaked with tears as she cried out, "You wish to do something nice for us? How could you possibly have such kindness? Over the years, have you ever cared for our well-being? Have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a husband? Have you taken on a role of a father? All you have ever done is indulge in drinking and gambling. What else do you know? Why are you suddenly treating us well? What are your true intentions?" At that moment, the little one nestled tightly in her mother's embrace, witnessing her mother in such a state for the first time. Usually, it was her father who was angry. Today, her mother was also furious. "Yuxin, listen to me. Do not call me Yuxin. I have no husband like you." In that moment, Yuxin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It was her first act of defiance, and her first time raising her voice at Wu Hui. She finally released the words that had been bottled up within her for years. Hearing Yuxin's tearful cries, Wu Hui lowered his head in shame. He was at a loss for words, knowing he had indeed been a fool in the past. "Go ahead, hit me." After saying this, Yuxin closed her reddened eyes. Although the fury within her had been expressed, she was acutely aware of the anger she would soon have to confront. Watching his gentle wife unleash such a torrent of rage for the first time felt like a knife cutting through Wu Hui's heart. He was painfully aware of how much of a scoundrel he had been before his rebirth, a burden he had carried for many years. After a long pause, as Yuxin waited for Wu Hui to strike her, she opened her tear-filled eyes. Yet as soon as she did, she saw a large hand rushing toward her cheek, causing her to quickly shut her eyes again in fright. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, she felt an unexpected warmth. Confused, Yuxin opened her eyes once more to find Wu Hui gently wiping away her tears. Those large hands had never felt so warm before. "What are you doing?" Yuxin, startled, took a step back. "Yuxin, my dear wife, I recognize my past misdeeds, but I have changed. I fully comprehend the harm I have caused you and your mother. All I desire now is to be by your side and to ensure a better life for both of you. I understand that no matter how much I say, you may not believe me. If I were in your position, I too would find it difficult to trust a husband who has stumbled for so many years. However, I have faith that time will reveal the truth. I implore you to grant me a chance." Wu Hui gazed at Yuxin with deep affection, his tone gentle, his eyes brimming with tears. Yuxin had never witnessed such a side of her husband and found herself momentarily at a loss. "Yuxin, I am your husband, and I am also Lanlan's father. I could never betray you both. These winter bamboo shoots were freshly harvested by me. I have no other intentions. I simply wish for you and your mother to enjoy a good meal. He pointed to the corner where a hoe and a bamboo basket lay, the latter containing several winter bamboo shoots. I borrowed this hoe and basket from Uncle Liu, and I used these tools to gather the bamboo shoots. Yuxin, with her eyes reddened, stared at the hoe and the bamboo shoots in the basket, momentarily lost in thought. Before she could respond, she saw Wu Hui pick up a ladle and dip it into the boiling pot, disregarding the scalding broth, and swallowed it without hesitation. Look, the soup is fine. It's quite delicious. Wu Hui chuckled lightly, as if he were sipping not scalding hot broth but a refreshing sweet drink. Seeing Wu Hui's determination to prove himself, Yuxin felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly approached him with concern. Are you out of your mind? You drank such hot soup. Observing his wife's anxious and caring expression, Wu Hui broke into a smile and said, Yuxin, are you worried about me? Chapter 4. Who cares about you? Who? Who cares about you? I am merely afraid you might end up in the hospital. The family is already out of money. Yuxin's voice grew increasingly faint. Baizhou's cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Are you truly not deceiving me? Yuxin did not doubt the origin of the winter bamboo shoots. She was merely concerned that Wu Hui might have ulterior motives, fearing he might harm Lanlan and herself. I genuinely am not lying to you. You truly wish to treat us, mother and daughter, with kindness and harbor no other intentions? Yuxin continued to inquire, uncertain. Absolutely none. Besides, what could I possibly desire from you both? Upon hearing this, Yuxin felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, well, like human traffickers, or something. Wu Hui finally understood Yuxin's concerns, smiling helplessly. You have misunderstood me, Yuxin. I do not intend to sell you to traffickers. And, as you mentioned, you are my wife, and Lanlan is my daughter. No matter how much a scoundrel I may be, I would never stoop to such depths. Yuxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Wu Hui was a rogue, aside from their first encounter, he had not committed any particularly heinous acts. At worst, he indulged in gambling, drinking, and staying out late. The notion of selling them was far beyond his courage. It seemed she had indeed misjudged him. Yuxin suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Observing the flustered Yuxin, Wu Hui found her quite endearing. All right, Yuxin, my previous behavior was quite despicable, so your misunderstanding is entirely understandable. Besides, look at my name, Wu Hui, misunderstanding. Doesn't it sound rather similar? Wu Hui jested self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, this name was given by Yuxin's mother. Originally, he was named Wu Hao. Wu sounds like no, and Hao sounds like good, together implying something unfavorable. It was only upon Yi mother's suggestion that his name was changed. Wu Hui, a homophone for no regret. Yi mother hoped Wu Hui would repent and turn over a new leaf, sparing herself the regret of marrying her daughter to him. But the outcome? All right, Yuxin. Dinner is nearly ready. Please take Lanlan to the room. I will serve the rice. I'll call you both when it's done. With that, Wu Hui turned to tend to the winter bamboo shoots in the large pot. The transformation in Wu Hui left Yuxin feeling quite disoriented. It seemed as though he had become an entirely different person, one she scarcely recognized. Watching Wu Hui skillfully prepare the meal, she bit her lip and chose to remain silent, retreating into the room with Lanlan. Mama, Daddy really brought delicious food for Lanlan. As soon as they entered the room, the little one exclaimed in a sweet voice. Hearing her child's words, Yuxin's heart fluttered. Has Wu Hui truly changed? Could it be a temporary change? How wonderful it would be if he remained this way. It was no wonder Yuxin thought this. She had indeed been frightened by Wu Hui. Approximately 15 minutes later, Wu Hui pushed open the door and stepped inside. Creak. Yuxin, Lanlan, it's time to eat. Wu Hui entered the room with 2 bowls of winter bamboo shoots, addressing his wife and daughter. Today, Wu Hui had prepared 2 dishes. A delectable winter bamboo shoot soup, accompanied by a fragrant and spicy stir-fried bamboo shoot dish. Although the pantry was devoid of grains, a few chili peppers remained, perfectly suited for seasoning. Little Lanlan, brimming with anticipation, scampered towards the table with her short legs. Gulme, it's time to eat. At that moment, Yuxin was momentarily lost in thought, only snapping back to reality when Wu Hui called her name. He brought the only stool in the house to her, while he slowly crouched down, lifting the little one onto his lap. Grasping a pair of chopsticks, He picked up a piece of the stir-fried bamboo shoot and brought it to Lanlan's lips, gently blowing on it before placing it in her mouth. Phew, so spicy. Mommy, this is really spicy, but it's delicious. Upon regaining her senses, Yuxin watched as Lanlan, despite the heat, continued to savor the bamboo shoots, causing her to chuckle softly. What a delightful sight. Wu Hui, taken aback for a moment, scooped a spoonful of the steaming bamboo shoot soup into a bowl and offered it to Yuxin. The sight of the warm, fragrant soup made her eyes misty with emotion. How wonderful it would be if it could always be like this. After dinner, just as Yuxin was about to rise, Wu Hui preemptively said, "You take care of Lanlan, I'll wash the dishes." With that, he headed to the kitchen, carrying the utensils. Watching the scene felt surreal to Yuxin. Today, Wu Hui not only refrained from losing his temper, but also treated her and their daughter with such kindness. Unbeknownst to him, while washing the dishes, Wu Hui was deep in thought about the future. Winter bamboo shoots were a rare commodity. The villagers were preoccupied with tilling the land, and the townsfolk seldom ventured into the mountains. If he could sell the bamboo shoots in the county, it would surely be a hit. Moreover, there were plenty more bamboo shoots waiting to be harvested, so he didn't need to worry for the time being. However, the issue of transportation posed a significant challenge. Wu Hui glanced at the bamboo basket on the floor. Though sturdy, it was not particularly large, capable of holding only about 10 to 20 pounds of bamboo shoots at a time. The round trip to the county was approximately 20 kilometers, making it impractical to transport such a small quantity in one day. It seemed he would need to visit Uncle Lu's house again to see if he had something larger. Once Wu Hui finished washing the dishes, he returned to the room. "Daddy!" Little Lanlan immediately abandoned her mother and rushed towards him. It appeared that dinner had rekindled her acceptance of him. "Oh, my little treasure. Come, let Daddy hold you." Wu Hui bent down and scooped up the little bundle, nuzzling his chin against her head. Embracing Lanlan once more stirred a tempest of emotions within him. This was something he had longed to do since his rebirth. His chin gently rubbed against Lanlan's small head, occasionally planting soft kisses that elicited delightful giggles from her. The tender scene between father and daughter stirred a twinge of jealousy in Yuxin's heart. "This little girl, after all I've done for you, Daddy solves everything with just one meal." She let out a soft hum, feeling a hint of jealousy. After playing with Lanlan for a while, Wu Hui gently set her down and gazed at Yuxin. "Yuxin, I need to step out for a moment. Please take care of the child and let him sleep without waiting for me." Wu Hui stated. "Where are you going?" Yuxin asked anxiously, fearing that Wu Hui might revert to his former ways and indulge in drinking with his dubious friends. "I'm heading to the mountains to dig up some winter bamboo shoots. Don't worry, I'll be back by evening." With that, Wu Hui turned and left the house, carrying a hoe and a bamboo basket. "Mama, Daddy is gone." The little one's forlorn expression deepened Yuxin's worry. She silently hoped he was not deceiving her. The fear of Wu Hui's potential misbehavior loomed large, along with the dread of his possible return inebriated or, worse, not returning at all. She prayed quietly, her anxious gaze fixed on the door. Wu Hui made his way to Uncle Lu's house, knowing that villagers generally had their meals early, typically finishing around 5 o'clock. He needed to find a substantial container for the bamboo shoots before darkness fell. Otherwise, not only would he have to contend with wild animals, but the treacherous mountain terrain would also become perilous in the absence of light. Upon arriving at Uncle Lu's home, he heard the sound of the radio, a rare commodity referred to as a broadcasting box in those days. Such items were considered luxury, part of the 4 essentials for weddings, colloquially known as the 3 turns and 1 sound, which included a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a clock, with the radio being the sound. In the 1980s, radio brands were numerous: Meiduo, Shihu, Swan, Red Lantern, Shanghai, and Panda, among others. Priced around 50 yuan, it was a luxury in an era where the average income was approximately 30 yuan. "Uncle Lu, are you home?" Wu Hui called out. The irritating sound reached Uncle Lu's ears, causing him some annoyance, yet he still rose to open the door. "What brings you here again, you rascal?" "Hee. Uncle Lu, I came to ask if you have a larger bamboo basket. If not, a bag will suffice," Wu Hui replied with a grin. Uncle Lu, puzzled, retorted, "Isn't one bamboo basket sufficient for you? What are you up to?" He was confused, recalling that this morning, Wu Hui had borrowed a hoe under the pretense of farming and had taken his own bamboo basket. Now he was back asking for a larger bag. Could it be? Suddenly, a dreadful thought struck Uncle Lu. What if Wu Hui had been in a scuffle and accidentally killed someone? Was he now seeking a bag to dispose of the evidence? A chill ran down his spine at the notion, and he felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Seeing Uncle Lu frozen in place, trembling slightly, Wu Hui realized he had been misunderstood. Uncle Lu, you got it all wrong. I merely came to borrow a bag, and I haven't done anything wrong. Look, these bamboo shoots were what I dug up earlier today, especially for you. As he spoke, Wu Hui retrieved 2 large bamboo shoots from his basket and handed them to Uncle Lu. Upon seeing the bamboo shoots, Uncle Lu exhaled deeply, relieved. No wonder he hadn't seen Wu Hui in the fields all afternoon. He had been in the mountains digging bamboo shoots. Now, he was even bringing them to him, making him feel quite guilty. Ahem. Uncle Lu cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "You needn't worry about this. Take it back for your wife and children." He added, "I have 2 sacks. Just a moment. I shall fetch them for you." Without waiting for Wu Hui's response, Uncle Lu directly entered the house. Before long, he emerged with 2 sacks in hand, earnestly advising Wu Hui, "It's a positive step that you have begun to work. Be sure to maintain this momentum. Understand?" Listening to Uncle Lu's words, Wu Hui felt no trace of impatience, for he recognized that Uncle Lu genuinely cared for his well-being. In the past, he had often found Uncle Lu's lengthy admonitions bothersome. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. However, may I borrow this bamboo basket and hoe for a couple more days?" "Of course. Take them." Uncle Lu waved his hand grandly, displaying a generous spirit. "Very well. I shall take my leave now, but I will come to visit you in a few days." Wu Hui placed the sacks in the bamboo basket, slung it over his shoulder, and bid farewell to Uncle Lu while carrying the hoe. Observing the politeness in Wu Hui's farewell, a faint smile graced Uncle Lu's lips. As he turned to close the door, he suddenly heard Wu Hui's voice echoing from afar. "Uncle Lu, take a look at the ground by the door." On the ground. Puzzled, Uncle Lu stepped outside and lowered his gaze. There, leaning against the corner of his house, were 2 pointed winter bamboo shoots. This rascal. Chapter 5. Love you Wu Hui. In the rural landscapes of the 1980s, nightlife was virtually non-existent. Villagers would typically enjoy a modest dinner, take a brief respite, and retire early to bed. Yet, on a small hill within the village, a solitary figure was gradually making its way upward. "Phew!" Wu Hui exhaled, declaring, "I finally made it. Climbing this mountain at night is truly arduous." Glancing at the marks he had left at noon, he lifted his gaze. The sky was steadily darkening, and he knew it would soon be enveloped by darkness. Time was of the essence. Once night fell completely, descending the mountain might prove problematic, not to mention the wild beasts that lurked above. With no time to rest, Wu Hui commenced his endeavor of digging for bamboo shoots. He first hung his bamboo basket in a tree to prevent it from being lost to the night. Armed with a hoe, he approached the winter bamboo shoots and began his excavation. Why wasn't he carrying a lantern, you ask? Leaving aside the question of whether his impoverished household possessed one, wielding a lantern in such an underdeveloped mountainous area at night would be tantamount to courting death. After approximately 2 hours, Wu Hui had filled 1 burlap sack to the brim and partially filled another. The sky was now completely dark, and he could barely discern the rugged path beneath him. "That's enough winter bamboo for today. I'll leave it here and come back for it in the morning," he resolved, hoisting the burlap sack and seeking a concealed spot to hide it. He then retrieved the bamboo basket from the tree, scooping a handful of yellow earth to fill it. He hadn't forgotten the gaping holes in the walls of his home. This soil would come in handy. About 5 minutes later, the bamboo basket was brimming with yellow earth. Just as Wu Hui was about to rise and depart, he suddenly noticed a small figure darting toward him from afar. It stopped right before him. A wild rabbit, a charming little creature, had ventured out into the night in search of food. For a moment, Wu Hui was taken aback by its presence. After a brief lapse of 2 seconds, he raised his hoe and stealthily crept closer. This was a wild rabbit. With this rabbit, Yuxin and Lanlan would surely enjoy meat in the morning. The opportunity was fleeting. He had to succeed. Wu Hui advanced inch by inch, making not a sound in the tranquil night. Suddenly, The rabbit lifted its furry head, halting its foraging, as if sensing something amiss. It began to flee. Now it was the moment. As the rabbit took its first step, Wu Hui swung his hoe down toward it with all his might. Thud! The hoe struck the ground, colliding with a stone, emitting a crisp sound. Wu Hui rushed forward, and there lay the adorable little rabbit, motionless on the ground. I did it! Ha ha! I succeeded! Wu Hui exclaimed, grasping the rabbit by its ears, laughter bubbling forth, his heart brimming with joy. Yuxin, Lanlan, we shall have meat for breakfast. With a grin, Wu Hui picked up his hoe, slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, and made his way down the mountain without delay. After all, in the depths of the night, who could predict what creatures might be drawn to the scent of blood? Approximately an hour later, Wu Hui arrived beside a small tree in the village, gasping for breath. He was grateful for his keen eyesight. Otherwise, traversing the pitch-black path might have hindered his descent. Leaning against a small tree for a brief respite, Wu Hui soon made his way back home through the darkness. Inside, Yuxin, who had just lulled Lanlan to sleep, lay tossing and turning in bed. She was still incredulous about the events of the day, fearful that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. She awaited Wu Hui's return, marking the first time she found herself waiting for her husband. After what felt like an eternity, just as Yuxin was on the verge of surrendering to sleep, she seemed to hear a sound. She quickly perked up, straining to listen. It was Wu Hui, his voice. He had returned. Upon hearing his labored breathing, Yuxin hurried outside, unaware of the smile that had unconsciously spread across her lips. Upon returning home, Wu Hui rushed into the kitchen, filling a large bowl with water and gulping it down. You are back, with a faint reflection of moonlight streaming through the window. Yuxin caught sight of Wu Hui drinking eagerly. Yuxin, you're still awake? Wu Hui paused, his hand halting mid-gulp as he gazed at her in the dim moonlight. The soft glow illuminated Yuxin's delicate features, revealing her exquisite visage, which the night could not conceal. You should hurry to bed. It's cold at night, he advised, though he was too breathless to notice anything else. Yuxin bit her lip and asked, what about you? Aren't you going to sleep? I'll take a shower, and then I'll sleep right away. Wu Hui. Yuxin stared at him, her heart swirling with complex emotions. The Wu Hui of today had profoundly altered her perception of him. After a moment, she declared, all right, I'm going to sleep. You should rest early. Watching as she turned to re-enter the house, Wu Hui smiled, sensing that Yuxin was gradually beginning to accept him. He casually picked up a bamboo basket and stepped outside, adding some water to mix with the yellow earth. The following day, while dawn was still breaking, Wu Hui was already awake. He had scarcely slept the previous night. After repairing the holes in the wall, it was well past midnight, and as soon as he washed up and lay down, morning light began to filter in. Hearing the crowing of roosters in the village, he hastily got out of bed. Entering the kitchen, he picked up the winter bamboo shoots and wild rabbit from the floor, setting about preparing breakfast. The wild rabbit he had caught the night before was destined for a spicy rabbit dish. In these times, there were virtually no means of preservation in the village. But since the rabbit had only been left overnight, it was still fine. Skilled at starting a fire and cooking, it wasn't long before two delectable dishes were ready to be served. Wu Hui casually nibbled on some bamboo shoots, pinned a note which he placed under a dish on the table, and took his hoe as he headed up the mountain, leaving the rabbit untouched for his wife and daughter. The early morning light was not yet abundant, but it was significantly better than the previous night. He ascended the mountain to continue his bamboo shoot harvesting. After nearly an hour, 2 burlap sacks were filled to the brim, weighing approximately 100 pounds. Carrying over 100 pounds of bamboo shoots was no light task, especially with the hoe in hand, making the descent cumbersome. Reluctantly, Wu Hui set the hoe down and decided to carry the bamboo shoots down the mountain first. The village is approximately 10 kilometers from the county town, and it took Wu Hui nearly 2 hours to arrive. Upon reaching the county town, he headed straight to the agricultural market. He was acutely aware that in order to sell the winter bamboo shoots he had in hand within a short time frame, the agricultural market was his only option. If he were to sell them by the roadside like a fool, it would likely take him at least a day. Since the reforms of the 1980s, when rural and urban agricultural markets were reinstated, the populace, weary from the struggles of a scarcity economy, flocked to these markets. wiping the sweat from his brow. Wu Hui entered the bustling market, laden with his sack. The atmosphere was vibrant and alive, teeming with individuals seeking food. He casually approached a vegetable vendor, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Hello, sir. I have come to sell winter bamboo shoots. Do you know where I might sell them?" As he spoke, he set down his sack and opened it. Inside lay a dark mass, entirely filled with winter bamboo shoots, the largest weighing around 5 pounds. The vegetable vendor, eyeing the fragrant bamboo shoots, scoffed. "What are you talking about? If you're selling winter bamboo shoots, just sell them. Don't waste my time." He was obviously perturbed, for he quickly deduced that these bamboo shoots were of excellent quality. If they were sold nearby, it would detract from his own sales. He felt compelled to send Wu Hui away, lest he attract customers away from his own produce. Wu Hui, noticing the vendor's demeanor, was not disheartened. He maintained his smile and replied, "No, sir. I intend to sell these winter bamboo shoots to you." The vendor was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone wishing to sell to a vendor in the market. No. How can I trust the quality of your bamboo shoots? Hurry up and don't waste my time." The vendor waved his hands dismissively and turned away from Wu Hui. Undeterred by the vendor's attitude, Wu Hui lifted his sack and extracted one of the bamboo shoots, breaking it open. The outer layer fell away to reveal the shoot's pristine, glistening white interior, flawless and exuding a rich aroma. "Look at these winter bamboo shoots. How beautiful and fresh they are." "I understand your hesitation. Rest assured, these bamboo shoots are from a reliable source, and I will sell them for just 50 cents a pound. How much you sell them for afterward is entirely up to you. What do you say?" The vendor, upon hearing this, was instantly intrigued. The bamboo shoots appeared promising, and given the price was so reasonable, even if he couldn't sell them, he could take them home and enjoy them. "Really, 50 cents a pound?" the vendor asked, uncertain. "Indeed," Wu Hui affirmed. "Great. You're a savvy businessman. I'll take them and would like 30 pounds, please." "All right. May I borrow your old scale?" Wu Hui smiled as he accepted the vendor's scale, weighing out 30 pounds and handing it over. 30.3, let us call it 30 pounds. As it was a good start to his venture, Wu Hui decided to round down slightly. This young man is truly honest. "Here, this is the payment for the bamboo shoots." In the face of Wu Hui's cheerful demeanor, the boss also became quite amiable, beaming as he handed Wu Hui 15 yuan. Wu Hui accepted it with care, his heart brimming with joy, for this marked his first earnings since his rebirth. "Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperous business," he exclaimed before turning to continue his venture into the bamboo shoot enterprise. In Wu Hui's village, as the clock approached 8, Yuxin stirred from her slumber, feeling more rested than ever since she had begun her life with Wu Hui. Glancing at the still sleeping Lanlan beside her, she felt a warmth envelop her. Yuxin gently patted the sleeping little bundle. "Lanlan, it's time to wake up. Breakfast is ready." The small child rubbed her eyes groggily and yawned. "Mama, has breakfast started?" "Ah, still a little foodie at heart." Yuxin chuckled. "Indeed. If you don't get up soon, your father will devour it all." "All right, I'm getting up." Upon hearing that breakfast might be consumed by her father, the little one sprang into action. With Yuxin's assistance, she quickly donned her clothes. "Mama, where's father?" Stepping out of the room, the little one noticed Wu Hui was absent. Yuxin surveyed the room, but found no sign of him. Only a plate and chopsticks on the dining table, beneath which lay a note. "What is this? Did Wu Hui write it? When did he learn to read and write?" Yuxin furrowed her brow, cradling Lanlan as she approached to inspect the note. "Yuxin, I've gone to dig bamboo shoots. Breakfast is on the table. If it gets cold, feel free to reheat it. Love you, Wu Hui." Yuxin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she smiled sweetly, whispering shyly, "Such a tease." "Mama, what's this?" The little one, curious about her mother's bashfulness, tilted her head in confusion. "And nothing." Yuxin suddenly panicked. Goodness, how could she let that slip in front of Lanlan? How embarrassing. Blushing, she quickly changed the subject. "Look, Lanlan, this is the meal your father prepared. Let us eat." With that, she lifted the lid from the bowl and chopsticks. Chapter 6. Sister, I am not that kind of person in the bustling agricultural market. Wu Hui emerged with a beaming smile, filled with exhilaration. Today had indeed been a bountiful day. Under the radiant sun, he felt a warm glow enveloping him. As he reached into his pocket, he discovered it brimming with cash, including several large denominations. With a countenance full of joy, Wu Hui did not rush home. Instead, he purchased some vegetables and made his way towards the grain store. In the 1980s, the grain store was a frequented establishment. Prior to the reforms and opening up of the economy, it was the primary supplier of food for the populace. Although the state had now permitted private enterprises, many still retained the habit of purchasing food from the grain store. While the variety of goods available had diversified, acquiring them was not as simple as it seemed. For instance, rice could only be purchased with grain coupons. During this era, everything required tickets. Rice necessitated grain coupons. Meat required meat coupons. And even appliances like refrigerators and sewing machines demanded them. Lacking the necessary coupons could lead to significant inconvenience, often rendering purchases impossible, unless, of course, one had connections. Fortunately, Wu Hui had taken some coupons with him when he left home that morning. These grain coupons were issued by the village, with each household allocated a fixed number. There were no extras. As for the surplus at home, it was largely due to Wu Hui. Although the family had coupons, they lacked money, rendering those tickets mere tokens and subsequently saved by Yuxin. Navigating through the throngs of people on the street, Wu Hui arrived at the grain store. Peering inside, he noted the abundant selection of goods, rice, flour, everything one could desire. He stepped inside and approached a woman in her 30s. "Hello, how much is the rice per jean?" he inquired politely. The woman promptly stepped forward upon noticing a customer. 5 dimes per jean," she replied. "And how much for the flour?" Wu Hui pointed towards the flour and continued his inquiry. "The same price." "All right, I'll take 5 jeans of rice and 5 jeans of flour, please." "Certainly, that will be a total of 5 yuan." The woman efficiently packaged the items and handed them to Wu Hui. Gratefully, he accepted the bag and rummaged through his pocket to prepare for payment. 5 yuan. 5 yuan. He muttered softly as he produced several large denominations. The sight of Wu Hui casually pulling out several large bills left the woman momentarily stunned. In these times, merely possessing a single large bill while walking down the street was quite remarkable. Where could one find someone who could nonchalantly extract 2 or 3 large bills? Was he perhaps a factory leader? "Here, 5 yuan. Wu Hui extracted a 1 yuan note along with 5 dimes from the stack. Oh. The woman took the money, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. Hesitantly, she asked, "If I may be so bold, are you a leader?" "Not at all. Is there something you need?" Wu Hui responded, puzzled by her question. "And no, I was just asking." Upon hearing his words, she waved her hands dismissively, wondering, how could someone so wealthy not be a leader? Could it be that his family was affluent? Given his age, it seemed quite plausible. At a tender age, one could casually produce several large bills, suggesting that this family must surely belong to the class of affluent households. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. Such signs of wealth are often the most gullible. Perhaps I could even profit from the situation. A smile crept across the elder sister's lips as she regarded Wu Hui, who seemed akin to a harbinger of wealth. Her peculiar gaze was fixed intently upon him, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over Wu Hui. What was the matter with this woman in her 30s? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to me? Her eyes were quite terrifying, as if she wished to devour me whole. No, it would be best for me to leave promptly. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Wu Hui turned to make his escape. Seeing Wu Hui retreat as a mouse would from a cat, the elder sister quickly closed the distance and seized him with an anxious expression. "Hey, young man, you've misunderstood. I noticed you came alone to purchase rice. You must be a good man. I have some intriguing items I wish to inquire if you might be interested in." Hearing the attendant's words, Wu Hui exhaled a great sigh of relief. "What do you wish to show me, then? Also, could you please let go my arm?" He gestured helplessly to his restrained limb. The attendant hastily released her grip, her cheeks flushing slightly. Once she ensured no one was paying attention, she relaxed. The gender relations of the 1980s were still rather conservative, unlike the modern era where one could casually drape an arm around a stranger's shoulder upon first meeting. Young man, do not take offense. I assure you, it was merely an accident. Please do not dwell on it." The elder sister, blushing and slightly embarrassed, attempted to reassure him. Not a problem. So we wish to show me. Wu Hui rubbed his arm. To his surprise, the elder sister possessed quite a bit of strength. It's not suitable to view here. Follow me. Wu Hui, observing her hesitant demeanor, widened his eyes and shook his head vigorously. Sister, I am not that kind of person. If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. He had initially thought the elder sister intended to reveal something of value, yet it appeared such familial betrayal was beyond his moral compass. His heart belonged solely to Yuxin. The attendant stood momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Once she regained her composure, she hurried after him, though this time she refrained from grabbing him. No, what are you thinking? Do you believe I am that kind of person? The elder sister intercepted Wu Hui, attempting to clarify. Their actions drew the attention of others in the grain shop, who regarded them with curiosity. Feeling the eyes of their peers upon them, the elder sister whispered to Wu Hui, slightly embarrassed, I have some local produce and fresh meat available, and they do not require any tickets. If you're interested, I can sell them to you. What do you say? At last, Wu Hui comprehended his earlier misunderstanding. It seemed this elder sister was not what he had imagined. She merely wished to sell some items, and her indirect approach was likely an attempt to maintain discretion. Yet he felt no embarrassment, as it was her manner of speaking that had led to such misconceptions. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I see. What local produce do you have, sister? Wu Hui was well aware that the elder sister was eyeing him for his apparent wealth, hoping to take advantage of him. Who is Wu Hui, you may ask? Before his rebirth, he was a magnate in the business realm, having navigated every conceivable scheme and encountered all manner of individuals. The notion of being duped is utterly inconceivable. His willingness to listen stems from the fact that he has heard his elder sister possesses meat, an invaluable commodity in this day and age. Merely having money is insufficient. One must also possess ration tickets. Yet, the supply of such tickets is limited, and the price of meat remains exorbitant, at least 70 cents per pound. Consequently, many families can only afford to indulge in meat during festive occasions. Wu Hui, however, refuses to conform to this norm, yearning instead for a life of abundance for his wife and children. Moreover, with Lanlan growing, it is imperative that meat be a staple in their diet. Wu Hui had already resolved to purchase meat after selling his noodles. However, if he could save on the ticket, why not? Upon noting Wu Hui's interest, his sister's smile widened as she whispered, This isn't the place to discuss it. Turn left as you exit, and you'll find an alleyway. Wait for me there. With that, she hurried off into the grain store. Why do I feel like a spy? Wu Hui murmured to himself as he watched her leave in haste. He exited the grain store, turned left, and took a few steps into the alley. Approximately 5 minutes later, a waitress came rushing towards him, each hand carrying 2 large bags. Look here, young man. These are treasures, she exclaimed, unveiling the contents of the black bags. Inside were a piece of pork rib, a bag of fatty pork, and a turtle the size of a palm. Wu Hui surveyed the items. Indeed, they were quite impressive. The meat was fresh, and the turtle was authentic. He couldn't help but wonder where his sister had obtained these goods. Though surprised internally, Wu Hui maintained a calm exterior, merely glancing at the contents before returning his gaze to her. What do you think? Aren't these delightful? Rest assured, these are all sourced by me. I would never engage in illegal activities. She patted her heart, assuring him with a look of sincerity. Wu Hui sensed her honesty and felt considerably reassured. How much do you wish to sell them for? He inquired. The items were undoubtedly of high quality, and if the price were reasonable, he would gladly purchase them. However, if it were not, he would simply take his leave. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but rather that he refused to be treated as a fool. The bait had been cast. Remain composed. One must not display excessive joy. Scaring her off would be a loss indeed. The waitress, inwardly thrilled at the prospect of a sale, took a deep breath to steady herself. Oh, the prices are quite fair. The pork ribs are 5 yuan. The fatty pork 6, and this turtle. Wait, don't leave, she exclaimed, realizing he was turning to depart. She rushed forward to block his path. Hey, why are you leaving? I haven't finished speaking yet. The waitress, having finally managed to halt Wu Hui, expressed her frustration with wide eyes. There is no need for you to say anything further. I no longer want these items. Wu Hui responded with an expressionless face. What? Why don't you want it? These are all good items. The elder sister, who had just been fuming, was suddenly taken aback. What was wrong with this young man? How could he simply refuse? Your items may be of quality, but I am not a fool. This piece of pork rib weighs at most 4 pounds, and it is mostly bone. No one desires it, and yet you still charge me 5 yuan. As for this pork belly, it barely reaches 5 pounds, with hardly any fat, and it won't yield much oil at all. This soft-shelled turtle. Enough is enough. The elder sister waved her hand. She understood that she had encountered a tough opponent. This young man was far from the ignorant rich kid she had assumed. He was, in fact, a seasoned veteran. She had initially hoped to take advantage of him, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Young man, I apologize. I did not anticipate your level of understanding. Chapter 7. The shock of Yuxin. No. Alas, never mind. The elder sister, regaining her composure, realized she had misspoken and felt a twinge of regret. How infuriating. How could I have revealed my inner thoughts? Why am I so foolish? She mused. Well, since it has come to this, I shall lower the prices a bit and sell these items first. Young man, I sincerely apologize. I should not have tried to deceive you. How about this? As a gesture of my apology, I will offer you these goods at a bottom price. The ribs are 8 yuan, the pork belly 5 yuan, and this turtle 2 yuan. What do you think? Understanding that Wu Hui was no novice, the elder sister refrained from further explanation and stated her price directly. Of course, whether it was truly the lowest price was known only to her. Wu Hui calculated that the average price of pork was around 7 yuan. Ribs would be slightly lower since they were mostly bones with little meat. The pork belly was acceptable, even though it was lean and yielded little fat. However, he would be purchasing meat frequently, so it was not a significant concern. This time, the elder sister indeed displayed some sincerity. Although Wu Hui was aware that he could negotiate further, it seemed unnecessary. After all, they were both in business, and it was only fair that she earn a little profit, as long as it was not excessive. Feeling that the price was reasonable, Wu Hui reached into his pocket, retrieved 5 yuan, and handed it to the elder sister. All right, since you are so sincere, I cannot refuse. Here is 5 yuan, and I will take all the items. Wonderful. Thank you, young man. The elder sister handed the items to Wu Hui, swiftly accepting the cash, licking the tip of her fingers as she quickly counted. Yes, 5 yuan, neither too much nor too little, just right. Indeed, the scent of money is so delightful. The elder sister beamed with joy, her smile radiant. She lifted her head, intending to say something, only to discover that Wu Hui had already vanished into the alley, carrying his goods. Why did this god of wealth leave so soon? I still have many items left to sell. As Wu Hui strolled leisurely home, in the western part of the village, there stood a dilapidated earthen house. Inside, smoke filled the air, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts. A group of tattooed youths, bare-chested and smoking, were engrossed in a game of cards. 4-2's a bomb. Pay up, pay up. A rather dark-skinned young man joyously banged the table, his face alight with exhilaration. I say, Heisey, your luck is extraordinary today. Every round is a bomb. Reluctantly, the others dug into their pockets, pulling out crumpled bills one by one. Indeed, today, the god of wealth is certainly on my side. Heisey, with a beaming countenance, eagerly collected the wrinkled money. By the way, Qiangzi, why haven't I seen that fool today? Where has he gone? Heisey inquired, counting the money as a grin remained plastered on his face. Qiangzi shook his head. I don't know either. He hasn't come to find me today. Mouse, what about you? He turned to glance at the young man beside him. I haven't seen him either. That fool seems to be missing all day. The rat shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, it's one thing for the eldest not to show up, but this fool doesn't come either. Who will pay for our drinks tonight? As he spoke, he slapped the table with force, his face contorted with anger. The fool they referred to was none other than Wu Hui. Despite their brotherly camaraderie, they privately regarded Wu Hui as a simpleton, a fool who came to bestow them with money. They speculated that he must be short on cash again. He'll surely come looking for us once he has money, reassured the rosy-cheeked Zi. Exactly. When he comes to us, we must take him for all he's worth. They all laughed, with Zi clapping in approval. What a splendid idea. I think it's brilliant, echoed Hao Zi, joining in their laughter. The group congratulated one another, even envisioning the lavish feasting that awaited them in a few days. After all, in their eyes, Wu Hui was merely a fool who only knew how to beat his wife, the type who would stay home obediently when broke, but would foolishly come to honor them when flush with cash. After roughly 2 hours of travel, Wu Hui finally returned to the village. Ah, home at last, he sighed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The thought of sharing dinner with his wife and daughter filled him with joy, prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. As he walked through the village, he noticed several children playing happily, but upon his approach, their parents would swiftly pull them away. How many times must I tell you? Keep your distance from that good-for-nothing Wu Hui. Do you wish to end up like him? The adults scolded. Wu Hui, however, paid no heed, continuing to hum as he cheerfully made his way home. The villagers shook their heads in exasperation at his obliviousness. Look at Wu Hui. Even with his family in such disarray, he remains carefree and out wandering. Does he have no conscience? Indeed, our village has always been a model of excellence in the region. So how has a character like him emerged? Sighed another. What a disgrace. You may not know, but his wife even came to my house asking for work. Such a good girl, and she ended up with this worthless man. I know. And his daughter Lanlan. She looks like a sweet sugar cane. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Hui arrived at a small courtyard and spotted a little dumpling squatting on the ground, observing ants. Lanlan, what are you doing? He called out. Upon hearing her name, the curious little one turned her head, blinking her eyes. Daddy, you're back, she exclaimed, and upon recognizing her father, the small bundle of joy quickly got to her feet and scampered towards Wu Hui. He hurriedly crouched down, placing his bag aside to embrace the approaching little dumpling. Daddy, why did you come back so late? Where did you go this morning? She asked in her sweet, innocent voice. Wu Hui smiled as he held her, affectionately ruffling her adorable little head. Daddy went to buy some delicious treats. How about I make something special for you to eat? Yay, you're the best, Daddy. She beamed, her joy evident as she showered him with praise for bringing her tasty goodies. The snack-loving Lanlan elicited an immediate smile from Wu Hui. Glancing around, he asked Lanlan, why are you here all alone? Where is your mother? Mama is cooking. Lanlan is watching the ants move their home, she replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui swiftly picked up Lanlan and entered the house. As he opened the door, he spotted Yuxin tending to the fire in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, Yuxin assumed it was Lanlan returning and paid little attention. However, the voice that followed startled her. Let me handle it. You take Lanlan to play for a while. Yuxin turned around in haste to find Wu Hui holding Lanlan behind her. You're back, she exclaimed. Yes, I have returned. I went to the county town this morning to sell the winter bamboo shoots and brought back some items. I'll cook lunch today so you can taste my culinary skills, Wu Hui said with a smile as he handed Lanlan over to Yuxin. He then squatted down and skillfully began to stoke the fire. As Yuxin took Lanlan in her arms, she bit her lip, watching Wu Hui skillfully tending to the fire, feeling as if her heart had been touched. After a while, she finally spoke up. What about the items you bought? Shall I bring them over to cook with? The items are in the yard. You don't need to help. I can manage on my own. Please take Lanlan inside to rest, Wu Hui replied, not lifting his head as he added kindling to the fire. Yuxin, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. She carried Lanlan outside, where 4 large black bags lay quietly on the ground. What could they contain? Curiosity piqued. Yuxin set Lanlan down and opened one of the bags. It was heavy, weighing about 5 pounds. As she untied the knot, she was greeted by the sight of gleaming white rice. Since their marriage, Yuxin had only eaten rice on a handful of occasions, usually opting for sweet potatoes or potatoes instead. And now, nearly 5 pounds of rice lay before her. Yuxin felt a surge of emotions, her heart settling as she opened the other bags. There were pork ribs, fatty pork, turtle, flour, vegetables, and potatoes. Good heavens! Did Wu Hui purchase all these? Yuxin found it hard to believe that Wu Hui could buy such a bounty. Wow, Mama, there's so much meat in here. Are we going to have meat to eat later? Little Lanlan exclaimed joyfully. The rabbit meat from the morning still lingered in her memory, and the prospect of more meat filled her with delight. Come on, Lanlan, let us go home, Yuxin said, picking up the 4 large bags and leading Lanlan back inside. After playing with her for a while, she sent her off. Lanlan, you can play inside by yourself. Mama will help Daddy prepare the meat for you, all right? Okay. Hearing that there would be meat to eat soon, Lanlan obediently went inside to play. Once Lanlan was settled, Yuxin swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Wu Hui, did you buy all of this? She asked, lifting the bags in her hands with a puzzled expression. Wu Hui looked up at her with a warm smile, his eyes reflecting tenderness. Yes, I bought them after selling the winter bamboo shoots today. What's wrong? Yuxin bit her lips slightly and quietly inquired. Can winter bamboo shoots fetch such a high price? Gazing at his wife, who was biting her lip in anxiety, Wu Hui comprehended her distress. He promptly declared, Yuxin, these were truly purchased with the proceeds from my sale of winter bamboo shoots. Look, as he spoke, Wu Hui retrieved a substantial handful of cash from his pocket, leaving Yuxin momentarily bewildered. Behold, this is all I earned today, totaling 63 yuan. After accounting for these items, I still have 54 yuan remaining, all right here. Wu Hui grasped Yuxin's right hand and placed the money into her palm. At that moment, Yuxin felt a bit dazed, as if she were in a dream. Yet the tangible sensation of the crisp bills in her hand reassured her of the reality of the situation. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, she stared at the bundle of cash in her hand and, recovering her composure, excitedly inquired, These are truly the fruits of your labor today? How did you manage this? I sold the winter bamboo shoots to the vendors at the county's agricultural market at 0.5 yuan per pound. Purchasing approximately 126 pounds yielded this amount. Chapter 8. Do not stare at me, 126 pounds. Yuxin exclaimed in shock, resembling a startled little kitten with her wide, innocent eyes. Look how frightened you are. It's merely 126 pounds. I'm quite strong. However, she hesitated, contemplating saying more, but was interrupted by Wu Hui. All right, don't worry. You and Lanlan must be hungry. I will prepare dinner. With that, Wu Hui took the bag from Yuxin's hands and turned to commence the preparations for lunch. Yet, Yuxin remained rooted in place, her emotions tangled. Perhaps he has truly awakened. Ignoring her complex expression, Wu Hui retrieved the pork ribs from the bag, washed them thoroughly, and chopped them into segments. He set aside 2 pieces along with some winter bamboo shoots. Today, he planned to prepare 3 homely dishes, a plate of winter bamboo shoot stewed with pork ribs, a plate of braised pork, and a plate of shredded potatoes. Among these, Wu Hui excelled in braised pork. Although his culinary skills were only slightly above the level of everyday cooking, this particular dish was his specialty, as it was Lanlan's favorite. Previously, when Yuxin took Lanlan to visit their grandparents during the new year, she had tasted braised pork for the first time, and from that moment on, the flavor had lingered in Lanlan's memory, becoming an obsession for quite some time. Driven by guilt and longing for his wife and daughter, Wu Hui had practiced this dish repeatedly, and his skill had reached a commendable level. Yet, he had never had the opportunity to prepare it for Lanlan until now. With determination, he vowed to create the finest braised pork for her. Fully immersed in his task, he sliced the meat, cleaned it, and cooked it, each step executed flawlessly under his attentive hands. Observing Wu Hui's unwavering focus, Yuxin furrowed her brow, sensing a shift in his aura, as if infused with newfound emotion. She gently bit her lip, contemplated for a moment, then turned to leave, choosing not to disturb him. After a while, Wu Hui lifted the lid of the iron pot, and a plume of fragrant steam wafted upwards, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Meanwhile, the little bundle of joy in the room was happily playing with her mother. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent, the small nose of Lanlan twitched as she inhaled deeply. Mama, it smells so good. What is Daddy cooking? Why does it smell so amazing? Yuxin, watching her daughter sniffing eagerly, felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She smiled softly, all right. In a moment, when Daddy finishes cooking, he'll call us. Stop sniffing that poor little nose of yours. In the kitchen, Wu Hui completed the dishes, wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead. He carried the plates out, calling Yuxin, Lanlan, it's time to eat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lanlan dashed out with her short legs, heading straight for the dining table. Wow, so much delicious food. The adorable little Lanlan grasped the edge of the table, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she gazed at the culinary delights. Wu Hui handed a chair to Yuxin, then lifted Lanlan onto his lap, placing a piece of braised pork near her mouth. "Come, Lanlan, try it and tell me how it tastes," Wu Hui said with eager anticipation. With wide eyes, Lanlan stared at the braised pork, swallowed hard, and took a bite. So delicious. The little one's mouth was stuffed with braised pork, cheeks puffed up adorably like a hamster, prompting Lanlan to comment. Wu Hui felt a surge of emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. This had been a dream from his past life, now finally realized. "Slow down, Lanlan. Be careful not to choke." He affectionately patted the little one's head and then turned his gaze to Yuxin. "Come, Yuxin, you must try this." As he spoke, Wu Hui picked up a piece of the rich, succulent pork and placed it in Yuxin's bowl. The aromatic dish wafted enticingly, causing Yuxin to swallow hard. Yet she hesitated, frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Wu Hui inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. No, nothing," seemingly anxious that Wu Hui might discern her feelings. Yuxin hastily picked up the braised pork and took a bite. Instantly, the delectable juices burst forth on her palate, neither greasy nor heavy, but delightfully smooth and flavorful. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Wu Hui asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. It's okay." Although surprised internally, Yuxin refrained from excessive praise, merely offering a brief affirmation before returning to her bowl. The reactions of both Yuxin and Lanlan filled Wu Hui with waves of joy, a profound sense of happiness swelling within him, one he had never experienced even as a wealthy tycoon in his previous life. He gazed at Yuxin with excitement, feeling a deep sense of elation and contentment. Yuxin's cheeks flushed as she caught Wu Hui's unwavering stare, feeling a bit shy. "Stop staring at me. You should eat too. Daddy eat. Daddy eat. It's so delicious." The scene of a family encouraging one another to eat was something Wu Hui had only encountered in dreams before. The realization of such a dream brought tears to his eyes. Taking a deep breath to hold back the tears, he nodded emphatically. After enjoying a warm lunch, Wu Hui spent some time with his family before heading out towards Uncle Lu's house. This visit was intended to discuss the purchase of the hoe from the mountain, as he felt embarrassed about continually borrowing from others. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at Uncle Lu's home. Upon hearing Wu Hui's request, Uncle Lu was quite agreeable, insisting on gifting the hoe to him. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Wu Hui, he accepted a mere 10 cents as a token gesture. With the hoe situation resolved, Wu Hui was about to head up the mountain when a shout from a distance halted his steps. Huizi, turning around, he saw a figure approaching, a slender individual clad in a white tank top, arms inked with tattoos, and a wiry frame that made him look rather scruffy. Mouse. Wu Hui recognized him instantly, as his appearance was exceedingly distinctive. Mouse, whose real name was Zhang Shun, was a local troublemaker from Wu Hui's village. His rodent-like features had earned him the nickname, which he seemed to embrace fully. Observing the rat-like Zhang Shun, Wu Hui inquired, "Mouse, what brings you here?" Zhang Shun, with his beady eyes glinting, gazed at Wu Hui and chuckled with a sharp grin. "Huizi, why didn't you come looking for us today? We've all been missing you terribly." Wu Hui, contemplating the situation, thought to himself about how these individuals had significantly contributed to his past misfortunes. To be frank, he had foolishly considered them as brothers, only to realize their true colors when he found himself destitute, unable to afford a proper burial for his wife and daughter. In his moment of desperation, he reached out to them for assistance, only to be met with their cold indifference. It was ultimately his in-laws who helped ensure that his loved ones could rest peacefully. Staring at the rat-like figure of Zhang Shun, Wu Hui felt little desire to engage with him. However, he understood the wisdom in the adage that it is better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. He recognized that severing ties with them would yield no benefit and could potentially jeopardize his family's welfare. Thus, he resolved to maintain a facade of camaraderie to avoid complications. With this in mind, Wu Hui responded, "All right. What do you mean by that? It's not that I didn't want to come see you. It's just that I'm short on cash. I was about to ask Uncle Lu for a loan, but he turned me away." He gestured toward Uncle Lu's house behind him. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Zhang Shun's sharp grin widened. Indeed, this fool was out of money, which explained his absence. He even foolishly footed the bill for a round of drinks. The thought of having to bear that expense made Zhang Shun's teeth grind in frustration. It was all Wu Hui's fault. Had it not been for him, he wouldn't have been taken advantage of. No, he must find a way to extract that money from Wu Hui. With a glint in his eye, Zhang Shun suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He smirked and said, "Ah, now I understand why you didn't come to us. If you're in need of cash, you could have just told me. I have plenty of ways to help." "Really?" Wu Hui feigned surprise. "You have money? That's fantastic. I knew I could count on you, brother." Hearing this, Zhang Shun coughed dramatically. Could this fool be any more oblivious? Asking to borrow money while being unaware of his own situation. How would he ever repay it? Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. He dared not offend Wu Hui, lest he find himself without a drinking buddy in the future. After a few more coughs, Zhang Shun feigned a look of regret and said, "Brother, I'm afraid I have no money to lend you." Wu Hui, upon hearing his words, smirked internally while maintaining a facade of disappointment. Observing Wu Hui's dejected demeanor, Zhang Shun felt a surge of excitement. The opportunity had presented itself. He quickly chimed in, "Huizi, while I may not have money, I do know how to make some." "Oh, is that so?" Wu Hui's eyes sparkled with interest. Could he truly possess a method for acquiring wealth? Sensing that he had captured Wu Hui's attention, Zhang Shun paused for effect and, adopting a mysterious tone, declared, "There are 3 ways." As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers. First, in a county town, there resides an individual known as Brother Dog from whom one can borrow money. Simply visit him, and you may borrow any amount you desire. Secondly, do your parents not have a modest savings? Why not procure some from them? Money would be readily accessible. Thirdly, "Hey, where are you going, Huizi? I have yet to finish my thoughts." As Zhang Shun spoke, he noticed Wu Hui turning away to leave. Anxious, he hurried to catch up, blocking Wu Hui's path and inquiring, "I intend to borrow money. Could you lend me some?" Wu Hui turned to face Zhang Shun, his voice icy as it reached Zhang Shun's ears. His gaze, akin to a tempest of fury, instilled within Zhang Shun an inexplicable sense of dread. "And no, it's nothing," Zhang Shun stammered, trembling slightly. Wu Hui cast a sidelong glance at the rat and then, expressionless, strode swiftly up the mountain, his heart ablaze with rage. The notion that one could borrow money in the county and in any amount reeked of usury. It was clear that Brother Dog was no virtuous character. Moreover, the suggestion to pilfer from one's parents was an act only a deranged individual would entertain. Family was Wu Hui's Achilles heel. He held his loved ones in the highest regard. Upon hearing the rat's abhorrent suggestions, Wu Hui nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him. Were it not for the concern of causing trouble for his wife and parents, he might have indeed acted upon that impulse. Indeed, I should have never harbored any illusions about such matters. Wu Hui shook his head, striving to quell the raging fire within him before continuing his ascent up the mountain. Chapter 9. Let Wu Hui spend time in custody. Upon reaching the mountainside, Wu Hui discovered the concealed hoe. He surveyed the surroundings and continued his ascent to the other side of the mountain. The winter bamboo shoots in this area had largely been excavated, compelling Wu Hui to seek a new location. Despite the rugged and steep terrain, he was well acquainted with the path. After approximately half an hour, he stumbled upon a new site abundant with winter bamboo shoots, each sprouting eagerly towards the sun. The quantity here surpassed that of his previous find. Overjoyed, Wu Hui promptly lifted his hoe and began to dig without a moment's pause. He understood well that the business of winter bamboo shoots would not endure. For the time being, all was well. The other villagers remained oblivious to this treasure trove. Yet, once they realized the value of the winter bamboo shoots, they would become frenzied. When that time came, the lucrative venture would no longer yield profits. Thus, Wu Hui felt compelled to harvest as much as possible before others discovered this bounty, intending to sell it in the county. With sufficient funds at his disposal, he believed that, drawing upon the insights and memories from his past life, he would not fear the prospect of amassing greater wealth. Meanwhile, as Wu Hui busied himself with the excavation, Yuxin welcomed an unexpected visitor at home. Aunt Wang, Wu Hui's neighbor, was notorious in the village for her incessant gossiping and unreasonable demeanor. Having just finished her lunch, Aunt Wang, as was her custom, set off to the village entrance to chat with Aunt Wu. Upon stepping outside, she was enveloped by a rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. The enticing scent made her lick her lips, and a look of indulgence crossed her otherwise slack features. Curious about which household could afford such delicacies, Aunt Wang followed the fragrance, only to discover that it emanated from Wu Hui's home. Was there a mistake? Astonished, she glanced around, her loose skin jiggling as she moved. Sniffing the air, she confirmed that the mouth-watering aroma indeed originated from Wu Hui's abode. A smirk crept onto her lips, her wrinkled visage contorting grotesquely with delight. Wu Hui's family was known for their poverty. How could they possibly be enjoying meat? Surely, there was some intrigue at play. However, Aunt Wang was unconcerned with how Wu Hui's family had come by such luxuries. She only knew that she would soon indulge herself. With a joyful expression, she approached the door, fully intent on knocking, never once contemplating whether Wu Hui would offer her any meat. After all, in her eyes, Wu Hui was merely a small-time bully, lacking any real prowess, easily manipulated. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Yuxin was at home weaving shoes when she heard the knocking. Blinking in confusion, she wondered who it could be. Could it be Wu Hui returning? After pondering for a moment, she set down her work and rose to answer the door. Creaking open the door, she was greeted by the smiling, wrinkled face of her neighbor, Aunt Wang. "Oh, it's Aunt Wang. What brings you here?" Yuxin inquired gently, her confusion evident. Although she was uncertain why this neighbor, with whom she had had little contact, would visit so suddenly, she still offered a polite greeting. "Dear daughter-in-law of the Wu family, you're home. Where's Wu Hui? Where has he gone?" Aunt Wang asked, her face adorned with a wide grin. "Wu Hui has stepped out. Is there something you need, Aunt Wang?" Yuxin spoke politely, yet the slight furrow of her brow betrayed her true feelings. Upon hearing that Wu Hui was not home, Aunt Wang's smile broadened. Although Wu Hui was easy to handle, he was still a man. In contrast, Yuxin was a woman, significantly more delicate than Wu Hui. Contemplating this, Aunt Wang licked her lips, her entire face wrinkling in a cacophony of smiles as she said, "Ah, Wu's daughter-in-law. I merely came to see if you and Wu Hui needed any assistance to strengthen the bonds of our neighborhood. Is that so?" "Thank you, Aunt Wang. However, we do not require any help at the moment. If there is nothing else, I will head inside. I still have to make cloth shoes." Yuxin expressed her gratitude, subsequently issuing a subtle dismissal. She did not believe a word Aunt Wang said, having previously overheard her disparaging Wu Hui. There was no way she could be so well-meaning. Nevertheless, they were neighbors, and maintaining a cordial facade was essential. Yuxin merely wished for Aunt Wang to depart swiftly, bringing this conversation to an end. Aunt Wang was certainly attuned to the subtext of Yuxin's words. Under normal circumstances, she would have erupted, but this time she feigned ignorance, continuing to wear a smile. "Oh, Wu's daughter-in-law. We are neighbors. It is only right that we help each other. Besides, marrying that scoundrel Wu Hui is such a pity. I truly feel for you." Yuxin, who already harbored a dislike for Aunt Wang, felt her brows knit tightly in displeasure. Regardless of Wu Hui's shortcomings, he was still her husband, and Aunt Wang's remarks about him in her presence were infuriating. Yet, Aunt Wang seemed oblivious to the inappropriateness of her words, endlessly recounting how she had previously assisted Wu Hui and how much of a rascal he was, claiming to stand up for her. Yuxin's fists clenched in anger. Aunt Wang was indeed notorious for her incessant chatter and lacked any sense of reason. It was clear that associating with her brought nothing but trouble. After about 10 minutes, Aunt Wang sensed the moment was ripe and gradually shifted the conversation. "Wu's daughter-in-law, we have been chatting for quite some time, and my throat is parched. Why don't we go inside and continue our discussion?" Aunt Wang said with a broad grin. At that moment, Yuxin felt an overwhelming urge to curse, but she took a deep breath to suppress her inner fury. Wu Hui's reputation in the village was already tarnished. It would be best not to add to his troubles. She silently consoled herself, attempting to quell her anger. "Aunt Wang, my daughter is still sleeping inside. You know how children can be. They sleep deeply, so it would be best not to disturb her." Aunt Wang's brows knitted together, and her wrinkled face instantly turned icy. "What? Have I stood here with my old bones for so long, And I'm not even worthy of a glass of water? Do you not regard your elders? Aunt Wang erupted, her already loose and wrinkled visage becoming even more menacing, appearing quite terrifying. Faced with Aunt Wang, who resembled a grotesque monster, Yuxin furrowed her brows slightly. But still, she spoke politely. Aunt Wang, you have misunderstood. I have no intention of disrespecting you. It's merely that my daughter is asleep, and I do not wish to disturb her. If you desire water, I can fetch some for you from within the house. Would that be acceptable? Fetch what water? I don't want any water, Aunt Wang retorted, her face contorted with anger. Observing Yuxin's unyielding demeanor, her ire became increasingly unbearable. She raised her voice and demanded, Wife of the Wu family, tell me, has Wu Hui done something disgraceful again? Disgraceful? Yuxin's brows knitted together in confusion. Could it be that Wu Hui had caused trouble once more? She pondered carefully. Wu Hui had either been out digging bamboo shoots or selling them in town these past few days, leaving him little time for mischief. Could it be that Wu Hui had been deceiving her all along? A sudden fear gripped Yuxin, yet she maintained her composure. Aunt Wang, why do you say such things? Why do I say such things? Tell me, did your family eat meat today? Aunt Wang asserted with conviction. Meat? Yes, we did. But what does that have to do with Wu Hui? Yuxin questioned, her bewilderment evident. She truly could not comprehend the connection between their family consuming meat and Wu Hui's alleged misdeeds. What does it have to do with anything? With your family's circumstances? How could you possibly afford meat? It must have been stolen by Wu Hui. If you let me in now and treat me well, I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, I will inform the entire village, and Wu Hui will find himself in jail. Aunt Wang gleefully pointed at Yuxin, feeling that she had gained the upper hand. She awaited Yuxin's apology, confident that she had discovered her weak spot. Upon hearing Aunt Wang's words, Yuxin finally understood. After all this chatter, Aunt Wang's true intention was simply to have a meal. The talk of Wu Hui's disgraceful acts and reminiscing was all a ruse. How could someone be so shameless? Yuxin felt a surge of indignation, her anger boiling as she glared at Aunt Wang. Seeing the fury on Yuxin's face, Aunt Wang felt vindicated. Surely, this meat must have been stolen by Wu Hui, and with just a bit of manipulation, the wife of the Wu family had revealed her hand. Soon, she would indulge herself fully, leaving not a morsel behind. Then, she would spread word of Wu Hui's misdeeds throughout the village as punishment for not allowing her entry. The thought alone made her smile wickedly, her entire countenance becoming quite unsightly. So, what will it be, wife of the Wu family? Have you made your decision? Let me tell you, if Wu Hui is caught stealing, he will face jail time. Furthermore, your parents will also be implicated in this matter. Therefore, as long as you allow me to enter and feast to my heart's content, your family will be safe. I'm a woman of my word, Aunt Wang proclaimed, raising her fist symbolically, exuding an air of triumph. Finally, unable to contain her mounting rage any longer, Yuxin confronted the self-satisfied Aunt Wang. Her voice fierce as she declared, My Wu Hui has not stolen anything. All of this was purchased by him this morning from the county town. And stop with the elder respect talk. I hold deep respect for my elders. However, that does not grant you the liberty to create chaos here. You, Aunt Wang, in a fit of rage, stamped her foot, her fingers trembling slightly as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yuxin. How dare you, you little girl, speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe that I... Smack! Before Aunt Wang could finish her sentence, Yuxin forcefully slammed the door shut. Chapter 10. Aunt Wang's revenge come out. You wretched girl. How dare you speak to me like that? Outside the firmly shut door, Aunt Wang's furious shrieks echoed. Her face contorted in rage, resembling a ferocious tiger. Ignoring Aunt Wang's raucous outbursts at the door, Yuxin took a deep breath to steady her emotions before shaking her head and retreating into the room. Today, her relationship with Aunt Wang had been irrevocably severed. Yet, Yuxin felt no remorse. After all, Aunt Wang had been utterly unreasonable. Given the chance to relive the moment, she would undoubtedly act the same way. She could only hope that her confrontation would not bring trouble to Wu Hui. With a sigh, Yuxin pondered her thoughts. Mommy, at that moment, the little bundle of joy inside the room had awoken, her large, innocent eyes sparkling. Lanlan, why are you awake? Yuxin queried while lifting Lanlan into her arms. Mommy, you were so loud outside that you woke me up. The little one complained, rubbing her big eyes, a hint of grievance in her voice. Listening to the child's lament, Yuxin realized that her earlier confrontation with Aunt Wang must have disturbed the little one. All right, it's Mommy's fault. Let us go back to sleep, shall we? Okay, Lanlan replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, the fuming Aunt Wang continued to curse outside. After a considerable amount of time, perhaps exhausted, she finally turned and left. The more Aunt Wang thought about the incident, the angrier she became. She felt deeply insulted. You little brat, just wait. If I don't bring ruin upon your family, then my name isn't Wang. She seethed, hastening towards Wu Hui's home. On the eastern edge of the village stood a small house, which was Wu Hui's residence. At that moment, Wu Hui was hanging laundry in her home, just about to take a break, when she suddenly saw Aunt Wang storming in, plopping down onto a wooden stool. Sister Wang, what is the matter? Wu Hui inquired, perplexed. What is the matter? I've been bullied, Aunt Wang exclaimed, squeezing out a few tears, her face a mask of grievance. Wu Hui struggled to suppress her disgust at Aunt Wang's contorted expression. It was truly repugnant. Forcing herself to look away from the grotesque sight, she shifted her gaze to the ground to feel somewhat better. Then, feigning anger, she said, Who is audacious enough to bully us? Sister Wang, tell me. I'll go teach them a lesson. Who else could it be but Wu Hui's wife? Aunt Wang lamented. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Hui's expression became blank, her face filled with confusion. While she could believe that Wu Hui might bully Aunt Wang, given his notorious reputation as a ruffian in the village, she could not fathom that Yuxin, Wu Hui's wife, would ever dare to mistreat Aunt Wang. Everyone in the village knew that Yuxin had a kind heart. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also an educated woman from the city. It was a mystery why she had chosen to marry Wu Hui, a scoundrel known for his misbehavior. Despite her constant toil and the abuse she endured at the hands of Wu Hui, how could such a fine girl ever bully Aunt Wang? It was simply inconceivable. There must be some underlying truth to this, yet Wu Hui hesitated to elaborate. She could only delicately suggest, Sister Wang, Wu Hui's wife is quite a decent person. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Wu Hui is nothing but a thief, Aunt Wang exclaimed, rising anxiously from her wooden stool, her expression aflame with indignation. A thief? Wu Hui murmured in confusion. Yes, a thief, Aunt Wang asserted firmly. Do you know what I saw when I went out today? I saw that the Wu family was actually eating meat. Meat? How is that even possible? Wu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. As a fellow villager, she was well aware of the Wu family's dire circumstances. They could hardly afford food. How could they possibly be consuming meat? Indeed, meat. Just think about it. The Wu family is so impoverished. How could they have the means to buy meat? Mark my words, that meat must have been stolen by Wu Hui, Aunt Wang declared emphatically. And what happened next? Wu Hui began to grasp the situation, though some confusion lingered. Well, as a member of the village, I cannot tolerate such petty thievery. I confronted her, inquiring about the source of the meat. I thought that if Wu Hui's wife could come clean, I might be able to plead for leniency on her behalf, considering our neighborly ties. But to my astonishment, she not only refused to appreciate my concern, but also threw me out. Can you believe it? Aunt Wang said through gritted teeth. At this point, Wu Hui understood the root of the matter. She was no fool, and thus would not take Aunt Wang's words at face value. After listening to Aunt Wang's incessant chatter, Wu Hui chose to believe one thing, that the Wu family was indeed eating meat. This was undoubtedly suspicious, as their financial struggles were well known throughout the village. It was inconceivable that they could afford such luxuries. If that were the case, then from where had the meat come? With this thought, Wu Hui began to comprehend. Though she wished to remain uninvolved, circumstances dictated otherwise. Her own son relied on Aunt Wang's family for sustenance. She could not risk losing their support over this matter. Resolving herself, Wu Hui feigned outrage, saying that Wu Hui's wife has gone too far. You extended kindness toward her, yet she continues to err. This matter cannot be overlooked. Seeing Wu Hui standing up for her, a smile spread across Aunt Wang's face. My dear sister, are you willing to assist me? Of course, Wu Hui replied without hesitation. her sincerity evident. "Excellent. You truly are a wonderful sister. I came here seeking your help," Aunt Wong said, her face twisted into a smile, the wrinkles contorting in delight. "Sister, tell me, how can I assist you?" Pleased with Wu Haixia's compliance, Aunt Wong quickly proposed, "Sister, since that girl from the Wu family refuses to admit that the meat was stolen by Wu Hui, you should go out and tell everyone that Wu Hui has stolen something to buy meat for his family. Let us escalate the situation. I'm eager to see how they will respond." "Ha ha ha." Aunt Wong smiled through gritted teeth, her eyes glinting with malice. Upon hearing her suggestion, Wu Haixia inwardly cursed. "That old witch, how dare she? Why should I bear the burden of her troubles? Is she out of her mind? What if this meat isn't stolen? Wouldn't I be digging my own grave? Am I to lose my humanity over this?" After a long silence, Wu Haixia remained unresponsive, and Aunt Wong seemed to perceive her thoughts. With her eyes half squinted, she chuckled lightly, feigning indifference. "Sister, what's the matter? You don't intend to assist your sister, do you? It's all right. If you're reluctant to help, just say so. I, your sister Wong, am not unreasonable. But your son," Aunt Wong abruptly paused, smiling at Wu Haixia with a gaze full of warning. Wu Haixia understood her implications all too well, and fear compelled her to rise hastily, shaking her head in a flurry. No, Sister Wong, it's not that I refuse to help. I'm merely contemplating which household to approach first. Have you made up your mind?" Aunt Wong's voice turned icy. Yes, I have. I'll go right now." With that, Wu Haixia hurriedly turned and dashed out of her home. Watching Wu Haixia's retreating figure vanish, Aunt Wong let out a cold snort. Such an ungrateful wretch. Chapter 11. Resembling a vixen uncertain of the passage of time, Wu Hui finally unearthed the last winter bamboo shoot. Observing the two bulging sacks, he felt a delightful satisfaction despite the aches in his body. To prevent the winter bamboo shoot trade from being prematurely exposed, Wu Hui sought a secluded spot in the mountains to conceal both the bamboo shoots and his hoe, planning to sell them in the county town the following morning. After resting for a brief moment on a stone, he leisurely descended the mountain. At this time, the village was bustling with residents. Life in the rural 1980s was characterized by such a rhythm. After completing their morning farm chores, villagers found themselves with little to do in the afternoons, often gathering to discuss the trivialities of life. Upon entering the village, Wu Hui noticed many elderly men and women chattering animatedly, some even pointing at him and whispering among themselves, their words shrouded in mystery. Initially indifferent to others' opinions, Wu Hui's attention was piqued when he seemed to overhear something concerning his wife, prompting him to listen intently. How dare Wu Hui return after stealing? Isn't he afraid of being caught? Who knows? I've heard that Wu Haixia and Aunt Wong have surrounded Wu Hui's home, claiming they're going to catch a thief. Is that true? What about the village head? Why isn't he intervening? Oh, come on. Old Yang's daughter-in-law has just given birth. She's probably still in the hospital. Then we should hurry over to see. Furrowing his brow, Wu Hui listened to the villagers' gossip. Hearing that Wu Haixia and Aunt Wong were causing a commotion at his home tightened his chest, and he hurriedly made his way back. By the time Wu Hui arrived, his home was encircled by a throng of villagers, chattering incessantly. Among them, Aunt Wong and Wu Haixia stood out prominently. Unlike Aunt Wong's haughty demeanor, Wu Haixia appeared somewhat flustered. "Sister, you've done well. Now it's my turn." With that, Aunt Wong strode confidently to the center of the crowd, hands on her hips, and bellowed, "Wu Hui's wife. Come out, you wretched girl." Creaking open, the door revealed Yuxin, who stepped outside, her face a portrait of confusion. "Aunt Wong, what is it that you want?" "What do I want?" "Naturally, to catch a thief. Where's Wu Hui? Have him come out." Aunt Wong raised her right hand, aggressively pointing at Yuxin's head, as though she were the embodiment of justice. Feeling the heat rise within her at Aunt Wong's accusatory gesture, Yuxin retorted, "Aunt Wong, I made it very clear at noon. This meat was purchased by Wu Hui, not stolen. If you continue with these baseless accusations, I will call the police." Yuxin expected that her declaration would cause Aunt Wong to retreat, but she severely underestimated Aunt Wong's audacity. With a mocking grin, Aunt Wong replied, "Call the police? Excellent. My husband has gone to seek the police. I trust they will arrive shortly. If you have anything to say, do so with the authorities." As if in response, Aunt Wang's husband came rushing over. "Indeed, I have already reported you. None of the Wu family will escape." A middle-aged man laughed arrogantly, his gaze lingering on Yuxin's graceful figure, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. He had long promised this woman a better life should she comply with his wishes. Just look at the situation now. If Wu Hui finds himself in custody, let us see how you and your daughter fare. Still dare to maintain your lofty ideals. The man thought to himself, a lewd grin spreading across his face, his eyes glimmering with depravity. Beside him, Aunt Wang stared at her husband in disgust, her teeth clenched in frustration, unable to unleash her anger in front of the villagers. She redirected her ire towards Yuxin. Truly, it seems that like attracts like, the man steals and the woman is unfaithful. What a perfect match. Aunt Wang's words drew the attention of the villagers, who began to whisper and gossip amongst themselves. "You are the one lacking virtue. You've lost your mind." Yuxin retorted fiercely. She had never encountered such shameless neighbors before. The audacity of their slander was astounding. Upon hearing Yuxin's response, Aunt Wang merely smiled, her lips curling into a sneer. "Everyone knows whether I uphold virtue or not. It is you, you little wretch, who resembles a seductress with your fair and delicate appearance. Who can guarantee your fidelity? Moreover, Wu Hui is unreliable, and you're nearly out of food at home. I dare say you might resort to trading your body for sustenance." Ha ha! The crowd erupted in laughter at Aunt Wang's words. For them, witnessing such a spectacle in their mundane lives brought a measure of joy. You might not be wrong about that. Indeed, it is quite plausible. After all, doesn't she constantly work at other people's homes? How could there be so much work for her? Listening to the villagers' conversations, Yuxin felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She had done nothing wrong. Why was Aunt Wang defaming her? And why did everyone only heed Aunt Wang's account? Anger burned fiercely within her. She took a deep breath to quell the turmoil inside. Although she felt wronged, Yuxin understood that patience was essential in such moments. After several deep breaths, her agitation gradually subsided. Finally, she spoke. "Is that so, Aunt Wang? I have heard that in your youth, you had connections with Wang Li and Lu Jia from the neighboring village. It seems those ties were only severed a few years ago." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed on Aunt Wang, her plump figure and wrinkled visage evoking disgust. How could someone so repugnant have engaged in such acts? What are you all staring at? This is slander. Don't listen to her fabrications. Aunt Wang exclaimed, panic rising within her. She understood all too well that Yuxin's words were grounded in truth. In her youth, she had indeed been involved with several men from the village, even undergoing an abortion. Had she not gained weight over the years, resembling a pig, she might still have maintained those connections. But how did Yuxin come to know of these matters? There was no time for contemplation. Aunt Wang glanced at her husband, who was observing her with a gaze filled with suspicion. A wave of panic washed over her, and she hurriedly explained, "Old Li, you must believe me. I have never engaged in such actions." Chapter 12. Yuxin is struck. Wu Hui's fury, "I can't believe you." As Lao Li spoke, he delivered a resounding slap to Aunt Wang's face. The sound echoed, and Aunt Wang fell to the ground, disbelief etched across her features. A distinct handprint marred her plump, wrinkled face. "Li Lin, you beast, how dare you strike me? I will fight back," Aunt Wang exclaimed, scrambling to her feet to confront Li Lin. Yet, her corpulent form stood no chance against him. In mere moments, she was brought down again, curling up in defeat. "You vile woman, dare you oppose me? I will end you," Li Lin shouted, simultaneously berating her as he kicked her fiercely. It wasn't until her cries of agony filled the air that the onlookers finally reacted, rushing forward to intervene. "Gam Dao, Lao Li, quickly, someone pull him away. Don't pull me, Lao Lu. You got the wrong person." The crowd encircled the furious Li Lin, struggling for some time before managing to separate the two. "I can't go on like this. Dad, did you see that? Your son is beating me. Did you see?" Without the onslaught of Li Lin, Aunt Wang collapsed on the ground, pounding the earth and wailing. "Enough. Silence yourself." As the crowd restrained Li Lin, he shook off their grasp, pointing an accusatory finger at Aunt Wang in rage. You harlot! I thought you had turned over a new leaf, yet here you are. At this point, Lanlan could no longer articulate his thoughts. His expression a mask of fury directed at the weeping Aunt Wang. In truth, Lanlan had an inkling about his wife's misdeeds, though he lacked concrete evidence. The public revelation by Yuxin had ignited his fury, and he longed to silence her. Jia, stop crying. The matters between you two should be resolved later. Let us not forget we are here to address Wu Hui's theft. At this moment, Wu Hui, who had been silent for a considerable time, finally spoke, reminding Aunt Wang of the pressing issue at hand. Upon hearing Wu Hui's reminder, Aunt Wang paused, quickly regaining her composure. Yes, let us first deal with this wretched person. She is the cause of my misfortunes. Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived yet? Aunt Wang's loud lamentations left Yuxin exasperated. She shook her head, letting out a sigh. She had hoped this incident would pass, but now, Wu Hui had emerged from seemingly nowhere, adding to the chaos. Aunt Wang, consumed by rage, felt as if her vision was clouded by fury. Seeing Yuxin shake her head, she mistook it for disdain, erupting in anger. Oh, you've brought me to this state, and now you look down upon me. I will make you pay. With that, Aunt Wang charged forward. Surprisingly, her hefty form moved with unexpected agility. The handprint on her face made her resemble a monstrous figure. In an instant, she stood before Yuxin, raising her hand to strike her. The incoming slap left Yuxin no time to react. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. Smack! But the anticipated danger never materialized. When she cautiously opened her eyes, she beheld a familiar, broad silhouette. Wu Hui had returned. This rascal had finally shown up. Another spectacle is about to unfold. Unlike the villagers who were chattering incessantly, Yuxin exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing at the familiar silhouette, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, something she never anticipated. You have returned. Yuxin whispered softly. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to return to my own home? Wu Hui replied with a smile, playfully teasing her to ease her emotions. He then turned his attention to the lump of flesh sprawled on the ground, his expression turning frigid. Aunt Wang, if I recall correctly, you're my neighbor. What compelled you to seek death in such a reckless manner? At this moment, Wu Hui was genuinely enraged. Anyone familiar with him from his past life would recognize the gravity of his expression. The lump of flesh slowly lifted its head, revealing a handprint on the other side of Aunt Wang's face. Confused and dazed, she could only ponder a singular question. How did I inexplicably end up on the ground? And why does my left cheek feel so painfully hot? As the villagers rushed to assist the fallen Aunt Wang, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Wu Hui, how could you strike Aunt Wang? One villager exclaimed. Indeed, no matter the circumstance, you should never resort to violence. The villagers' remarks ignited a furious blaze within Wu Hui. What? Now everyone is suddenly so eloquent. Why were you all mute moments ago? When my wife was nearly assaulted by this hefty woman, where were your interventions? Now you all act like paragons of virtue. Such blatant double standards. The crowd fell momentarily silent in response to Wu Hui's words. Yet some stubborn villagers retorted, You speak nonsense. We simply didn't react in time. Wu Hui shot back without hesitation. And if you had, would you have intervened? I doubt it. After all, her son is a leader at the county factory. You would be eager to curry favor with her. His words struck a chord, leaving the villagers speechless. It was a well-known fact that Aunt Wang's son held a leadership position at the county woodworking factory. Cultivating a good relationship with her could potentially secure jobs for their own children, which was a significant opportunity in these times, especially in a stable workplace like a woodworking factory. How dare you strike me, you insolent brat? Aunt Wang, regaining her composure, quickly rose to her feet, preparing to retaliate, her voice filled with venom. Come any closer, and I swear I'll slap you again. Wu Hui bellowed at the sight of Aunt Wang, who resembled a crazed woman. Having already received a slap, why would you rush forward? Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't act so recklessly. Perhaps Wu Hui's fierce demeanor intimidated Aunt Wang. She halted in her tracks, trembling and unwilling to advance. After a prolonged silence, she finally exclaimed, Liu, I've been assaulted, and you won't intervene. Are you not a man at all? This foolishness. Li Lin, hiding behind the crowd, scratched his head, feeling utterly bewildered. After the recent events, Li Lin gradually regained his composure, realizing that family disputes should not be aired publicly. He resolved to return home with Aunt Wang to address the matter. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He contemplated that while he could not confront her directly, perhaps Wu Hui could teach her a lesson, allowing her to experience some hardship. Later, he would emerge to confront Wu Hui and vent his frustrations. However, to his surprise, his typically fearless wife appeared to be frightened this time and even requested his assistance. Li Lin shook his head, pursed his lips, and reluctantly stepped out of the crowd. He cleared his throat a couple of times. Cough, cough. Wu Hui, apologize to my wife. I shall overlook this matter. Hearing Li Lin's commanding tone, Wu Hui let out a cold snort. Were you? Wu Hui, do not push your luck. I demand an apology. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Li Lin, filled with rage, rolled up his sleeves and spoke with fierce determination. Then go ahead and try. Wu Hui's expression turned icy, a flicker of anger surfacing in his demeanor. Damn it! How dare you be so ungrateful? Li Lin could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and swung his fist fiercely towards Wu Hui. Be careful! Yuxin exclaimed in shock. Chapter 13. The police arrive, be careful. Yuxin exclaimed, her face pale with fright. However, upon hearing her warning, Wu Hui remained unperturbed. Who was Wu Hui? He was notorious in the village for his brawling prowess. Fighting was merely part of his daily routine. As he observed the fist flying towards him, he calmly stepped back, evading the blow. He then lifted his right foot and delivered a fierce kick to Li Lin's abdomen. With a resounding thud, a dark figure was sent hurtling backward. The onlookers turned to witness Li Lin sprawled 3 meters away, clutching his stomach with a look of sheer agony. The intense pain in his abdomen caused a wave of nausea to wash over him, and he could not suppress the urge to vomit. Oldly, Aunt Wang rushed towards Li Lin upon seeing him retching uncontrollably. Yet, as she drew near, a foul stench assaulted her senses, forcing her to halt in disgust. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, the air was thick with a pungent odor that made everyone wrinkle their noses in revulsion. What on earth has Old Li eaten? It's unbearable. I feel like I might vomit too, it's so foul. I can't take it anymore. I need to step outside. With that, several villagers retreated to catch their breath, some even succumbing to the urge to vomit. Wu Hui covered his nose, his brow furrowed in distaste. Yuxin, you should go inside. It stinks too much out here. But Aunt Wang, don't worry. I'll handle this. Before Yuxin could finish her sentence, Wu Hui pushed her through the door. The stench was unbearable, and he could not allow her to remain there any longer. As he glanced at the affectionate couple, he also noticed Aunt Wang, who was hunched over in disgust, struggling to contain her nausea. For the first time, Li Lin felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Why was Wu Hui's wife so beautiful and virtuous, while he was stuck with someone like this? Li Lin couldn't fathom it, and his gaze towards Wu Hui grew increasingly furious, filled with malice. You, just wait for it. I will have someone take you down. He spat, clutching his stomach and gritting his teeth. In response to Li Lin's threat, Wu Hui merely sneered, his expression icy. Oh really? Then I'll just summon my brothers to block your door every day. Let us see who comes out on top. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Li Lin's pupils contracted as he suddenly recalled that this man was a well-known troublemaker in the village, and his companions were not to be trifled with. If Wu Hui truly brought his friends to besiege his home, he would be in serious trouble. The thought nearly caused him to spit blood in frustration. He was outmatched in fighting and insults. What was he to do? Aunt Wang, standing at a distance, was equally alarmed by Wu Hui's declaration. Just as she contemplated abandoning Li Lin to flee, Wu Haixia, who had been covering her nose, quickly interjected, Sister Wang, don't be afraid. Have you forgotten why we're here? Wu Hui is a thief and has just assaulted you and Brother Li. When the police arrive, let us see how he handles that. Wu Haixia would not easily let go of Wu Hui's family. After all, it was she who disseminated the information. With Wang Auntie and Li Ge having been assaulted, if the situation remained unresolved, she would inevitably find herself on the receiving end of Wang Auntie's wrath. She certainly did not wish for her son to lose his job. I am sorry, Wu Hui, but for the sake of my dear Ke, I wish for your entire family to perish. Wu Haixia silently vowed, her gaze fixed malevolently upon Wu Hui. Upon hearing her words, Wang Auntie's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Earlier, she had been so frightened by Wu Hui that she nearly forgot about the police. It was only when Wang Auntie reminded her that the thought resurfaced. With this in mind, Wang Auntie felt considerably more at ease. Wu Hui, how dare you strike me and my husband? When the police arrive, I shall see how you will handle this. After saying this, she even managed a malicious grin. Police? Wu Hui muttered. Yes, when the police arrive, not only will I accuse you of theft, but I will also charge you with assault. Just wait to be taken into custody. Wang Auntie declared with an air of superiority, as if she were not the one who had just been left in a disgraceful state. Theft? Wu Hui mumbled. On the way here, he had indeed overheard some villagers discussing a theft. However, he had been too anxious at the time to ascertain the cause of the situation, only to see Wang Auntie preparing to strike Yuxin, prompting him to rush in. In retrospect, that incident did seem to exist. What have I stolen? Wu Hui asked coldly. As for the assault, he readily admitted it. After all, he had just struck both Wang Auntie and her husband. He would not deny it, nor could he. But to accuse him of theft? Such petty thievery was beneath him. Wu Hui, do not play the fool. You know exactly what you have done, so there is no need for further explanations. Seeing Wang Auntie's infuriating expression, Wu Hui could not be bothered to question her further. He turned and sat on the threshold, awaiting the arrival of the police. Witnessing Wu Hui's obedient demeanor, a smile crept onto Wang Auntie's lips, causing her to forget about her husband, who was sitting on the ground, clutching his stomach in discomfort. Moments later, a villager rushed over in haste. 3 police officers have arrived in the village and are on their way here. Wang Auntie's heart swelled with joy, exclaiming good. 3 times. Wu Hui looked up to see 3 uniformed officers, their expressions stern, approaching. Who called the police? One officer asked gravely. I did. Wang Auntie leaped up to stand before the officer, expressing her dissatisfaction. Why did you take so long to arrive? You are moving too slowly. In response to the concerns of the public, the police maintained their patience. Apologies, comrade. The mountain roads are quite rugged and difficult to traverse. I have been assaulted, and you only just arrived? Your efficiency is appalling. Despite the officer's gentle demeanor, Wang Auntie remained obstinate. Officer Wang furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Wang Auntie without uttering a word. He then turned to the man beside him. Hello, comrade. May I ask if you were responsible for this? Officer Wang, true to his profession, recognized him immediately. Yes, officer. I am Wu Hui. The injury on her left cheek was inflicted by me. Upon hearing Wu Hui's audacious admission, Wang Jian nodded in acknowledgement. He appreciated such cooperation among the people, as it undeniably enhanced work efficiency. Just as he was poised to continue his inquiry, the nearby Aunt Wang suddenly interjected, her voice laced with malice. Officer, do not heed his nonsensical claims. The injuries upon my face were inflicted by him. If you doubt it, behold. As she spoke, she displayed her plump, wrinkled visage. Perhaps due to her recent fall, Aunt Wang's face was marred by a considerable amount of mud, though it was not conspicuous at first glance. Wang Ye squinted, scrutinizing her face for a considerable time before discerning the distinct handprint etched upon her cheek, one on each side, perfectly aligned. Chapter 14. Compensation for Emotional Distress Officer. I admit that I struck her. However, I merely slapped her left cheek. As for the right side, I cannot say, Wu Hui explained calmly. You're talking nonsense. If you didn't T-strike me, then where did this slap mark on my face come from? Am I to believe that I inflicted this upon myself? Aunt Wang erupted in fury, seemingly emboldened by the presence of the police, as she directed a torrent of insults towards Wu Hui. Who knows? Perhaps it was indeed you who struck yourself in a moment of madness? Wu Hui retorted nonchalantly. You. Aunt Wang trembled with rage as she pointed accusingly at Wu Hui. As it appeared that a quarrel was about to ensue, Wang Jie intervened with a loud admonition. Enough. Both of you, please calm down, Wang Jie asserted before turning to Wu Hui with a serious expression. Comrade Wu, I shall ask you once more. Did you inflict the injury on her right cheek? No, Wu Hui answered with dignity and composure. Wang Jie nodded thoughtfully, and then turned his attention to Aunt Wang. Madam, are you certain that all the injuries on your face were caused by him? Yes, he is the one who struck me, Aunt Wang affirmed, nodding vigorously. Moreover, it was not just me. My husband was also assaulted by him. Officer, you must seek justice for us. Tears streamed down her face, portraying a picture of profound grievance. Your husband? Wang Jie murmured softly, lifting his gaze to the distance. He noticed a middle-aged man seated on the ground, clutching his abdomen. A look of distress etched upon his features. Please go check on him, Wang Jie instructed the officers. Understood. The two officers promptly approached the man to assist him and begin their inquiries. Observing his colleagues tending to Lanlan, Wang Jie turned once again to Wu Hui. This time, however, his gaze was sharp, as though he were scrutinizing a suspect. Officer, I indeed struck Lanlan, Wu Hui declared, unfazed by Wang Jie's intense scrutiny, and he nodded with an air of candor. Witnessing Wu Hui's voluntary admission, Wang Jie's brow furrowed in mild astonishment. Typically, offenders strive to exonerate themselves, yet he had never encountered someone so forthright in their acknowledgement of wrongdoing. At that moment, Wu Haixia seized the opportunity, advancing eagerly to add her embellishments. Officer, Wu Hui is notorious in our village as a ruffian. He spends his days in idleness, drinking and brawling. He is far from a decent person. You must apprehend him and thoroughly interrogate him. There may be further revelations. Wang Jie's brow knitted with concern as he cast a glance at Wu Hui. He found it difficult to imagine that such a young man could be a ne'er-do-well. Certainly, Wang Jie would not merely take Aunt Wang's word for it. He proceeded to consult with his colleagues to ascertain the situation. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lanlan, supported by the two officers, rose to his feet and began to walk away. Upon seeing Lanlan being escorted by the police, Aunt Wang was immediately thrown into a state of panic and rushed forward to obstruct their path. What are you doing? Is there any sense at all? This is my husband, the victim. Do you even realize you have apprehended the wrong person? Being insulted for no reason, the two officers furrowed their brows slightly. However, considering their position, they chose to endure the situation. We are not here to arrest him. We have noticed that this gentleman is feeling unwell and we intend to take him to the hospital, one of the officers said with displeasure. To the hospital? Which hospital? Going to the hospital costs money, you know. We're not going. Aunt Wang quickly seized Lanlan's arm, holding him tightly, disregarding the unpleasant odor. Lanlan, already suffering from stomach ache, felt a surge of anger upon hearing his wife refuse to let him go to the hospital to save money. You wretched woman, what are you trying to do? I'm in excruciating pain, and you still want tea. Let me go to the hospital. What are you scheming? Let me go at once. Lanlan cursed vehemently, attempting to push her away. Yet Aunt Wang held on too tightly, and with the pain in his abdomen, he found it difficult to resist. Despite his best efforts, he could not break free from her embrace, which only tightened further. Aunt Wang was well aware that a visit to the hospital would easily cost a substantial amount, money she was unwilling to part with for Lanlan's treatment. The two officers were taken aback, having never encountered such a situation before, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, it was Officer Wang Jie who stepped forward, shaking his head and explaining, Madam, if this continues, your husband's health may deteriorate. It would be best to take him to the hospital. No, we have no money. Aunt Wang clung to Lanlan, exhibiting a stubbornness akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Wang Jie shook his head, managing a wry smile. You won't need to spend any money. This gentleman, Wu, has already admitted to assaulting your husband. He will cover the medical expenses. With that, Wang Jie turned to Wu Hui. After a moment of contemplation, Wu nodded, his agreement satisfying Wang Jie. He continued, Madam, please allow your husband to go to the hospital. Once this matter is resolved, Mr. Wu will reimburse you for the medical costs. Really? Upon hearing that there would be no expenses incurred, Aunt Wang was overjoyed and quickly released Lanlan. With genuine concern, she urged, Li, hurry to the hospital. Your health is paramount. If the county hospital isn't sufficient, then go to the city hospital. Don't worry about the cost. The onlookers felt a wave of disgust. What kind of person is she? If the county hospital isn't good enough, then just go to the city hospital. It seems she only cares about spending someone else's money. However, no one spoke out. as the situation did not concern them, and there was no need to interfere. At that moment, Lanlan was too preoccupied to pay attention to the comments. He merely grunted in acknowledgement and prepared to leave. Just as he raised his foot to depart, Wu Hui unexpectedly spoke up, her words compelling Lanlan to halt and listen attentively. "Excuse me, officer, may I ask? I remember that when someone is assaulted, not only can they claim medical expenses, but also compensation for emotional distress. Is that true?" Wu Hui inquired uncertainly. This notion of emotional distress compensation was something Aunt Wang had heard from her son, but the details had become muddled over time. With the police present, it seemed the perfect moment to seek clarification. In response to Wu Hui's inquiry, Wang Jie remained indifferent and remarked, "Indeed, should the situation escalate, Comrade Wu ought to compensate Comrade Li for emotional damages." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang widened her eyes in astonishment and, brimming with excitement, inquired, "So, I can also do the same?" "Absolutely," Wang Jie affirmed with a nod. At this point, Lanlan could no longer contain himself and promptly sat down on the ground, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 15. Proving oneself, Ali, perhaps due to the lure of money. Aunt Wang's reaction was remarkably swift. Upon hearing the wails, she rushed forward and embraced Lanlan, weeping profusely. "Sister Wang, Brother Li, are you both all right?" Witnessing the dramatic display from Aunt Wang and Lanlan, Wu Hui feigned a few tears, filled with regret for not having spoken more earlier, and for not being the one that Wu Hui had struck. Their theatrics left the onlookers bewildered. "Captain, what? Koging lichtli, vang, ye interested ladies. Now is not the time for tears. Your husband is not feeling well. It would be prudent to take him to the hospital." "Ah, yes. Old Li, you should head to the hospital. I will handle things here," Aunt Wang exclaimed, rising hastily, her face a mask of concern. Observing Aunt Wang's insincere demeanor, Lanlan understood her intentions all too well. If he went to the hospital, he would forfeit any claim to compensation for mental distress. No, he resolutely vowed to himself that he could not go to the hospital. In truth, ever since Aunt Wang had gained weight a few years back, Lanlan had found her increasingly repulsive. However, she had given birth to his son, and he lacked sufficient grounds for a divorce. But today, when Yuxin revealed Aunt Wang's secret, Lanlan's patience reached its breaking point. He recognized it as a chance for divorce, a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he declared, "I will not return. I intend to stay here and witness how the police uphold justice for the common people." Lanlan spoke with such conviction, as if he had genuinely suffered a grave injustice. Observing his refusal to seek medical attention, Aunt Wang inwardly cursed him but chose not to voice her thoughts. After all, their common adversary was Wu Hui. Wang Jie furrowed his brow, feeling at a loss despite his extensive experience with such unruly individuals. Wu Hui, watching the two roll on the ground in anguish, sneered, "There is no need for theatrics. I will compensate as warranted." However, his tone turned icy. "You come to my home to create a disturbance. How do you propose we resolve this?" Aunt Wang initially felt a flicker of hope at Wu Hui's first statement, believing he might back down and apologize. Yet, the subsequent words ignited her fury. "What disturbance are we causing? What crime have we committed? You assaulted us. Then why did I strike you?" Wu Hui replied, arms crossed, his demeanor as frigid as ice. This left Aunt Wang momentarily speechless and flustered. She could hardly confess to the police that she had instigated the violence. That would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Observing her stammering, Wang Jie's expression sharpened as he pressed. "Speak up. What exactly happened?" "This is..." Aunt Wang hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Finally, Wu Hui intervened. "Allow me to clarify. They came to my home to cause trouble and nearly harm my wife. I cannot restrain myself and struck her, prompting her husband to come at me, only to be swiftly knocked down by my kick." Thus unfolded the incident, as Wu Hui recounted the events succinctly, neither embellishing nor omitting a single detail. "Oh," Wang Jie remarked, casting a discerning glance at Wu Hui, whose demeanor suggested he was not fabricating the tale. He then turned his attention to Aunt Wang. "Is this how it transpired?" The woman hesitated, locking eyes with Wang Jie, feeling as if she were a criminal undergoing interrogation, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Just as Aunt Wang floundered in her uncertainty, Wu Hui sensed the discord and promptly interjected. The crux of the matter is that Wu Hui was caught stealing, which compelled us to confront him. We did not intend to cause a ruckus. We merely sought to reason with him. Who would have anticipated his unreasonable nature, resorting to violence against anyone in sight? Upon hearing this, Wang Jie turned his gaze towards Wu Hui. Although he despised interruptions during his inquiries, the current situation rendered such matters trivial. His primary concern was the accusation of theft against Wu Hui. What did you steal? Wang Jie asked, his tone frigid. The icy countenance and narrowed eyes conveyed a clear message. Should Wu Hui admit to the theft, Wang Jie would not hesitate to take him into custody without mercy. I did not steal anything, Wu Hui replied, maintaining his composure. You lie. If you haven't stolen anything, you would starve. You are nothing but a scoundrel who spends his days gambling and abusing his wife. Perhaps emboldened by Wu Hui's earlier strike, Aunt Wang seized the opportunity to berate him. Her emotions running high. Ignoring her raucous accusations, Wu Hui turned to Wang Jie, his expression serious. Officer, I did not steal anything. In fact, I was entirely unaware of my actions. I returned home to find them causing a disturbance in my residence, which is why I reacted in self-defense. Wang Jie scrutinized both Wu Hui and Aunt Wang. Truth be told, he found himself leaning slightly in favor of Wu Hui. After their earlier exchange, it became evident to him that Aunt Wang was a fountain of falsehoods, unworthy of trust. What exactly did he steal? Wang Jie pressed, his gaze fixed upon Aunt Wang, his eyes brimming with authority. He stole meat. I saw it today. His family is eating meat, Aunt Wang declared with indignation. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. Is that so? You call the police merely because someone else was enjoying meat? Do you possess any evidence? At that moment, Wang Jie was seething with anger, on the verge of losing his temper. Evidence? What evidence? Do you think I would fabricate a story? And why are you so irate? Are you, as a police officer, threatening to strike me? Go ahead, I dare you, Aunt Wang retorted, plopping onto the ground and weeping uncontrollably. Help! Look, the police are abusing their power. Her cries attracted a throng of villagers, all pointing and murmuring amongst themselves. Wang Jie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. He had never encountered such an incorrigible individual. As more villagers gathered, he realized that if he failed to manage this situation deftly, his professional reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Wu Hui cast a sidelong glance at the beleaguered Wang Jie, contemplating his next move. Addressing Aunt Wang, who was rolling on the ground, he remarked, Are you implying that I must resort to thievery in order for my family to have meat? If not, how else could I afford it? Are you unaware of your own circumstances? Turning to the villagers, he inquired, Isn't that so? Aunt Wang's words resonated with the majority of those present, who eagerly echoed their agreement. The villagers were well aware of Wu Hui's situation. Such extravagance was utterly implausible. Witnessing the nods of agreement from the surrounding villagers, a satisfied smile graced Aunt Wang's face. She had achieved her objective. With a triumphant glance towards Wu Hui, her eyes gleamed with pride. Observing the villagers whispering among themselves and Aunt Wang's self-satisfied demeanor, Wu Hui scoffed disdainfully. Since everyone believes I am a thief, allow me to demonstrate otherwise. Officer, Wang Jie looked at Wu Hui in confusion. I shall just retrieve something from inside. Please bear with me for a moment. With that, Wu Hui turned to head indoors. Chapter 16, I shall accuse you of defamation now. You cannot leave. What if you flee? As Wu Hui prepared to enter the house, Aunt Wang hastily scrambled to her feet, extending her plump hand towards him. Wu Hui stepped back, evading her grasp. Aunt Wang, allow me to remind you one last time. Words are one thing, but do not resort to physical means, he said with an icy tone. Observing the frosty expression on Wu Hui's face, Aunt Wang felt a sharp pang in her cheek. In a fluster, she glanced at Wang Jie, which gave her a semblance of confidence. Who knows if he might run away? Wu Hui, exasperated by such foolishness, shook his head and proceeded into the house. This insolent wretch. Seeing Wu Hui disregard her, Aunt Wang trembled with anger, finally managing to utter a phrase after a prolonged silence. All right, Sister Wang, calm down. Let Wu Hui revel for a moment. When he comes out, he will have his turn to weep. Upon hearing Wu Haixia's words, Aunt Wang suppressed her fury and nodded heavily. Her teeth clenched as she thought, Wu Hui, I shall make you pay dearly for this. Approximately 5 minutes later, the door of Wu Hui's home creaked open. Officer! Wu Hui emerged from the house, standing before Wang Jia. Officer, look! Wu Hui extended his right hand, revealing a large sum of cash in his palm. Under the sunlight, the money gleamed brilliantly, causing Aunt Wang's eyes to redden with envy. She fixated on it, knowing that this was a significant amount, 10 yuan. If she were frugal, it could last her at least a week. The thought made Aunt Wang's breath quicken. Her vision clouded with desire, wishing to seize it immediately. Wu Hui, of course, noticed the longing in Aunt Wang's gaze and smirked dismissively, choosing to ignore her. Officer, this money was saved by my wife. It was purchased with this very sum. Wu Hui continued, reaching into his pocket to produce something else, which he handed to Wang Jia. Wang Jia glanced at Wu Hui and then bowed his head to accept it. Upon opening his palm, he discovered it was a meat coupon. Where did you obtain these coupons? Wang Jia inquired, returning them to Wu Hui. His tone had softened considerably. After all, Wu Hui's ability to present both money and coupons indicated that the meat was not stolen. This coupon was issued by our village. Previously, we lacked the funds to purchase meat, so my wife saved them. As for this money, it was given by my in-laws to provide some nourishment for my daughter, Lanlan. Wu Hui did not speak entirely the truth, yet he did not lie either. As he recounted the origins of the money, Aunt Wang furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. Could it be true that these items were indeed given by Wu Hui's in-laws? If so, would that mean Wu Hui would not face imprisonment? With this thought, Aunt Wang glanced at Wu Haixia, who understood immediately and stepped forward. Did you say this was given by your in-laws or your in-laws? Perhaps this is what you stole. After all, there is no evidence, right? Wu Haixia believed herself to be exceptionally clever, though there was no evidence to substantiate such a claim. Ultimately, Wu Hui would have to bear the brunt of this silent grievance. Upon hearing Wu Haixia's words, Wu Hui pressed his lips together in contemplation, having anticipated that Aunt Wang and the others would express such sentiments. Very well. If that is the case, I shall provide proof. With this declaration, Wu Hui turned to the villagers who had gathered around and called out loudly, I wish to inquire, has anyone here lost a large sum of money? Please step forward. This was precisely Wu Hui's intention. In this remote village, families primarily relied on agriculture for their livelihood, and few had any significant amount of money to spare. After a moment of silence, as Wu Hui had expected, the villagers murmured among themselves, yet not a single individual stepped forth. This situation caused Aunt Wang to become increasingly anxious, prompting her to stride over to a villager. Old Li, please hurry home and check if any money has been stolen. Taken aback by Aunt Wang's sudden inquiry, old Lu hesitated. I haven't lost anything. And you? Aunt Wang turned to another villager. I haven't lost anything either. Surely, someone must have lost something. Aunt Wang continued to question several others, but the outcome remained unchanged. Frustrated, Aunt Wang clenched her teeth and stubbornly insisted. Even if it wasn't tea stolen from here, it must have been taken from somewhere else. Thus, her implication was clear, regardless of the circumstances. The money was undoubtedly stolen by Wu Hui. Wu Hui regarded Aunt Wang with an amused smile, realizing for the first time the extent of human obstinacy. How had he not noticed such behavior in his past life? Indeed, you are the thief. Otherwise, present your evidence. In truth, Aunt Wang had already begun to suspect that the money was given to Wu Hui by his mother-in-law. However, she could not bear to accept this reality. As long as Wu Hui could not provide evidence to refute the accusation, the money would remain labeled as stolen by him. Evidence, is it? Wu Hui then produced an envelope and handed it to Wang Jia. Officer, this envelope serves as evidence. My mother-in-law sends money every month via letters, and this can be verified. You may conduct an investigation. These envelopes were recently acquired from Yuxin when Wu Hui had entered the house. He was aware that his mother-in-law regularly sent a sum of money to support household expenses. Yet, before Yuxin could receive the envelopes, they would often be appropriated by her for gambling and drinking. Consequently, the envelopes remained with Yuxin. Now, they would prove invaluable. Wang Jia examined the envelopes, and, at that moment, was entirely convinced of Wu Hui's statements. After all, these documents could be thoroughly verified. Wu Hui had no grounds to fabricate a story. Nevertheless, belief does not negate the necessity of investigation. This was Wang Jie's commitment to his profession. Shaoli, please make a call to verify. Understood. After a brief interval. Captain, I inquired, and it is indeed true. Wang Jie nodded and smiled at Wu Hui. Comrade Wu, the matter is now clear. You did not steal anything. Thank you, officer. Upon hearing Wang Jie's words, Aunt Wang felt as if a pot of boiling water was surging within her chest, her teeth grinding together, and her eyes wide with fury, wishing to devour Wu Hui whole. Through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "So what? Even if you did not steal anything, the fact remains that you assaulted me and my husband. You must compensate me for my emotional distress." In her final words, Aunt Wang nearly shouted, her face contorted with rage, her voice rumbling like distant thunder. In stark contrast to Aunt Wang's fury, Wu Hui displayed an icy demeanor, betraying no visible anger. Yet, his gaze burned with intense fire. "Very well. I shall cover your medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress." However, Wu Hui suddenly paused, his eyes widening with fury as he fixed a penetrating glare on Aunt Wang. "I shall sue you for defamation." Chapter 17. Wu Hui, I will not let you off defamation. Aunt Wang and Wu Haixiao exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. "Officer, what does defamation mean?" Aunt Wang inquired, perplexed. In response to her question, Officer Wang Jie, with his professional demeanor, elucidated, defamation refers to the act of fabricating false facts and damaging another's reputation, collectively termed as defamation. Aunt Wang was taken aback. What does that mean? So, expressing my thoughts could be a crime? This mouth is mine. Can I say what I wish? But what could be the consequences? Wu Haixia, her face pale with fear, anxiously asked. Observing her distress, Wang Jie pondered for a moment before replying. Intentional defamation typically results in detention of up to 5 days or a fine. In more severe cases, it could lead to administrative detention ranging from 5 to 10 days. And if it constitutes a crime, one could face imprisonment of up to 3 years. Aunt Wang gasped, her heart racing. She had never anticipated the seriousness of defamation. So, if that is the case, I might not only face detention or a fine, but could even be sentenced. At this moment, Wu Haixiao was equally bewildered. Although the entire situation had been instigated by Aunt Wang, it was she who had disseminated the rumors. The thought of potentially going to prison made Wu Haixiao's legs tremble. Sister Wang, what? What should we do? She stammered in a panicked voice. Aunt Wang looked up at Wu Haixia, momentarily stunned before a thought struck her. What does it have to do with me? You were the one spreading rumors, not I. Her abrupt shift in demeanor left Wu Haixia momentarily speechless. After a while, she finally reacted. You wretched woman. Don't forget, you were the one who instructed me. Officer, she was the one who coerced me into this. I am not culpable. Wu Haixiao exclaimed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Aunt Wang. Upon hearing Wu Haixia claim to be the mastermind, Aunt Wang grew furious and shouted back. What did you just say? Speak again, and I swear I could make your son disappear. Let him disappear. If I go down, there is no way my son will be spared. Don't think you can intimidate me. Wu Haixia, like a rabid dog, lashed out at Aunt Wang. You, what do you mean by that? You dare threaten me? The two engaged in a fierce verbal sparring match. Eventually, Aunt Wang could no longer contain herself and struck out, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed around them. Wu Haixia's eyes glazed over as a surge of pain radiated from her right cheek. Rubbing her face, she felt the sting of the blow, and her anger erupted like a volcano. You dare hit me. I will fight you. The two women quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and tearing at each other as clothes and hair. Ultimately, it took considerable effort from Officer Wang Jie to separate them, panting heavily as he restrained their fury. Aunt Wang gasped for breath, exclaiming, Officer, quickly take this wretched woman away, lock her up, and ensure she never emerges. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore the marks of scratches, with even a patch of her scalp missing. Her menacing gaze fixed intently on Wu Haixia. Police officer, do not listen to her. She is the mastermind. Wu Haixia was equally breathless, her eyes locked onto Aunt Wang. Compared to Aunt Wang, Wu Haixia appeared even worse off, with handprints adorning her face, her clothes in disarray, and fresh bite marks stained with blood around her neck. Enough. If you continue to cause a scene, I will arrest you both. Wu Jie bellowed, his stern and resounding voice jolting the two women back to reality. Comrade Wu, are you certain you wish to accuse them of defamation? Once Aunt Wang and Wu Haixia had calmed down, Wu Jie finally posed a question to Wu Hui. In truth, Wu Jie did not desire to escalate the situation. Although neither woman was virtuous, in this era, even a mere detention could carry severe consequences. Their sons would likely be expelled, making it challenging for them to find employment, forcing them to return to agricultural labor. Officer, I understand your perspective, Wu Hui replied with a light chuckle. However, I must pursue defamation charges against her. Upon hearing Wu Hui's intention to file charges, Aunt Wang and Wu Haixia felt their hearts leap to their throats, daring not to breathe. Their hearts pounding so fiercely that it felt as if they were suffocating. No, Wu Hui, this is all a misunderstanding. I am not the one spreading rumors. It is this wretched woman's fault. You speak nonsense. Wu Hui, do not heed this madwoman. She orchestrated everything. She is the true mastermind. You vile creature. You are the one slandering me. You are the vile one. Enough. Wu Jie roared again, interrupting their exchange. Wu Hui, if you let me go, I shall forfeit any claims for emotional damages and medical expenses. What do you say? Aunt Wang pleaded, her earlier arrogance completely diminished, now reduced to a weeping figure seeking Wu Hui's forgiveness. Faced with her supplication, Wu Hui remained unmoved, merely sighing as he replied, Aunt Wang, I harbor no animosity towards you. The events of today were entirely unnecessary. Yes, misunderstandings, merely misunderstandings. Can you forgive me? I promise to never appear before you again. I will move away shortly. Seemingly seizing upon a glimmer of hope, Aunt Wang eagerly concurred, her demeanor brightening with a semblance of sincerity. However, Wu Hui abruptly interrupted her beaming smile. You should never have laid a hand on my wife. That is something I simply cannot tolerate. As he spoke, the fury within Wu Hui surged forth, akin to a raging lion. Officer, take them away. They must be detained and face the appropriate penalties. No, I was wrong. Wu Hui, I no longer want the money. I renounce it. Please spare me. Despite the desperate pleas from the two women, Wu Hui remained impervious to their entreaties. He understood well that he had irrevocably forged a bond of enmity with them today. If he were to let them go now, in the future, retribution is undoubtedly inevitable. Rather than waiting for that moment of regret, it is far wiser to extinguish them in their cradle. Wang Jie observed Wu Hui's resolute demeanor and simply shook his head, opting not to voice his thoughts, as it was not his concern. With a wave of his hand, he summoned two colleagues to escort Aunt Wang and Wu Haixia back to the police station. Wu Hui, may you meet a wretched fate. I shall not let you escape. The furious roars of the two echoed, cursing Wu Hui. Comrade Wu, we kindly ask you to accompany us to provide a statement, Wang Jie instructed. Wu Hui nodded in response, saying, very well. I appreciate your assistance, officer. However, I must first return home to inform my family. Please bear with me for a moment. Without waiting for Wang Jie's reply, Wu Hui turned and made his way homeward. Chapter 18. To the police station inside the house, Mom. What's wrong? Little Lanlan blinked her eyes and tilted her head, her voice sweet and innocent. Yuxin, initially furrowing her brows, responded with a gentle smile upon hearing Lanlan's words. Mama's fine. I was just wondering when Dad will be back. As she spoke, Yuxin glanced at the clock, noting that almost an hour had passed. Why hadn't Wu Hui resolved the situation yet? She felt an urge to step outside and check, but despite her anxiety, she knew she was powerless to act. She understood that venturing out would only complicate matters further. It was better to heed Wu Hui's advice and remain at home, allowing him to handle the situation. Oh dear, I hope everything is all right now, she sighed. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the door interrupted her thoughts. Instinctively, she looked up to see Wu Hui standing at the doorway, beaming with a smile. Daddy, you're back, Lanlan exclaimed joyfully, scampering over with her little legs. Before Wu Hui could react, The small bundle of joy leaped into his arms. "Daddy, where did you go? I missed you so much." Lanlan's voice was as soft and endearing as that of a clingy kitten, her little head nuzzling into Wu Hui's embrace. "Really? Daddy missed you too, my little treasure," Wu Hui replied, rubbing his chin against the adorable child. Observing this tender scene, Yuxin couldn't help but smile slightly. "Have you resolved the matter?" she inquired. "Yes. However, I still need to visit the police station to give a statement." "A statement?" Yuxin's brows knitted in concern. "Don't worry. It's just a minor reprimand for them. Nothing serious. You can rest assured," Wu Hui reassured her, gently placing Lanlan down and ruffling her hair with a smile. "Lanlan, Daddy needs to step out for a bit. Stay home and keep Mommy company. I'll bring back some treats tonight, all right?" "Okay," Lanlan responded cheerfully, bouncing back to Yuxin's side, licking her lips in anticipation. "I'm going out for a while. The police are still waiting for me at the door. When I return tonight, I'll tell you all about what happened today." Hearing Wu Hui's words, Yuxin picked up Lanlan, biting her lip with a hint of worry. "Then, please come back soon. Dinner is waiting for you to join us." As her voice trailed off to a whisper, nearly inaudible, Wu Hui felt a surge of affection for his beloved wife, wishing he could scoop her up and shower her with affection. Yet, knowing the moment wasn't right, he took a deep breath to steady himself. "All right." With that, he turned to leave. Yuxin's cheeks flushed a beautiful crimson, reminiscent of a sunset's glow. "Mommy, Daddy's gone." The little one, nestled in her arms, blinked her grape-sized eyes and spoke in her sweet voice. "Shall we wait for Daddy to return? He will bring delicious treats for Lanlan." "Okay," exclaimed the little one, her excitement palpable. "You truly resemble your father." Hee. Outside the door, Wang Jie was still waiting. Upon seeing Wu Hui emerge, he casually inquired, "Ready?" "Yes." "Let us go," Wu Hui replied, joining Wang Jie as they walked side by side toward the village's exit. Could you accompany me to the mountain for a moment? It won't take long." Just as they were about to leave the village, Wu Hui scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Wang Jie furrowed his brow, contemplating Wu Hui's request. He had just mentioned needing to inform his family, which was understandable. However, now he wished to go up the mountain, leaving Wang Jie perplexed about his intentions. Were it not for the fact that Wu Hui had not committed any wrongdoing, Wang Jie might suspect he was attempting to flee. "What do you need to do on the mountain?" Wang Jie asked. "Nothing much. I have some items in the mountains that I want to take with me to the city. It's more efficient than making a trip tomorrow," Wu Hui replied nonchalantly. Scratching his head, "Gathering items?" Wang Jie murmured. "Exactly. My in-laws live in the city, and I dug up some bamboo shoots that I wanted to bring for them to taste. I initially planned to go tomorrow, but since we are heading to the county today, it's perfect timing." After pondering for a moment, Wang Jie asked, "Is it far?" "Not far. Just up this hill." Wu Hui gestured. Wang Jie looked in the direction Wu Hui indicated, spotting a small mountain nearby. Although the forest was dense, a rugged path was visible. "I will accompany you. Let us resolve this quickly." Wang Jie nodded. Wu Hui smiled in gratitude, and together they ascended the mountain. Wang Jie, being a policeman, exhibited remarkable agility. Familiar with the terrain, Wu Hui led them to the spot where he had hidden the winter bamboo shoots in less than half an hour. Upon seeing the two large, bulging sacks, Wang Jie was taken aback. "Is this what you meant by a little winter bamboo shoots?" "Yes, just a bit." Wu Hui shook, bending down to lift one sack. Just as he steadied himself to lift the other, a calloused hand appeared before him. "Allow me to assist you," Wang Jie said, easily hoisting the 50-pound sack onto his shoulder with one hand. "Thank you, officer." Wu Hui smiled appreciatively. "No need for thanks. Is there anything else?" Wang Jie casually inquired. "None left." "All right then, let us head down," Wang Jie stated, leading the way down the mountain. His nimbleness left Wu Hui feeling somewhat inadequate. The efficiency of the police station was commendable. After providing a statement and paying the medical fees, Wu Hui exited the station. At that moment, he had little time to concern himself with Aunt Wang and the others. His sole focus was on earning money to provide a better life for his wife and children. Wu Hui returned to the vegetable market with the winter bamboo shoots. Having experienced success in his initial sale, the second transaction was significantly easier. As soon as the vendors in the market spotted Wu Hui, they rushed over in haste. In no time, his winter bamboo shoots were sold out. He glanced at the stack of bills resting in his palm and counted 56 yuan and 2 jiao. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. In just 2 days, he had earned over 100 yuan. After deducting medical expenses and some living costs, he had made a net profit of 45 yuan and 6 jiao today. This was merely the beginning. Wu Hui was confident that he could earn even more in the future, providing a better life for his wife and children. Carefully folding the money, he tucked it into his pocket, keeping it close to him, and hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. He had not forgotten to bring back some delicacies for little Lanlan. The cooperative, a general store selling various food products, was his planned destination. Originally, he intended to visit his parents in the afternoon, especially since he had bought some meat to share with them. However, he had been delayed by Aunt Wong and her companions, which proved to be quite an inconvenience. Nevertheless, he decided that if today was not feasible, tomorrow would suffice. There was no rush. Thus, Wu Hui continued to hum his tune as he traversed 3 streets and numerous alleys, eventually arriving at the cooperative. Chapter 19. Custom furniture. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Hui raised his gaze. The atmosphere within was bustling with voices filled with a lively energy. Scattered throughout were numerous small private shops, where proprietors warmly greeted each patron entering their establishments. As Wu Hui stepped into the cooperative, he casually approached one of the shopkeepers and inquired, "Hello, sir. Could you please tell me where I might find stools for sale? Just head straight ahead for about 100 meters, then take a right turn. You will find what you seek there," the shopkeeper replied, gesturing casually. "Great. Thank you." Wu Hui expressed his gratitude and followed the shopkeeper's directions, walking 100 meters and turning right, where he indeed discovered a quaint little woodworking shop. Upon glancing at the shop sign, Wu Hui found it quite intriguing and stepped inside. "Welcome," exclaimed the owner of the small furniture shop, who was crouched on the floor, tinkering with some furniture. Upon noticing a customer, he promptly stood up. "Sir, how may I assist you? Feel free to browse, or I can recommend something for you." It was evident that the owner possessed a knack for business. The moment Wu Hui entered, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Responding with a smile, Wu Hui replied, "Oh, I am looking to purchase some furniture, specifically stools and tables. Do you have any recommendations? Most of my home furnishings are in disrepair, and the only stools I have left are rather wobbly. I certainly do not wish to sit on the floor during meals. It is quite uncomfortable. Of course, we have options. Do you have any specific requirements? If you have particular needs, we also offer customization," the owner said warmly. "You can customize here?" Wu Hui was astonished. He had not anticipated that such a small furniture store would offer customization services. It was indeed remarkable. "Absolutely. We have many clients who opt for custom pieces. For instance," the owner gestured towards a children's chair on the floor. This chair was specifically crafted for a client, and it even bears the child's name. Wu Hui turned his gaze to the infant chair. Standing approximately 1.2 meters tall, it was entirely fashioned in a delightful shade of pink, clearly indicating it belonged to a little girl. The seat and backrest were cushioned with a layer of soft pink foam that felt pleasantly bouncy to the touch. Turning to examine the back of the chair, he noticed the whimsical inscription of the name Lu Yingying in cheerful cartoon letters. "This is quite lovely," Wu Hui remarked, feeling the softness and admiring its appearance. "If I were to bring this home, Lanlan would surely adore it." A smile crept across his face at the thought. Perhaps sensing Wu Hui's interest, the owner beamed and asked, "Sir, do you have children?" "Yes. I have a daughter who is 5 years old this year." "Is that so? She must be quite adorable." "Huh. Thank you. You certainly know how to flatter." Wu Hui's spirits lifted at the compliment regarding his daughter, and he felt a genuine happiness. "Not at all. Primarily, it is because you are quite handsome, sir. Your child must be equally charming." The owner's remark was sincere, for Wu Hui did possess a pleasant appearance. Had it not been for his casual attire, with a slight touch of grooming, he would undoubtedly be considered quite the dashing young man. The praise from his boss filled Wu Hui with immense joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. Although he understood that his boss's words were mere pleasantries, he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness when his daughter was complimented. "I quite like this children's chair. How long would a custom order take?" he inquired. "Sir, crafting this children's chair is no simple task. The quickest turnaround would be by tomorrow. I can offer you a discounted price of $1.50. What do you think? The boss's heart soared upon hearing the customer's interest in the children's chair, and he provided a reasonable price. Wu Hui nodded, content with the offer. Very well. Please customize one for me, exactly as it is. Additionally, I'd like 3 stools and a table. The stools needn't be too high, but they must be comfortable to sit on. 2 of the stools should bear the names Hui and Yuxin, while the third can remain unmarked. This should be aesthetically pleasing. How long will it take? Upon learning of Wu Hui's substantial order, the boss beamed with delight, nodding enthusiastically like a pigeon. Absolutely, sir. Rest assured, I will work on it tonight, and it will be ready by the day after tomorrow at the latest. How does that sound? Day after tomorrow? Will you be able to manage that? Wu Hui furrowed his brow. It was already afternoon, leaving only one day to complete the order. Could the boss truly deliver in time? In response to Wu Hui's skepticism, the furniture store owner patted his chest, assuring him, I will manage, sir. My father also does this work, and we will labor together tonight. It will definitely be ready by the day after tomorrow. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Hui nodded and said, all right, I will pay a deposit now and return for the items the day after tomorrow. By the way, do you provide delivery? The furniture store owner shook his head. Sir, we do not offer delivery. However, if you live nearby, I can assist in carrying it over. Appreciative of the significant customer, the boss eagerly volunteered his assistance when he heard Wu Hui needed help. That might be a bit troublesome. My residence is somewhat distant, and the round trip would likely take over 3 hours. I see. The boss rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. How about this, sir? I have a large cart. If you provide a deposit of $2, I can lend it to you. Once you return the cart, I will refund your deposit. Does that sound agreeable? Wu Hui nodded, smiling. That works. Let us finalize it. How much in total should I pay you now? Upon hearing Wu Hui's intention to pay a deposit, the boss perked up. The stools are $1.20 each. The table is $1.80. And the children's chair is $1.50. The total comes to $6.90. We can discuss the cart deposit later. You may pay a deposit of $4. All right. Wu Hui chuckled as he rummaged through his pocket, producing $4 to hand to the boss. Thank you, sir. I will see you the day after tomorrow. Of course. Take care, the boss replied, receiving the deposit and glancing at the departing customer with a smile. He then gleefully began counting the bills. After leaving the furniture store, Wu Hui strolled through many other shops, purchasing items such as a kettle, toothbrush, towels, and a variety of snacks. At last, with his hands unable to carry any more, Wu Hui decided to cease his efforts. He looked up to the sky, noting that it was nearly time. It should be around dinner time when he returns home. He wondered what expression Lanlan would have upon seeing these candies. The anticipation filled him with delight. With a beaming smile, Wu Hui cradled his treasures and strolled towards home. Chapter 20. I believe in you. Approximately 2 hours had passed when Wu Hui entered the village, laden with a heap of belongings. Observing the bustling villagers, he took a deep breath. It was time to return home for a meal before venturing out to forage for winter bamboo shoots later. Perfect. The thought of Yuxin having prepared a feast in anticipation of his return filled his heart with uncontainable joy. Humming a cheerful tune, Wu Hui ambled towards his home. Creaking open the door, he called out, Darling, I'm back. In the kitchen, Yuxin was busy preparing dinner. Upon hearing Wu Hui's voice, she sighed in relief. Throughout Wu Hui's absence at the police station, Yuxin had been filled with anxiety, deeply concerned for his safety. Now that he had returned, the heavy burden on her heart was finally lifted. I'm back, she exclaimed just as she turned around. Suddenly, a pair of arms encircled her waist from behind, startling her like a frightened little rabbit. What? What are you doing? Yuxin's eyes widened in surprise, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. Her cheeks blooming like ripe apples. Unable to resist, Wu Hui playfully bit into one. Nothing. Just wanted to embrace my little wife. Wu Hui held Yuxin tightly, burying his nose in her fragrant hair, indulging in the delightful aroma. My dear wife, you smell divine. He closed his eyes, lost in bliss. Please, let go. Lanlan is still inside. Yuxin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke in a soft, melodic tone. Turning around, she raised her hands, exerting all her strength to push Wu Hui away. Yet, as a delicate woman, she stood no chance against him. Instead of pushing him away, she found herself drawn into his embrace, gazing up into his fervent eyes. In that moment, Yuxin felt like a small rabbit, while Wu Hui appeared as an imposing wolf. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for the metaphorical wolf to devour her, a sound from within the house interrupted the moment. "Mommy, is Daddy back?" The adorable little dumpling was playing inside when she suddenly heard her father's voice. She promptly climbed down from the bed and, with her short legs, rushed out. "Daddy, Mommy, are you playing the game of hugs and lifts? I want to play too." The little one dashed towards Wu Hui, who quickly scooped her up in his arms. "Lift me high, Daddy." The little dumpling spread her arms wide, mimicking the motion of flying. Wu Hui, smiling, lifted Lanlan onto his shoulders, beaming with joy as he turned to glance at Yuxin. "Go ahead and play. Dinner will be ready soon, and I will call you," he said, watching her retreating figure, imagining her blushing cheeks. "All right, come on, Lanlan, the airplane is taking off," Wu Hui announced, pretending to be an airplane as he ran out of the kitchen with the little dumpling. In contrast, Yuxin remained a daze, cradling her flushed face in her hands, taking deep breaths. "Thank goodness. I almost fell prey to him. I'm grateful Lanlan was here." She silently rejoiced, patting her racing heart. After a moment to compose herself, she resumed preparing the meal. Outside the kitchen, Wu Hui and Lanlan approached the dining table. He rummaged through the bag and took out a large white rabbit milk candy, shaking it playfully. "Come here, Lanlan, look what I have." "Candy!" the little one exclaimed with a sweet, high-pitched voice, reaching for the milk candy while hugging Wu Hui's head. Wu Hui handed the candy to Lanlan, encouraging her, "Go on, give it a try. Is it delicious?" "So yummy." The little one pouted her lips, speaking in a voice as soft as a hamster's. "What is so delicious?" Yuxin emerged from the kitchen, holding dinner, her curiosity piqued upon hearing the cheerful exchange between father and daughter. "Mama, look, Daddy brought back candy." At Lanlan's words, Yuxin glanced at the table, and indeed, there were several white rabbit candies among other treats like egg rolls, peanuts, and hawthorn slices. "Why did you buy so many snacks? That's such a waste." Yuxin frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of concern. She thought about how much rice could have been bought with that money. "It's fine. Your husband knows how to earn," Wu Hui replied nonchalantly. "Besides, it's been a while since Lanlan had any treats. Let her enjoy some." Yuxin rolled her eyes at Wu Hui, but ultimately said nothing. For some reason, during these past few days, Wu Hui had taken a particular liking to indulging himself, and she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Furthermore, it had indeed been ages since Lanlan had tasted sweets. A little indulgence now and then wouldn't hurt. "Let us eat." Wu Hui cleared the table, placing the items on the floor, and prepared to squat down with Lanlan in his arms. Seeing this, Yuxin quickly interjected, Why don't you sit down? I'll hold Lanlan." "No need. I can manage. I'm a grown man. Squatting 1T be a problem." Wu Hui waved his hand dismissively, and the family enjoyed a sweet and harmonious dinner together. Later that night, after finishing his task of digging winter bamboo shoots, Wu Hui sat on a stool to rest and reflect on the future. Although the bamboo shoot business was currently profitable, he knew it wouldn't last. He sensed that, within a few days, someone would inevitably discover this opportunity. No matter how discreet he was, it would be impossible to keep it hidden. He needed to find a new venture quickly. The 1980s were a golden age, brimming with opportunities, yet such opportunities were seldom easy to uncover. It was easier said than done. "What are you thinking about?" Just as Wu Hui was deep in thought, Yuxin stepped out of the room. "Still awake? Where's Lanlan?" "Lanlan is asleep. I wanted to ask you about Aunt Wang," Yuxin inquired. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you already knew." Wu Hui scratched his head awkwardly and proceeded to recount the day's events in detail, reassuring her that the matter had been resolved. "Is that so? Then it seems Aunt Wang won't be back tonight," Yuxin concluded. Wu Hui nodded in agreement. "Yes. I thought someone from the village had already told you." "I wish. But Lanlan wouldn't let me go out, and no one from the village came to inform me, so I had to wait for you to return." Yuxin expressed with a hint of grievance, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Hui. Feeling a pang of guilt, Wu Hui realized that if it weren't for him, Yuxin wouldn't have to endure such treatment, nor would the entire village have distanced themselves from her. "I'm sorry?" Wu Hui apologizait sincèrement. Yuxin was acutely aware that Wu Hui had misunderstood her intentions. She repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, that is not what I meant." Wu Hui suddenly grasped Yuxin's hands, his expression earnest as he gazed into her eyes. "Yuxin, I know I was reckless in the past, but that is behind me now. All I desire is to care for you and to be by your side, to ensure that you and Lanlan lead a prosperous life. So, could you possibly grant me a—" "Enough." Yuxin abruptly interrupted Wu Hui, biting her lip and falling into silence. As she remained silent, Wu Hui's heart grew heavy with despair. Hadn't he done enough? Could Yuxin still not place her trust in him? Just as he prepared to speak again, Yuxin finally uttered, "I believe in you." Chapter 21. Lanlan must learn to be independent in an instant. Wu Hui's mind was overwhelmed. He had finally listened. Yuxin had come to believe in herself once more. Wu Hui was ecstatic, his inner joy erupting like a fountain, leaving his thoughts in a haze. Observing Wu Hui standing there, lost in a foolish grin, Yuxin couldn't help but chuckle softly, her laughter reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, exceptionally enchanting. In truth, she had contemplated placing her trust in Wu Hui before, but each instance had led to disappointment, and gradually, she had relinquished hope. However, Wu Hui's recent transformations had ignited a glimmer of optimism within her. She cared not for the wealth he could amass. She simply wished for him to lead a good life, free from the clutches of gambling and alcoholism. If he could strive for a better future, she would willingly accompany him on that journey. Upon hearing Yuxin's soft laughter, Wu Hui snapped back to reality, seizing her hands and enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace. "Yuxin, thank you. Thank you for granting me this opportunity," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. It is often said that a man seldom weeps, yet such is only true until sorrow strikes at the heart. In his past life, Wu Hui's greatest regret had been failing to cherish the bond between the mother and daughter. Even after achieving fame as a renowned philanthropist, the weight of guilt remained unassuaged. He could never forget the serene image of the two of them lying quietly on the ground, as if peacefully asleep. But now, Yuxin had finally come to believe in herself. They had awaited this day for so long. Suddenly embraced by Wu Hui, Yuxin was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to push him away. Yet, upon witnessing his expression, her heart softened. This was a side of him she had never seen before. Gently, she raised her right hand to pat his shoulder, speaking softly, "All right, no more tears, okay?" Hearing her gentle, almost childlike words, Wu Hui chuckled, quickly wiping away his tears. "I'm not crying. I'm merely touched." Yuxin burst into laughter. At that moment, Wu Hui appeared strikingly childlike, delightfully amusing. Indeed, our Wu Hui is the most well-behaved. Never cries at all. The playful tone of her words made Wu Hui's eyes twitch slightly. He smiled softly, choosing not to respond, but merely holding her close, murmuring, "Wife, it's truly wonderful to have you." For the first time, Yuxin did not resist Wu Hui's tight embrace. Instead, nestling shyly within his arms, her gaze averted. They remained in each other's arms for quite some time, until Yuxin finally sensed the atmosphere growing too intimate. She quickly wriggled free from Wu Hui's grasp. I should get some sleep. Good night." With that, she turned and hurriedly made her way inside, taking quick, small steps. Once inside, she pressed her hand to her heart. Phew, that was close. Yuxin exhaled deeply, glancing at Lanlan, who lay soundly asleep on the bed. She silently vowed to herself that, from now on, she would never allow herself to be alone without keeping Lanlan by her side. She could not let Wu Hui have an easy victory. One Lanlan was already enough. She had no desire to raise another. Meanwhile, outside, Wu Hui surveyed his surroundings. With thoughts racing, he contemplated the necessity of hastening the construction of a house, intending to allocate a room exclusively for Lanlan. She was growing up and needed to learn independence. The following day, as dawn approached, Wu Hui arose early, the sun yet to peak over the horizon. After hastily consuming a meager breakfast, he rushed to the county town to sell winter bamboo shoots. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, Wu Hui mulled over his thoughts for quite some time. The winter bamboo shoot industry was far too sluggish for his aspirations of building a house, and it was easily replicable. However, last night, a brilliant plan had taken shape in Wu Hui's mind. Upon arriving at the vegetable market, he found that, thanks to their previous collaborations, the vendors had grown increasingly familiar with him. As soon as they spotted Wu Hui, they approached him eagerly, and before long, the winter bamboo shoots were sold out. Wu Hui patted his pocket, a broad smile illuminating his face. Today he had earned 68 yuan and 7 jiao, which was quite satisfactory. Filled with joy, Wu Hui made his way to a small shop across from the vegetable market. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A young girl in the shop greeted him warmly upon noticing his entrance. "Hello, I would like to see some wash basins. Do you have any?" "Indeed, I do. Allow me a moment." The girl enthusiastically bent down to retrieve a red and white wash basin. "Is this size suitable?" Wu Hui inquired, examining the basin. The entire basin was made of stainless steel, adorned with vibrant floral patterns, quite aesthetically pleasing. "Perfect. Please fetch me 2 more, and also 3 toothbrushes and toothpaste." "Certainly." The girl giggled playfully and disappeared in the back to search. In truth, Wu Hui already owned a wash basin, albeit a wooden one. However, it was the sole basin in the household, primarily utilized for washing clothes and feet, rendering it impractical for washing faces. Yuxin and Lanlan typically used a ladle for their facial cleansing. Thus, Wu Hui decided to purchase 3 basins, ensuring each family member would have one. Of course, acquiring wash basins was not Wu Hui's primary objective. His true aim lay elsewhere. Approximately a minute later, the girl emerged carrying 2 wash basins along with the toothbrushes and toothpaste. "Here you are. That will be 15 cents in total." "All right." Wu Hui chuckled as he handed over the money, then continued, "By the way, that feather duster looks quite appealing. Could I see it?" The girl blinked, turned, and promptly fetched the feather duster for him. "Here. Thank you." Wu Hui accepted the duster, giving it a gentle shake before running his fingers through the feathers, lost in contemplation. This feather duster is quite good. Where do you source these from?" "From the Anqing Daily Necessities Processing Factory in the county. We all procure our goods from there," the girl replied nonchalantly. "Is that so? Well, thank you." Originally, Wu Hui intended to ask a few more questions, but he caught sight of a middle-aged woman entering the shop from the corner of his eye. Changing his approach, he expressed his gratitude, took the wash basins, and exited. The middle-aged woman, observing the hurried departure of the customer, furrowed her brow in curiosity and inquired, "And then, why did that customer leave so quickly? What transpired?" A young girl named and smiled gently, her eyes resembling crescent moons. "It's nothing, Mom. This young man must be interested in opening a small shop and came to inquire with me. When he saw you, he immediately ran away." Anan's eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to shimmering waves, her face adorned with 2 delightful dimples. She smiled softly, exuding an enchanting charm. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman nodded. "And what did you tell him?" "Oh, of course, I recommended him to go to my father," and then playfully stuck out her tongue as she spoke. "You are such a clever little rascal." She giggled joyfully. Chapter 22. The Anqing Daily Necessities Processing Factory. Unbeknownst to Wu Hui, events transpired within the small shop. He hurriedly traversed the path, internally grateful for his swift pace. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. The middle-aged woman was evidently the proprietor of the shop, having been engaged in commerce for many years. Wu Hui possessed a keen eye for such matters. He resolved to inquire around. With a sigh, he began questioning passers-by while searching for the Anqing Daily Necessities Processing Factory. After a lengthy search, he finally located it. At last, he had arrived. The factory was rather sizable. Upon entering, he observed the bustling crowd within, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he stepped inside. "Stop! Who are you?" Just as Wu Hui was about to enter the factory, a security guard intercepted him, eyeing him warily. "Hello, sir. I am here to discuss a collaboration with your factory's manager. I would appreciate it if you could notify him." Wu Hui's entreaty did not faze the security guard, as he understood that it was merely the latter's duty. After assessing Wu Hui, the guard appeared somewhat skeptical, contemplating for a moment before picking up the landline to relay the message. "You may enter. Take a right at the front, ascend to the 3rd floor, and the office at the very end is the manager's. Please refrain from wandering about. Thank you for your assistance." Following the guard's directions, Wu Hui made his way to the manager's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in," a resonant voice called from within. Wu Hui pushed the door open and entered. The room was elegantly simple, furnished with 2 sofas and a desk. A slightly overweight middle-aged man was seated at the desk, examining documents. "Greetings. Please have a seat." Upon noticing a visitor, the middle-aged man set aside his paperwork, rose, and sat on the sofa, gesturing for Wu Hui to take a seat opposite him. Wu Hui approached and politely settled into the offered chair. "My surname is In, and I am the manager of this factory. I wonder what brings you here, young man." As manager In spoke, he prepared a cup of tea and set it before Wu Hui. "Good day, manager In. My surname is Wu, and I am Wu Hui. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you." "Oh." Upon hearing the mention of business, manager An's interest was piqued, but his gaze dimmed as he scrutinized Wu Hui's attire. "What sort of business are you referring to?" Although skeptical, manager An inquired out of courtesy. Wu Hui discerned the tone of disbelief, but chose not to dwell on it. "Manager An, I happened to pass by a small shop today and noticed that your factory's daily necessities are exceptionally well made, incomparable to those of other factories. This prompted me to visit." Wu Hui refrained from hastily divulging the details of his business proposal, opting instead for a gradual approach to pique manager An's interest. "Oh, is that so?" Manager An expressed delight at the commendation of his products, though he maintained a facade of indifference as he curiously asked, "Which shop did you visit?" "The daily necessities from our factory are primarily supplied to the supply and marketing cooperatives, with little distribution to small shops." The young man before us, where did he come across the daily necessities from his own household? "It is from the small shop across the vegetable market, tended by a young girl." Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, director An appeared contemplative. The small shop across from the vegetable market, managed by a young girl, could it be in? Thus, this young man was indeed referring to his family's store. Director An raised his gaze towards Wu Hui, pondering for a moment, and inquired, "So, you wish to open a small shop and come here to procure supplies?" No. Director An, you misunderstand. I am not here to procure goods." Wu Hui hastily waved his hands. "Then what business are you here to discuss?" Director An was somewhat perplexed. He initially thought this young man was acquainted with his daughter and intended to source supplies for a small shop, even considering extending some assistance out of regard for his daughter. However, now that the young man denied it, what business could they possibly discuss? In response to Director An's confusion, Wu Hui smiled gently. "Director An, while your factory's daily necessities are exquisite, I must point out that the quality of your feather dusters leaves much to be desired. I just observed at the shop that your feather dusters have an insufficient quantity of feathers. This surely does not conform to the standards, does it?" Director An nodded in agreement. Indeed, the supply of feathers within the factory was dwindling, yet the demand from the supply and marketing cooperative remained insatiable. Despite his efforts to procure more, he could only lower the standards in order to produce as many as possible. That is indeed the case. But how does this relate to the business you mentioned? Or perhaps, you possess feathers? Director An's question nearly caused Wu Hui, who was sipping tea, to sputter. He could only nod helplessly. "I do have feathers." Upon hearing that Wu Hui had feathers, Director An's spirits brightened, and his demeanor towards Wu Hui became notably more cordial. "Is that so, my young friend? How many feathers do you have?" The way Director An spoke was somewhat difficult to accept, yet it was understandable under the circumstances. Wu Hui steeled himself to respond, "Not many, but it should be sufficient for your factory's needs." Director An's expression transformed into one of joy, his gaze towards Wu Hui increasingly favorable. "Wonderful, my young friend. You cannot imagine how troubled I have been over the feather issue these past few days. It has left me quite overwhelmed. If you truly have feathers, I will take as many as you have. I can offer you one. 2 yuan per pound. How's that sound?" Wu Hui calculated in his mind. This price seemed reasonable. After all, a single chicken does not yield much feather, so 2 yuan per pound was quite generous. Resolute in his decision, Wu Hui nodded, "All right. Director An, 2 yuan per pound it shall be." The smile on Director An's face widened further. "Then, my brother, when will you bring the feathers over?" Wu Hui contemplated for a moment. "In a few days. I will return to make arrangements and bring them then." "Excellent. I shall eagerly await your good news." Director and laughed heartily. Although the issue of feather supply and demand had not yet been fully resolved, there was now a glimmer of hope, and he believed that soon he would no longer have to worry about feathers. Since that is the case, I shall return now to make arrangements and bring them to your esteemed factory as soon as possible, ensuring that Director and does not have to wait long. Brother Wu, allow me to see you off. No need for you to escort me, Director, and we shall meet again next time. Wu Hui waved his hand, smiling as he spoke, and then left the office without looking back. Chapter 23. Collecting chicken feathers. Is everything settled? Upon seeing Wu Hui emerge, the security guard greeted him with a nod. Yes. Thank you, my friend. I shall return in a few days. Wu Hui replied with a smile before stepping out of the factory. Watching Wu Hui's receding figure, the security guard patted his chest in relief. Good thing I didn't stop him earlier. Otherwise, it would have been my misfortune. With that, the security guard entered the booth with a cheerful demeanor. As he strolled down the narrow alley, Wu Hui murmured to himself, "The first step is accomplished. Now, I shall commence the implementation of the second phase." With that, he lowered his head and began to ponder deeply. The issue of the delivery point was resolved. Next came the challenge of sourcing chicken feathers. Where could one find the most chicken feathers? It could only be at poultry farms or in the countryside. Yet, Wu Hui was acutely aware of his reputation in the village. Thus, he resolved to venture to the neighboring Luo family village for supplies. Recalling the route, Wu Hui grasped a basin and headed toward Luo family village. After approximately 2 hours, he arrived at the village, which was relatively large. The villagers lived in harmony, and it was renowned as the model village of the county. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he noticed an elderly man at the village entrance, resting with his eyes closed. Wu Hui approached him and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where I might find the village chief?" The old man glanced up at Wu Hui, raising an eyebrow. After a moment's pause, he responded, "I am the village chief. What brings you here?" "Oh, you are the village chief." Wu Hui scratched his head, surprised by the coincidence of asking a random passerby only to discover he was the chief. "No worries, young man. What brings you to Luo family village?" The chief waved his hand dismissively. "Well, Chief Luo," Wu Hui began, organizing his thoughts. "I am from Cheng Daily Necessities Processing Factory, and I have come to collect chicken feathers." "Collecting chicken feathers?" Chief Luo appeared bewildered. "Is there truly a demand for such a thing? It's not like chicken meat. At least meat can be consumed. What use is chicken feathers? Are you jesting with me, young man?" "Ah, Chief Luo, you may be unaware, but chicken feathers are quite valuable. They can be used for shuttlecocks and feather dusters. Our factory has seen a remarkable surge in the sales of feather dusters lately, which is why I am here to collect chicken feathers." Upon hearing this, Chief Luo nodded in understanding. "I see. If it is for feather dusters, that makes sense. After all, chicken feathers do have their uses." However, a hint of skepticism lingered in his mind. "But shouldn't you be visiting poultry farms instead? Why come to our village?" Wu Hui grinned widely. "That is precisely the issue. Our factory's demand for chicken feathers is so high that the poultry farms can barely keep up. Thus, I had no choice but to come to Luo family village in search of fortune. And look, I encounter you, Chief Luo, right away. Wouldn't you say this is fate?" Wu Hui smiled as he spoke, seemingly as if it were truly fate. "I see." Village Chief Luo nodded, contemplating for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Alas, young man, you should leave. We have no chicken feathers in our village." Wu Hui was taken aback. "Is that possible? You have no chicken feathers?" "Aside from farms, rural areas are the places where chicken feathers are most abundant. How could the Ojia village, being a large village, have none?" In response to Wu Hui's bewilderment, Village Chief Luo shook his head and regretfully remarked, "Young man, you are from the county, you wouldn't know. Our village's chickens are treated like treasures. They are only slaughtered during festivals. We hardly ever eat them otherwise. If you come now, you won't find even a single feather." Hearing this, Wu Hui patted his chest to calm his racing heart. "Village Chief Luo, you've misunderstood. I mentioned needing chicken feathers, but I did not imply that you should slaughter any chickens." "Huh?" Village Chief Luo was bewildered. "What do you mean? Doesn't chicken feathers grow on the chickens? If you don't kill the chickens, how can you pluck the feathers?" Village Chief Luo appeared rather confused, standing there in a daze, not grasping Wu Hui's meaning. Observing the expression on village chief Luo's face, Wu Hui realized he had yet to comprehend his intent. With a smile, he clarified, "Village chief Luo, I want chicken feathers. Not the chickens themselves. Whether you take them from the mountains or gather them from the chicken coop, any chicken feathers will suffice. Of course, I won't accept feathers of poor quality." After hearing this, village chief Luo widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, "Young man, are you certain?" "Absolutely." Wu Hui nodded. "Great. Then how much are you willing to pay for them?" Village chief Luo's face brightened with joy. "If it's just that, our village does have some chicken feathers, although not many. Rest assured, village chief, our manager has already arranged everything. 1 pound of chicken feathers will be 6 cents. You will not be at a loss." Village chief Luo was instantly overjoyed. He had never considered that the chicken feathers from his own farm could be repurposed. Most importantly, they were worth 6 cents, which was truly delightful. "Wonderful. What do you need them?" Village chief Luo asked, his face brimming with excitement. Wu Hui stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. The winter bamboo shoot industry had not yet been discovered by other villagers, making it viable for the time being. Once it was no longer feasible to harvest winter bamboo shoots, that would be the right time to collect the chicken feathers. With this thought in mind, Wu Hui nodded and smiled at village chief Luo. "In a while, village chief. After all, there aren't many chicken feathers here, and I still need to explore other villages." "Understood." Village chief Luo nodded in agreement. "All right, I will have everyone start collecting chicken feathers. When the time comes, you can come to my house to find me." As he spoke, village chief Luo pointed to a small bungalow at the entrance of the village. "Où y replier? À la height." Finally, he arrived home. Today had been quite a journey. After bidding farewell to village chief Luo, Wu Hui proceeded to visit several neighboring villages, only concluding his tasks as evening approached. After a day of traversing the mountainous terrain, Wu Hui returned to the village, weary and sore all over. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he approached his home. As he opened the door, an adorable little bundle rushed toward him, disregarding the scent of sweat that clung to him, and embraced Wu Hui with affectionate exuberance. "Daddy, you're finally back. Lanlan has missed you so much." The cherubic little one cooed, her voice sweet and melodious, exuding an irresistible charm. "You're back," came the gentle voice of Yuxin as she emerged from the kitchen. "Yes, I'm back," Wu Hui replied, cradling the little one in his arms, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Yuxin. "This is a basin I bought for you and Lanlan." As he spoke, he lifted the basin and handed it to her. Receiving the basin, Yuxin smiled softly and said, "Go wash your hands. It's time to prepare for dinner." Upon hearing her words, Wu Hui felt a warm surge of happiness envelop him. The greatest joy in life is to toil throughout the day, only to return home to the loving embrace of a delightful daughter and a devoted wife waiting to share a meal. In that moment, all his fatigue vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy. He nodded emphatically. "All right." Chapter 24. "Da brother, knock, knock, knock." After a warm family dinner, a sudden knock echoed from outside Wu Hui's home. "I will answer the door." Setting down the dishes, Wu Hui stepped out of the kitchen and opened the door. Before him stood an elderly man with graying hair. "Uncle Yang, Wu Yankired, puzzled." Uncle Yang was the village chief, a very busy man, and they had little interaction. His unexpected visit at such a late hour left Wu Hui feeling quite bewildered. "Humph, so you do remember me, your Uncle Yang," the village chief huffed, exuding an air of irritation. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Wu Hui furrowed his brow slightly, but stepped aside to let Uncle Yang enter. "Good evening, Uncle Yang." Upon entering, Uncle Yang noticed Yuxin at the dining table and the little girl, Lanlan, greeting him. "Ah, hello there." Uncle Yang waved with a warm smile. He then turned to Yuxin, saying, "Well, Wu Hui and I need to discuss a matter. If you could." He gestured toward the door behind Yuxin. "All right, Uncle Yang." Understanding that Wu Hui needed to converse with Uncle Yang, Yuxin picked up Lanlan and quietly retreated into the inner room, gently closing the door behind her. "Uncle Yang, please, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Wu Hui asked, looking at Uncle Yang with curiosity. Although uncertain of the purpose of this visit, he sensed it could be troublesome. Wu Hui only desired for his wife and daughter to live joyfully, and he preferred to shoulder any burdens himself. Uncle Yang, upon hearing Wu Hui's words, was filled with rage. The birth of his daughter-in-law's child should have been a joyous occasion. Yet, Wu Hui had to complicate matters, preventing Uncle Yang from being at the hospital with his beloved granddaughter. However, this was not the gravest issue. The true concern was that Wu Hui had actually sent Aunt Wang to jail. That was a serious matter. Just as Uncle Yang was about to unleash a tirade, he glanced at the closed door behind him and forcibly lowered his voice. Wu Hui, tell me, did you really send Aunt Wang to jail? Wu Hui nodded yes. Are you out of your mind? Uncle Yang exclaimed, pointing at Wu Hui, visibly trembling with frustration. How could you let Aunt Wang go to jail? Do you even know who her son is? Wu Hui retorted angrily. I do not care who her son is. All I know is that she nearly harmed my wife. She must face the consequences. Wu Hui was aware that Aunt Wang's son, Li Mu, was a leader at the carpentry factory, but he was indifferent to that fact. In his past life, Wu Hui's greatest regret was losing his wife and daughter. Now, reborn, he was determined to protect them at all costs. The thought of Aunt Wang almost attacking Yuxin was something Wu Hui could never tolerate. Seeing Wu Hui's stubbornness, Uncle Yang's finger trembled in disbelief. Why are you so obstinate? Yuxin. Uncle Yang's frustration was palpable, and with a final wave of his hand, he wore an expression of resignation. Forget it. Since you are so resistant to advice, I shall refrain from further discourse. Take care of yourself. With that, Village Chief Yang prepared to leave Wu Hui's home, abandoning his attempts at persuasion. In his eyes, Wu Hui was merely a layabout, a petty rogue with nothing to show for himself except a silver tongue. As the village chief, he had already made his stance clear. Whether Wu Hui heeded his words was of no concern to him. Uncle Yang, white. Just as Village Chief Yang was about to step out of the door, Wu Hui called out, perplexed. Uncle Yang, as far as I know, Li Mu is merely a leader of a carpentry factory. Why does it seem like everyone fears him? Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Village Chief Yang turned to him, momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he sighed. It's not that I'm afraid. I simply wish to avoid trouble. He shook his head and continued before Wu Hui could interject. Li Mu is as unreasonable as Aunt Wang. He is a troublesome individual. However, that is not the primary concern. The real issue lies with a person named Dog Ge. Village Chief Yang regarded Wu Hui with utmost seriousness. Du Ye. Wu Hui scratched his head, the name ringing a bell. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he smacked his thigh. Isn't that the lone shark from the county town? Do you know him? Village Chief Yang asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him from Rat. Wu Hui replied, complètement truthful. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Yang's expression turned grave, his eyes scrutinizing Wu Hui intently. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. You seem to associate with quite a few dubious friends. Uncle Yang, who exactly is this Dog Ge? Village Chief Yang pondered for a moment, weighing whether to divulge further information. Ultimately, he sat down on a wooden stool. Dog Ge is somewhat akin to you, though he is a notorious thug in the county town. He is willing to commit heinous acts for the right price. He is indeed a troublesome character. Li Mu has some connections with Dog Ge. If he decides to target you, it could spell significant trouble. Village Chief Yang looked sternly at Wu Hui, hoping to see fear or surprise on his face. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. Wu Hui exhibited not a trace of fear, instead remaining remarkably composed. Are you not afraid? Village Chief Yang inquired, bewildered. Not at all, Wu Hui affirmed, nodding as if the matter bore no relevance to him. Well then, it seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. Very well, you may handle this as you see fit. With that, Village Chief Yang rose and exited Wu Hui's home without a backward glance. This time, Wu Hui did not attempt to stop him. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the receding figure. Creak! The door of the room opened, and Wu Hui turned to see Yi Yuxin emerging. Has Uncle Yang left? Yi Yuxin inwided. He has, Wu Hui replied, diverting the conversation. He did not wish for Yi Yuxin to be troubled by the matter concerning Dog Ge, fearing it would cause her undue concern. Yi Yuxin pressed her lips together. You need not change the subject. I have overheard your conversation with Uncle Yang. Wu Hui, shall we consider retracting the defamation? That so-called dog brother is exceedingly perilous. Wu Hui absent-mindedly scratched his head, momentarily forgetting he was in the poorly soundproofed earthen house. Noticing the deep concern etched on Yi Yusin's face, he gently cupped her delicate features in his hands and softly reassured her. There is no need to worry, Yusin. I will handle this. However, Yi Yusin was about to express her thoughts when Wu Hui interjected, I understand what you wish to convey. But rest assured, I will take care of it. Trust me. As he spoke, Wu Hui enveloped the anxious Yi Yusin in a comforting embrace, patting her back to soothe her worries. Chapter 25 A Gift for the Lovely Lanlan. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Yi Yusin felt it inappropriate to say much more. As his wife, if she could not trust Wu Hui, who else would? Feeling the warmth of his hand on her back, Yi Yusin paused for a moment before softly expressing her concern. Please be careful. Wu Hui smiled gently, responding, sure. The following day, at 5 in the morning, Wu Hui, accustomed to rising early, dressed himself and, after breakfast, climbed the mountain once again. He shouldered a sack and made his way to the vegetable market in the county town. Although he had comforted Yi Yusin the night before, the mention of dog brother by Uncle Yang instilled a sense of urgency in Wu Hui. He needed to grow quickly to better protect his wife and daughter. Thus, he had spent the night on the mountain, digging up a considerable quantity of winter bamboo shoots. As he exited the vegetable market, Wu Hui calculated the funds in his hand. After deducting expenses for meals and furniture orders, he found he had approximately 228.6 yuan left. This amount would suffice for an average family, yet Wu Hui felt it inadequate, not to mention dog brother. Even the collection of chicken feathers might not be covered by this sum. Currently, there were 8 villages. Even if each village contributed 30 jin of chicken feathers, that would amount to 240 yuan. Although he was only short by a few dozen yuan, earning that back by selling winter bamboo shoots was uncertain, as there was no guarantee that each village would yield only 30 jin of feathers. Furthermore, Wu Hui intended to expand to other villages, making this amount wholly insufficient. Last night, he had conceived a brilliant idea. Arriving at the grain store, Wu Hui sought out the butcher lady once again, aiming for something substantial this time. Hello. The butcher lady was idly snacking on sunflower seeds when she noticed him and casually greeted him. Do you remember me? Wu Hui approached her, beaming. The familiar voice startled the lady, causing her to look up in surprise. The fortune boy, she exclaimed. Huh? Wu Hui was taken aback, as this was the first time someone had referred to him that way. No. The butcher lady, realizing her slip, waved her hands in embarrassment. Oh dear, how'd I let that slip out again? It's still the same person. This is so awkward. All right, you need to say more, I understand. Wu Hui smiled at her. Despite knowing that she had slightly overcharged him last time, he cared little, for his purpose today was different. Ha! Hearing Wu Hui's response, the lady awkwardly scratched her head and laughed. Young man, what brings you here? Wu Hui chuckled lightly. I'm here to buy something. What else could I be here for? What do you wish to purchase? I'll prepare it for you, she said, grabbing a bag as she looked at him, waiting for his next instruction. Observing her actions, Wu Hui chuckled softly, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention to him. In a hushed tone, he said, Sister, I have come to seek you. Ah. The elder sister responded with a hint of confusion, soon realizing the situation. In a lowered voice, she inquired, Young man, are you here to buy meat again? Wu Hui nodded. Ha! I knew you would return. They didn't believe me. The elder sister exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. They? Wu Hui furrowed his brow in perplexity. Who were they? Were they all in the meat trade like this sister? Realizing her slip of the tongue, the elder sister quickly silenced herself, feigning a light cough. Ahem. It's nothing. What would you like to purchase this time? I have everything here. Wu Hui merely shrugged, accustomed to her candidness. I wish to buy 5 pounds of pork belly and a bottle of fine wine, preferably something exquisite. I wonder if you have any? Upon hearing Wu Hui's desire for expensive wine, the elder sister, patting her chest, assured him with a wide smile, yes, of course, but not right now. Would tomorrow be acceptable? This person was indeed a harbinger of fortune. I can earn some extra money again, she thought with delight. Grinning at Wu Hui, observing the elder sister's silly grin, Wu Hui felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Shaking his head, he fell into contemplation. Today, the elder sister had no stock. If he were to purchase elsewhere, it would likely cost a fortune. In these trying times, it was wise to save money, and it might be better to alter his plans, especially since Grandpa Ma wasn't in a rush. With this thought, Wu Hui nodded. He then looked at the still grinning elder sister and said helplessly, "All right then, I shall come to collect it tomorrow." With that, he exited the grocery store. "Good, take care." The elder sister, snapping back to reality, patted her cheeks and waved goodbye. Only after Wu Hui's figure vanished did she release a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, I managed to change the subject. Otherwise, if that young man had learned anything, it would have been disastrous. The elder sister murmured to herself, a figure flashing through her mind, causing her to shudder in fear. Upon leaving the grocery store, Wu Hui initially intended to visit Grandpa Ma to execute the next phase of his plan. However, with the delay in fetching goods from the elder sister, he found himself unable to proceed. He considered discussing the matter of feathers in another village, but then recalled that the furniture he had ordered was ready for pickup. He relinquished that idea. If he ventured to another village to negotiate about the feathers, he would undoubtedly be unable to retrieve the furniture. It would be more prudent to collect the furniture and return home, where he could spend time with Yuxin and Lanlan, thus granting himself a half-day respite. With this in mind, Wu Hui made his way toward the quaint furniture store. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. The route to the furniture store was one he had grown well acquainted with. Before long, he arrived at the quaint establishment and stepped inside. "Boss." At that moment, the proprietor of the furniture store was still crouched on the ground, tinkering with a piece of furniture. Seeing Wu Hui, he quickly rose to greet him. "Ah, sir, you have arrived." Wu Hui nodded. The proprietor remained as warm as ever. "Have the pieces of furniture I ordered been completed?" "All is ready. Allow me to fetch it for you," the proprietor declared as he stepped inside, emerging with a stool and a children's chair. "Here, take a look," he said, placing the furniture gently on the ground. Wu Hui crouched down to examine the custom-made pieces. The children's chair was adorned entirely in a vibrant pink hue, with a layer of sponge padding on both the seat and backrest. A wooden board had been added at the front of the stool to prevent any potential falls. It was exquisitely crafted. "I wonder how much Lanlan will adore this." Wu Hui chuckled softly, caressing the children's chair, his face lighting up with satisfaction. "Sir, do take a glance at the back," the proprietor kindly prompted. "The back?" Wu Hui, perplexed, turned the chair around, only to discover 7 whimsical cartoon characters inscribed on the backrest. A gift for the lovely Lanlan. Chapter 26. I, Wu Hui, swear to heaven, boss. The furniture you've crafted is simply exquisite. It is truly remarkable, Wu Hui exclaimed, overflowing with joy as he lavished praise upon the owner. The owner, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied with a hint of shyness. "Oh, it's nothing. As long as you are satisfied, sir. By the way, sir, there is also a table you ordered inside, but I cannot lift it alone. Would you care to join me to take a look?" "Certainly," Wu Hui replied, stepping forward to accompany the furniture maker into the room. "Here, sir," the owner said, moving to a table draped in white cloth. He lifted the cloth, letting it fall to the ground, revealing the table in its entirety. Wu Hui approached, observing that the table was constructed from ordinary wood, firmly anchored by its 4 corners. On the surface, 3 cartoon figures, 2 large and 1 small, were vividly painted. "Is this your design?" Wu Hui asked, astonished as he stepped closer for a better view. The 2 larger figures stood on either side, while the smaller figure in the center raised its tiny hands, each grasping one of the larger figures. Their names were inscribed above: Wu Hui, Lanlan, and Wen Xin, with the phrase "together in harmony" elegantly written beneath. The scene exuded an air of warmth and unity. "Indeed, this is also my design. Are you pleased, sir?" the owner inquired with a smile. "Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied. Thank you, dear boss. Thank you for crafting such a splendid table for me," Wu Hui exclaimed, filled with elation as he grasped the owner's hand in gratitude. "Not at all. Your satisfaction is what matters." The owner chuckled, scratching his head. "Well then, sir, since you're pleased, I shall load it onto the cart for you. This way, it will be more convenient for you to take home." Wu Hui nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, boss." "Haha, no trouble at all," the owner said, waving his hand as he stepped outside to push the cart. As the owner exited, Wu Hui turned back to admire the table once more. Although it was merely an ordinary cartoon illustration, to Wu Hui, the essence of the image was worth more than gold. "Sir, the cart has arrived." After a short while, "Sir, everything is loaded onto the cart." Please be careful when you head back. These items are quite heavy. Thank you, boss, Wu Hui said, clasping his hands together in appreciation. He then reached into his pocket. Here, this is for the furniture. The owner smiled as he received the payment, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Oh, sir, you've given too much. The deposit for the cart is 2 yuan. For yuan and 90 cents would suffice. As the owner prepared to return the excess money, Wu Hui waved his hand in refusal. Boss, I haven't overpaid. You designed these cartoon illustrations for me, and I haven't compensated you for that yet. This is for the illustrations. Sir, this is a custom piece, and the illustrations are naturally included in the customization fee. I cannot accept this payment. The furniture maker insisted on returning the money to Wu Hui. After a lengthy exchange, Wu Hui, unable to find a resolution, finally proposed. Let us do this. Consider this money as a deposit for my next piece of furniture. When the time comes, you can deduct it from there. How does that sound? The boss listened but still shook his head, seemingly reluctant. In the end, it was Wu Hui who patted his chest, repeatedly assuring that he would indeed come back to order furniture in the future. Only then did he reluctantly accept it, tears glistening in his eyes. Approximately 2 hours later. Mommy, Daddy still hasn't returned. Why did you call Lanlan? In the room, the little one rubbed her eyes, her grape-sized orbs still slightly hazy. She coquettishly addressed her mother. Yuxin smiled as she gently patted her little head. Lanlan, look at the sun now. Daddy usually comes back at night. Do you want to sleep until evening? Then I'll sleep a little longer, just for a bit. When I wake up, Daddy will be back, the little one said, closing her eyes as she prepared to drift back into dreamland. Seeing her like this, Yuxin also felt drowsy. In truth, she and T slept well the previous night. It had been a restless night filled with anxiety. She was afraid. Though Wu Hui had reassured her, she remained fearful. She feared losing Wu Hui, feared losing this family. Wu Hui had only just begun to awaken, and their home had only just started to become beautiful. Yuxin did not wish to lose any of it. Throughout the night, she tossed and turned, eventually falling into a hazy sleep amidst her worries and fears. She didn't even notice when Wu Hui left in the morning. If it weren't for the sunlight streaming in, she likely would have continued sleeping. She silently hoped for Wu Hui's safety. Creak. Hearing the sound of the door opening outside, Yuxin turned in a panic, quickly embracing the drowsy little one, her expression vigilant as she peered outside. The poor little one, still unaware of what was happening, was suddenly picked up, blinking her hazy big eyes in confusion. Who? Yuxin called out loudly, hoping to frighten away whoever was outside. Yuxin? The door swung open, and Wu Hui cautiously poked his head in. Upon seeing him, Yuxin took a deep breath, patted her chest, and shot him an exasperated glare. Aren't you supposed to come back at night? Why are you here so early today? Wu Hui, hearing his wife's words, exclaimed in confusion. Huh? What's wrong? Is it a problem for me to come back to my own home? Wu Hui was filled with questions, his face reflecting bewilderment. Yuxin, what's the matter? Noticing Wu Hui's puzzled expression, Yuxin bit her lip. It's nothing, just feeling a bit scared. Wu Hui was taken aback for a moment, then stepped forward to embrace Yuxin and the little one in her arms. Yuxin, I know what you're afraid of. Just looking at your dark circles tells me you didn't sleep well last night. Rest assured, I, Wu Hui, swear to the heavens, if I ever allow any harm to befall my wife and daughter in this lifetime. Before he could finish, Yuxin quickly raised her hand to cover his mouth. What nonsense are you saying? Spit it out, quickly. As she spoke, she patted Wu Hui's head, her expression anxious. I want to spit it out. What I just said was the truth. Yuxin, do you know, I cannot bear the thought of losing you and Lanlan any longer. This existence is simply too painful. As Wu Hui spoke, he tightened his embrace, nearly suffocating Yuxin. I promise, I will not leave you, neither Lanlan, nor I will depart from you. As Yuxin spoke, she raised her right hand to hold Wu Hui close. Though she was uncertain why Wu Hui had uttered the word again, the astute Yuxin understood that it was not the moment to inquire. Daddy, how embarrassing. The little darling nestled in his arms, witnessing her father embracing her mother, playfully slid her tiny finger across his cheek, speaking in a sweet, childish voice. Chapter 27. The Huizi family strikes it rich gazing at the adorable little one. Wu Hui's lips curled into a smile, his emotions gradually calming. In that fleeting moment, he yearned to confide in Yuxin about his rebirth. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself, embracing his wife and daughter without uttering a word. He held them close for what felt like an eternity before finally releasing his arms. Yuxin, you need not worry about dog brother. I will. Wu Hui's words were left unfinished as Yuxin gently shook her head, smiling as she interjected, let us not speak of that. I trust you. Wu Hui was deeply moved. There exists a saying that behind every successful man, there's invariably a supportive woman, and Yuxin epitomizes such a partner. Her words filled him with warmth. What could surpass the trust of one's beloved wife? In that moment, Wu Hui felt like the happiest man in the world, all because of Yuxin. Daddy hug. Just as Wu Hui was basking in this emotion, the little one in Yuxin's arms suddenly spread her arms wide, mimicking the gesture of a great bird taking flight. A smile graced Wu Hui's face as he embraced the playful child and affectionately rubbed his chin against her. Yuxin, I bought a few things. Come and see. Wu Hui said while cuddling the little one, glancing towards Yuxin. Things? Okay. Yuxin responded, a hint of surprise in her voice as she followed Wu Hui out of the room and into the courtyard. Yuxin, look. Wu Hui, holding Lanlan, pointed towards a card in the yard. Yuxin followed his gaze to see the card adorned with several exquisitely crafted pieces of furniture. Lanlan, this is for you, Wu Hui declared as he picked up a set of children's table and chairs from the cart, presenting them to Lanlan. Is this for me? The little one's eyes sparkled upon seeing the pink children's chair. Indeed, this was specifically bought for you by Daddy, Wu Hui affirmed with a smile. Yay, love you, Daddy. With Wu Hui's confirmation, Lanlan danced with joy. Wu Hui chuckled heartily as he placed the little one onto the children's chair. Mommy, look, it's so comfortable up here. The little one swung her legs, beaming with happiness. Yuxin smiled at the sight, turning to Wu Hui with a question. These must have cost a pretty penny, didn't they? Not too much, as long as Lanlan likes them, Wu Hui replied, then moved to lift a wooden stool. This one is for you. Yuxin stared at the wooden stool he handed her, slightly puzzled. Isn't this just an ordinary stool? There's nothing particularly special about it. A tinge of jealousy flickered in her heart, realizing Lanlan might hold a more significant place in his affections. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Wu Hui chuckled softly and said, take a look at the back. The back? Yuxin echoed, her curiosity piqued. As she turned the stool around, she was greeted by a large character inscribed on the back. Yuxin, this is my name? Yuxin murmured, looking up in confusion. But what followed brought tears streaming down her face. Yuxin, this is for you. Wu Hui beamed as he presented her with a bouquet of roses, holding them out before her. The bouquet of roses was purchased by Wu Hui in a county town. He thought that since he had bought a gift for Lanlan, he naturally could not neglect Yuxin. After some contemplation, Wu Hui ultimately decided to buy a bouquet of roses. Though roses may not be practical, they are undeniably romantic. Do you like them? Wu Hui inquired with a smile, holding the roses. Yuxin nodded repeatedly, moved. I love them. I adore them, she exclaimed, tears of joy glistening on her cheeks, catching Wu Hui off guard. Why are you crying? Let me wipe your tears, he said, hastening to her side, lifting his hands to gently brush her cheeks. What's wrong? Are you so easily touched? Just a moment ago, you were jealous of Lanlan, Wu Hui teased with a grin. Upon hearing this, Yuxin quickly shook her head. Who is jealous of Lanlan? I'm simply overwhelmed with emotion. She sniffled softly, unwilling to admit her jealousy towards Lanlan. The notion of a mother feeling envious of her daughter struck her as particularly odd. Then why are you still crying, like a little kitten? Wu Hui continued his playful banter, observing that Yuxin resembled a small, adorable kitten in that moment. Her timid demeanor stirred a protective instinct within him. She appeared especially charming. Because this is the first gift you have ever given me, Yuxin said. Wu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been pondering the constraints of their era. After all, it was the 1980s, and interactions between men and women were not as liberated, let alone the act of gifting roses. Yet, to his surprise, Yuxin was not moved by societal expectations. but rather by the significance of receiving this first gift from him. A mix of guilt and frustration washed over Wu Hui. Yuxin, look at me. Who gives flowers as gifts? I will. I really like them. Yuxin interjected eagerly before he could finish his thought. For her, the flowers were not the essence. It was Wu Hui's sincere intention that mattered. This bouquet represented a place for her in his heart, and that was sufficient. Wu Hui felt a jolt at her words, tightly clasping Yuxin's hand. Yuxin, in the future, I will present you with even better and more gifts. Yuxin nodded, her face radiant with happiness. Daddy, Mommy, there are a few little people here. The two turned at the sound of the little one's voice, glancing at the cartoon drawings on the table and sharing a tender smile, embodying their sweetness. After enjoying a warm lunch with family, Wu Hui prepared to venture to other villages to discuss matters related to the chickens. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made since entering the village was closely observed by a lurking shadow. The shadow's eyes were fixed intently on Wu Hui, remaining vigilant for a considerable time before departing. To the second, unbelievable, bomb. In the west of the village, there stood a dilapidated earthen house where Xiangzi and others were smoking and playing cards. Suddenly, the door of the house was forcefully flung open, and a shadow dashed inside. Huff, huff. Emaciated, exhausted. The rat gasped heavily as he spoke. I say, rat, what on earth are you doing? Observing the panting rat, Xiangzi and the others were utterly perplexed. What could possibly have transpired to make the rat rush over in such a frantic state? Had he been caught stealing? Just as the group was mulling over these possibilities, the rat finally managed to catch his breath and exclaimed, We have struck gold. Huizi's family has struck it rich. What? Upon hearing the rat's words, the others quickly rose to their feet. Hot, you must be mistaken. With Huizi's character, how could he possibly become wealthy? Huizi stared wide-eyed, his face filled with incredulity. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. There is absolutely no mistake. The group exchanged glances, their expressions rife with astonishment. Kulme, have a sip of water and explain slowly, Huizi said as he retrieved a worn bowl, filled it with water, and offered it to the rat. Taking the water from Huizi, the rat gulped it down in one go, still panting heavily. I just passed by Huizi's house and saw him purchasing an enormous array of furniture, all transported back on a cart. Most importantly, he bought a lavish bouquet of roses for his wife. Chapter 28. It still depends on friends like us. Furniture? Roses? The crowd stared wide-eyed, murmuring in disbelief. The matter of furniture could be set aside for now, as the price remained unknown to them. However, the cost of roses was well known. A single rose in the county town costs no less than 10 cents, with a minimum purchase of 10. If what the rat said is true, then Huizi must have struck it rich. Suddenly, an astonished Chong Zi slapped his thigh and stood up. Do you remember a few days ago when Aunt Wang caused a ruckus at Huizi's home and got beaten up by him? What does that have to do with this? Long Zi asked, puzzled. Everyone was certainly aware of that incident, as it had caused quite a stir. One could hardly avoid hearing about it. Well, it may not have any relation, but I heard that Huizi proved his innocence at the time by pulling out a large sum of money from his pocket. Do you think these items could have been exchanged for that money? That seems unlikely. I recall my father mentioning that Wu Hui paid Aunt Wang's medical expenses and some kind of compensation at the police station. He should be broke. Long Zi scratched his head, doubting the notion. You fool, Hey Zi exclaimed, striking Chong Zi on the head. Hey, why did you hit me? Long Zi rubbed his head and glared at Hey Zi in anger. Hey Zi glanced at Long Zi and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Does your family's medical bill amount to a large sum? Afterward, Hey Zi turned to the rat. So, according to your theory, Huizi still has money? The rat pondered for a moment and nodded. Hey Zi declared, Then let's head over to Huizi's house and see what's going on. All right. As night approached, Wu Hui returned to the village. He had spent the afternoon visiting 3 village heads and traversing rugged mountain paths, leaving him breathless. Just as he arrived at his doorstep, he heard someone calling out to him. Huizi, the rat shouted, rushing over to Wu Hui, closely followed by Chong Zi and the others. What are you doing here? Wu Hui asked, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. Hey Huizi, long time no see. Why haven't you come to hang out with us lately? Hey Zi said, lifting his right hand and casually draping it over Wu Hui's shoulder, beaming with enthusiasm. Nothing much, just not in the mood to hang out anymore. If you have no business with me, I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Wu Hui waved his hand, shaking off He Zi's arm, preparing to leave. He Zi was unwilling to let Wu Hui go so easily and stepped forward to block his path. Hui Zi, what do you mean by that? Nothing in particular. I simply do not wish to associate with you any longer. Wu Hui replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Chang Zi became agitated, rushing forward and pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Hui. Hui Zi, what do you mean? Are you saying you want to leave us? Exactly. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. Chang Zi wanted to say more, but was pulled back by He Zi. Hui Zi, what is going on? Why would you think of leaving us? Don't forget, we are brothers. As He Zi reached out to pat Wu Hui on the shoulder, he was interrupted by Wu Hui's dismissive gesture. He Zi, I have no intention of continuing this life. I advise you to reconsider your choices soon. With that, Wu Hui turned to leave, and in that moment, He Zi refrained from stopping him. Are you really going to let me go just like that? He Zi inquired, watching as Wu Hui gradually distanced himself. Of course not, He Zi replied, casting a sidelong glance at He Zi, his fists clenched tightly. Wu Hui's repeated gestures of opening his arms had deeply irritated He Zi, though he managed to maintain a facade of composure. He Zi, in a few days, keep a close watch on Wu Hui and report any of his actions to me in a timely manner. Why wait a few days? Can't we act today? Chang scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed. Are you foolish? We just had a falling out with Hui. He will definitely be on guard against us. He Zi exclaimed, smacking Chang on the head in exasperation. How can there be such a dim-witted person in this world? It's truly astonishing. Understood, He Zi, but what good will that do? He Zi queried. Wu Hui has put Wang Ani behind bars. Her son will not spare him. When the time comes, he will still need us friends, He Zi said, breaking into a wide grin, his face radiating joy. Impressive, truly impressive. The others praised, showering He Zi with flattery, which filled him with immense satisfaction. The following day, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, Wu Hui prepared to set off for the county town. He had conversed at length with Yuxin the previous night, sharing the matter of He Zi and the others seeking him out. It was not that he had nothing better to do. He simply wished to avoid any misunderstandings on Yuxin's part. Having gained Yuxin's trust, Wu Hui ascended the mountain to harvest winter bamboo shoots. With a cart at home, he managed to gather a considerable amount. He planned to sell the entire load during the morning hours. Upon arriving at the vegetable market and selling the bamboo shoots, he returned the cart and made his way directly to the grain store. Big sister, has my order arrived? He asked in a low voice as he approached the busy shopkeeper. Young man, you're here so early, she exclaimed, smiling brightly upon recognizing him. I just started my shift. I got up early today, and since I had nothing much to do, I thought I would come by, Wu Hui replied with a smile. The shopkeeper glanced around to ensure no one was watching before she crouched down and rummaged through her supplies. Here, this is what you asked for. Taking the bag she handed him, Wu Hui opened it to find a substantial piece of pork belly, weighing about 5 pounds, along with a bottle of unbranded liquor. What kind of liquor is this? Why is there no label? He asked, his curiosity piqued. As if anticipating his question, the shopkeeper chuckled and said, This is a cherished red wine that has been in my family for many years. I have no idea what brand it is. I took it out secretly. Everything written on it is in English, which I cannot comprehend. Why not give it a sniff? With a shrug and a look of resignation, she encouraged him. Wu Hui opened the bottle and took a whiff. Quite good. This is indeed fine wine. However, Wu Hui remained oblivious to the type of wine. Although he had been a magnate in his previous life, he harbored a profound aversion to the scent of alcohol. This disdain stemmed from his past, where incessant drinking and gambling had led to the demise of his family. Since that time, Wu Hui vowed to abstain from alcohol entirely. How much is it? He pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. The elder sister's face lit up with joy as she quickly began to tally. For pieces of pork belly at 80 cents. And for the wine, I'll charge you just 5 yuan. Wu Hui nodded again, producing a large denomination bill and handing it to her. And please, add 2 dimes worth of rice. Certainly. The elder sister accepted the bill with great delight. Chapter 29. After leaving the grain store, Wu Hui returned to the village, carrying pork belly and rice, making his way directly to Old Man Ma's home. Old Man Ma is a solitary elder in the village, now 63 years of age. His wife passed away years ago, and he is accompanied only by a daughter who, since marrying and moving to the provincial city, has seldom returned. Consequently, Old Man Ma spends his days in solitude, lacking companionship. Wu Hui's visit to him was twofold, to reminisce and to discuss his next project. Glancing at the fine wine in his hand, Wu Hui felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps due to the absence of family, Old Man Ma had developed a somewhat reclusive nature, rarely venturing outside. His greatest pleasure was to enjoy a modest drink at home. Wu Hui thought that bringing this wine would surely delight Old Man Ma. Approximately 2 hours later, Wu Hui arrived at Old Man Ma's doorstep. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. A hoarse voice echoed from within. Wu Hui recognized it as Old Man Ma's. The elder's once robust voice had become raspy from years of drinking and smoking, making it easy to identify. Creak. The door opened, and Old Man Ma peered out, spotting Wu Hui with a broad smile on his face. Is that you, Wu Hui? Old Man Ma inquired. Indeed, Grandpa Ma. It is I, Wu Hui. Upon hearing Wu Hui's acknowledgement, Old Man Ma paused, then stepped aside, saying, Come in. Wu Hui nodded and entered, offering his hand to support Old Man Ma's arm. I am not so frail that I cannot manage on my own. Old Man Ma retorted, waving his hand to brush Wu Hui aside, prompting a chuckle from Wu Hui. Though Old Man Ma was a good man, he was a bit reclusive and never accepted help from others. As Wu Hui stepped inside, Old Man Ma closed the door behind him and, moving to a stool, took a seat. What brings you here? Old Man Ma asked, curiosity evident in his voice. He found it puzzling that someone like Wu Hui, who seemed so far removed from his life, would visit him unexpectedly. Unable to fathom it, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, he had little left to lose, and he felt confident that Wu Hui could not deceive him. Upon hearing Old Man Ma's question, Wu Hui pondered for a moment before responding, Grandpa Ma, I would like to ask for your assistance. Wu Hui had initially hesitated to broach the subject directly, but seeing Old Man Ma's demeanor, he felt a moral obligation not to employ commercial tactics on a solitary elder. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Oh, Old Man Ma expressed his confusion, lifting his gaunt head to look at Wu Hui, then burst into laughter. Ha! It is truly a grave mistake for you to seek my help. Look around. Old Man Ma gestured to the sparse interior of his home. Do you see? I have nothing here. I can barely afford a meal. How could I possibly assist you? Tears began to stream down Old Man Ma's face. Despite having a daughter, he rarely saw her. Aside from the monthly remittances she sent, there was no communication, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Seeing Old Man Ma in tears, Wu Hui sighed. He was acutely aware that this was a matter concerning others, and thus refrained from prying further, opting instead to carry his bag inside the house. What brings you here? Upon seeing Wu Hui enter, Grandpa Ma immediately rose, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Grandpa Ma, I'm here to cook. We shall indulge in a couple of drinks later. With that, Wu Hui made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Grandpa Ma stood there, momentarily perplexed, and just as he intended to enter, he hesitated. Oh well, let him see for himself. After all, there is hardly anything left in this house. With a sigh, Grandpa Ma uttered these words. Hearing Wu Hui claim he was cooking, Grandpa Ma was entirely unconvinced. Although he rarely ventured outside, he was quite familiar with Wu Hui's notorious reputation, an inveterate drunkard and gambler, a scoundrel who would resort to violence against his wife and children. The notion that he could prepare a meal seemed utterly implausible. With such thoughts, Grandpa Ma settled into his armchair, closing his eyes to rest. He expected Wu Hui to emerge empty-handed once he failed to find anything of value. Yet, as time passed and his eyelids began to flutter, he still did not see Wu Hui. Instead, a rich aroma wafted through the air. What is that delightful scent? The enticing fragrance stirred his appetite, prompting him to rise and investigate the kitchen. To his astonishment, he discovered Wu Hui indeed cooking, and the aroma was quite enticing. Grandpa Ma, the meal is nearly ready. Just a moment longer. Startled by the voice emanating from the kitchen, Grandpa Ma momentarily lost his train of thought, stuttering in response. Ah? Oh. Stunned, he returned to his armchair, his mind a blank slate until Wu Hui presented the finished dishes before him. Come, Grandpa Ma, please have a taste. Wu Hui offered him a pair of chopsticks. Hesitantly accepting them, Grandpa Ma cast his gaze upon the spread before him, utterly taken aback. Braised pork, stir-fried meat, and sliced chicken. Was this lad some sort of culinary wizard? The table was laden with meat. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, his taste buds were tantalized. He picked up the chopsticks and sampled a piece of braised pork, chewing thoughtfully. How is it, Grandpa Ma? Is it to your liking? Wu Hui inquired with a smile. Grandpa Ma chewed in silence, revealing no outward expression. Yet internally, a tempest brewed, evidenced by the subtle tremor in his hands. Here, Grandpa Ma, you must try this, Wu Hui said, producing a fine bottle of liquor purchased from his sister, pouring a glass and offering it to him. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the liquor, Grandpa Ma licked his lips, contemplating. Finally, he set down the chopsticks with a decisive clap. Wu Hui, what exactly are you up to? Grandpa Ma asked, his face grave. Nothing much, Grandpa Ma. Let us just enjoy our meal for now, Wu Hui replied, but Grandpa Ma quickly waved his hand dismissively. You must tell me your intentions first. Otherwise, I cannot eat in peace. Wu Hui set down his chopsticks, pondering for a moment before speaking. Actually, it's quite simple. I would like to borrow your fish pond for a few days. Fish pond? Grandpa Ma echoed incredulously. Indeed, there was a fish pond on his property, but it had fallen into disuse since his daughter had left the village, and he had not visited it in quite some time. Today, Wu Hui unexpectedly expressed a desire to borrow the fish pond, which left Grandpa Ma quite astonished. Indeed, the fish pond. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. My family's fish pond has been neglected for many years. Borrowing it would be of no use to you, Grandpa Ma. He questioned with a hint of confusion. Not all, Grandpa Ma. In truth, your fish pond is not abandoned. It simply requires some dredging due to an excess of mud. If we were to excavate a bit, we would surely unearth numerous fish. This is precisely why I wish to borrow the pond. Wu Hui spoke earnestly, without the slightest hint of deceit. In his previous life, Wu Hui had heard tales of Grandpa Ma's daughter returning to the village, intending to sell the pond to another party, only to serendipitously discover a wealth of sizable fish beneath the surface, yielding a considerable profit. Wu Hui's current objective was indeed the fish pond, yet he had no intention of deceiving Grandpa Ma. After all, while money can be earned again, a tarnished conscience is irretrievable. Chapter 30. Fishing Master Ma pondered for a moment before finally slapping the table and nodding in agreement. All right, I shall lend you the fish pond. Really? Wu Hui exclaimed, filled with excitement. To be honest, he had prepared himself for rejection, having already informed Master Ma that the pond had not been neglected. However, he was taken aback by Master Ma's affirmative response. Yes, I have agreed. For how many days do you wish to borrow it? Master Ma inquired. Contrary to Wu Hui's expectations, Master Ma did not concern himself with whether there were fish remaining in the pond. He simply knew that he was unable to venture into the water himself. Even if Wu Hui assured him that the pond had been well maintained, he could not bring himself to enter. It would be better to lend it to Wu Hui, thus doing a favor in return. Of course, this also had something to do with the meal Wu Hui had prepared. Over the years, no guest had ever graced his home, let alone cooked for him. Wu Hui was the first, albeit initially with ulterior motives. But did that truly matter? For a lonely old man nearing the end of his days, home was of utmost importance. Upon receiving Master Ma's consent, Wu Hui was overjoyed. He quickly responded, "Not for too long. Just 3 days will suffice." "All right, I shall lend it to you for 3 days. Feel free to catch as many fish as you like," Master Ma declared with a hearty thump of the table. "Thank you, Grandpa Ma." Hearing Wu Hui's gratitude, Master Ma smiled, raised his cup, and downed its contents in one gulp. "Ah, refreshing. Come, Wu Hui. Don't just stand there. Join me in a drink. Cheers," Master Ma said, pouring another cup of liquor, ready to toast with Wu Hui. Seeing the cup presented before him, Wu Hui waved his hand dismissively, pouring himself a cup of tea instead. "Grandpa Ma, you enjoy your drink. I shall pass." "What? Do you look down on me?" Master Ma feigned anger, appearing quite displeased. "No, Grandpa Ma, y árbol no dir respect. It's just that I have sworn off alcohol," Wu Hui explained. How about this? I shall toast you with tea as a substitute for wine. What do you think? As he spoke, he raised his filled cup of tea in salute to Master Ma. Seeing Wu Hui finish it in one go, Master Ma had no choice but to sigh and say, "Yet you said you would drink with me. Turns out it's just tea. Oui, je could, grand-mama. I meant to keep you company while you drank. I never said I would drink alongside you. You little rascal." After finishing lunch with Master Ma, Wu Hui washed the dishes and made his way to the fish pond. Gazing around, he noted the disarray of the pond, with yellow mud spread everywhere. He rolled up his trousers and cautiously descended into the water, beginning his excavation. An hour later, Wu Hui returned home triumphantly, holding 2 large black fish in his hands. "Yuxin, Lanlan, look what I brought you." Creaking open the door, the adorable little bundles of joy rushed out upon hearing Wu Hui's voice. "Wow, such big fish. Bigger than Lanlan." Wu Hui squatted down, planting a kiss on the cheek of the little cherub. Would it be suitable for Papa to craft a garment from the fish for Lanlan to wear? The little one gazed in confusion, eyes wide with curiosity. Just then, Yuxin emerged from the room, having overheard Wu Hui's words. She playfully patted Wu Hui on the head, exclaiming, "Enough of your teasing with Lanlan." Wu Hui stood up, scratching his head with a chuckle. "Where did you get this fish? It looks rather unclean, not like something purchased." Yuxin inquired. "Oh, my clever wife. I caught this fish from Grandpa Ma's pond. Quite a sizable catch, wouldn't you agree?" Wu Hui replied with a grin. "From Grandpa Ma's pond?" Yuxin's brow furrowed at his admission. "How could you have taken fish from his pond? Be careful. He might be upset with you." Wu Hui laughed heartily, assuring her, "No worries. I consulted with Grandpa Ma beforehand. For the next few days, the pond is mine to fish as I please." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Yuxin relaxed her furrowed brow and nodded. "I will go prepare the fish for a stew later." As she reached for the fish in Wu Hui's hands, he gently stopped her. "I'll handle it. The fish has quite a strong odor. It's not pleasant." With that, Wu Hui made his way into the kitchen. The following day, as dawn broke, Wu Hui arose early, ready to seek out a buyer. While he had made arrangements with Grandpa Ma regarding the pond, he was not foolish enough to venture alone to catch the fish. He intended to find a partner to assist in the endeavor, allowing him to sell the fish simultaneously. An advantageous situation indeed. After selling the winter bamboo shoots, Wu Hui hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he sought out the manager, Yu Duo. "Mr. Yu, I am a villager from the neighboring village. You can call me Huizi. I am here to propose a business collaboration, if you have a moment to spare." Having been a commercial magnate in his past life, Wu Hui understood well the dynamics of politeness in business dealings. To succeed, a bit of flattery was often necessary. Indeed, Yu Duo appeared pleased by Wu Hui's courteous approach. "Oh, what sort of business do you wish to discuss?" Wu Hui smiled and replied, "You see, I have a fish pond at home, quite large, which has been neglected for many years. Just yesterday, I discovered fish swimming within it and thought to inquire if you might be interested in purchasing them. Perhaps a stroke of luck." Upon hearing that Wu Hui had a fish pond, especially one that had been fallow for years, Yu Duo's interest was piqued. This could be a lucrative venture, a pond like that could yield a substantial amount of fish, and those fish represented potential profits. "Huizi, is it true you have a pond? One that has been abandoned for years?" Yu Duo asked eagerly. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. Excellent. I am interested in this business. When can we get started?" Overjoyed by Yu Duo's agreement, Wu Hui responded, "Any time works for me, but the pond has been neglected for quite some time, and there's quite a bit of mud. Your assistance would be appreciated." "That's no trouble at all." Yu Duo began, but then hesitated. Wu Hui, understanding his unspoken thoughts, smiled and nodded in agreement. "The rental fee shall be borne by me." "Splendid. In that case, I shall now arrange for some manpower. Please wait for me here." "Very well, Bossiu." Bossiu was quite swift in his actions. Before long, he summoned several robust men to stand before Wu Hui. "These gentlemen are renowned fishing experts in this area, and I have also arranged for a truck to accompany you." Wu Hui smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude to the sturdy gentleman. "Thank you, brothers, for your willingness to assist. I appreciate your efforts in advance." Upon witnessing Wu Hui's courteous demeanor, the robust men felt a bit bashful and waved their hands in modesty. "Not at all. It is our duty. Let us hasten and complete the task promptly. Wu Hui nodded emphatically and then climbed aboard the vehicle. Chapter 31. Complaints upon arriving at the village. Wu Hui directed the group towards the fish pond. Brother Wu, this fish pond is quite spacious, exclaimed a burly man. Acknowledging the man's words, Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is the largest pond in our village. After a 30-minute journey, Wu Hui had grown familiar with several robust men, among whom was Lu Tian, the leader of the group. Such a vast pond. Although the mud is a bit much, there must be plenty of fish in here, Lu Tian said with a cheerful wave of his hand. Brothers, let us get to work. As he spoke, the burly men donned their coveralls and cautiously descended into the pond. Is there an outfit for me as well? I'd like to help. Wu Hui, seeing everyone entering the water, rolled up his sleeves, eager to join in. There is. It's in the back of the truck. I'll go fetch it, Lu Tian replied, turning to retrieve the work attire. Wu Hui, what are you up to? Just then, as Lu Tian turned away, Wu Hui heard someone calling out to him. He looked over in confusion. It was Zhang Huaizhong, a villager a few years older than Wu Hui. He approached with a puzzled expression, glancing at the workers in the pond. I saw a truck arrive and was curious about what was happening. I didn't expect you to be here. What's going on? Wu Hui chuckled. I'm here to catch fish. You're catching fish? Zhang Huaizhong repeated, his face a picture of astonishment as he pointed to the workers in the pond. Don't tell me they're all your hired help. Wu Hui nodded yes. Goodness. Wu Hui, you're quite audacious. This is Master Maya's fish pond. If you were to catch a few by yourself, I wouldn't say much. But calling so many people here, be careful, or Master Ma might give you a good thrashing. At Zhang Huaizhong's words, Wu Hui furrowed his brow but offered a brief explanation. I've already discussed this with Grandfather Ma, so there is no need for you to worry. Afterward, Wu Hui turned to see Lu Tian approaching with the work attire and thanked him before joining the others in the pond. Zhang Huaizhong felt a flicker of anger but chose to remain silent, observing the pond with uncertainty. He wasn't sure if Wu Hui was telling the truth, so he resolved to watch the situation unfold. Brother Wu, how is it going? Is it difficult? Lu Tian asked, his face beaming with a smile. It's manageable. I was here yesterday, and it feels much easier this time, Wu Hui replied, waving his hand dismissively. That's great. In that case, let us expedite our efforts and finish up quickly. Certainly, Wu Hui nodded, and together with Lu Tian, they began to catch fish. The November sun was still quite gentle, and the number of villagers gathered around the pond was steadily increasing, whispering and pointing, oblivious to their discussion. Brother Wu, don't move. Suddenly, as Wu Hui was randomly poking around with a stick, he heard Lu Tian's voice and instantly halted his actions. What is the matter, Brother Lu? Did you discover something? Lu Tian, with a face full of vigilance, urged. Look to your right foot. It seems something is stirring. Heeding Lu Tian's warning, Wu Hui hastily glanced to his right. The once tranquil mud suddenly quivered, as if something were burrowing from beneath. Observing this, Wu Hui discarded his stick and cautiously approached. Fixated on the surface of the earth. Quickly, Lu Tian bellowed. Just as Wu Hui took 2 steps forward, the creature in the mud seemed to sense something amiss and hastily fled. Wu Hui rushed forward, seizing it, only to find himself ensnared in the muck, appearing quite disheveled. Are you all right? Lu Tian inquired with concern, noticing Wu Hui's predicament. I'm fine. Look, Wu Hui replied with a grin, revealing a large catfish wriggling in his grasp. The fish, full of vitality, squirmed in protest as Wu Hui held it tightly, his veins visibly straining. Here, place it in this bucket, Lu Tian suggested, retrieving a large plastic container, into which Wu Hui placed the fish. It immediately began thrashing about, attempting to escape. Impressive, Brother Wu. You managed to catch this, Lu Tian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration, causing Wu Hui to blush slightly. This fish is quite substantial. It must be worth a fair sum. Wu Hui mused, gazing at the lively catfish in the bucket. This fish weighs around 6 pounds, nearly worth 72 yuan, Lu Tian replied with a smile. Brother Wu, if only we could catch a few more like this, you would strike it rich. Then let us hasten and catch more, and see if we can deplete this pond. With renewed enthusiasm, Wu Hui grasped his stick and resumed his vigorous fishing. Meanwhile, as Wu Hui was busy fishing in the pond. Grandpa Ma was at home, savoring fine wine. Each sip he took was accompanied by a moment of reflection, as if he were savoring the wine's essence. Suddenly, while he was immersed in his enjoyment, a loud knocking resounded at his door. Bang, bang, bang. Grandpa Ma, calamity has struck. Wu Hui is wreaking havoc in your fish pond. The urgent cries from outside interrupted Grandpa Ma's reverie, igniting a fire of anger within him. Which scoundrel dares disturb my peace at such a moment? If I did not teach him a lesson, I would be failing myself. Furiously, Grandpa Ma rose and strode to the door, flinging it open. What is it? He demanded. Seeing Grandpa Ma at the threshold, Zhang Hua anxiously replied, Grandpa Ma, Wu Hui has gathered a group to dig up your fish pond. You must hurry and see. It was none other than Zhang Hua himself, who had just witnessed Wu Hui catch a large fish. His heart raced with urgency. Though he was unaware of the fish's worth, he felt unsettled, fearing that Wu Hui might surpass him. Upon seeing Wu Hui's success, he rushed to Grandpa Ma's house, hoping he would handle the situation. However, the scene that Zhang Huaizhong had envisioned did not unfold. He observed that Master Ma remained expressionless upon hearing his words. Is that all? Master Ma inquired, his face devoid of emotion. Yes, Master Ma. Please go take a look. Zhang Huaizhong began, but before he could finish, Master Ma interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. I understand. If you have no other matters to discuss, I shall return indoors. Farewell. With that, Master Ma turned and shut the door behind him. He was acutely aware that, for Zhang Huaizhong, his preference leaned more towards Wu Hui. After all, Wu Hui had merely been a ne'er-do-well in the past. As for Zhang Huaizhong, well, it was better left unmentioned. Chapter 32. A bountiful harvest wait for me, you old wretch. Zhang Hui, seething with rage, shouted at the closed door, feeling utterly rejected. Meanwhile, after a long afternoon of toil, Wu Hui was drenched in sweat, yet his smile remained unyielding. Brother Lu, the sky is beginning to darken. Let us conclude for the day. Lu Tian glanced upward, noticing the waning daylight, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time. After a full afternoon's work, my brothers are weary. Let us return home for some rest, and come back tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tian beckoned his companions to board the truck, preparing to head back to the county town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As they approached the truck, Wu Hui counted their harvest. Over 100 large fish and more than 40 soft-shelled turtles, with countless loaches and eels, filling his heart with joy. Brother Wu, it's time to get on the truck. Wu Hui nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a simple, all right, before climbing aboard, heading toward the county town. Approximately half an hour later, as twilight descended, Wu Hui and his companions arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. At that moment, Yu Duo had not yet returned home. It seemed he had been waiting specifically for Wu Hui. Upon spotting the truck, he rushed over eagerly. How'd it go? Did you have a good haul? Yu Duo inquired anxiously. President Yu, you'll see for yourself, Lu Tian replied enigmatically as he stepped down from the vehicle. Upon hearing Lu Tian's response, Yu Duo felt an undeniable thrill and dashed to the back of the truck with anticipation. You two, quickly open it for me to see. The two sturdy men nodded and opened the back doors. With a clatter, the rear was revealed, prompting Yu Duo to rush forward to inspect the contents. Inside the large buckets, a multitude of fish swam alongside soft-shelled turtles and loaches, leaving Yu Duo utterly astonished. How is it, boss Yu? Have I disappointed you? Wu Hui approached, and Yu Duo was overwhelmed with joy, nearly beside himself with excitement. Disappointed? This is a delightful surprise. Wild soft-shelled turtles, far superior to those farmed ones at the cooperative. He could already envision the demand for turtles soaring the next day. As he gazed at Wu Hui, his admiration grew, and his tone became increasingly warm. Brother Wu, after all this labor, you must be famished. You have truly worked hard. Come, let us dine together and enjoy a drink. Leave the unloading to them, Yu Duo said enthusiastically, but Wu Hui waved his hand dismissively. Not all, President Yu. I must decline the meal. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I shall help Brother Lu and the others with the unloading so I can return sooner. Wu Hui spoke a half-truth. The journey from the county town to his home would take nearly 2 hours, making it impossible to share dinner with Yuxin. He made this statement solely to guard against Yu Duo's intentions. After all, one can never fully trust another's heart. Should Yu Duo underreport the weight, it would be a significant loss for him. Yu Duo appeared to comprehend Wu Hui's motives, grinning widely and seemingly unconcerned. In light of this, I must trouble you. Lu Tian, please assist Wu Hui a bit more, and let me know once the items are moved. Lu Tian, who was unloading cargo, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, boss Yu. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Hui turned and approached the truck to lift the goods. Boss Yu, the items have been moved. Here is the inventory. Please take a look. Approximately 1 hour later, having completed the transfer, Wu Hui arrived at Yu Duo's office, handwritten list in hand, which he presented. Upon receiving Wu Hui's list, Yu Duo glanced at it, astonished. 83 catfish weighing 128 pounds, 55 black fish totaling 183 pounds, 136 eels weighing 151 pounds, and various turtles. The sheer volume of goods left Yu Duo dumbfounded, his expression one of pure astonishment. Noticing Yu Duo's momentary stupor, Wu Hui grinned and remarked, Boss Yu, this is just today's haul. There's more to come tomorrow. More tomorrow? Yu Duo exclaimed, rising in surprise. Wu Hui nodded with a smile, affirming indeed. There's more tomorrow. Seeing Wu Hui's confirmation, Yu Duo took a deep breath to steady himself. In that case, shall I settle the account with you tomorrow? Before Yu Duo could finish his sentence, Wu Hui hurriedly interjected, Boss Yu, let us settle it today instead. I have 2 precious ones at home that need tending. It would bring me peace of mind to take the money back. After a moment of contemplation, considering there were still fish in the pond, Yu Duo replied, Very well. I will calculate the total now. Catfish at 1, 20 per pound, black fish at 1, 30, eels at a flat 1, through 0, turtles. After a brief calculation, he concluded, the total comes to 749.70, subtracting the truck fee of 1. The final amount is 748.70. Is that correct? Wu Hui picked up a pen and recalculated on paper. Nodding, he affirmed, Yes, boss Yu. Your arithmetic is impressive. Yu Duo waved off Wu Hui's flattery, though a smile lingered on his face. Since you're certain, take this money with you. As he spoke, Yu Duo shifted back on his stool, opened a drawer, counted out some cash, and handed it to Wu Hui. After receiving the money, Wu Hui quickly counted it, confirming everything was in order before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, boss Yu. Since that has settled, I won't disturb you any further. I'll come by again tomorrow. With that, Wu Hui exited the office. Once outside, Wu Hui hurriedly made his way home. In these times, with ruffians roaming about, he felt the need to exercise caution, carrying a substantial sum of $700. He took extra care. Thus, Wu Hui cautiously returned home, promptly locking the door behind him and preparing to find a secure hiding place for the money. Just a few days prior, He Zi had approached him, and Wu Hui knew him well. It was uncertain when he might be lurking nearby. However, this act of caution left Yuxin, who had just stepped out, utterly bewildered. Watching Wu Hui as he searched frantically, she questioned, What are you doing? Upon hearing a sound, the tense nerves of Wu Hui immediately turned towards the source. It was only upon recognizing his wife that he breathed a sigh of relief. You nearly gave me a heart attack, my dear. Yuxin blinked in confusion, about to speak when she was interrupted by Wu Hui. Yuxin, where have you been hiding the money all this time? At his inquiry, Yuxin furrowed her brows slightly, but responded, It's been under the foot of my bed. Why do you ask? Had it been before, she would have never revealed such information. Yet now, witnessing Wu Hui's transformation, she was willing to place her trust in him. Wu Hui stepped closer to Yuxin, grasped her right hand, and placed the money he had been holding in her palm. Quickly hide this money away. Do not take it out under any circumstances. Chapter 33. The albino turtle Yuxin gazed at the substantial sum of money in her hands, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stood motionless. Wife. Upon hearing Wu Hui call her name, Yuxin snapped back to reality, mechanically nodding before turning to enter the house. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, she understood that the utmost priority was to conceal the money securely. She could seek explanations from Wu Hui later. As Yuxin stepped inside, Wu Hui hurried to the window, meticulously observing the surroundings outside. Only when he confirmed that the coast was clear did he breathe a sigh of relief. Human nature is inherently greedy, and as a savvy businessman, Wu Hui was acutely aware of this truth. Though people may present smiling faces now, the moment there is profit to be gained, they will reveal their true, predatory selves, transforming into voracious beasts that devour without remorse. After a brief interval, having stashed the money away, Yuxin approached the door, ready to hear Wu Hui's explanation. Wu Hui spent approximately 5 minutes elucidating the origins of the money, leaving Yuxin in a state of bewilderment. Is it truly possible to earn money in such a manner? How exceedingly simple. Why had I not thought of it before? Noticing her dazed expression, Wu Hui waved his hand before her eyes and inquired, "What is the matter, Yuxin?" "And no, it's nothing. I just need a moment to process this. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I saved some food for you. I'll bring it over now." With that, Yuxin rose and headed into the kitchen. The following day, after Wu Hui had finished digging for winter bamboo shoots, he and Lu Tian made their way to the fish pond. Armed with the experience from their previous outing, Wu Hui found fishing to be exceptionally smooth this time. In no time, the bucket was brimming with large fish. Just as Wu Hui reveled in his success, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a bright white light, startlingly vivid. "What is wrong, Brother Wu?" Lu Tian asked, puzzled. "I think I just saw something flash over there," Wu Hui replied, pointing in the direction of the light. Lu Tian followed his gaze but saw nothing. Turning back to Wu Hui, he suggested, "It's probably just some glass shards or something. There is no need to worry about it." Wu Hui shook his head. "It didn't seem like that. What I saw appeared to be a living creature, something that moves." "Oh." Lu Tian expressed curiosity and promptly approached to investigate further. "Brothers, come over here and have a look. What could it be?" Upon hearing Lu Tian's call, the others gathered around, prodding with sticks to examine the area. "There is something here." Suddenly, a burly man shouted. The crowd quickly converged, and they soon spotted a turtle, rushing forward to capture it. The turtle, sensing danger, attempted to flee but eventually resigned, retreating into its shell. "Here, Brother Wu, is this what you were talking about?" Wu Hui took the turtle, wiping away the mud to reveal its skin, which astonishingly was white. Upon seeing this, Wu Hui nodded. "This must be it. But why is this turtle white? How peculiar." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian became intrigued and eagerly snatched the soft-shelled turtle, fervently wiping away the mud that coated its shell. "This is an albino soft-shelled turtle," Lu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "You recognize it?" Wu Hui inquired, gazing curiously at Lu Tian. Lu Tian nodded, saying, "I do recognize it, though I am not well acquainted with it. This is my first encounter. It is said that these turtles hatch from their eggs as pure white, and their numbers are exceedingly rare, making them hard to come by." At the mention of rarity, Wu Hui's interest was immediately piqued. "So, this creature must be quite valuable." "Indeed," Lu Tian replied, "but whether it is edible, I cannot say, as this is my first time seeing such a specimen." "I see." Wu Hui beamed with delight. For him, the edibility of the turtle was of little concern. Its value was what mattered most. "Brother Wu, I suggest you keep this one. Of course, you could sell it to Boss Yu. I believe he would certainly be interested." After hearing Lu Tian's suggestion, Wu Hui chuckled. "That is exactly what I was thinking. I'll inquire with Boss Yu later to see how much it's worth." The two exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their fishing in the pond. Approximately 3 hours later, "What? You caught an albino soft-shelled turtle? Where is it? Show me at once." Upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Hui relayed the news of the albino turtle to Yu Duo. As expected, upon hearing about the albino turtle, Yu Duo's interest was instantly ignited, and he hurriedly requested to see it. Handing over the albino turtle, Yu Duo promptly seized it and stepped under the electric light to scrutinize it closely. "You're easy. Your fishing pond truly is a treasure trove. You even found such an albino turtle." Wu Hui grinned widely. "It's merely luck. I didn't expect to find such a turtle in there either. I am quite surprised myself." Upon hearing Wu Hui's response, Yu Duo chuckled. "This kind of turtle is exceedingly rare, and they are mostly farmed. This is my first encounter with a wild one." Turning to Wu Hui, he asked, "How much do you intend to sell it to me for?" At Yu Duo's inquiry, Wu Hui waved his hand, a smile gracing his face. "This is a gift for Boss Yu. No payment is necessary." "Oh, Yu Duo responded, puzzled. You must be sure. This creature is worth at least several hundred yuan. You are just giving it to me? Indeed, I am certain. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. After contemplating, he reasoned that while the albino turtle was rare, it was not entirely non-existent, so its price would not be exorbitant. It would be wiser to gift it to Yu Duo, fostering goodwill that could be beneficial should he pursue a business in aquatic products in the future. As expected, after hearing Wu Hui's words, Yu Duo nodded repeatedly, expressing his satisfaction. All right, since that is the case, I will graciously accept this albino turtle. Here is your payment for today. Take it. It was evident that Yu Duo was genuinely pleased this time. Even the transaction was more cheerful than the previous day. Wu Hui received the payment and counted it. A total of 323 yuan and 80 cents, neither more nor less. Just right. Thank you, bossio. I shall take my leave now. Wu Hui smiled as he prepared to bid farewell. As Wu Hui was about to step out of the office, he suddenly heard Yu Duo exclaim, Huizi, if you ever have any seafood to sell, don't hesitate to come to me. I will take as much as you have. Wu Hui turned around, smiled, and nodded, replying, All right, thank you, bossio. With that, he exited the office. Upon returning home, Wu Hui handed the money to Yuxin once more, instructing her to hide it at the foot of the bed. After she secured the money, she stepped out of the room and said to Wu Hui, What if someone finds this money while you're away? Wu Hui pondered for a moment before responding, I intend to give half of it to Grandpa Ma. Yuxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was his fish pond, and Wu Hui was merely borrowing it for a few days. Now that profits had been made, it was only right to share half with him. All right, are you going to see him tomorrow? She asked. Yes, it's quite late now, and Grandpa Ma is likely already asleep. I will go see him tomorrow instead. Chapter 34. Wu Kuan the following day, after selling the winter bamboo shoots, Wu Hui purchased a free-range chicken and some fine wine, and made his way to the home of Grandpa Ma once more. Grandpa Ma greeted him warmly, inquiring about his visit. Grandpa Ma, I have no particular business. I merely came to see you. To see me? Ha. Grandpa Ma chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. You young rascal, I know you too well. Uninvited guests seldom come without a purpose. You must have something to discuss, so go on. Don't waste an old man's time. With a sheepish grin, Wu Hui scratched his head and confessed, Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, old sir. I am here regarding the fish pond. Oh, are you hoping to borrow it for a few more days? Not at all. If you wish to continue using it, feel free. There is no need to formally report to me. Grandpa Ma waved dismissively, savoring a piece of chicken. Wu Hui shook his head with a smile. No, Grandpa Ma, I have come to bring you money. Money? Grandpa Ma swallowed his mouthful of chicken in surprise, his expression shifting to one of confusion. This is the profit from the fish pond over the past few days. Please take a look, Wu Hui said, producing the meticulously prepared cash from his pocket and placing it on the table. As Grandpa Ma gazed at the hefty sum before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. After a lingering moment, he raised his trembling hand and stammered this. This is the profit from the fish pond you've been working on these past days? How? How did you accomplish this? Wu Hui chuckled softly. It's nothing extraordinary. Primarily, it is due to the abundance of fish in your pond. I merely scooped a few out, and this is the result. Observing Wu Hui's relaxed demeanor, Grandpa Ma set down his chopsticks in contemplation. While he was uncertain about the exact number of fish in the pond, the substantial earnings indicated that Wu Hui had certainly toiled diligently these past few days. It was hard to believe that he would present this money to an old man like himself. After a moment of reflection, Grandpa Ma bit his lip and declared, You should keep this money. I don't want a single cent. Wu Hui was taken aback. Grandpa Ma, why won't you accept this money? I harvested from your pond. This money rightfully belongs to you as well. Yet Grandpa Ma waved his hand dismissively. Although you have harvested from my pond, had you not done so, I would not have ventured to do it myself. At my age, my legs are not what they used to be. It's a struggle to even walk a few steps, let alone work in the pond. Moreover, I live alone, without any pressing obligations. But you, on the other hand, have a family to support. They depend on you. Please take this money, Grandpa Ma insisted, lifting his cup for a sip of wine. But this is only half the money. I've already given the other half to my wife. Wu Hui suddenly interjected, leaving Grandpa Ma astounded. causing him to spit out his drink in shock. He had assumed that the sum on the table was the entirety of the earnings, unaware that it was merely a portion. Indeed, Grandpa Ma, this is just half the amount. The other half has already been accepted. Therefore, Wu Hui gently pushed the money toward him. Please accept it. As he witnessed this gesture, Grandpa Ma fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, he finally nodded. All right. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui broke into a smile and poured a bowl of wine for Grandpa Ma, saying, Grandpa Ma, while this wine is delightful, overindulgence can be detrimental to one's health. Let us, from now on, partake a bit less. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, tears unexpectedly welled in Grandpa Ma's eyes. He had never anticipated that the once ostracized Wu Hui would transform into such a caring individual. In that fleeting moment, he found himself wishing that Wu Hui were his own son, for his daughter had never shown concern for him, spending her days frivolously. Overwhelmed by familial affection, Grandpa Ma wept profusely, and after some time, he nodded solemnly. Very well. In the afternoon, nearing 6 o'clock, Wu Hui returned home. After leaving Grandpa Ma's residence, he had visited several villages again, finalizing cooperative agreements. Upon arriving home, he prepared for dinner. Yet, as he opened the door, he was greeted by a familiar silhouette, exclaiming, Dad! Sitting on a stool was an elderly man. Though aged, he appeared remarkably vigorous. Upon seeing Wu Hui enter, he widened his eyes and bellowed, Where on earth have you been, you rascal? Returning at this hour, can you not exhibit a shred of responsibility? Instead of gallivanting about, why not lend a hand at home? Wu Hui berated Wu Hui without a hint of concern for his feelings. Eventually, it was Yuxin, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, who emerged and interrupted Wu Hui's tirade. Dad, Wu Hui has been much better these days. Please refrain from scolding him and calm down. Upon hearing Yuxin's defense, Wu Hui scoffed, showing no regard for her words. My daughter-in-law, you are far too kind. He is my blood. How can I not know him? He spends all his time in debauchery, drinking, and gambling. What will happen when your mother and I are no longer around? As he spoke, Wu Hui shook his head and sighed. To him, the greatest regret of his life was not having raised his son properly, a lingering sorrow he carried. Upon hearing these words, Yuxin grew anxious and quickly stepped forward, saying, Nonsense, Dad. You and Mom will live long lives. Indeed, Dad. You and Mom will surely enjoy longevity. Please do not speak such things. Wu Hui joined in, gently patting Yuxin's hand. Initially, Wu Hui found some solace in his daughter-in-law's words, but upon seeing Wu Hui again, his frustration resurfaced. If you weren't so reckless, not causing your mother and me so much worry, I could live 100 years longer. Wu Hui glared at Wu Hui, half amused, half exasperated. Wu Hui chuckled and shook his head. All right, my dear father, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall I prepare a meal for you? Hearing Wu Hui's offer, Wu Hui raised an eyebrow, his expression one of disbelief. You can cook? Dad, Wu Hui can indeed cook. For the past few days, my mother and I have been enjoying his meals, and they are absolutely delicious. Yes, Daddy's cooking is wonderful. The adorable little dumpling responded in kind. However, upon noticing Wu Hui's gaze upon her, she immediately hid away. To the little milk dumpling, her grandfather appeared far more intimidating. She was acutely aware that every time her grandfather visited their home, he would engage in fierce arguments with her father, occasionally escalating to physical confrontations. Such behavior was far more terrifying than that of Wu Hui. Observing his granddaughter's evident fear, Wu Hui gently touched his face, pondering whether he truly appeared so fearsome. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Yuxin picked up Lanlan and softly said, This is your grandfather. Lanlan, you have met him before, haven't you? Come, call him grandfather. The somewhat frightened little dumpling looked towards Wu Hui and, upon seeing his warm smile, realized he would not lash out at her. With a timid voice, she finally uttered, Grandfather. Chapter 35, is that all? After preparing dinner, the family gathered around the table to share their meal. Wu Hui was fervently feeding Lanlan, who appeared quite bewildered. Xiaobi, though our in-laws sent you some money, you ought not to squander it like this. Just look. Fish and meat, what a waste. Wu Hui lifted his head to look at his father, a puzzled expression on his face. Dad, What do you mean by sending money? Where did you hear that? Wu Kuan shot Wu Hui a glare, irritated. What? The whole village is buzzing about it. And you think you can deceive me? Is it about Aunt Wang? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hui responded, Of course. Wu Kuan, in a fit of exasperation, slammed his hand on the table, startling the little one who was eating. Look at you. You stirred up such a big fuss and didn't even think to tell me. If I hadn't heard Aunt Yang mention it upon my return, I would still be in the dark. With that, Wu Kuan glared at Wu Hui once more. Wu Hui and Yuxin exchanged glances, both looking bewildered. This matter had indeed created quite a stir, and since Wu Kuan lived in the same village, he should have known about it. Why was he only bringing it up now? Pondering this, Wu Hui felt a twinge of confusion. Dad, now that you mention it, I remember this issue was quite significant at the time. How come you're only hearing about it now? Hearing Wu Hui's words, Wu Kuan felt a jolt of surprise. He quickly composed himself and feigned a serious expression. At that time, your mother and I were strolling in the county town, so it didn't go over. Then why are you only coming over now? Should you have returned home first? Wu Hui continued to inquire. Well, mainly because I've been too busy these past few days to come. Now that I'm done with my work, I'm here, aren't I? What have you been busy with? What I've been busy with is none of your concern. You can't be of any help anyway. Oomph. Wu Kuan said, his face flushed with anger, yet the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his true emotions. Observing Wu Kuan's demeanor, Wu Hui took a sip of water, his expression serious. Dad, is something wrong? No, nothing is wrong. What could possibly be wrong? Wu Kuan waved his hands repeatedly, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. Dad, I'm at home. Smack. Wu Kuan slammed the table and shouted. I've told you there's nothing wrong. The little one in his arms could no longer contain herself and began to wail loudly. Hearing his daughter's cries, Wu Hui turned to Yuxin. Yuxin, pleasitake, Lanlan incite. I need to have a word with Dad. Yuxin nodded and carried Lanlan into the house. The once lively dining table suddenly felt desolate as the father and son exchanged glances, neither speaking a word. After a lengthy silence, sensing that his father's anger had subsided somewhat, Wu Hui asked again, Dad, what on earth has happened? Wu Kuan, having calmed down, lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before finally letting out a sigh. Forget it. You'll find out sooner or later. As he spoke, Wu Kuan took a sip of water and looked up. Your sister is in trouble. Boom! Wu Kuan's words struck Wu Hui like a bolt from the blue, shaking him to the core. He hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire further. Father, what has happened to Qian? Wu Hui asked, his heart racing with anxiety. For him, aside from his wife and daughter, the deepest regret of his past life was towards his family. Perhaps due to his own failures, his sister was exceptionally understanding. Regardless of how others perceived him, Qian always treated him with kindness, never once complaining. Upon hearing from his father that something had happened to his sister, Wu Hui was instantly filled with dread, desperate to uncover the truth. Seeing Wu Hui's anxious demeanor and feeling a twinge of conscience, Wu Kuan nodded slightly. A few days ago, Qian went to the city to work and accidentally damaged a car. The owner is demanding compensation. You know the situation at home. Qian pleaded for forgiveness and offered to work off the debt. However, it seems the car owner is from out of town and is unwilling to wait for her to repay through labor. Your mother and I are considering selling the house to make ends meet, and I came here to see if we could stay with you, perhaps squeeze in a little. Wu Kuan sighed, his face etched with helplessness. Is this all? Isn't this serious? Wu Kuan stared at Wu Hui, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. With such significant troubles at home, this ungrateful boy seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It appeared he hadn't been disciplined in quite some time and required a firm hand. With this thought, Wu Kuan glanced around, looking for something to strike with. No, Dad, you misunderstand. Wu Hui quickly waved his hands. He was all too aware of his father's disciplinary methods. In his past life, he had endured many beatings, and the pain was still vivid in his memory. What do you mean, then? Wu Kuan's voice boomed like a ferocious tiger. Observing his father's expression, Wu Hui realized he needed to articulate his thoughts clearly. Otherwise, he would be in dire trouble. Calming his racing heart, Wu Hui coughed lightly and stated, Ahem. What I mean is, there's no need to panic. I will resolve this. You will resolve it? With what? Do you have any money? Wu Kun roared. Wu Hui nodded earnestly. I do. He turned and entered the house, returning shortly after. Dad, how much do you need? Just take it. As he spoke, he placed a substantial stack of cash before Wu Kun. Staring at the pile of money, Wu Kun was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. This. Where did this money come from? Did the in-laws give it to you? Impossible. They would never give this much. Did you steal it? He pondered aloud, gazing incredulously at Wu Hui. This is money I earned over the past few days. Wu Hui replied with a smile. You earned it? Why not say it fell from the sky? Wu Kun, incensed by his son's explanation, found it hard to believe. He knew his son well enough to doubt the legitimacy of the claim. Just as he was about to condemn Wu Hui for theft, Wu Hui continued to smile. Dad, this money is genuinely mine. Just the day before yesterday, I leased Grandpa Ma's fish pond, and this is the money from the fish. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grandpa Ma or the villagers. They all saw me fishing there a few days ago. Observing the confident demeanor of Wu Hui, Wu Kun felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Could it be that this impudent boy truly earned this money? How could I have been oblivious to such capabilities he possesses? No, I must inquire further. With this thought in mind, Wu Kun hastily rose and exited his home. I shall make my way to Master Ma's residence at once. If you have deceived me, just wait and see how I shall deal with you upon my return. With that, Wu Kun strode purposefully toward Master Ma's house. Not once glancing back. Chapter 36. Can you endure? Creak. As father left, Yuxin stepped out of the room and inquired. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. He has gone to verify with Grandpa Ma. He is expected to return shortly. Outside the house, Wu Kun hurriedly made his way to Grandpa Ma's residence. Despite Wu Hui's confident demeanor, the anxious Wu Kun still felt the need for confirmation from Grandpa Ma. He required the old man to assure him, in person, that the money was indeed earned by Wu Hui before he could feel at ease. Knock, knock, knock. Here he comes. The raspy voice of Grandpa Ma echoed from within. Wu Kun waited impatiently. Creak. Oh, young Wu, what brings you here? Grandpa Ma opened the door, surprised to see Wu Kun, and stepped aside to invite him in. Wu Kun waved his hand, saying, No, Uncle Ma, I just have a question for you. Did that young rascal Wu Hui really take over your fish pond? Grandpa Ma nodded. Indeed. A few days ago, Wu Hui came to me expressing his desire to take over my fish pond. What is the matter, young Wu? Has something happened? Did he make a substantial profit using your fish pond? As soon as he uttered these words, Wu Kun wished he could slap himself. What did he mean by asking if he had profited from Grandpa Ma's pond? Was he not plainly revealing that his son had earned money through someone else's resources? How could he be so heartless? However, Grandpa Ma seemed unfazed, smiling as he replied, Yes, that lad Wu Hui has become quite adept. He made a fair sum from my pond, and even cooked me a chicken. Truly a good child. Brother Ma, you are aware of this matter? Wu Kun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Here he was, inquiring about his son profiting from someone else's pond, while the other party was already in the know. How awkward. Of course. What's the issue? Grandpa Ma asked, puzzled. What is going on with you, young Wu? You've been acting strangely since you arrived. Wu Kun took a deep breath and apologized. I'm truly sorry, Brother Ma. It is my failing as a parent. I shall return home shortly to properly educate that rascal Wu Hui and ensure he shares his earnings with you. I sincerely apologize. Wu Kun was a straightforward farmer, devoid of ulterior motives. Since Wu Hui had profited from another's pond, regardless of the amount, he believed it was customary to share half of it with the pond owner. However, he was not prepared for Grandpa Ma's reaction. The old man suddenly grew anxious, waving his hands dismissively. No. Young Wu, what are you saying? Wu Hui has already given me half. I cannot accept another portion. What? You say Wu Hui has already given you half? Wu Kun's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Indeed, Grandpa Ma nodded. Upon hearing Grandpa Ma's confirmation, Wu Kun felt utterly bewildered. He had thought Wu Hui merely exchanged a chicken for the use of the pond, never realizing that his son had only taken half of the profits. When had this boy developed such a sense of integrity? Young Wu, what on earth is going on? Grandpa Ma suddenly inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit surprised. Wu Kun chuckled. Haha, I was surprised too, not long ago. I had not anticipated that Wu Hui would prove to be so remarkably capable. The key quality is his sense of gratitude, which is indeed a rare trait. You are fortunate, unlike my daughter. Alas. At this point, Master Ma let out a sigh. Wu Kuan's eyes twitched in response. How could he consider himself fortunate with a son like Wu Hui? From childhood to adulthood, he had no idea how many times he had to clean up after him. Is this what one calls fortune? Yet, upon hearing Master Ma lament about his own daughter, Wu Kuan was compelled to swallow his words. He recognized that Master Ma's daughter was indeed lacking, but as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to voice such thoughts. Wu Kuan could only wave goodbye. Upon returning to Wu Hui's home, Yuxin opened the door. Upon seeing Wu Kuan, she immediately invited him inside. Where's that rascal Wu Hui gone? Is he off gallivanting again? Just wait until I get my hands on him. Upon entering the house, Wu Kuan noticed Wu Hui was absent and presumed he had gone off to indulge in drinking and gambling once more. He remarked immediately, "No, Dad. Wu Hui has gone to dig for winter bamboo shoots. He hasn't been out causing trouble." Yuxin quickly clarified, glancing at Wu Kuan as she searched for a stick. She then brought over a stool and invited him to sit. As Wu Kuan settled onto the stool, he inquired with curiosity, digging for winter bamboo shoots? Is he really doing that? Yuxin nodded, "Yes, Dad. Wu Hui goes up the mountain every day to dig for winter bamboo shoots and sells them in the county the next day. He has been doing this for the past few days." After hearing Yuxin's words, Wu Kuan leaned back against the stool, calming himself. The day's revelations about Wu Hui had been astonishing, almost overwhelming. First, the fish pond, now the winter bamboo shoots. Could it be that this boy had finally come to his senses? Just as Wu Kuan pondered this, footsteps echoed from outside. "Creak. Yuxin, I'm back. Did you miss me?" The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet. Unlike Wu Hui's awkwardness, Wu Kuan's eyes twitched, while Yuxin's cheeks flushed with shyness. Ahem. Wu Hui cleared his throat twice to alleviate the tension, saying, "Dad, you're here. What's this? Do you resent my presence, interrupting your good time?" Wu Kuan shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. He had assumed that given Wu Hui's reckless behavior, Yuxin might not harbor any affection for him. Yet, he was surprised to find that the couple appeared quite affectionate. Perhaps in time, he might gain another grandchild. With this thought, Wu Kuan's lips curled into a smile. Filled with joy, observing Wu Kuan's expression, Yuxin could easily discern her father-in-law's musings. Embarrassed, she covered her face and hurried into the house, hardly having time to greet him. Smack! As Yuxin closed the door, Wu Hui shook his head with a smile, saying, "Dad, you scare my wife away. You little rascal. You've grown bold enough to blame your father." Wu Kuan feigned anger, glaring at him. Wu Hui chuckled helplessly. "All right, Dad. I was merely joking. Why so serious?" Hearing Wu Hui's words, Wu Kuan shot him a few more annoyed glances, stating, "I just visited Master Ma's house and got to the bottom of things." Wu Hui nodded. So now you believe what I said?" "I do. However, I find it puzzling that a fellow who spends all his days drinking and gambling, how has everything changed so dramatically?" Wu Hui fell into silence for a moment before he found a stool to sit upon. "It's nothing. I simply no longer wish to drift aimlessly. I desire to earn some money and provide a good life for you Xin and Lanlan." "Excellent," Wu Kuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Although I am unaware of the circumstances you have encountered, this is precisely what a man ought to express. I'm truly delighted that you have come to this realization. However, I must ask, can you maintain this resolve?" Chapter 37. Because you can? Wu Hui nodded firmly. If it were something else, he might hesitate to make a promise. However, when it comes to ensuring a good life for his family, Wu Hui could swear to the heavens that he would succeed. Observing the unwavering determination on Wu Hui's face, Wu Kuan smiled and nodded. "It is indeed a painful journey. You must refrain from drinking and gambling and these." Before Wu Kuan could finish his sentence, Wu Hui waved his hand to interrupt. "Dad, you needn't say more. I've already given up those vices. My sole focus now is to provide a good life for my family. Nothing else matters." Upon hearing Wu Hui's response, Wu Kuan burst into hearty laughter. He had long awaited the day when his son would turn his life around, and his heart was filled with joy. "All right, since you have said so, I shall trust you this once. This is your first promise to me, so do not let me down. Otherwise..." Wu Kuan's expression turned serious. His eyes wide open like a tiger stalking its prey, fixated on its target. Faced with the intensity of his father, Wu Hui did not flinch. His gaze was resolute as he nodded earnestly. Very well. The father and son engaged in conversation for quite some time, and eventually, Wu Kuan returned home with a beaming smile. As Wu Hui prepared to take a hot shower and enjoy a restful sleep, he turned around only to find a figure standing behind him. Still awake? Upon recognizing his wife, Yi Yuxin, Wu Hui inquired with curiosity. Yi Yujin nodded. What did Dad say? He wants me to visit tomorrow. It's been a while since I last went back. It's a good chance to see everyone. Then I shall accompany you. Let us bring Lanlan along. I'm sure Mom misses her. Hearing Yi Yuxin's words, Wu Hui felt a surge of emotion. He embraced her and whispered, I am truly fortunate to have you. The following day, Wu Hui finished selling winter bamboo shoots early. Then went to the grocery store to buy 5 pounds of pork, a 2-pound fish, and 2 free-range chickens. With his wife and daughter in tow, he arrived at his parents' home. Upon entering, the adorable little Lanlan began to run around excitedly, clearly enamored with the place. Grandma, Annie, Lanlan is here to see you. Wu's mother beamed with joy upon seeing her granddaughter, quickly bending down to scoop her up. My lovely little granddaughter, did you miss Grandma? I did. The little one replied in a sweet voice. At that moment, Wu Hui and Yi Yuxin approached, announcing, Mom, we have come to see you. Turning at the sound of her son's voice, Wu's mother looked at Wu Hui with concern. Yesterday, Wu Kuan had come home to inform her of Wu Hui's transformation, leaving her quite astonished. Now, seeing her son's frail appearance, her heart ached with compassion. Queer, why have you only returned now? You look so thin. In response to his mother's concern, Wu Hui felt the warmth of maternal love enveloping him. He replied nonchalantly, Mom, what are you saying? I have come to see you. Haven't I? Besides, even though I may have lost weight, I have also gained strength. Just look. Wu Hui flexed his arm to showcase his muscles. During this period, while foraging for bamboo shoots and catching fish, Wu Hui has noticeably grown stronger, exuding a more masculine charm. Observing Wu Hui's demeanor, his mother, Wu Mu, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning had gazetovartsie Yujin. She was about to utter a few words when an urgent cry for help pierced through the air. Yuia, come quickly. There's no toilet paper. Upon hearing Wu Kuan's loud call for assistance, Xinyu had no choice but to abandon her greeting with Yi Yuxin and rushed over. Why are you so annoying? You old man. Seeing his parents together, Wu Hui exchanged a knowing smile with Yi Yuxin and said, I'll go prepare dinner. You keep Mom and Dad company for a bit. All right. Yi Yuxin nodded, picking up Lanlan and heading into the living room. Wu Hui entered the kitchen, grasping a kitchen knife as he began to prepare dinner. Since it was a day for family reunion, he resolved to create a sumptuous lunch. He decided to start with braised pork, followed by a stew of chicken, and the fish would be perfect for braising as well. The chives were an excellent choice for stir-frying with eggs. Wu Hui skillfully executed each dish, and soon, delightful aromas permeated the kitchen, wafting a sweet and appetizing fragrance throughout. Inside the house, Yi Yuxin sat on a wooden stool, engaging in conversation with her parents, while Lanlan had long been whisked away by Qian play. Dear daughter-in-law, how have you been lately? Is everything all right? Xinyu inquired. Things have been quite good. I'm doing well. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Xinyu nodded in satisfaction. Do you know what Wu Hui has been busy with recently? How did he manage to earn so much money all of a sudden? Yi Yuxin pondered for a moment before responding. He has been foraging for winter bamboo shoots in the mountains and dealing with the fish pond. Beyond that, I'm not too sure. Do you know why Wu Hui has changed so much? At this question, Yi Yuxin fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, why had Wu Hui transformed so drastically? It was as if he had become an entirely different person overnight. Noticing her silence, Wu Kuan, thinking she was reluctant to answer, quickly interjected, What are you saying? Why meddle in the affairs of the young couple? Realizing Wu Kuan was trying to ease the tension, Xinyu immediately caught on, repeatedly gesturing an apology. My bad. My bad. It's just that I'm getting old and muddled. Please don't take offense, dear daughter-in-law. Yi Yuxin dared not accept Xinyu's apology and hastily clarified. No, Mom, you've misunderstood. I too am perplexed by Wu Hui's sudden transformation. It's very strange, as if he has become a different person overnight. Seeing that Yi Yuxin was equally bewildered, worry filled Xinyu's eyes. Could it be that something had happened to her son? With that thought, Xinyu grew anxious, tightly gripping Wu Kuin's arm. Old Wu, do you think our son has become foolish? What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Hui's change is a good thing. How can you call that foolishness? Wu Kuin immediately frowned, but seeing that it was his wife who spoke, he refrained from arguing further, merely pouting and muttering. Actually, I don't know a bit about the reason. What? What is it? Noticing that both of them were now intrigued, Wu Kuin cleared his throat and looked at Yuxin. It's because of you. Because of me? Yuxin was taken aback. Yes, because of you, Wu Kuin affirmed, nodding his head as he spoke. Last night, I engaged in a lengthy conversation with that rascal Wu Hui, and I inquired about the reasons for his transformation. He responded. Upon hearing Wu Kuin's cryptic remark, Xinyu became anxious and playfully struck Wu Kuin, exclaiming, Do tell. What did he say? Wu Kuin, rubbing his shoulder in feigned exasperation, glanced at Xinyu and noticed her wide-eyed gaze piercing through him like a tiger's stare, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He hastily clarified. He mentioned that he no longer wishes to witness Yuxin and Lanlan enduring suffering alongside him. He hopes to provide them with a good life, one that brings them joy. Upon hearing this, Yuxin was taken aback. She had contemplated numerous reasons for Wu Hui's change, yet she had never imagined it would be for this. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 38 Mealtime. Wu Hui announced as he emerged from the kitchen with a plate in hand. Upon hearing his words, Xinyu patted Wu Kuin, signaling him to rise. Let's go. I have yet to taste the dishes made by my son. Today is the perfect opportunity. Yuxin nodded in agreement, standing up to join Wu Kuin at the dining table. At that moment, the table was already laden with a tantalizing array of dishes: braised pork, braised fish, and a stewed chicken, rendering Xinyu momentarily speechless. Mommy, Auntie, we're back. A little ball of energy bounded through the door, prompting Wu Qianqian, who followed closely behind, to exclaim, Lanlan, be careful. Don't run around. Yuxin bent down to scoop up the little one, playfully pinching her tiny nose. You naughty one, not listening to your aunt. He. The little one giggled mischievously. As Wu Hui stepped out from the kitchen and spotted his sister, he smiled warmly. Qianqian, you're back. Upon hearing her brother's call, Wu Qianqian was flooded with mixed emotions. Just yesterday, the family was in a state of turmoil over her predicament. Yet, her father had returned with news that everything would be resolved. It was indeed a surprise for her. Just as she was about to speak, an unexpected visitor arrived. Beep beep. The sound of a horn echoed from outside, causing everyone to turn their heads. A young man clad in a black suit entered the room. Boss Wang. Wu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the young man stride into the house, Wu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Huang Yongtsong? What brings him here? Wu Hui was well acquainted with Huang Yongtsong, having collaborated with him in a past life. The young man was the son of a cotton mill owner, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. He possessed a somewhat insecure demeanor, marked by cunning and a penchant for self-preservation. Nevertheless, he was known to be fair in matters of loyalty and vengeance, making him a figure of considerable complexity. Upon hearing Wu Qianqian call out to him, Huang Yongtsong smiled slightly. Ms. Wu, some time ago, you accidentally damaged my prized vehicle. I wonder if you have prepared the repair costs? He spoke leisurely, his demeanor exuding gentlemanly charm. Yet, to Wu Qianqian, his words felt akin to the whispers of a demon. I have the money, she stammered, struggling to find her voice. Before she could finish her thought, Wu Hui interjected. Oh, and you are? Huang Yongtsong turned to Wu Hui, his expression tinged with confusion. I am her brother. Wu Hui stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wu Qianqian. He was acutely aware of Huang Yongtsong's character, merciless to everyone but lenient towards those he cared for. Given that Huang Yongtsong did not recognize him, offending him could lead to dire consequences. Huang Yongtsong smiled faintly. Ah, so you are Wu Qianqian's brother. I have long heard of your esteemed name. He bowed slightly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Just moments prior, Huang Yongtsong had conducted some inquiries. Wu Hui's reputation as a notorious troublemaker in the village was well known, and the notion that he now claimed to possess wealth piqued Huang Yongtsong's interest. Wu Hui gazed into Huang Yongtsong's eyes and immediately discerned his thoughts, breaking into a smile. It was reminiscent of their encounter in a previous life. I have indeed heard of your esteemed reputation, Boss Huang. I had intended to find an opportunity for a visit, yet I never expected to run into you today. What a delightful twist of fate. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Huang Yongtsong furrowed his brow. You know me? Of course. You are the son of Huang Cheng from the cotton factory. How could I not know you? You know my father. Huang Yongtsong exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that this ruffian before him would be acquainted with his father. If that were the case, things could become complicated. Just as Huang Yongtsong prepared to speak, he heard Wu Hui declare that he did not recognize him, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. May I take a look at your car? Wu Hui. Certainly. I just parked it right outside, Huang Yongtsong replied, gesturing for him to follow. As Wu Hui stepped out of the house, he spotted a black Santana parked at the entrance. It's at the left rear door, Huang Yongtsong pointed out. Following his guidance, Wu Hui approached the left rear door and began to inspect it closely. A noticeable white scratch caught Wu Hui's attention, deep enough that the aluminum beneath the paint was visible. What do you think? I didn't trick you, did I? Don't be fooled by this minor scratch. I'll need to remove the entire door to repaint it properly. If you don't believe me, we can go to the repair shop together, and whatever they quote, you can reimburse me, Huang Yongtsong insisted. Wu Hui waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. Just tell me how much it costs. Upon hearing this, Huang Yongtsong grinned and held up 3 fingers. Wu Hui frowned slightly and shook his head. That is too much. I can't afford that. Huh. Then you might as well consider selling your house. Huang Yongtsong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Hui. Indeed, the rumors circulating in the village were true. This Wu Hui was merely a smooth-talking hoodlum. How foolish he had been to think that the man appeared so self-assured and wealthy. With this thought, Huang Yongtsong opened the car door, preparing to get in, having decided to involve the police in the matter. Wait a moment, Boss Huang. Upon seeing Huang Yongtsong reach for the door, Wu Hui swiftly interjected. Boss Huang, I lack sufficient funds, and the house is my parents' only residence. I cannot part with it. What then? Are you implying that you refuse to compensate? At this, Huang Yongtsong's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing sharply at Wu Hui, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Wu Hui shook his head. I do not intend to evade compensation. I merely wish to exchange information. Huh? Huang Yongtsong laughed at Wu Hui's words. He found it amusing that Wu Hui was so oblivious to the disparity in their standings, believing he could offer him information. It was utterly ridiculous. Perhaps sensing Huang Yongtsong's disdain, Wu Hui remained unfazed and continued. There's an individual named Yin Tao at your father's cotton factory. It appears he harbors a vendetta against your family and is plotting to set the factory ablaze. You should exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Huang Yongtsong burst into laughter. A vendetta? In this day and age, such notions seemed antiquated. Disregarding Wu Hui's nonsensical ramblings, Huang Yongtsong turned and departed in his vehicle. Observing Huang Yongtsong's retreat, Wu Hui shook his head with a smile, choosing not to intervene. He was well aware that Huang Yongtsong would return, for he knew him all too well. Brother, is what you said truly the case? As Huang Yongtsong left, Wu Qianqian hastily approached. Having overheard the conversation between the two, she felt too apprehensive to interject. Her small hands clenched tightly. Noticing Wu Qianqian's anxious demeanor, Wu Hui gently patted her head, offering reassurance. It's all right. I will handle it. Chapter 39. I wish to speak with you after enjoying lunch and spending some time with his family. Wu Hui returned home with his wife and daughter. Yuxin, I'm heading out to forage for some winter bamboo shoots. I'll be back later. All right. Please be careful, Daddy. Come back soon. The adorable little one chimed in with her sweet voice. Wu Hui smiled and nodded, then turned to exit the door, making his way up the mountain. Unbeknownst to Wu Hui, outside his door, the rat was crouched on the lawn, observing the entire scene. As soon as Wu Hui stepped out, the rat promptly followed him. Approximately 2 hours later, the rat returned to the earthen house and sought out Haizi and the others. Haizi, I've uncovered a monumental secret, the rat declared, feigning mystery. Oh, Haizi, who was engaged in a card game, turned to the rat with curiosity. What secret? It's about Wu Hui. I was waiting at his door and saw him climbing the mountain at night. Xiangzi, sitting nearby, interjected, so what? Haven't we often gone up the mountain at night ourselves? What is so secretive about that? However, the rat waved his hand dismissively. No. Our trips to the mountain were for camping, which is entirely different. He went up to dig for bamboo shoots, and he collected quite a few. Could it be that he is foraging for his family's food? Xiangzi interrupted again, but upon noticing Haizi's fierce gaze, he fell silent. Casting a glance at Xiangzi, Haizi furrowed his brow and pondered deeply. Going up the mountain at such an hour to dig for bamboo shoots, it's rather peculiar. If they were short on food, they could have gone during the day. There's no need to wait until night. While Haizi was lost in thought, Xiangzi suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "I understand. No wonder Wu Hui has become wealthy." What? The others turned their attention towards him, noticing their intrigued expressions. Xiangzi cleared his throat and continued, "A few days ago, my uncle bought 10 pounds of winter bamboo shoots in the county. I tasted them and found the flavor familiar. I had no idea they were from Wu Hui. How interesting. Selling bamboo shoots?" Haizi's brow furrowed even deeper. He then inquired, "Do you know how much your uncle paid?" Xiangzi recalled for a moment, saying, "I think it was around 8 yuan, but I can't remember the exact amount." Upon hearing this, the others were left dumbfounded. It took a while for them to process the information. "We're going to get rich. Who would have thought that this kid, Hui, had such a skill? No wonder he hasn't been in touch with us." The rat exclaimed with joy, his excitement causing him to dance around. Seeing the rat's exuberance, Haizi slapped him lightly on the back of the head. "Calm down, you fool." He then turned to the others, his expression turning serious. "This matter must remain a secret from everyone else. Otherwise." Haizi's eyes narrowed, a hint of malice in his gaze, which frightened the others into making promises. "All right, we want to say a word." "Yes, rest assured, Haizi, we want to speak of it." Upon hearing their assurances, Haizi nodded in satisfaction and continued, "In that case, we shall keep a close watch on Wu Hui tomorrow. Mouse, I entrust this matter to you. Make sure to clarify to whom Wu Hui sold the winter bamboo shoots and at what price. It is imperative that you ascertain this. Understood?" "Understood. Don't worry, Haizi," Mouse assured with a pat on his heart. Haizi nodded. "Then the three of us shall go dig for winter bamboo shoots. Xiangzi, return home and fetch a few large bags, as well as a hoe. We will dig through the night." "All right." 3. The next day, before the rooster crowed, Wu Hui stepped out of his home. Outside, Mouse, who had been dozing off after a night of vigil, instantly perked up upon spotting Wu Hui and followed him. "Boss, how is business today?" Wu Hui inquired of a vendor upon arriving at the vegetable market. "Business is thriving, all thanks to your winter bamboo shoots. Many customers are flocking to buy them, and we cannot meet the demand." Hearing the vendor's words, Wu Hui smiled broadly. "Oh, not at all. It's primarily because the boss knows how to conduct business. Otherwise, my winter bamboo shoots would not sell." The vendor laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. "You sure know how to flatter. All right, just like usual, I'll take 30 pounds of winter bamboo shoots. Here's the payment." Wu Hui accepted the money with a smile, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Mouse, hiding at a distance, stared blankly at this scene. Although he had already learned the price of the winter bamboo shoots, witnessing it firsthand still left him astounded. He hurriedly approached the vendor to inquire further. After exiting the vegetable market, Wu Hui was preparing to visit the grain store to buy some pork when a black Santana suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Let us talk," Huang Yongson called out from inside the car, lowering the window. It turned out that as soon as Huang Yongson returned to the hotel yesterday, he immediately called his father. Although he harbored doubts, his anxiety compelled him to make the call. Upon investigation, they indeed found someone named Yin Tao, prompting Huang Yongson to request his father to look into it, thus averting a potential crisis. The more Huang Yongson pondered, the more perplexed he became. He could not fathom why a notorious thug would be privy to such information. Driven by curiosity, he sought out Wu Hui for a discussion. Seeing Huang Yongson lower the glass, Wu Hui understood his intent. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow would come looking for him so soon. He had thought it would take longer. With this in mind, Wu Hui smiled. "Boss Huang, what would you like to discuss with me?" "Get in the car first." Huang Yongson gestured to the passenger seat. Wu Hui shrugged and climbed into the vehicle. Throughout the ride, neither spoke a word, and the car continued until it stopped in front of a restaurant. "Let us get out," Huang Yongson said as he and Wu Hui exited the car. Upon entering the restaurant and sitting down, A staff member approached Huang Yongtsong. "Good day, sir. What may I serve you? Bring out all your signature dishes and a good bottle of wine." Huang Yongtsong did not take the menu, but fixed his gaze intently on Wu Hui. Upon receiving the order, the staff member slightly bowed and nodded. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on." Having spoken, he turned and departed, leaving the two individuals to gaze at one another in silence. The atmosphere was enveloped in stillness until the staff arrived with the dishes. It was then that Huang Yongtsong finally broke the silence. "Wu Hui, may I address you as such?" Wu Hui shrugged nonchalantly. "Feel free. It's all acceptable." Huang Yongtsong lifted two elegant wine glasses and poured in the red wine. "Wu Hui, I must apologize for the misunderstanding yesterday. I extend my sincerest apologies here, and I hope you can overlook it." With that, Huang Yongtsong raised his glass and consumed its contents in one swift motion as a gesture of contrition. Wu Hui shook his head with a smile. "There is no need for you to apologize, Mr. Huang. Such occurrences are entirely normal. There is no reason for reproach." As he spoke, Wu Hui picked up a cup of tea from the side and poured himself a cup. "I have a slight sensitivity to alcohol, so I shall partake in tea instead of wine." Chapter 40. Is a reason necessary? If my memory serves me right, you were once a habitual drunkard in the village. How is it that you now claim to be allergic to alcohol? Upon witnessing Wu Hui lift his teacup and down it in one gulp, Huang Yongtsong mocked him. Wu Hui grinned. "That was in the past. I am indeed now allergic to alcohol. I no longer indulge." "Why is that?" Huang Yongtsong inquired. "Boss Huang, if you have something to say, please speak plainly." After a moment of silence, Huang Yongtsong scrutinized Wu Hui, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "How did you come to know about Yin Tao?" Wu Hui flashed a smile. "Just fortunate. I happened to overhear some rumors before. I never expected them to be true." Such an evasive response was necessary. After all, Wu Hui could hardly reveal to Huang Yongtsong that he was a reincarnate. Moreover, even if he did, Huang Yongtsong likely would not believe him and would only perceive him as a fool. Upon hearing this, Huang Yongtsong curled his lip, harboring disbelief. The notion of mere good fortune and casual hearsay was nothing but an excuse from Wu Hui. However, since Wu Hui chose not to divulge more, Huang Yongtsong felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, without Wu Hui's intervention, the cotton factory would have faced grave repercussions. Contemplating this, Huang Yongtsong glanced at Wu Hui, raised his glass once more, and declared, "Since you prefer silence, I shan't press you. Thank you for the information you provided yesterday. Farewell." With that, Huang Yongtsong downed his drink, stood up, and prepared to leave. He felt no need to continue the conversation, for Wu Hui was unwilling to share further. Although Wu Hui had assisted him, Huang Yongtsong did not feel indebted, as the revelation was prompted by Wu Qianqian's incident with the car, which balanced the scales. "Boss Huang, don't you wish to discuss further?" Observing Huang Yongtsong's intent to depart, Wu Hui took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly. Huang Yongtsong turned and replied, "There is nothing more to say." "Are you certain?" Wu Hui shook his head. Huang Yongtsong was taken aback by Wu Hui's demeanor. He had displayed a similar expression the previous day. A premonition stirred within Huang Yongtsong. Wu Hui's forthcoming words might prove advantageous, and he ought to listen further. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yongtsong returned to his seat, crossing his arms on the table, and fixed his gaze on Wu Hui. "What do you wish to say?" Huang Yongtsong inquired. "May I first ask about your purpose for coming to the county town, Boss Huang?" Instead of answering Huang Yongtsong's question, Wu Hui countered with one of his own, maintaining a smile as he met Huang Yongtsong's eyes. After some thought, Huang Yongtsong responded, "I am here to negotiate a business deal. It pertains to the supply and marketing cooperative, does it not?" Wu Hui inquired with a grin. Huang Yongtsong was somewhat taken aback. "How did you know?" "Do not concern yourself with how I came by this knowledge. Simply tell me what you intend to do, or what troubles you may be facing." Observing Wu Hui's confident demeanor, Huang Yongtsong pursed his lips. "It is nothing significant, merely a minor conflict with the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, Yin Jiantao, who refuses to accept my goods. If it weren't for you, today, I have already prepared to return." With that, Huang Yongtsong raised his wine glass and took a sip, his face etched with worry. Upon hearing this, Wu Huiming understood the situation. No wonder he had heard that Huang Yongtsong had come to the county town to seek cooperation with the supply and marketing cooperative. What was initially a project with a high chance of success had tragically fallen through, all due to the meddling of Yin Jiantao. Wu had initially feared that there might be more to this matter, but it turned out to be merely an issue with his supervisor. If that were the case, it was rather straightforward. With this thought, Wu Huiming smiled and declared, "I have a solution." "What?" Huang Yongsong exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the diners around them. "Apologies, sir. Other guests are still dining. Please lower your voice a little." The server's words jolted Huang Yongsong back to reality, making him acutely aware of his earlier indiscretion. Despite his thick skin, he felt a wave of embarrassment washing over him. "Sorry, I will be more mindful," he replied, and the server nodded before departing. "What do you mean by that?" After the server had left, Huang Yongsong asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Wu Huiming chuckled softly and took a sip of his tea. "It's nothing. I happen to know the leader of the supply and marketing cooperative, Yu Duo. If you wish to collaborate with them, I can certainly make an introduction." Upon hearing this, Huang Yongsong looked at Wu Huiming with confusion, as if assessing whether he was being deceived. "What is going on? Is this really the notorious little ruffian from the village? Why does he seem so different from what I have heard?" First, he had informed him about Yin Jiantao. Then he knew about his intentions to collaborate with the cooperative, and now he claimed to know the leader of the cooperative. How did Wu Huiming come by this information? Perhaps, sensing Huang Yongsong's bewilderment, Wu Huiming flashed a grin. "No need to ponder. The rumors in the village are indeed true. It's just that people change. I have awakened to a new perspective." After a lengthy silence, Huang Yongsong scrutinized Wu Huiming, finding no signs of deceit. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you quite familiar with this duo?" "Reasonably well," Wu Huiming shrugged. "Why would you help me? Is a reason necessary?" Huang Yongsong nodded. With a light chuckle, Wu Huiming replied, "Then consider it an investment on my part. Just remember me if I ever find myself in trouble." Wu Huiming was well aware of Huang Yongsong's character. He was quite guarded. Otherwise, he would not have immediately investigated Yin Jiantao based on a single remark. However, he understood that if they could become friends, everything would become much easier to navigate. Indeed, hearing Wu Huiming's response, Huang Yongsong grinned widely. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his glass and said, "Thank you." After the two finished their lunch, Wu Huiming hopped into Huang Yongsong's Santana, heading straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. "Brother Wu," Lu Tian, who was unloading goods, spotted Wu Huiming and quickly approached, clapping him on the shoulder. "Brother Wu, what brings you here? Are you missing me?" Observing Lu Tian's self-satisfied demeanor, Wu Huiming grinned and replied, "Indeed. I missed you terribly." Lu Tian scratched his head and chuckled, looking quite pleased. Turning his head, he noticed a young man in a black suit standing beside Wu Hui. Curiously, he inquired, "Who is this?" With a smile, Wu Hui introduced, "This is my friend. He has come to discuss business with Bossio." Huang Yongsong, standing nearby, nodded in greeting, "Hello." Upon hearing that they were here for business, Lu Tian immediately became enthusiastic. "Hello, hello. My friend, you are quite dashing. You certainly appear to be a successful individual." In response to Lu Tian's compliments, Huang Yongsong maintained a polite smile and nodded, exuding an air of utmost gentility. "Brother Lu, the time is getting on. We should proceed to discuss business with Bossio. I will chat with you next time," Wu Hui remarked with a smile, noting that they had exchanged sufficient pleasantries. "All right, Bossio is in his office. Brother Wu, let us continue our conversation next time." Wu Hui nodded with a smile and led Huang Yongsong toward Yu Duo's office. Chapter 41, Let's Go Drink Together. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Wu Hui pushed the door open and entered the office. He found Yu Duo sprawled across the desk, lazily stretching as he stirred from sleep. "You're easy. What brings you here?" Yu Duo exclaimed, his face lighting up with warmth upon seeing Wu Hui. "Come in. Please have a seat." Observing Yu Duo's enthusiastic demeanor, Wu Hui smiled broadly. "Bossio, I've come again. I hope I'm not intruding." Yu Duo waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all. Your presence is always welcomed." The sight of Wu Hui filled Yu Duo's heart with joy and elation. The recent triumph with the leucistic soft-shelled turtle had given him ample opportunity to boast, and just thinking of the astonished expressions on those around him made Yu Duo chuckle. He had indulged a bit too much, leading to his current state of slumber at the desk. Seeing their camaraderie, Huang Yongsong looked at Wu Hui with a hint of envy. "Is this what you call a relationship? They seem like brothers." Yet, despite his thoughts, Huang Yongzong felt a sense of happiness. The closer Wu Hui was with Boss Yu, the greater his own opportunities would be. As they settled onto the sofa, Yu Duo poured tea for the two of them and inquired, Huizi, what brings you here today? And who is this brother? Upon hearing Yu Duo's question, Wu Hui began his introduction. Boss Yu this. You may call me Yu Ge. It feels too formal otherwise. Wu Hui nodded with a smile. All right, Yu Ge. This is my brother, Huang Yongzong. We are here to discuss a business opportunity with you. Oh, business? Yu Duo's interest peaked instantly as he turned to Huang Yongzong beside Wu Hui. Hello, Boss Yu. I represent the Jiankong Cotton Factory. We are interested in collaborating with your esteemed company, Huang Yongzong said politely, extending his right hand for a handshake. Pleasure to meet you, Yu Duo responded, shaking Huang Yongzong's hand. Jiankong Cotton Factory. That name sounds familiar. Huang Yongzong chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, Boss Yu. I visited your company just a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Yu Duo slapped his forehead, a look of realization crossing his face. Oh, I remember now. Huh? Weren't you supposed to discuss collaboration with Xiaoyan? What brings you back to me? Huang Yongzong scratched his head and smiled. I didn't know you then, Boss Yu. Otherwise, why would I meet with Yin Jiantao when I could come directly to you? Huang Yongzong's flattery was well received by Yu Duo, who let out a hearty laugh. You're quite the smooth talker. However, Yu Duo trailed off, leaving his meaning clear. Huang Yongzong understood and was about to explain, but Wu Hui interjected with a smile. Yu Ge, let me clarify something. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Oh, Yu Duo looked at Wu Hui, curiosity evident in his expression, urging him to continue. Wu Hui smiled and began, Yu Ge, the situation is as follows. My brother's cotton factory is quite commendable, and I must say, the products are rather impressive. However, there was a misunderstanding with Supervisor Yin in the past, which led to some complications. Upon hearing this, Yu Duo realized that the issue was not with the quality of the products, but rather a personal grudge. That simplifies matters significantly. Initially, when Yu Duo learned that Huang Yongzong had been rejected by Yin Jiantao, he had already devised a way to decline Huang Yongzong without embarrassing Wu Hui. But now, under these circumstances, that would be unnecessary. Yu Duo turned to Huang Yongzong and smiled. So, that's how it is. My apologies, Mr. Huang. Huang Yongzong nodded with a smile, indicating that it was no problem. He then retrieved several items from his bag and handed them to Yu Duo. Boss Yu, I came here today to discuss a potential collaboration. These are products from our factory. You may examine their quality. Yu Duo casually picked up a package of cotton swabs and opened it for inspection. He then donned a pair of pure cotton gloves. Not bad. The products seem satisfactory. However, I'm curious about the pricing. To be frank, Yu Duo did not perceive the items to be exceptionally remarkable. For instance, regardless of how well made the cotton swabs were, they remained fairly ordinary and lacked any comparative advantage. Thus, Yu Duo was more focused on the pricing than the quality. At this, Huang Yongzong smiled inwardly. During their time at the restaurant, Wu Hui had already briefed him on Yu Duo's character. That was why Huang Yongzong had intentionally brought along these inconspicuous items, making it easier to engage in a pricing discussion. Huang Yongzong replied, Boss Yu, I assure you, the pricing is exceedingly fair. How so? Yu Duo inquired with genuine interest. Casting a glance at Yu Duo, Huang Yongzong cheerfully picked up the pure cotton gloves. Boss Yu, you would likely acquire these gloves at around 10 cents apiece, correct? Approximately. Yu Duo nodded in agreement. I offer them at 8 cents, and, similarly, all comparable items will see a 2-cent reduction. Upon hearing this, Yu Duo enthusiastically slapped the table. Excellent. In that case, let's sign the contract tomorrow. Huang Yongzong waved his hand with a smile, saying, No need to wait until tomorrow. We can do it today. With that, he pulled out a freshly prepared contract from his bag and placed it before Yu Duo, even kindly removing the cap from his pen. Haha. So, Mr. Huang, you came fully prepared. Yu Duo chuckled as he examined the contract. The two continued to discuss the contract details, while Wu Hui silently sipped his tea, becoming somewhat of a bystander. After approximately 2.5 hours, they finally reached an agreement and signed a contract. Easy. You have brought me quite a delightful surprise, Yu Duo exclaimed, patting Wu Hui on the shoulder. This significant deal, with a 2-cent discount, will save us several thousand yuan over the course of a month. How could I not be happy? Observing Yu Duo's beaming face, Wu Hui grinned and said, "Oh no. This was entirely the result of your negotiations. I did not contribute at all." Seeing Wu Hui respond in this manner, Yu Duo's expression shifted to one of mock seriousness. "Huizi, what are you saying? Without you, how could I have met Mr. Huang?" Huang Yongsong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Wu Hui, without you, how could I have had the fortune of meeting Boss Yu? This is all your merit. How about this? Since everyone seems quite pleased, later, I shall treat you all. Shall we go out for a few drinks this evening?" Before Wu Hui could respond, Yu Duo immediately interjected, nodding in agreement. "What a splendid idea. After all, I shall be finishing work shortly, so let us indulge in some drinks together." Chapter 42. Surveillance of Wu Hui. Faced with the enthusiastic invitation from the two, Wu Hui had no choice but to agree to dine together that evening, which brought them considerable joy. Upon exiting the office, Wu Hui exchanged farewells with Yu Duo, agreeing to meet later that night before departing. "Wu Hui, thank you." As they stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative, Huang Yongsong expressed his gratitude. This time, his thanks differed greatly from that of the morning. While the morning's gratitude stemmed from his desire to understand Wu Hui's knowledge of Yen Tao, this time it was a heartfelt appreciation for Wu Hui's assistance. Wu Hui avait dismissively feigning indifférence. "Enough. How many times have you thanked me today? My ears are nearly calloused from it. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, ensure you produce quality goods. Just don't make me embarrassed." He jested. Huang Yongsong nodded earnestly. "Absolutely. In truth, Wu Hui needn't have said anything. Huang Yongsong would have committed to quality regardless, as it was his own product and he could not afford to be careless." Noticing Huang Yongsong's serious demeanor, Wu Hui chuckled lightly. "All right, I imagine you duo will be busy for a while longer. Could you kindly give me a ride home? I need to inform my family, or they might worry." Although Wu Hui had considered calling Yuxin, he realized Huang Yongsong had a phone while he did not possess one at home. The only option would be to contact the local convenience store, but he was unaware of its phone number. Thus, he had no choice but to ask Huang Yongsong for a ride home. Huang Yongsong nodded and drove Wu Hui back to his residence. "Yuxin, I'm back." Upon entering the house, Wu Hui saw Yuxin washing clothes. He moved to assist her, but was gently rebuffed. "No need. I've already finished washing. I'll just hang them up." Yuxin declined Wu Hui's offer of help, and then turned to see Huang Yongsong. Her expression won a surprise. "You are Boss Huang." Huang Yongsong smiled and nodded, greeting her warmly. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Yuxin appeared momentarily perplexed, uttering a soft "oh," before glancing back at Wu Hui. Noticing the look in his wife's eyes, Wu Hui smiled and explained, "Yuxin, this is my brother Huang Yongsong, whom you met yesterday." At his words, Yuxin's eyes widened in astonishment. What was going on? Wasn't he Boss Huang just here yesterday, demanding compensation? How had he suddenly become a brother today? Despite her surprise, being a perceptive woman, Yuxin refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She then turned to Huang Yongsong and asked, "So, Boss Huang, you were the one who helped bring Wu Hui back, right?" "Thank you. I'll prepare some good dishes for dinner. Please stay and join us." Yuxin understood that since Huang Yongsong and Wu Hui had become brothers, the matter regarding the car was now behind them. A good meal that evening would suffice as an apology. Receiving Yuxin's invitation, Huang Yongsong smiled politely and declined graciously. "Thank you, sister-in-law, but you may call me Yongsong. However, there's no need to prepare a meal. We came back to take you out for dinner." "Out for dinner? Where are we going?" Yuxin inquired, her face filled with curiosity. Wu Hui smiled and said, "Yuxin, I will explain this to you tonight. First, let us call Lanlan. Our family should dine together." Yuxin glanced at Wu Hui twice and nodded. "Lanlan is sleeping. The time is almost right. I will go and bring her out." With that, Yuxin turned and entered the room. After dinner, Huang Yongsong drove Wu Hui's family home. "Drive carefully on the road." "All right," Huang Yongsong replied, driving away. "Dad, today's dishes were so delicious." Lanlan has gained weight. The adorable little Lanlan patted her belly, speaking in her sweet, childish voice. Seeing the delightful sight of the little one, Wu Hui smiled and gently rubbed her little tummy. "It was delicious. Next time, shall I take you out to eat again?" "Yes." While Wu Hui basked in this warm moment, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow on the lawn, startling him into immediately handing Lanlan to Yuxin. Yuxin, please take Lanlan inside. I will be back shortly. Oh, be careful on the mountain. Yuxin, thinking Wu Hui was heading up to dig for bamboo shoots, paid it no mind and carried Lanlan into the house. As soon as his wife and daughter entered, Wu Hui's expression turned dark, and he swiftly ran towards the shadow. Don't run. Stop. The figure on the lawn, upon seeing Wu Hui rushing towards him, got frightened and turned to flee. However, he was no match for Wu Hui, who soon caught up and pinned him to the ground. Ouch! Stop it, Hui. That hurts. Is that you, Haozi? Wu Hui exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the familiar voice. Yet he did not release his grip. What are you doing squatting at my doorstep? Are you out of your mind? Wu Hui's tone grew increasingly angry. Although he did not understand why Haozi was lurking at his door, he sensed trouble from Haozi's furtive demeanor. Hui, you've misunderstood. Let me go first. I need to explain. Hearing Haozi's cries, Wu Hui finally released him. Haozi, in pain, yelled out. I'm giving you one chance. You better speak the truth. As he observed Wu Hui's eyes filled with fury, Haozi shivered, disregarding his own pain, and scrambled to his feet. It was Haozi who sent me to monitor you. It has nothing to do with me. Haozi? Wu Hui's brow furrowed in confusion. Why is he monitoring me? Haozi gulped nervously, realizing for the first time how intimidating Wu Hui could be. Previously, he had always been submissive. Now, he seemed fierce. Speak quickly. Wu Hui roared as he noticed Haozi frozen in place. It's just, you've recently come into some money and they plan to steal. Is it? Wu Hui stepped forward, raising his hand, ready to teach Haozi a lesson. Seeing Wu Hui approach, Haozi hastily retreated, shaking his head frantically. No, it's not stealing money. It's to learn from you how to sell bamboo shoots. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui came to a halt, his gaze filled with indignation as he fixed it upon the rat. Is that all there is to it? He demanded. Indeed, yes. Just so. The rat nodded profusely, fearful that Wu Hui might advance once more to strike him. Observing the rat's demeanor, Wu Hui fell into contemplation. This rat was but a minor player, cowardly to the core, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Yet, the audacity of Haozi to deploy someone to surveil him was deeply unsettling. Fortunately, the rat mentioned it was merely about winter bamboo shoots. Had it pertained to something more serious, Wu Hui feared he might descend into madness. No, it was imperative to deal with Haozi, for he would undoubtedly become a source of trouble in the future. With this thought, Wu Hui suppressed the fury boiling within him. If I catch you again, I shall end you, he declared before turning on his heel and departing. Chapter 43. He became a brother. Wu Hui returned home with a stormy demeanor, opting for a cold shower to quell the fury within him. He resolved to bear the burden of the situation alone, sparing Yuxin from worry and fear. Thus, with the aid of cold water, the flames of his anger gradually subsided, allowing him to finally drift into slumber. The following day, Wu Hui rose early once more to venture into the mountains in search of winter bamboo shoots. Despite the fact that the winter bamboo shoot trade had been uncovered by Haozi and his associates, this did not deter Wu Hui from selling his produce. He intended to investigate the market conditions firsthand. Upon returning to the vegetable market, Wu Hui discovered that winter bamboo shoots were no longer in high demand. A brief inquiry revealed that a man named Yuxin possessed a substantial stock of winter bamboo shoots at competitive prices, attracting numerous vendors to purchase from him. Yuxin? Isn't that the rat? Wu Hui chuckled to himself upon realizing the connection. Looking down at the burlap sack of winter bamboo shoots, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had only harvested about 50 pounds that day. Ultimately, thanks to the goodwill of the vendors from previous dealings, they gradually purchased the entire stock, leaving Wu Hui with no inventory. Observing the day's sales performance, Wu Hui promptly decided to explore a different industry. Haozi and his crew had already uncovered this secret, and it was only a matter of time before the entire village would be aware. The winter bamboo shoot business was beginning to prove unprofitable. It had been several days. Surely the chicken feathers had accumulated by now. Wu Hui grinned. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Wu Hui arrived once again at Luo Jia village. Guided by memory, he approached the home of village chief Luo. Knock, knock, knock. Village chief Luo. Are you home? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s who looked at Wu Hui with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Wu Hui surmised he must be a family member of village chief Luo and smiled. "Hello, brother. I am here to see village chief Luo. May I ask if he is at home?" The man scrutinized Wu Hui for a moment before responding. "He is not at home. I am his son. What can I assist you with? I can convey your message to him." Wu Hui replied with a smile. "I spoke with village chief Luo a few days ago regarding the collection of chicken feathers. Please let him know that I will be coming tomorrow to collect them, so he can make the necessary preparations." Originally, Wu Hui had not intended to collect chicken feathers today, and as such, he had not brought any money with him. He could only inform them and return the next day. "You are the one collecting chicken feathers?" The middle-aged man expressed surprise upon hearing Wu Hui's words. He had heard his father mention that someone would be coming to collect chicken feathers in the past few days, but had not anticipated that this individual would be so young, appearing to be in his early 20s. Wu Hui nodded. Indeed, seeing Wu Hui affirm, the middle-aged man immediately warmed to him. "Please come in. You must be tired after your long journey. I just made some pancakes. Come in and taste them." "No, thank you. I still have a few more village chiefs to visit, so I won't impose." Wu Hui waved his hand in refusal. "Not at all. There's no rush. It would be good to rest a moment. Really, I appreciate it, but I must decline. Thank you." After a prolonged struggle, Wu Hui finally departed from Luo family village. Goodness, Brother Luo was exceedingly enthusiastic, dragging me along for nearly an hour. Wu Hui glanced up at the sky, sensing the urgency of time. There was no opportunity for rest, so he hurried towards the next village. "Dad, do you think brother is all right?" "At home." Wu Qianqian frowned as she looked at Wu Kuan, her heart brimming with anxiety. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wu Kuan set aside his newspaper and shot her an annoyed glare. "If you have the capability, resolve it yourself. Why waste energy worrying here?" However, just as Wu Qianqian was about to continue, she noticed Wu Kuan's wide-eyed expression and resorted to puffing out her cheeks in silent frustration. "All right, Qianqian, come over for dinner, and stop fretting unnecessarily." Shen Yu emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes towards the dining table. Wu Qianqian sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. If it weren't for her family, things wouldn't be this way. Why was she so careless? If only she had been more attentive at the time, this predicament could have been avoided. With her head bowed, tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at Wu Kuan and Shen Yu, who both felt a twinge of sorrow. "Everything will be fine, Qianqian. Your parents and brother will help you resolve this. There's no need to worry." Shen Yu comforted Wu Qianqian, though her own heart was laden with uncertainty. She had learned from her daughter that Huang Yongzong was a cunning and vengeful rich heir. Yesterday, Wu Hui had failed to pay the repair fee to Huang Yongzong, and now she feared the repercussions of his potential grudge. This thought intensified Shen Yu's inner turmoil. Observing the distress of the two women, Wu Kuan shook his head in resignation. "How about we go to Wu Hui's place and inquire about the situation?" His suggestion received agreement from both women. They hastily finished their meal and set off towards Wu Hui's home. "Brother, are you home?" Upon reaching Wu Hui's house, Wu Qianqian pushed the door open and called out, but found no sign of him. Instead, Yuxin emerged from within. "Mom and Dad, Qianqian, what brings you here?" Although curious, Yuxin welcomed them inside and offered some sunflower seeds and peanuts as refreshments. "Sister-in-law, where's my brother? And where's Lanlan?" Faced with the abundance of snacks, Wu Qianqian felt a pang of temptation, but thoughts of Huang Yongzong quickly extinguished her appetite. Yuxin replied, puzzled, "Lanlan is napping. Your brother went out to sell winter bamboo shoots. He usually returns in the evening." "What's the matter?" Hearing that Wu Hui would not be back until nightfall, Wu Qianqian slumped onto the table, her face etched with anxiety. Yuxin was taken aback, and after a moment's pause, she responded, "Mom and Dad, Qianqian, did you come over because of Huang Yongzong?" Shen Yu nodded vigorously, explaining, "Yes, daughter-in-law. Yesterday, Wu Hui didn't pay the repair fee to Huang Yongzong, and we feared he might retaliate against Wu Hui, which is why we—" "Exactly. I am deeply concerned about my brother. I have no idea how he is doing." Wu Qianqian muttered softly as she rested her head on the table. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she straightened up and looked at Yuxin. "Wait a minute, sister-in-law. How do you know that Boss Huang's name is Huang Yongtsong? Did my brother tell you? Yi Yuxin chuckled softly. Oh no, it wasn't your brother who informed me. It was Huang Yongtsong himself who shared that with me. Huh? Wu Qianqian's face was filled with confusion and surprise. My brother told you? When did he learn Huang Yongtsong's full name? Didn't they only meet once yesterday? No, that's not the case. Yi Yuxin shook her head. Now, Huang Yongtsong and your brother are like brothers. We even had dinner together yesterday. What? Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 44. I've taken everything what? The crowd was taken aback, their faces displaying sheer astonishment. As if anticipating their reaction, Ye Yujin calmly nodded. Daughter-in-law, what on earth is going on? How did Wu Hui and that Boss Huang become brothers? Xin Yu's face was filled with confusion, her eagerness for answers palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yuxin replied, I am not entirely sure, but yesterday, Huang Yongtsong personally escorted Wu Hui back and even invited me and Lanlan to dinner later that evening. He personally escorted Wu Hui back. Xin Yu exclaimed. Did he say anything? Yi Yuxin shook her head. Not only did he say nothing, but he also referred to me as sister-in-law. His demeanor was quite courteous. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan exchanged a shocked glance with Shen Yu. When you dined with Huang Yongtsong, was it just you and Wu Hui? No, there was another person. What was his name? You duo. Yi Yuxin pondered before responding. You duo. Wu Kuan exclaimed, rising to his feet. What is wrong? Do you know him? Xin Yu looked at Wu Kuan with curiosity. Wu Kuan nodded. Yes, I know him. He is an executive at the supply and marketing cooperative. He is quite wealthy. But how did he come to know you duo? The group lapsed into silence, pondering Wu Kuan's words, although they remained unaware of how the two had become brothers. Wu Qianqian's anxious heart began to settle. After all, Wu Hui had already formed a brotherhood with Huang Yongtsong, so perhaps she had nothing to worry about. The following day, today, Wu Hui rose later than usual, finally getting out of bed around 7 a.m. He had notified 8 villages yesterday, all of which were prepared to deliver their goods today. Although Wu Hui was uncertain how much chicken feather came from Luo family village, the other 7 villages collectively yielded nearly 200 pounds of it. This was quite astonishing to Wu Hui. His current concern was merely how to transport the chicken feathers to the Onqing Daily Necessities factory. After a moment's reflection, Wu Hui decided to inquire with Duo about renting a small truck. This would simplify matters for him. Arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Hui knocked on Duo's office door, explained his need to rent a small truck. Duo, with a grand gesture, boisterously replied, Hui Zi, it's just a truck. There is no need for formalities. Just go find Lu Tian and tell him I've asked him to be your driver for the day. Wu Hui smiled and waved his hand. No, brother Yu, I might need it for more than a day. It's better to rent it. No need for that. I have plenty of trucks. Take it for as long as you need. Faced with Duo's generosity, Wu Hui ultimately refrained from further protest, recognizing that prolonging the conversation would be somewhat impolite. He merely nodded in gratitude. Brother Wu, where are we headed? Stepping out of the office, Wu Hui found Lu Tian and casually pointed in a direction. I'm going to Luo family village to collect some chicken feathers. Let us have dinner together tonight and enjoy a hearty meal. Sure, I've been eager to share a meal with you, Brother Wu. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. No, I don't drink. You can enjoy it without me. You're no fun, not even drinking. The two engaged in casual conversation as they drove to Luo family village. At that moment, the village head, Luo, had already been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing a truck, he immediately stood up and approached to inspect it. Apologies for keeping you waiting, village head Luo, Wu Hui exclaimed as he descended from the truck, offering a warm greeting. I just arrived not long ago. You arrived just as I settled down. Isn't this fate? Village head Luo chuckled heartily. Hearing the village head's playful banter, Wu Hui smiled slightly and inquired, Village head Luo, have the feathers been prepared? They were ready last night. Come and take a look. Luo replied, leading Wu Hui into a small earthen room. Behold, it's all right here. Wu Hui stepped inside and was immediately taken aback by the sheer volume of feathers on the floor. A dense mass of feathers, likely weighing at least 50 pounds, lay scattered around. How could there be so many? Wu Hui exclaimed, astonished, pointing at the feathers. Luo chuckled, you're lucky. Our village didn't have this many feathers initially. However, Just a few days ago, we celebrated 2 weddings and a birthday feast, resulting in a substantial number of chickens being slaughtered. Wu Hui felt a wave of joy wash over him. He had not anticipated such good fortune. "So, how many pounds of feathers do we have here?" he asked eagerly. "Not too many. Approximately 83 pounds of feathers," village head Luo replied with a smile. Upon hearing the figure of 83 pounds, Wu Hui was momentarily overwhelmed with elation, at a loss for words. 83 pounds of feathers at 50 cents per pound would only cost him $41.50. Selling them to the Incheon Daily Necessities Factory would allow him to pocket $99.60. And this was merely the profit from Luo Family Village. Including the other 7 villages would yield an astounding return. Lost in this blissful thought, Wu Hui quickly declared, "Very well. I will take all 83 pounds of feathers. Here is $41.50. Please check." Village head Luo accepted the cash with a smile, counting it. "Perfectly correct, young man. I will arrange for some people to help you load it onto your truck." With that, Luo summoned 3 strong young men from seemingly nowhere to assist with the loading. Among them, Wu Hui recognized Luo's son, the middle-aged man who had opened the door the previous day. With more hands at work, the task was completed swiftly, and soon, all 83 pounds of feathers were loaded onto the truck. Village head Luo, "We shall take our leave now. If you have more feathers, please set them aside for me. I will return for them next time." Village head Luo nodded eagerly. "No problem. Count on me." As Wu Hui smiled and bid farewell, turning to get into his truck, he noticed a young man who had just finished moving feathers wiping the dirt from his face with a towel and carelessly discarding it. Witnessing the scene, Wu Hui narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, until Lu Tian reminded him, bringing him back to reality. He climbed into the truck. "Goodbye, village head Luo." Wu Hui waved as they departed. Subsequently, he visited other villages to collect feathers. Approximately 2 hours later, the truck was filled to the brim with feathers. Wu Hui roughly calculated that it amounted to approximately 267.3 pounds of chicken feathers, which brought an immense smile to his face. "Brother Lu, next, we shall proceed to the Anqing Daily Necessities Factory. Allow me to guide you," he declared. "Absolutely, Brother Wu," replied Lu Tian as he pressed down firmly on the accelerator, sending the truck soaring ahead. "Brother Wu, is this the place?" Lu Tian inquired. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." With that, he rolled down the window and called out to the security guard at the factory. "Hey there, it's me. Please open the gate." The security guard, who had been sipping tea, noticed the approaching truck and was about to step forward for inquiries when he recognized a familiar face emerging from the vehicle. "It's you," he exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the young man from a few days prior would return, and this time, driving a truck. Without a moment's hesitation, the guard promptly opened the gate, recalling that the factory manager had instructed him to allow this young man immediate access, determined not to make such a blunder. Chapter 45. Director, and could you please let go? "Thank you, my brother." "You're welcome." The security guard responded with a smile. After seeing Wu Hui's truck enter, he stepped into the security booth and made a phone call. "Brother Lu, wait for me in the car for a moment. I'll be right down." As Wu Hui descended from the vehicle, he intended to find Director and in the office, only to discover that the Director was rushing towards him in haste. "Brother Wu, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing Director and Wu Hui was momentarily stunned, his expression one of utter astonishment. The once slightly plump figure of Director and had noticeably slimmed down, achieving a physique that was neither too thin nor too stout. However, the dark circles under his eyes resembled those of a panda, and his complexion was a sickly yellow, clearly indicating a lack of rest. "Director, and what has happened to you?" Wu Hui inquired, puzzled. "Don't even mention it. I've been suffering from insomnia these past few days, and look at me now." Director and waved his hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in the topic. He then turned his gaze towards the truck behind Wu Hui. "Is there chicken feather in that truck?" Wu Hui nodded. Director and was instantly filled with joy, hastily approaching to open the truck's rear cover, exclaiming with delight, "Well done, Brother Wu. You brought me so many chicken feathers in one go." Director and looked at the abundance of feathers before him with sheer amazement. He had initially anticipated that Wu Hui would only bring him 100 pounds at most, but this exceeded all expectations, filling him with immense joy. Wu Hui smiled and said, "It's nothing, Director, and this is merely a portion. There's more to come tomorrow." "More tomorrow?" Director stared at Wu Hui with his dark-circled eyes. "Yes." Wu Hui nodded. "Brother Wu, you truly are my lucky star," Director exclaimed, embracing Wu Hui with excitement. Overwhelmed with joy, Wu Hui, taken aback by the unexpected embrace, felt bewildered. "You can talk all you want, but why the physical affection? You do realize you're a man, right? Being hugged by another man sends shivers down my spine. Director, could you please let go?" Wu Hui said awkwardly. Although being hugged by a man was uncomfortable, given Director N's current state, Wu Hui thought it prudent to inquire about the reason behind such fervor. Upon hearing Wu Hui's reminder, Director N promptly regained his composure and released Wu Hui. After adjusting his collar and sleeves, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Brother Wu, please do not take offense. It's just that I've been under immense pressure these past few days, which led to this outburst." Wu Hui, still confused, asked, "What on earth has happened to you to put you in such a predicament?" Perhaps it was the sight of the chicken feathers that brought joy to Director N at that moment. What else could it be? It's the chicken feathers. You see, I signed a contract with the supply and marketing cooperative to provide a certain quantity of chicken feather dusters each month. However, the supply within the factory has nearly run dry. If you hadn't come today, I would have faced penalties for breach of contract by tomorrow. That's a minor issue, but it would likely hinder future collaborations. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui finally grasped the situation. No wonder Director N was in such a rush. After all, the supply and marketing cooperative had numerous partners, and securing future collaborations was no small feat. If a breach occurred, the penalties were one concern. But the loss of future opportunities would be a significant setback. "Today, I bring these feathers. Your factory should be able to deliver the feather dusters on time, right?" "Certainly." Manager nodded. "As long as we have the feathers, everything else can be resolved. Tonight, I will have all the employees work overtime to expedite production." "Very well. Let us unload the goods now. Let us seize the time and expedite the work." "Excellent." Upon finishing, Manager immediately summoned several workers to the truck to transport the feathers. It was only after all the feathers had been moved to their respective stations that Manager let out a sigh of relief. The heavy burden lifted from his heart. "Phew. For this month, we need not fear the feathers anymore. This is all thanks to you, my dear Wu." Manager expressed his gratitude by shaking Wu Hui's hand. "No trouble at all. Manager, we all have our needs. No need for thanks." "Huh. I appreciate your honesty. Cool, mate. Let's have a seat in my office." With that, Manager prepared to lead Wu Hui toward his office. "Just a moment, Manager, let me speak with my friend." Wu Hui turned to Lu Tian and said, "Brother Lu, please wait for me. I need to discuss a matter with Manager. Go ahead. Don't mind me. I'm just here helping to unload the feathers." Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. Wu Hui smiled and expressed his gratitude before following Manager into the office. "Please, take a seat." Upon entering the office, Manager was notably more enthusiastic, pouring tea for Wu Hui and even offering him a cigarette. Wu Hui waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Manager, but I don't smoke. Not smoking is indeed a good thing. Unlike me, who find it hard to quit now." Manager remarked, placing the cigarette in his mouth and striking a match to light it. While abstaining from smoking is commendable, the flavor of tobacco is rather delightful. My dear Wu, you cannot imagine how I've endured these past few days. Without the companionship of cigarettes, I would have crumbled." Wu Hui chuckled. Cigarettes can indeed awaken one's senses, but they can also lead to dependence. It would be wise for you to smoke less. Manager, yes, I agree with that sentiment. Manager replied as he extinguished the cigarette. The two conversed casually until a phone call interrupted them, bringing their discussion to a close. My dear Wu, the feathers have all been transported, totaling 269. 3 pounds. They are now on their way for processing. Hearing this, Wu Hui's eyes brightened. He understood that the main topic was about to unfold. Smiling, he said, Is that so, Manager? That is truly wonderful. This resolves the issues with the supply and marketing cooperative. Manager nodded, his face beaming with joy as he said, I have already instructed the finance department to send the money. I believe it will arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," manager called out. Creak. The office door swung open, and a middle-aged woman entered, holding a document folder. "Manager, here is the item you requested. Please take a look." "Very well. You may leave now." Manager smiled as he received the folder. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly, glancing at Wu Hui on the sofa. Her delicate brows furrowed momentarily, yet she chose to remain silent and turned to exit the office. "Come here, Brother Wu. This is your remuneration, as we previously agreed, at 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound of chicken feathers. That totals 323 yuan and 20 cents. Please count it." Wu Hui accepted the envelope with a beaming smile, swiftly reviewing its contents. Upon confirming that the amount was correct, he smiled even broader. "Director, and the quantity is accurate." "Excellent. In that case, Brother Wu, may I inquire when the next batch of chicken feathers will be delivered?" Upon receiving Wu Hui's confirmation of the amount, Director immediately inquired about the forthcoming batch of chicken feathers. Chapter 46. New opportunities. There's no need to worry. It can be delivered tomorrow. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Director nodded repeatedly, exclaiming "excellent" 3 times before pausing. "Oh, by the way, Director, there's something I wish to consult you about." With his spirits particularly high, Director eagerly responded, "Speak, my dear Wu. What is your inquiry?" Wu Hui offered a slight smile and said, "It's like this. Our village has a considerable amount of discarded towel scraps and similar items. I wonder if your factory has any use for them? Discarded towels and scraps?" Director furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. While these items may not seem entirely useless, after all, they could be repurposed into mops. Their appearance leaves much to be desired. He's uncertain whether the supply and marketing cooperative would accept them. Observing Director deep in thought, Wu Hui understood what he was contemplating, as he had pondered the same during his journey. The cooperative would likely not entertain the idea, considering they would not sell mops that appear so unsightly. However, many common folk, particularly those in the village, would not be so discerning. Currently, numerous villagers are unemployed, engaging only in agricultural work, barely managing to meet their basic needs throughout the year. At most, they might sell surplus grain in the county for a modest profit. Yet, the meager earnings they obtain are often stretched to their limits. The aesthetics of mops are of little consequence to them. As long as they serve their purpose and maintain a reasonable quality, that suffices. This reasoning is precisely why Wu Hui approached Director confident in his ability to persuade him. After a moment, Director lifted his gaze, and Wu Hui discerned a hint of apology in his eyes. He then chuckled lightly. "Director, I understand your concerns and what you are pondering. However, I assure you, these are trivial matters." "Oh." Director regarded Wu Hui, filled with confidence yet uncertain. "Do you believe you can persuade the supply cooperative?" "Not at all." Wu Hui shook his head. He refrained from mentioning his connections to Yu Duo, deeming it unnecessary and futile. The cooperative would never accept mops made from discarded materials, even if Yu Duo were willing to assist. "Then, my dear Wu, what do you imply?" Director inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Huh." Wu Hui chuckled lightly. "Director, you may not realize that in your view, items must not only be functional, but also aesthetically pleasing." Director paused, then nodded. "Indeed, if something is unattractive, others would not want it. Is there an issue with that?" Wu Hui replied with a smile. "Not at all. However, it is essential to consider the context and the audience. Not everyone places value on appearance. Some prioritize price and quality instead." Director furrowed his brow, deep in thought, as if beginning to grasp the concept. "You mean to suggest lowering the price?" "Precisely," Wu Hui affirmed with a nod. "In our village, there exists a multitude of ordinary folk struggling to earn a meager income throughout the year, primarily subsisting on agriculture. For them, the aesthetic appeal of goods holds little significance. Their main concern lies in the price and practicality of items, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Director comprehended the situation and smote his thigh in realization, casting an astonished glance at Wu Hui. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Mops, by their very nature, are easy to manufacture and require minimal costs. Towels and fabrics, being inherently absorbent, can still serve their purpose even when discarded. A simple processing would suffice to prepare them for sale. Brother Wu, you are nothing short of a genius. In response to Director An's praise, Wu Hui bashfully waved his hand, saying, I am no genius. Merely fortunate to have stumbled upon this idea. Director An chuckled lightly, urging, Brother Wu, do not be so modest. Many entrepreneurs, upon achieving success, attribute it solely to luck. In truth, it is a testament to their capabilities. Luck is seldom so abundant. Wu Hui smiled silently, choosing not to respond. He understood that Director An had acquiesced to accepting the discarded towels, thus presenting him with a new business opportunity. The two deliberated for quite some time, and ultimately, Director An decided to offer Wu Hui a price of 50 cents for each batch of discarded towels, with no limit on quantity. With that, Wu Hui turned to leave. Brother Wu, have you secured the deal? At that moment, Lu Tian was seated in the truck, swinging his legs. Upon seeing Wu Hui approach, he immediately stood to inquire. It's all set. Brother Lu, let us drive back to the supply and marketing cooperative, and then we can indulge in a feast. Excellent. I've been waiting for your word. Lu Tian responded, straightening his posture and pressing the accelerator as they sped toward the cooperative. Approximately half an hour later, Wu Hui and Lu Tian arrived at a restaurant. Upon entering, Lu Tian called out, Boss, a menu, please. Coming right up. The restaurant owner's wife replied, offering a warm greeting as she handed them a pencil. Thank you. Lu Tian accepted the pencil, making several marks on the menu before passing it to Wu Hui. Brother Wu, I'm unsure of your preferences, so I ordered a few dishes at random. Please take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to add. Wu Hui glanced briefly at the menu, made a few annotations, and handed it back to the owner's wife, saying, Let us add a few bottles of beer. Certainly. Please hold on. The owner's wife took the menu and turned towards the kitchen. How do you find it, Brother Wu? The owner's wife seems quite pleasant, doesn't she? Lu Tian grinned, a hint of mischief in his expression. Wu Hui shot him an exasperated glance and teased. No wonder you insisted on bringing me to this restaurant. It was for the owner's wife, wasn't it? At Wu Hui's jest, Lu Tian chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Indeed, I've inquired, and this owner's wife is 25 years old and unmarried. I must admit, I'm quite envious. Ah. The two shared a hearty laugh, engrossed in their lively conversation. Brother Wu, I wish to collaborate with you. After a considerable time had passed, the two had nearly finished their meal. Perhaps influenced by the intoxication of alcohol, Lu Tian suddenly uttered a statement that left Wu Hui momentarily bewildered. Confused, he pondered, why me? Because of your exceptional abilities. Lu Tian replied, taking another sip of his drink. You are the most capable person I have ever encountered, whether in the fish pond or in today as trivial matters. I hold a sincere admiration for you, which is why I wish to collaborate with you. But you are aware that I am notorious in the village as a ruffian. Are you not afraid that I might deceive you? Wu Hui inquired, gazing at Lu Tian with a broad smile. Does it matter? Lu Tian chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui looked up at Lu Tian for a moment, raised the teacup from the table, and smiled, saying, Cheers. Chapter 47. Processing Brother Wu. Have you agreed? Upon witnessing Wu Hui raise his teacup, Lu Tian was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Wu Hui chuckled softly and nodded mim. At this, Lu Tian was moved to tears, his heart brimming with joy. He promptly raised his wine glass to toast with Wu Hui. Thank you, Brother Wu. With that, he downed his drink in one go. Observing Lu Tian's fervent enthusiasm, Wu Hui smiled and shook his head. In truth, Wu Hui sought a partner for collaboration. After all, when business expands in the future, he could not possibly manage everything alone. After finishing his beer, Lu Tian set down his cup, his expression resolute, and declared, Brother Wu, rest assured, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. If you ask me to fight tigers, I shall not fish. In short, whatever you require of me, I will comply without hesitation. As he spoke, Lu Tian patted his chest to emphasize his determination. Seeing Lu Tian's earnest demeanor, Wu Hui chuckled lightly. It's not that serious, Brother Lu. You need not be so formal. No, this is my stance. I am truly grateful that you are willing to take me along. And if I do not demonstrate my commitment, how could I justify it to you? Lu Tian patted his chest once more, his gaze unwavering. Not wishing to argue further with the inebriated Lu Tian, Wu Hui raised his teacup and chuckled. All right, I believe in you. However, let me make it clear, Brother Lu, I cannot take you along just yet. Once my business grows, we shall join forces. Lu Tian raised his wine glass and patted his chest, replying, good, no problem. With that, they both finished their drinks and exchanged smiles, having reached a mutual understanding. The following day, as the clock approached 8, Wu Hui arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. Today, he planned to gather chicken feathers from the remaining villages while discussing the matter of discarded towels with them. Brother Lu, let us head right. I need to speak with village head Luo. Sure thing. Hold on tight, Brother Wu, Lu Tian exclaimed. Since their agreement the previous day, Lu Tian had been particularly enthusiastic about his work. Noticing Lu Tian's exuberance, Wu Hui smiled and said, just call me Huizi. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Tian turned to Wu Hui, a smile of joy blossoming on his face. He nodded vigorously, After a 10-minute journey, they arrived at Luo family village once more. As if by fate, village head Luo was sitting at the village entrance, resting with his eyes closed. Village head Luo, why is it that I always find you here resting? Upon hearing the familiar voice, village head Luo opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see Wu Hui. Young man, what brings you here today? We haven't gathered much chicken feather yet. Village head Luo eagerly rose and approached Wu Hui. Wu Hui waved his hand with a smile. Ha! Village head Luo, my purpose for coming today is not this. Oh! Village head Luo responded, puzzled, but soon his expression transformed into one of exuberance. Young man, does this mean you have something else to collect? Hearing this, Wu Hui gave him a thumbs up and replied, Village head Luo, you truly deserve your title. You guessed it right. Village head Luo laughed and waved his hand, feeling somewhat bashful. Not at all. It was merely a stroke of luck, chuckled village chief Luo, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. What do you need to collect? Speak quickly, so I can make arrangements, he urged, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Wu Hui smiled faintly and replied, Village chief Luo. This time we are here to gather some towels and strips of cloth. Towels and strips of cloth? Village chief Luo murmured in confusion. What do you need those for? They are of little value. Every household requires them. Wu Hui shook his head with a smile. No, village chief Luo, we only need discarded towels and strips of cloth. The quality does not need to be exceptional. Realizing this, village chief Luo nodded enthusiastically. If that's the case, there's no problem at all. When will you come to collect? Although he was unsure of the purpose behind the collection of these discarded items, he was unconcerned as long as there was profit to be made. Wu Hui pondered for a moment. Perhaps when we come to collect the chicken feathers next time, which should be in a few days. Wonderful. I shall return and notify the villagers immediately. Village Chief Luo responded with a smile. Thank you, Village Chief Luo. We must proceed to the next village now, Wu Hui said as he and Lu Tian turned to board the truck, preparing to depart. Take care on the road. Wu, you're back so soon today. Upon returning to the factory, director and greeted him warmly. Wu Hui replied, we drove quite swiftly today, so we returned earlier than expected. I hope I'm not imposing on you, director, and not at all. Your timing is impeccable. Please refrain from saying such things next time, director said, his tone slightly displeased as he chided Wu Hui. All right, Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, director chuckled and waved his hand, directing a group of employees to begin moving the chicken feathers. As the staff busied themselves, director pulled Wu Hui aside, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor. Come here. I want to show you something. What is it, director? Wu Hui asked, perplexed, as he was led into the office. Look, director exclaimed, producing a pristine towel and handing it to Wu Hui with a beaming smile. Taking the towel, Wu Hui examined it closely. It was indeed quite clean, albeit not very visually appealing, and it emitted a peculiar odor. Where did this strange scent come from? Where did this towel originate? Wu Hui inquired, puzzled. With a grin, director explained, this towel was previously discarded. I picked it up casually. I see. Wu Hui nodded, understanding the situation. No wonder it had an odd smell. It had been processed in some manner. While unsure of its absorbency, he presumed it would suffice. Observing Wu Hui's expression, director chuckled. This was crafted by one of our skilled workers. What do you think? Not bad, right? Wu Hui nodded and gave a thumbs up, stating, "Indeed, one cannot discern from mere appearances. However, I do hope this odor does not pose any harm to human health." Although he was uncertain how Director and managed to cleanse the discarded towels so thoroughly, he was quite concerned about whether this processing method could be detrimental to individuals. He certainly did not wish to sell problematic mops to customers. Such a morally reprehensible act was beyond his conscience. Noticing the worried expression on Wu Hui's face, Director laughed heartily, assuring him, "Rest easy, my dear Wu. I would never engage in such unscrupulous conduct. While these towels have undergone processing, they pose no harm to human health, I assure you. Now we simply await your return with the towels and fabric." As he spoke, Director erupted into laughter, his face radiating joy. Observing the elated Director, and Wu Hui felt a sigh of relief within. He had feared that Director might stubbornly pursue an unethical course of action. It now appeared that he had misjudged him. "Do not worry, Director. I have made the necessary arrangements, and the discarded towels will be delivered in a few days." Chapter 48. How did you become brothers? Rest assured, Director, I have made the necessary arrangements. In a few days, the discarded towels will be delivered, Wu Hui assured, patting his chest. "Excellent. In that case, I shall await good news." Director chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Approximately 2 hours later, Wu Hui returned home. Having come back late the previous night, his wife and daughter were already asleep. Today, he planned to take them to his parents' house for dinner, partly to discuss Huang Yongzong's situation and alleviate their concerns. With his wife and daughter in tow, Wu Hui arrived at his parents' home just in time for dinner. As he entered, he spotted his mother, Shunyu, bringing dishes to the table. "Grandma." The little one, upon seeing Shunyu, immediately scrambled out of Wu Hui's arms and rushed over with her tiny legs. Hearing her granddaughter's sweet voice, Shunyu set the dishes down and smiled as she crouched to embrace the little girl. "Lanlan, what a pleasant surprise. Did you miss Grandma?" "Yes." The small one mischievously nodded. "Mom, we came to see you." Shunyu looked up and noticed Wu Hui and his wife standing before her. And with a hint of annoyance, she remarked, "You could have at least given me a heads up. Now I haven't prepared anything special." Wu Hui shook his head and laughed. "It's all right, Mom. Look what we brought." He then waved the pork and free-range chicken he was carrying in front of Shunyu. "What? Why are you back so suddenly?" A serious voice called out. Wu Hui turned to see his father, Wu Kuan, emerging from the house, his expression stern as he regarded Wu Hui. Before Wu Hui could respond, his mother, Shunyu, interjected. "What do you mean? Does my son need to inform you every time he chooses to return? Now where are I?" "Silence. What are you rambling about? Have you finished the laundry?" Observing his wife's fierce defense, the astute Wu Kuan opted for silence, casting a glare at Wu Hui before retreating inside to handle the laundry. Watching his father's departing figure, Wu Hui felt a surge of empathy for the man. He quickly attempted to diffuse the tension, saying, "All right, Mom. Dad's just a tough exterior with a soft heart." Shunyu pursed her lips. "I know he has a soft heart. Otherwise, I would have acted much sooner." The others fell silent. In the kitchen, Wu Hui prepared dinner and joined the table, opening a bottle of soda to hand to Lanlan. "Thank you, Daddy," the little one said, taking the drink and sipping it daintily. Wu Qianqian smiled widely, glancing at Wu Hui before ultimately giving in to her curiosity. "Brother, what happened? How did you resolve the situation with Huang Yongzong? Sister-in-law mentioned you became brothers. What is the story behind that?" As soon as the words left her lips, everyone at the table paused. Chopsticks halted midair, enveloped in a thick silence, clearly intrigued by the matter. Only the carefree little one continued to sip her drink. Wu Hui gazed at his family's expectant faces and smiled. Here's how it all unfolded. Huang Yongzong arrived here with the intention of establishing a connection with the county supply and marketing cooperative. By fortunate coincidence, I happened to be acquainted with the senior executive, Yu Duo, and thus extended my assistance to him. Subsequently, we became brothers. Wu Hui, however, chose not to divulge the entirety of the situation to his family, as the notion of being an undercover agent at the cotton factory seemed utterly implausible. He found himself at a loss to explain how he had come to know such information. Given this predicament, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. After all, the matter had been resolved, and there was no need for concern. Upon hearing Wu Hui's explanation, Everyone finally grasped the reason behind Huang Yongtsong and Wu Hui's fraternal bond. Wu Hui had indeed rendered him significant assistance. Nevertheless, despite this newfound understanding, Wu Kun still harbored a trace of skepticism. But Wu Hui, how did you come to know Yuduo? He inquired with curiosity. Wu Hui shook his head. It was merely a stroke of luck. Do you recall when I borrowed Grandpa Ma's fish pond to catch fish? Wu Kun nodded in affirmation. It was during that occasion that I sold all the fish from the pond to the supply and marketing cooperative, and that's when I met Yuduo. Upon hearing this, everyone experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder. It was Wu Hui's sale of fish to the cooperative that facilitated his acquaintance with the senior executive Yuduo. This revelation made perfect sense. With this thought, Wu Kun slammed his palm on the table, bursting into hearty laughter. Truly, fortune favors our family. Just as Wu Hui met Yuduo, Qian finds herself in trouble. The crucial point is that Huang Yongtsong also needs Yuduo's assistance. Now, not only do you know Yuduo, but you also know Huang Yongtsong. It must be fate. Upon finishing his statement, Wu Kun's laughter erupted once more, though Wu Qian was less than pleased. What is this? It sounds as if I did it on purpose. Observing his daughter's sulking demeanor, Wu Kun quickly realized his misstep and stifled his laughter, taking a sip of his drink to alleviate the awkwardness. It's merely luck. I never anticipated such a coincidence. Wu Hui remarked with a grin. All right. Since the matter is in the past, let's not dwell on it further. Let us eat swiftly before the food cools. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Mouse, what on earth is happening today? Why are there so many winter bamboo shoots left unsold? In a dilapidated earthen house, Haizi confronted Mouse, brandishing a bag of winter bamboo shoots with palpable fury. But Haizi, this is not my fault. For some unknown reason, when I visited the vegetable market today, many vendors already had winter bamboo shoots for sale. Our stocks simply couldn't compete. With a resounding slap, Haizi's frustration boiled over as he struck the table. You worthless lot. Why is it that besides us, others also know how to profit from selling winter bamboo shoots? Who among you has betrayed us? Having uttered this, Haizi glared at everyone, resembling an enraged Black Panther. And no, that is hardly likely, considering we are all in this together selling winter bamboo shoots. There is no advantage in betraying each other. Qiangzi, witnessing the fiery intensity in Haizi's eyes, surprisingly managed to articulate a rational thought. What then could have occurred? Is it that fool Wu Hui? Despite his anger, Haizi's mind remained exceptionally clear. He believed that what Qiangzi said was not without merit. A few individuals shared in the profits and perils alike. There was no need for treachery. Unlikely. I haven't seen Wu Hui ascend the mountain these past few days. He must have ceased his endeavors. Mouse muttered softly. Ever since Wu Hui had struck him last time, Mouse had been haunted by the shadow of fear, no longer daring to linger at Wu Hui's doorstep. Yet, with Haizi's orders still in effect, Mouse had no choice but to conceal himself along the narrow path leading into the mountain, continuing his surveillance. This way, he could not only keep an eye on the village entrance, but also ascertain whether Wu Hui had returned to the heights. Truly a twofold advantage. What could have transpired? Surely, it was impossible that someone else had witnessed our sale of winter bamboo shoots. As the echoes of Haizi's furious bellow reverberated, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Chapter 49. Painting indeed, there is a possibility. After a prolonged silence, it was only when Kuriko's anger had subsided that the eldest son uttered this statement. Taking a deep breath, Kuriko sought to calm his inner turmoil. Moments later, he turned to Shako and instructed, Shako, since Wu Hui has ceased selling winter bamboo shoots, I want you to keep a watch at the village entrance for the next few days. Observe who might be bringing winter bamboo shoots to sell. Understood. Shako nodded fervently, eager to comply, as he had long desired to undertake this task. Next, Kuriko directed his attention to the eldest son, saying, Eldest son, for the next few days, patrol the mountains and see who might venture up to dig for winter bamboo shoots. No problem, leave it to me. But if I discover who it is, I will surely make them pay. The eldest son declared, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth gritted in determination. Kuriko nodded in satisfaction. raising his right hand to support his chin as he pondered. Kuriko, what about me? What should I do? Seeing Kuriko deep in thought, Xiangzi suddenly grew anxious and hurriedly inquired about his role. Are you an idiot? Kuriko retorted sharply, slapping Xiangzi on the top of his head. What can you do? With that brain of yours, you can only dig for winter bamboo shoots. Silenced by Kuriko's reprimand, Xiangzi could only flee, clutching his head in distress. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of Shako that Kuriko ceased his pursuit. Ha! I am eager to see who dares to compete with me for business, Kuriko declared, his face ablaze with fury and his eyes filled with a murderous glint. After dinner, Wu Hui was sitting in the living room, engaging in casual conversation with his parents when suddenly, a cute little dumpling bounced into the room. Daddy, look, this is a painting by Lanlan. Oh, Wu Hui took the paper and began to examine it. Daddy, this is Mommy, this is Grandma, and this is Grandpa. The little dumpling gleefully pointed at the figures in the drawing while introducing them to Wu Hui. Wu Hui gazed in astonishment at the paper. Did you draw this? Although it was sketched in pencil, it was evident that this was a family portrait, and it was exceptionally well done. When had Lanlan developed such talent that he had failed to notice? With proper nurturing, she might even become an artist in the future. Elated by Wu Hui's praise, the little dumpling giggled. It's Lanlan's drawing. Isn't it beautiful? Wu Hui smiled and nodded. Lanlan is quite impressive. Even Daddy cannot draw as well. Hee. The little dumpling danced with joy, rushing over to her grandparents to boast, eliciting hearty laughter from them. Lanlan, what if you added some clouds and a few birds? Wouldn't that make it even more beautiful? Shenyu suggested with a smile while holding the drawing. This left the little dumpling looking puzzled, her expression adorably bewildered. Grandma, how do I draw clouds and birds? Like this. Shenyu chuckled as she picked up a pencil and sketched a cloud on the blank paper. How is it? Does it look better now? The little one picked up the drawing paper, glancing around, yet felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Grandmother's painting was rather unattractive. Annie's work was far superior. Lanlan's words echoed in Wu Hui's ears, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, when they were children, Wu Qianqian had a profound passion for drawing, and her skills were commendable. She would often draw on the ground when she had nothing else to do, until later, when Wu Hui ceased to take charge, she completely stopped. Lanlan, did your aunt teach you how to draw all these pictures? With this thought, Wu Hui promptly inquired. Yes, Auntie taught me everything. Grandmother's drawings are not appealing at all. Auntie's are much better. The little one fervently nodded in response to her father's question. Faced with the innocent remarks of the child, Shenyu could only smile helplessly, not taking it to heart. I see. Wu Hui stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before standing up. Lanlan, where's your aunt? Upstairs. The little one pointed towards the staircase, her large, grape-like eyes sparkling with innocence. Wu Hui nodded and said, Mom and Dad, I'm going upstairs for a bit. With his parents' consent, he ascended the stairs and arrived at Wu Qianqian's room. Knock, knock, knock. Qianqian, are you there? Wu Hui called out. Yes, brother. Guomin, came Wu Qianqian's voice from within. After receiving the invitation, Wu Hui pushed open the door and stepped inside. At that moment, Wu Qianqian was seated in her room, sketching with a pencil on paper, looking like a character from a comic. Brother, what brings you here? Wu Qianqian asked, putting down her pencil upon seeing him, her tone laced with curiosity. Oh, nothing. Just came to check on you. Wu Hui chuckled, glancing at the drawing papers on the table. There, he noticed a chibi-style cartoon girl, cradling a backpack, exuding an adorable charm. Did you draw this? It looks quite charming. Wu Qianqian casual inquiry. Wu Qianqian nodded. Really? But I feel there are still some flaws. Flaws? When did you become so self-critical? Wu Hui smirked, observing Wu Qianqian's delicate cheeks. Qianqian, would you like to learn how to draw? Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian's bright eyes instantly sparkled, but soon dimmed again. No, I don't want to. Why not? Aren't you quite fond of it? Wu Hui furrowed his brow, puzzled. He had witnessed the glimmer of desire in Wu Qianqian's eyes just moments ago. It was unmistakable. So why, at this moment, was she declaring her disinterest in learning? Wu Qianqian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Did she want to learn? Absolutely. Drawing was a cherished childhood interest, and she yearned to delve deeper into it. However, She was acutely aware of her family's circumstances. Although her brother Wu Hui had begun to improve, he still had a sister-in-law in Lanlan, along with his own family. Wu Qianqian did not wish to burden him. Observing the expression on Wu Qianqian's face, Wu Hui instantly grasped the underlying reason. He found a chair and sat down. Qianqian, I understand your concerns. It must be due to the circumstances at home. Wu Qianqian raised her gaze to Wu Hui, and after a considerable pause, she nodded gently. Wu Hui smiled broadly, reaching out to affectionately pat Qianqian's small head. Qianqian, your brother has begun earning money now, and my business will continue to expand. If you truly wish to learn to paint, I can take you to find the finest teacher to guide you. However, Wu Qianqian hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Painting is an expensive pursuit, requiring relentless practice, not to mention the cost of hiring a teacher. Even the daily expenses for paper and paint can be quite substantial. Wu Hui's earnings do not come effortlessly, and naturally, Qianqian is reluctant to spend. Chapter 50. The painting teacher observing the expression on Wu Qianqian's face, Wu Hui resolved to ensure that Qianqian pursued her passion for painting. With this thought in mind, he spoke with unwavering determination. Qianqian, do you have any idea how much money I've earned recently? Under Wu Qianqian's curious gaze, he raised a finger and declared, It's over 1,000. Wu Qianqian was instantly taken aback. Over 1,000. What an astonishing figure it was, one she had never encountered in her life. The fact that her brother had managed to earn such a sum in just a few days was nothing short of miraculous. Seeing her jaw drop in disbelief, Wu Hui smiled gently and reassured her, So you need not worry about finances. I will take care of everything. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her head and his genuine concern, Wu Qianqian could no longer hold back her tears and embraced Wu Hui, sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt transported back to her childhood when her brother had showered her with care and made every effort to accommodate her. She had freely indulged in his affection. However, as time passed, her brother had changed, becoming wayward, consumed by drinking and gambling, neglecting her and their parents. But now, the brother who had once cared for her had returned. She had finally found him again. Wu Hui, enveloped in her embrace and her tears, raised his right hand and gently patted her back, comforting her. All right, you're all grown up, yet still crying like a child. Just look at you. You become a little cat. I want to stop. I want to cry. Brother, please comfort me. Wu Qianqian sniffled in response. Wu Hui merely sighed. The next day, after returning home the previous night, Wu Hui discussed finding a painting teacher for Qianqian with Yuxin, who wholeheartedly supported the idea. Thus, early that morning, Wu Hui went to the supply and marketing cooperative to inquire with Duo about any good painting teachers he might know. A painting teacher, you say? I actually know someone quite skilled in painting. However, their tuition fees are exorbitantly high. Upon hearing Wu Hui's request, Duo pondered for a moment before recommending a candidate. The tuition fee was of little concern. Wu Hui was primarily interested in the teacher's character. If the instructor were irresponsible, even the finest painting skills would be rendered useless. Duo stroked his chin and remarked, The person's character is commendable, though they aren't very talkative. They devote themselves entirely to painting and seem indifferent to everything else. Oh, and they're a bit self-absorbed. That's acceptable. Where can I find them? I shall go seek them out immediately. Noticing Wu Hui's eagerness, Duo took out a pen and paper, jotting down an address to hand to him. This is their address. When you arrive, simply tell them I referred you. Great. Wu Hui nodded, accepting the note. Following the directions, he arrived at a modest dwelling. Confirming the address was correct, he knocked on the door. Who is it? A melodious female voice resonated from within. However, the door remained firmly shut, revealing the homeowner's heightened sense of vigilance. Greetings. I am Duo's acquaintance, here to learn the art of painting. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a woman of remarkable elegance. With lustrous black hair and porcelain skin, her beauty was slightly marred by a watchful gaze. You are introduced by Duo? Upon hearing her words, Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Wu Hui. I have heard you are an exceptional artist, and I wish to learn from you. The woman scrutinized Wu Hui with a critical eye, her brows furrowing slightly in dissatisfaction. I apologize, but I do not accept male students. Please leave. As she prepared to close the door, Wu Hui quickly interjected, "No, it's not for me. It's for my sister who wishes to learn painting." He gestured emphatically, fearing further misunderstanding. Wu Hui expected that this clarification would sway her, but instead, she merely curled her lip in disdain, mocking him. "How annoying you people are, to concoct such a scheme to approach me. Do you take me for a fool? Hurry and leave. Do not disturb my painting." With that, she attempted to shut the door, only to be thwarted by Wu Hui, who blocked her path, causing her to retreat in alarm. What do you intend to do? Be careful, or I shall call the police." Seeing the woman's startled expression, Wu Hui's smile faltered as he retrieved a folded piece of drawing paper from his pocket, presenting it to her. You have truly misunderstood. I am indeed here to find a teacher for my sister. Please look, this is a drawing by my sister." Upon viewing the paper, the woman realized her mistake. He was genuinely seeking a teacher. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she accepted the drawing. Does she have any foundation in art? As she unfolded the paper and beheld the cartoon character depicted, she nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, this is quite good. No, she has not had any formal training. We come from a rural background, and my sister simply enjoys drawing, but has not attended any classes." Wu Hui replied honestly. "What? You mean to say your sister has not received any artistic guidance?" The woman was taken aback. The drawing, though not without its flaws, was commendable. The fact that it was created by someone without formal instruction was astonishing. Wu Hui nodded, affirming her realization. The woman regarded him closely, sensing his honesty, and returned the drawing. "If that is the case, I may consider accepting your sister. However, you duo should have informed you that my tuition fees are quite high." Wu Hui nodded, acknowledging he did mention that, "and I am aware of it. However, may I see your works?" Despite the woman's apparent integrity, Wu Hui felt it prudent to assess her artistic skill firsthand. The woman fell silent, contemplating whether to allow Wu Hui entry into her home. After all, permitting a strange man inside did not sit well with her. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Wu Hui smiled gently. "I shall not intrude. If you could kindly bring out a piece of your work for me to view, that would suffice." "Very well." Upon noticing the steps, the woman promptly descended. As she turned to enter the house, she did not forget to close the door, leaving Wu Hui both amused and perplexed. After a brief interlude, the woman re-emerged, carrying an oil painting framed with care, and extended it towards Wu Hui. "Here, take a look." Upon receiving the painting, Wu Hui was instantly taken aback. The canvas depicted a verdant meadow and a cerulean sky, with charming cattle and sheep rendered in vivid detail. At the center, a graceful beauty smiled gently at him. Every detail, from her eyelashes to her porcelain skin, was captured with exquisite precision. "This is you." Upon hearing Wu Hui's astonished exclamation, the woman shyly lowered her gaze, softly responding with a barely audible witnessing her acknowledgement. Wu Hui was overwhelmed with joy, never having anticipated that he would encounter a mentor with such remarkable artistic prowess. Chapter 51. How expensive is it? Feeling a bit shy from Wu Hui's praise, the woman blushed and inquired, "What do you think? Is my painting acceptable?" "Absolutely. It is truly remarkable." Wu Hui nodded repeatedly in admiration. "I made up my mind. You shall be my sister's art instructor." The woman shot a glance at Wu Hui and retrieved her oil painting, responding with a hint of annoyance. "I must remind you, my tuition fees are rather steep." "How steep?" Wu Hui chuckled. In the 1980s, for someone of his stature, many matters were trivial. No matter how exorbitant this teacher's fees might be, they could hardly reach the 500 yuan per lesson standard of later years. Noticing Wu Hui's unwavering confidence, the woman smirked slightly. He had mentioned his rural background earlier, and given his youthful appearance, it was likely he had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so boldly. Determined to set a high price to intimidate him and teach him a lesson about humility, the woman cleared her throat and, with a smile, declared, "As you have seen, my painting skills are commendable. Considering our mutual acquaintance, I shall offer you a discount. 50 yuan for a quarter. How's that sound?" Wu Hui, observing her cheerful demeanor, chuckled softly. It was evident she was attempting to deceive him. After all, he had inquired about the usual art tuition fees from Duo earlier, and it was clear that a year's worth of lessons would not even reach 50 yuan. let alone for a single quarter. Perhaps she was merely trying to frighten him for his earlier arrogance. With a dismissive nod, Wu Hui replied, "Sounds good." Huh? The woman was taken aback. Initially, she believed her high fees would intimidate him into silence, but his response left her bewildered. "Are you certain?" She stammered. "Absolutely," Wu Hui affirmed with a nod. Now at a loss for words, the woman had intended to play a prank, but it seemed she had gone too far. If he were a stranger, it might have been manageable, but this was someone introduced by a mutual acquaintance. How awkward would it be if this became known later? Actually, I was joking earlier. The tuition doesn't need to be that high. After much contemplation, she resolved to speak the truth. After all, she was unaware of Wu Hui's connection to Yu Duo. If their relationship was indeed amicable, then such a price would be counterproductive. "I understand," Wu Hui replied with an unfazed expression. "Then, will you still accept? You aren't toying with me, are you?" The woman's irritation began to surface. She had agonized over her earlier statement, only to discover that he had seen through her antics all along. How infuriating! As she glared at him, Wu Hui smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am not toying with you. I genuinely accept the price of 50 yuan for a quarter. However, what?" The woman became instantly alert. Was he merely deceiving her before? Was his true intention still to exploit her? No, she thought. If that were the case, she could not allow him to succeed. As the woman contemplated, a fierce fire ignited within her. Surely, if Wu Hui failed to articulate his next words appropriately, he would undoubtedly face a beating. Meeting the woman's vigilant gaze, Wu Hui realized he had been misunderstood once more. With a helpless shake of his head, he chuckled. "Since I have invested such considerable sum, I expect you to impart all your painting techniques to my sister without any reservation." Unlike what the woman presumed, Wu Hui was acutely aware of the adage that teaching an apprentice could lead to the master's downfall. There was no assurance that a teacher would not hold back. Moreover, this instructor was not particularly old. This was precisely why Wu Hui was willing to spend 50 yuan. Although the expenditure was substantial, if he could acquire the skills, it would all be worthwhile. Upon hearing this, the woman recognized her misunderstanding, feeling somewhat embarrassed and chagrined. Finally, she could only cast him an exasperated glance. "Rest assured, since I have accepted your money, I will endeavor wholeheartedly to teach your sister." This statement was not a deceit. She had always been a responsible teacher. And even had Wu Hui not paid the 50 yuan, she would have devoted herself to guiding his sister with the same fervor. "Very well. In that case, I shall bring my sister over tomorrow. Here is the tuition for this quarter." As he spoke, Wu Hui retrieved 5 large notes from his pocket and handed them over. The woman was momentarily taken aback, blinking and shaking her head repeatedly. No, the tuition need not be this much. Please accept it. If you can teach my sister well, I wouldn't bat an eye even if it were 100 yuan. As Wu Hui spoke, he grasped the woman's hand and placed the money in it. The woman was momentarily stunned. Looking at the large notes in her hand, she felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, good brothers are always found in other families. Seeing the woman accept the money, Wu Hui's lips curled into a faint smile, his heart brimming with joy. It was done. Now all that remained was to bring Qianqian over, and everything would be resolved. Oh, learning to paint also required purchasing some art supplies. Not being knowledgeable in this area, it appeared he would need the teacher's assistance. With this in mind, Wu Hui smiled and said, "Since we have come to an agreement, you shall be my sister's painting teacher from now on. May I inquire your name?" "I am Lu Changsheng," the woman introduced herself. Wu Hui nodded. "Then I shall address you as Teacher Lu." "It is like this, Teacher Lu. There is a matter I would like to request your assistance with." "What is it?" Lu Changsheng inquired, puzzled. By now, she no longer regarded Wu Hui as some sort of undesirable suitor. Upon hearing that Wu Hui required help, she immediately became inquisitive, especially since she had accepted his 50 yuan. "It is this," Wu Hui began, scratching his head. "I understand that painting requires numerous tools, and my sister lacks them. I was hoping you could assist in purchasing some, and I will cover the expenses." Upon hearing this, Lu Changcheng cast Wu Hui a resigned glance, stating, "I already have tools at home. There is no need to buy them." Lu Changcheng found Wu Hui's inquiry rather absurd. As a painting instructor, How could she possibly lack art supplies at home? How can one become a teacher or engage in painting under such circumstances? It is utterly perplexing. However, Wu Hui remained unfazed. With a casual wave of his hand and a smile, he remarked, "That is not the same. Every artist ought to possess their own set of tools. Setting aside the matter of habits, if my sister wishes to paint at home after class, she cannot possibly come to you, Teacher Lu, each time. Therefore, a proper set of tools is indeed necessary." "Oh, I see." Lu Chengsheng nodded in understanding. Indeed, it would be quite troublesome if his sister desired to paint at home without the necessary tools. He had not considered this adequately. In that case, I shall venture out shortly to procure some painting supplies. You need not worry about the expenses. Consider it a gift to your sister as a token of her apprenticeship. Lu Chengsheng smiled. That might not be appropriate. Wu Hui felt a bit embarrassed. There is nothing inappropriate about it. After all, you have already given me 50 yuan. As a teacher, it is quite customary to present a small gift to my student. Seeing Lu Chengsheng's insistence, Wu Hui felt it futile to argue further. He simply expressed his gratitude and returned home, planning to bring Qianqian over the following day. Chapter 52. Together, we will conquer this land the following day. Early in the morning, Wu Hui took his sister, Wu Qianqian, to Lu Chengsheng's home. Throughout the journey, Wu Qianqian bounced with excitement, her face adorned with a blissful smile, resembling a beautiful girl from a comic. This enchanting sight drew the attention of passers-by. "Teacher Lu, I entrust my sister to you," Wu Hui exclaimed. Lu Chengsheng smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I will impart all my artistic skills to Qianqian." "Thank you so much," Wu Hui replied joyfully before turning to leave. Today, he planned to find Lu Tian. After a few days of reflection, Wu Hui recognized a grave issue: the inefficiency of his industry. Whether dealing with feathers or collecting discarded towels, the process required considerable time to settle. Such sluggishness was detrimental to growth. With only 4 months left until the torrential rains of May next year, and with the troublesome presence of Dog Brother looming, Wu Hui needed to expedite his development. He had to identify a long-term, profitable project. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Hui found Lu Tian unloading a truck. Spotting Wu Hui, Lu Tian immediately set down his cargo and greeted him warmly. "Huizi, what brings you here? Are you looking for Boss Yu?" Shaking his head with a smile, Wu Hui replied, "No, Lu Gu. I specifically came to see you today." "Oh." Lu Tian raised his eyebrows in curiosity. "Please wait a moment while I finish unloading this truck. I'll be right with you. Let me help you. It's a good opportunity to stretch my legs," Wu Hui said, rolling up his sleeves, but Lu Tian swiftly stopped him. "No, Huizi, this is my job. Don't try to take it from me." Seeing Lu Tian's serious expression, Wu Hui could only chuckle helplessly. "All right then." He turned and found a quiet spot to sit and wait for Lu Tian. About half an hour later, Lu Tian finished unloading the goods and approached Wu Hui. "You're easy. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, and we can chat while we eat," Lu Tian said with a smile. Wu Hui paused for a moment, then asked, "Is it all right for you to go out for lunch during work hours?" "It's fine. I've already taken leave. I have plenty of time this afternoon." "Are you?" Wu Hui laughed as he stood, brushing off his pants, and walked out of the cooperative with Lu Tian. Their shoulders linked. "I knew you would choose this restaurant," Wu Hui teased, glancing at the proprietress with a grin. Lu Tian scratched his head in embarrassment and signaled the proprietress to order a few dishes. "Huizi, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Are you collecting towels again?" Wu Hui shook his head. "No, guess again. Not collecting towels?" Lu Tian paused. Then his eyes widened with surprise as he looked at Wu Hui. "Could it be?" Wu Hui nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I am preparing to embark on a new project, and it's a significant one." "That's wonderful, Huizi," Lu Tian exclaimed, slapping the table in delight, his heart brimming with joy. He had initially thought it would take Wu Hui a long time before reaching out to him. In this day and age, earning money is no easy feat yet. Unexpectedly, Wu Hui is set to embark on a new venture, and a significant one at that. How could Lu Tian contain his excitement? What project is it? When is it set to commence? What task shall I undertake? Observing Lu Tian's fervor, Wu Hui raised his hand to temper his enthusiasm, chuckling, "Brother Lu, please contain your excitement. Allow me to explain gradually." "All right, I shall remain composed. Take your time." You're easy. Whatever you need me to do, just let me know. Although Lu Tian outwardly asserted his calmness, his tone and expression betrayed his exhilaration, prompting Wu Hui to shake his head and smile. I am planning to establish a factory, and you will be responsible for addressing the staffing and location issues. What do you think? Do you have confidence in this? Wu Hui gazed at Lu Tian with a gentle smile. While Lu Tian possessed commendable character, character alone could not substitute for capability. If Lu Tian were incapable of resolving these matters, Wu Hui would have to consider seeking a different partner. Such is the harsh reality. Yes, you're easy. What type of factory do you intend to open? When will it commence? How many employees will be required? Upon learning that Wu Hui was preparing to establish a factory, Lu Tian was taken aback. He was aware that Wu Hui aimed to undertake a substantial project, but he never anticipated it would be of such magnitude. This revelation filled him with joy. Seeing Lu Tian's delight, Wu Hui felt a surge of happiness within himself. Yet he also uttered a stern warning. You must think this through. Should you incur losses, you may face ruin, even accumulating substantial debt. I am not afraid, Lu Tian declared resolutely. Huizi, you see, my father is a notorious gambler. I have been looked down upon since childhood, bullied daily, and even my mother has held me in disdain. But you have not. You regard me as a true brother, as evidenced by your willingness to seek my collaboration today. I fear not failure, and I do not believe you, Wu Hui, will fail. And what if I truly do fail? Wu Hui inquired, his voice tinged with emotion. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian offered a faint smile and replied, Then I shall stand by you as you rise again. Wu Hui was momentarily taken aback, his heart a tempest of emotions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, he patted Lu Tian on the shoulder, saying very well, If that is the case, let us conquer this endeavor together. With that resolved, Wu Hui wasted no time and hurried to the provincial city to find Huang Yuxin. Although Wu Hui's funds were somewhat limited, with only about 1,000 yuan at his disposal, establishing a factory is not a matter that can be resolved in an instant. For now, the focus is on addressing all issues related to opening the factory, and once those are resolved, collecting a few small profits and discarded towels would allow for immediate commencement. Upon arriving in the provincial city, Wu Hui relied on his memory and the assistance of passers-by to reach the entrance of the Jiankong cotton factory. Hello, I'm a friend of Huang Yuxin. Could you kindly inform him that a person named Wu Hui is here to see him? Wu Hui addressed the security guard at the factory. The guard glanced at Wu Hui. Without uttering a word, he turned and entered the security booth to report. Shortly thereafter, Wu Hui observed Huang Yuxin, dressed in a tailored suit, emerging from the factory. Wu Hui, what brings you here? Huang Yuxin greeted Wu Hui with a smile as he exited the premises. Nothing much, just a few matters that require your assistance, Wu Hui replied with a smile. Understanding the nature of Huang Yuxin, Wu Hui chose to dispense with any superfluous pleasantries and went straight to the point. Indeed, after hearing Wu Hui's request, Huang Yuxin nodded, feeling quite pleased. After all, it was hard for him to believe that Wu Hui had come all the way from the county seat to the provincial city without a purpose. Had Wu Hui meandered through niceties, it would have made their relationship seem rather distant, which Huang Yuxin did not favor. Very well, let us discuss this inside, he said. Wu Hui nodded in agreement, and together they proceeded into the factory, making their way to the office. Chapter 53. The effeminate Zhao Jie. The two men entered the office and settled onto the sofa. Huang Yuxin poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Wu Hui. What brings you here? Wu Hui took a sip of the coffee and replied, Nothing major, I just need a batch of cotton, so I came by. How much do you require? Not much. About 100 pounds should suffice. Wu Hui contemplated for a moment before responding. All right, I'll arrange that now, Huang Yuxin said as he stood up from the sofa, preparing to head downstairs to make the arrangements. However, he noticed Wu Hui waving his hand, saying, No need to rush. I won't need it until next week. I also need your assistance in recommending someone today. Who? Huang Yuxin inquired, his face filled with confusion. Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie. Much like Huang Yuxin, was a wealthy heir. His father, Zhao Quang, owned a leather factory and was a good friend of Huang Yuxin. This was the very reason Wu Hui had traveled from the county to the provincial capital, primarily to meet this individual. If it were merely about cotton, Wu Hui could have easily contacted Huang Yongsong through a local shop. After a moment's thought, Huang Yongsong, although uncertain of Wu Hui's intentions, picked up the office desk's landline and made a call. It's settled. We'll meet tomorrow evening, Huang Yongsong said calmly after hanging up. Wu Hui nodded in acknowledgement. In his previous life, Zhao Jie had also been a good friend of Wu Hui. He was a decent person, albeit rather pragmatic, and possessed a somewhat effeminate demeanor, particularly enjoying leisure activities. It was not unusual for them to schedule a meeting in the evening. Very well. I'll come back tomorrow night, Wu Hui said as he rose from his seat. Why the rush? Aren't you staying for dinner? Huang Yongsong hastily urged as he saw Wu Hui preparing to leave. Wu Hui smiled and waved his hand. No need. We'll dine together tomorrow night. I have a few matters to attend to. Wu Hui understood that with someone like Huang Yongsong, extensive communication was unnecessary. Once he became friends, he was easy to deal with, and many superficialities could be set aside. Seeing Wu Hui eager to return home, Huang Yongsong refrained from further detaining him, accompanying him to the door before resuming his work. The following evening, Wu Hui and Huang Yongsong arrived at an upscale restaurant. This establishment was resplendent and primarily frequented by business people, with dining patrons being quite rare. It was evident that Huang Yongsong chose this place, as he understood Zhao Jie's character well. After they were seated, approximately 10 minutes later, a flamboyantly dressed young man entered, his attire a riot of colors. He greeted Huang Yongsong with enthusiasm. Hey, Xiaosong, what brings you here? Faced with Zhao Jie's exuberant demeanor, Huang Yongsong felt a headache coming on, but still stood to extend a welcome. It's been a while, Brother Zhao. Indeed, it has been far too long. I've been eager to see you, though it seems you've been reluctant to meet me. Zhao Ye market, draping an arm over Huang Yongsong's shoulder. Wu Hui could distinctly observe the goosebumps rising all over Huang Yongsong's skin. Brother Zhao, let us keep our conversation to words. No need for any physical contact, Huang Yongsong retorted, stepping back to evade Zhao Jie's arm, his lips twitching in discomfort. If it were another friend casually draping an arm over his shoulder, Huang Yongsong would feel no discomfort. However, the thought of Zhao Jie doing the same sent a shiver down his spine. Observing the fear in Huang Yongsong's eyes, Wu Hui suppresses a laugh. In their previous life, he too was taken aback upon meeting Zhao Jie. Had he not known for certain that this young man had an affinity for women, he might have mistaken him for a deviant. After some time of playful banter, Huang Yongsong finally seizes the moment to introduce Wu Hui to Zhao Jie. Brother Zhao, this is my little brother, Wu Hui. With that, Huang Yongsong promptly steps back, taking a seat and wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a piece of paper. Hello, my name is Wu Hui, Huang Yongsong's little brother. You must be Master Zhao. It is an honor to meet you. Upon hearing Huang Yongsong's introduction, Wu Hui rises and extends his right hand in a courteous gesture. Oh, really? And from where have you heard of my esteemed name? Was it from Little Song Song? Zhao Jie queries as he grips Wu Hui's hand, his tone almost effeminate. Wu Hui glances at Huang Yongsong, who is staring wide-eyed and vigorously shaking his head. The sight is so comical that Wu Hui cannot help but stifle a laugh. Who would have thought that the usually polished and graceful gentleman, Huang Yongsong, could exhibit such a side? It is utterly amusing. Wu Hui smiles broadly, but refrains from responding, while Zhao Jie appears unconcerned, taking a seat next to Huang Yongsong. Wu Hui senses Huang Yongsong's mounting anxiety. If Zhao Jie were to push his luck further, Huang Yongsong might very well retaliate with a lesson that would leave a lasting impression. Fortunately, after taking his seat, Zhao Jie refrains from any further inappropriate behavior and merely picks up the menu. This brings a considerable sigh of relief from Huang Yongsong. So little Wu Hui, what brings you to me? After ordering some drinks and dishes, Zhao Jie inquires of Wu Hui. Although unsure of Wu Hui's profession, it is clear from Huang Yongsong's invitation that Wu Hui has some business to discuss. Little Wu Hui? Why not call me Little Hong Hong? Wu Hui's eyes twitch at Zhao Jie's nickname. Despite being mentally prepared for Zhao Jie's antics, the repetition of the moniker still churns his stomach. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wu Hui responds, Master Zhao, don't you find it exhausting to disguise your true self? At this, Huang Yongsong looks up in shock, unable to comprehend how the usually composed Wu Hui could utter such words. I'm not sure what you are insinuating, Zhao Jie replies, his brow furrowing slightly, though he quickly masked his expression with feigned confusion directed at Wu Hui. Wu Hui smirks subtly and states, Master Zhao, you are an astute individual. Some matters do not require elaboration for you to grasp. I do not understand your meaning, nor do I know what you are trying to convey. Zhao, his tone tinged with impatience. Were it not for Huang Yongzong's presence, he might have already stood up and departed. What he failed to notice was that Huang Yongzong was currently staring at him with wide eyes, his face a picture of astonishment. Just moments ago, Zhao Jie had not assumed a demure demeanor typically expected of a woman. Instead, she exuded a certain masculine assertiveness. This revelation left Huang Yongzong, who had known Zhao Jie for nearly a decade, utterly astounded. Observing Zhao Jie's continued obstinacy, Wu Hui shook his head with a slight smile, sipped his tea, and cast a meaningful glance in Zhao Jie's direction. Is it not preferable to be one's authentic self? Chapter 54. Are you so confident? Bang! Wu Hui's words detonated in Zhao Jie's mind like an explosion. At this moment, Zhao Jie had shed all semblance of his previous demeanor, now radiating a menacing aura. His eyes locked onto Wu Hui with unwavering intensity. What do you know? Zhao Jie hissed through clenched teeth, unfazed by Zhao Jie's predatory demeanor. Wu Hui leisurely sipped his tea and replied with a smile. What do I know? I know quite a lot. For instance, your family background and what you are currently involved in. Slap. Zhao Jie slammed his palm on the table, his expression fierce and filled with incredulity. How do you know this? Who on earth are you? His outburst startled the other patrons in the restaurant, prompting the staff to approach. Ultimately, it was Huang Yongzong's calm apology that restored order. Young Master Zhao, there is no need to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seated here, would you? Gazing at the composed Wu Hui, Zhao Jie took a deep breath to steady himself. He turned to Huang Yongzong and said, I apologize, Huang. May I trouble you for a moment? I wish to speak with him. Huang Yongzong nodded slightly. No problem. I need to use the restroom anyway. With that, he rose and walked toward the facilities. He understood that Zhao Jie preferred to keep the forthcoming conversation private, yet he remained unconcerned, as it was not his affair. Once Huang Yongzong departed, Zhao Jie cleared his throat and directed his gaze at Wu Hui. What do you know? Speak it all. Wu Hui smiled faintly and responded, I know you are currently embroiled in troubles with your stepmother, but alas, you lack evidence, don't you? Realizing that Wu Hui had accurately unveiled his situation, Zhao Jie's brows furrowed in confusion. He could not fathom where he had inadvertently revealed his vulnerabilities. How do you know this? Wu Hui simply shook his head with a smile, offering no reply. In their previous life, after establishing a rapport, Zhao Jie had confided in Wu Hui about his family circumstances. It turned out that Zhao Jie hailed from a blended family. His mother had tragically passed away during childbirth. His father, Zhao Kuang, subsequently sought companionship elsewhere, marrying a woman who became Zhao Jie's stepmother and bore a son, Zhao Ming. Zhao Jie had endured a tumultuous childhood. His stepmother harbored disdain for him, while his father showered nearly all his affection upon his younger brother, Zhao Ming. This dynamic had forced Zhao Jie to cultivate a facade to conceal his inner turmoil. Moreover, his father despised effeminate men, prompting Zhao Jie to adopt the guise of a pseudo-girl, believing it would render him less of a threat in his stepmother's eyes, preventing her from inflicting cruelty upon him. However, this monotonous existence persisted until last year, when Zhao Kuang's health began to deteriorate and his stepmother grew increasingly interested in the leather factory, causing her to seek trouble with Zhao Jie. With no other recourse, Zhao Jie resolved to confront his stepmother and brother, believing that otherwise he could not survive. He had thought he had concealed this matter adeptly, with no one the wiser. Yet now, Wu Hui had articulated it aloud, inciting both fury and dread within Zhao Jie. He feared Wu Hui might disclose this information to his stepmother. If that occurred, it would spell his doom. Upon encountering Wu Hui, Zhao Jie suppressed the fear rising within him and feigned indifference as he inquired, What do you want? The fact that Wu Hui sought him out suggested that he had yet to divulge this information to his stepmother, which meant there was still an opportunity for Zhao Jie. He was unwilling to believe that human greed could be so easily extinguished. If he offered sufficient compensation, Wu Hui would undoubtedly acquiesce. Once the moment arrived, he would have ample chances to eliminate him. Zhao Jie had anticipated that Wu Hui would seize this opportunity to voice numerous demands, yet to his astonishment, he merely shook his head, smiled, and took a sip of tea. What do you truly want? Zhao Jie bellowed, his frustration evident. Do you genuinely believe I have come to extort you? Wu Hui countered. Isn't that the case? Zhao Jie retorted with a sneer. With a smile, Wu Hui shook his head and declared, I am here to assist you. Taken aback by this statement, Zhao Jie was left bewildered. What could this mean? They were strangers, and this unfamiliar individual claimed to be here to help him. Was such a thing conceivable? Frowning deeply, Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and replied, Do I appear to be a fool to you? No, you are not a fool. In fact, you are quite astute. Wu Hui responded, taking another sip of tea. Then why do you continue to deceive me by claiming you are here to help? We are not acquainted. What reason do you have to assist me? Zhao Jie, observing Wu Hui calmly, sipping his tea, felt his anger boiling within, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Hui to convey his inner fury. Since you choose not to speak, I shall not press you further. Out of respect for Huang Yongzong, I will not take action against you. I suggest you return whence you came, or else do not blame me for my ruthless nature. With that, Zhao Jie stood and strode towards the door, resolved to investigate this Wu Hui more thoroughly and to impart a fitting lesson. Wait a moment, young Master Zhao. Just as Zhao Jie prepared to depart, Wu Hui suddenly called out, but Zhao Jie paid him no heed. Upon your return home, you may want to investigate a man named Pan Guahao, and it would be prudent to conduct a paternity test for your brother, Wu Hui added. Startled by Wu Hui's words, Zhao Jie quickly turned around, his expression one of confusion. What do you mean by that? Literally what I said, Wu Hui replied with a shrug. Why should I trust you? How do I know you are not deliberately trying to deceive me? Zhao Jie pressed, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. In response, Wu Hui simply smiled and shook his head. I will not be leaving today. I shall be here at this restaurant again tomorrow at 5 p.m., and I trust that with your capabilities, a paternity test could be arranged in a day. Seeing Wu Hui's unwavering confidence, Zhao Jie felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. Nevertheless, he ultimately mustered a fierce retort. I will trust you this once, but if you deceive me, you will find yourself in dire straits. Not even Huang Yongzong will be able to save you. Mark my words. As Zhao Jie departed, Wu Hui smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed. In his previous life, Zhao Jie had inadvertently discovered that his brother was not his biological sibling, and it was upon this revelation that he inherited the leather factory and rose to wealth. As he left, at that moment, Huang Yongzong emerged from the restroom. He had been closely observing Wu Hui, as this was his own scheme after all. If a conflict were to arise between Wu Hui and Zhao Jie, it was only natural for him to intervene. Wu Hui nodded confidently and declared, Tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, he will undoubtedly be here waiting for me. Are you so certain? Huang Yongzong gazed at Wu Hui, his tone tinged with incredulity. Of course, Wu Hui affirmed with a nod. Have you forgotten how we came to know each other? Upon hearing this, Huang Yongzong furrowed his brow. His acquaintance with Wu Hui stemmed from the incident where Wu Qianqian had damaged his car. However, their familiarity had developed entirely due to Yin Tao, the undercover agent. Given that Wu Hui was aware of matters concerning his family's factory, it was entirely plausible that he also had insights into Zhao Jie's factory. Contemplating this, Huang Yongzong inquired with curiosity, How did you come by this information? Does it truly matter? Wu Hui retorted, All you need to know is that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. That is true. After a brief pause, Huang Yongzong nodded in agreement. Chapter 55. Resolving fabric and leather upon leaving the restaurant, Wu Hui rested at the hotel for a night. It was not until 4 p.m. the following day that he set out for the royal restaurant. He was confident that at this hour, Zhao Jie would be awaiting him at the restaurant, and after this evening's banquet, the issues with the leather factory would be wholly resolved. Approximately half an hour later, Wu Hui arrived opposite the royal restaurant and spotted Zhao Jie anxiously scanning the surroundings at the entrance. A subtle smile crossed Wu Hui's lips as he approached. You finally arrived, Zhao Jie exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Wu Hui. Wu Hui nodded slightly. I apologize for being late. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. No, not at all. You're actually half an hour early. It's I who arrived too soon, Zhao Jie replied, waving his hands dismissively. Then, realizing his manners, he stepped aside and gestured for Wu Hui to enter. Let us hurry inside and discuss matters. The two entered the restaurant, taking their seats at the same spot as the previous day. Wu Hui, do take a look at the menu and order anything you fancy. Consider it my way of making amends, Zhao Jie said, handing over the menu. Wu Hui, feeling no need for formality, ordered several of his favorite dishes. Wu Hui, I sincerely apologize for what transpired yesterday. Please do not hold it against me, Zhao Jie stated, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. This time, he displayed a commendable masculinity, unlike the previous day's demeanor. From the events of yesterday, Zhao Jie had grasped the formidable nature of Wu Hui. Although he was unsure how Wu Hui had acquired such knowledge, the ability to uncover one's secrets was indeed frightening. Zhao Jie, being astute, understood the necessity of maintaining a favorable relationship with someone like Wu Hui. After all, who could say for certain what leverage Wu Hui might possess over him? Hearing these words, Wu Hui smiled faintly. The Zhao Jie who had been so imposing yesterday was now referring to him as a brother. Such a transformation was likely something only Zhao Jie could manage. However, Wu Hui remained indifferent, as he had dealt with Zhao Jie in a previous life and was well aware of his character. It was wise to steer clear of those who were not to be trifled with. Noticing Zhao Jie's resolute drink, Wu Hui lifted his teacup and remarked, I do not partake in alcohol. Let tea serve as my substitute. Zhao Jie nodded with a smile. He was unconcerned whether Wu Hui actually drank or not. What he sought was merely Wu Hui's attitude. Is everything resolved? Wu Hui inquired, raising his gaze. Indeed, it has been resolved, Zhao Jie affirmed, nodding. After obtaining my brother's hair yesterday, I worked through the night to conduct a paternity test. The results confirmed that he is not my biological brother. This morning, I presented the paternity identification to my father, and I trust he will handle the matter appropriately. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Wu Hui's lips as he teased. Then I suppose congratulations are in order. The future owner of the leather factory. Zhao Jie waved his hand, chuckling, not at all. Please refrain from teasing me, Wu Hui. If it weren't for you, I might have perished at the hands of my stepmother. Wu Hui shook his head, realizing that Zhao Jie still lacked an understanding of his own capabilities. In their previous life, Zhao Jie had already sent his stepmother and younger brother to prison, and he had done so with remarkable decisiveness. It was said that they would never be released in this lifetime. Now, observing the somewhat insecure Zhao Jie, one could hardly imagine how he would transform in the future were it not for Wu Hui being a reincarnator. What are your plans moving forward? Wu Hui casually inquired. My father's health has been deteriorating lately. It won't be long before I inherit the factory. I aim to expand it. Zhao Jie contemplated for a moment before responding. Is that all? Wu Hui smiled as he regarded Zhao Jie. Huh. Zhao Jie shook his head with a smile. Then his expression turned malevolent as he added, Of course. And my stepmother and brother. They have treated me so well over the years, so I must repay them. Wu Hui nodded. This was the Zhao Jie he knew, one who would seek vengeance for grievances. So, how soon do you expect to inherit the factory? In a few days. Certainly no longer than a week. Why? Do you have something in mind? Zhao Jie blurted out, glancing at Wu Hui. Upon seeing Wu Hui nod, Zhao Jie immediately patted his chest and said, Wu Hui, without your assistance, I wouldn't be inheriting my family's business. If you need any help, feel free to ask. I will do my utmost. Observing Zhao Jie's serious promise, Wu Hui smiled gently. Despite Zhao Jie's current assurances, Wu Hui was certain that if he were to make any excessive demands, Zhao Jie would refuse without hesitation. After all, he was not Huang Yongzong, who believed in repaying favors. Repayment was acceptable, but only if there was a return to be had. Nevertheless, Wu Hui still intended to collaborate with Zhao Jie, as his own matters were but trifles, at least in Zhao Jie's eyes. It's not as serious as you think. I simply need a batch of fabric and genuine leather from you. It's that simple. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie breathed a sigh of relief. This was not merely a favor. It was essentially a business opportunity for himself. Initially, when he heard Wu Hui needed assistance, Zhao Jia was nearly overwhelmed with cold sweat, fearing that Wu Hui would make unreasonable demands and extort him. Yet to his surprise, it was merely this request for help, which delighted Zhao Jia. All right, how much fabric and leather do you need? When do you need it? And where should it be delivered? Wu Hui smiled slightly. I don't need much. Just over 100 pounds. I'll need it in a few days. Just give me a phone number to contact you. No problem. Zhao Jia replied, patting his chest. Although 100 pounds of fabric and leather wouldn't yield significant profit, it was indeed Wu Hui's request, and he ought to assist. The two discussed the matter for quite some time, and thus concluded their dinner. Wu Hui glanced at the time and sighed. It seems I'll be staying at a hotel again tonight. I'll call my parents shortly to ask them to inform Yuxin. With that, Wu Hui headed towards the convenience store. The next day, as dawn broke, Wu Hui returned to the county town. After several communications the previous night, he finally conveyed the news of not returning home to Yuxin. However, the conveyed reality was rather cumbersome. Wu Hui resolved to purchase a landline phone today, which would facilitate communication with his family. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Hui felt a tinge of regret at finding Lu Tian absent. Initially, he had intended to inquire about the location of the staff and factory, but it seemed he would have to wait until Lu Tian returned. Wu Hui chose not to seek out Yuduo, as it seemed unnecessary to trouble others for the mere acquisition of a phone. Entering the cooperative, Wu Hui approached a staff member and politely inquired, "Hello, I would like to purchase a landline phone. Do you have any recommendations?" Chapter 56. The garment factory. The service staff, observing the smiling Wu Hui, furrowed his brows slightly. After appraising him from head to toe, his eyes widened in sudden realization. "You must be Mr. Wu. Would you be interested in purchasing a landline? I recommend this model." As he spoke, the staff turned and retrieved a white landline, placing it before Wu Hui. "How did you know my surname is Wu?" Wu Hui inquired, puzzled, as he scrutinized the attendant, convinced that he did not recognize him. With a slight smile, the attendant replied, "Mr. Wu, you jest. You are a distinguished guest of our boss. I have seen you before, which is why I recognize you." Understanding dawned upon Wu Hui. No wonder this attendant knew him. It was due to his association with Yuduo. With this clarity, Wu Hui chose not to pursue the matter further. Given that the staff was aware of his connection with Yuduo, he certainly would not deceive him. Wu Hui picked up the recommended landline, made the payment, and exited the supply and marketing cooperative. With the newly acquired landline in hand, Wu Hui proceeded to pay the electricity bill before heading home. "Darling, I'm back," Wu Hui exclaimed as he pushed open the door, only to be interrupted by Yuxin. "Be quiet. Lanlan just fell asleep." Oh. Wu Hui nodded, his eyes darting mischievously toward Yuxin. "What are you doing?" Yuxin asked, her brows knitting in confusion as she noticed Wu Hui's silly gaze fixed on her. "Nothing. I've just missed you since it's been a while since I returned," Wu Hui declared, setting down the landline and enveloping Yuxin in a tight embrace. What are you doing? Let go." Lanlan is still inside. Startled by Wu Hui's sudden embrace, Yuxin panicked and struggled to break free, but Wu Hui held her even tighter. Realizing she was no match for him, Yuxin eventually relented. "Fine, just hold me. After all, I am his wife, and it won't cost me anything." With this thought, she settled into Wu Hui's embrace, remaining still. After a considerable time, as Wu Hui reveled in this moment of tranquility, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Sister-in-law, has Wu Hui returned?" Upon hearing the familiar voice outside, Yuxin glanced at Wu Hui, whose expression was less than favorable, and reminded him with a smile. "It's Lu Tian. He came looking for you yesterday. He must have something important to discuss, as he has returned today." Wu Hui blinked. "Is he looking for me? Is it about the employees or the factory location?" As Wu Hui pondered, Yuxin stealthily escaped from his embrace, leaving him shaking his head in resignation. "He's here." Wu Hui quickly stepped forward to open the door. At that moment, Lu Tian was anxiously waiting outside. Upon seeing Wu Hui, a look of joy spread across his face. "Huizi, you have finally returned. I have been searching for you for quite some time." Wu Hui smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Have there been any developments regarding those two issues?" Lu Tian nodded, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Yes, Huizi. I found out about an abandoned factory yesterday. It was originally a garment factory, but it seems the owner lost everything to gambling. Now, it is being sold at a very low price. Wu Hui's face lit up with a flicker of surprise, but it quickly dimmed. Did I not mention renting a venue? How did it transform into a purchase? Lu Tian chuckled, saying, Huizi, you may not be aware, but that factory is currently for sale for merely 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Wu Hui furrowed his brow. What could have happened to the factory? Why is it so inexpensive? It is not that Wu Hui was overly suspicious. After all, a factory, no matter how cheap, would not plummet to such a meager price without reason. Could it possibly be a haunted house? In response to Wu Hui's query, Lu Tian shook his head in confusion, stating, I am not entirely sure. However, through some insider information, it seems the factory's owner has offended someone and is currently on the run. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui pondered deeply. Offended someone? On the run? He had just heard from Lu Tian that the factory owner was involved in gambling. Could it be that he lost money and incurred debts, thus making enemies? If that were the case, it might be manageable, as Huang Yongzong has some connections in this regard. With this thought, Wu Hui inquired, where is it located? What is the owner's name? It is situated on the eastern side of the county town, formerly known as the Beautiful Garment Factory. The owner's name is Wang Li, and it appears he is not a local. Lu Tian replied without hesitation, clearly having memorized the information. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively, saying, good. Please arrange a meeting with this Mr. Wang and inform him that we will discuss collaboration tomorrow at noon. Certainly. Rest assured, Huizi. I will take care of it right away. With that, Lu Tian turned and departed. The following day, Wu Hui met with Lu Tian as agreed and handed him a slip of paper, saying, this is my home phone number. If you need anything, just call this number. Lu Tian accepted the note with a smile and led Wu Hui to a small restaurant. Are we not going to the garment factory? Why are we waiting here? Wu Hui asked, his expression tinged with confusion as he glanced at the restaurant. Logically, since he intended to acquire the garment factory, he should first assess the environment and location before determining if a purchase was feasible. It made no sense to initiate discussions in a restaurant. Lu Tian shook his head in response. I am uncertain as well. After speaking with Mr. Wang yesterday, he insisted on this location. He seemed rather urgent. If it weren't for you telling me we would meet today at noon, he would likely have sought you out yesterday. Wu Hui furrowed his brows. Although he did not comprehend Mr. Wang's peculiar behavior, he resolved to inspect the garment factory's condition before any collaboration. Approximately half an hour later, just as Wu Hui and Lu Tian were becoming somewhat impatient, Mr. Wang finally entered. Apologies, Mr. Lu. I was delayed due to some personal matters. I must have kept you waiting. Wu Hui turned towards the voice and saw a corpulent, middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his hair styled haphazardly, resembling a dog-esque grooming. He wore a disingenuous smile as he greeted Lu Tian. No problem. We just arrived ourselves. Lu Tian replied with a welcoming smile. Though a tinge of irritation lingered in his heart, Lu Tian understood that in the realm of business, one must suppress their anger and don a mask of civility. With a smile, he remarked, so Boss Lu has just arrived as well. That brings me much comfort. I would have felt rather guilty having made you wait for such an extended period. A chuckle escaped him. Wang Li exchanged a cordial handshake with Lu Tian before turning his attention to Wu Hui, seated nearby, his brow momentarily furrowing. However, he swiftly regained his composure and smiled warmly, addressing Lu Tian, Boss Lu. The young gentleman seated here must be Boss Wu, correct? Such youthful vigor and charm. Chapter 57. The addiction to gambling. Wang Li's slight frown did not escape Wu Hui's notice. With a mild smile, he remarked, indeed, you must be Boss Wang. May I inquire what caused your tardiness? Wu Hui's expression remained impassive. Initially, he suspected that Wang Li had intentionally delayed his arrival to leverage an increase in price. However, upon further reflection, Wu Hui dismissed this notion. If that were the case, such a strategy would be rather foolish. As expected, upon hearing Wu Hui's question, Wang Li's demeanor became somewhat awkward. His lips twitched before he quickly composed himself, feigning nonchalance. I have a habit of taking afternoon naps, and I simply overslept. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Boss Wu, Wang Li said, taking a seat opposite Wu Hui and smiling at him. Is that so, Boss Wang? Wu inquired. Of course, Wang Li affirmed with a nod. In response, Wu Hui smiled silently, observing Wang Li closely. Is there something troubling you, Boss Wu? Wang Li, feeling the intensity of Wu Hui's gaze, became somewhat irritated. What kind of person is this? I've already explained that I had a matter to attend to, yet he insists on probing further. If it weren't for those relentless individuals, I wouldn't even consider selling this garment factory. Despite his inner frustration, Wang Li maintained a cheerful fade. By the way, may I ask where your garment factory is located? Wu Hui inquired. Wang Li smiled slightly. Oh, it's just behind a vegetable market called Meili Garment Factory. I established it many years ago, and business has always been good. Then why are you selling it, Boss Wang? Wu Hui asked with a grin. Wang Li momentarily faltered, contemplating his response before adopting a feigned grimace. You see, I have no particular hobbies. I came to the county years ago to strive for success and create a legacy for my family. Wu Hui listened patiently as Wang Li rambled on, his words becoming increasingly nonsensical. Finally, unable to contain himself, he gently interjected, Boss Wang, I truly sympathize with your predicament, but could you please get to the point? Oh, right? Wang Li sniffled, appearing quite sorrowful. I thought I had achieved success and was on the verge of enjoying life. But unexpectedly, I fell into the clutches of gambling addiction. In a single night, all my years of hard work were rendered futile. Now, I'm not only selling the factory in my home, but I also have a substantial gambling debt to repay. I'm at my wit's end. As tears streamed down his face, Wang Li's plight elicited discomfort in Wu Hui. What is this? We are here to discuss business, not to engage in emotional theatrics. Moreover, this predicament is largely of your own making. Though you may have been influenced by others, had you not succumbed to greed, you wouldn't find yourself in such a situation. This is the consequence of one's own actions. Wu Hui gazed at Wang Li in silence, waiting patiently until the latter finally ceased his tears. I see. I had no idea, Boss Wang, that you had endured such hardships. Upon hearing this, Wang Li couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, he is but a naive novice, easily ensnared by such a trifling ruse. Under these circumstances, if I feign a semblance of distress, I shall surely secure the contract today. That would bring me great relief. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Wang Li's lips, though it was swiftly suppressed. Affecting a facade of fortitude, he declared, It is nothing. That is all behind me. My sole desire now is to repay my gambling debts and live a tranquil life. Boss Wu, you and Boss Lu will certainly assist me. Will you not? At that moment, Lu Tian remained silent, fully aware that this was not his area of expertise. It was far wiser to quietly enjoy his meal. In response to Wang Li's words, Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Of course. After all, how can we not help when Boss Wang is in trouble? However, upon hearing Wu Hui's rhetoric, Wang Li's heart leaped with joy, mistakenly believing he intended to negotiate a lower price. He immediately exclaimed, Boss Wu, you're truly a good person, willing to help me even at this juncture. Given your generosity, I will sell you the garment factory for 9,500. With gritted teeth, Wang Li lowered the price by another 5,000. Boss Wang, you are quite straightforward, but what I meant was... Wu Hui's words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Li, who looked at him with a tense expression, tears welling in his eyes. Boss Wu, please spare me a way out. I just mentioned my gambling debts. This price cannot be reduced any further. As he spoke, Wang Li began to cry, adopting a truly pitiable demeanor. Observing this, Wu Hui could only shake his head in exasperation. Boss Wang, I believe you have misunderstood. I merely wish to inquire about the area of your factory and whether it contains any usable machinery. Ah, Wang Li was taken aback. Why did you not say so earlier? I thought you were attempting to lower the price again, wasting my tears. Though he silently cursed, he promptly replied, Our factory is not particularly large, approximately 120 square meters, with 5 long-standing employees who have been with me since the beginning. There are also 3 sewing machines. While they're not new, they are still functional. If Boss Wu desires, I can offer them to you as well. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui nodded in satisfaction. Considering the superficial details, he found them quite agreeable. After all, acquiring a factory for 10,000 yuan was utterly implausible, not to mention the inclusion of those sewing machines. Wang Li, brimming with confidence, regarded Wu Hui, convinced that he would not let such an advantageous opportunity slip away, for human nature is ever greedy. Observing Wang Li's apparent confidence, Wu Hui chuckled softly. Have the wages for these employees been paid? Wang Li nodded affirmatively. Of course. In business, integrity is paramount. I would never engage in such unethical behavior. Very well. Since you have stated so, I shall take you at your word. Is your factory operational today? Indeed. Our factory operates year-round without rest. There are still workers toiling away. Wang Li replied with a smile. Boss Wu, now that you are aware of our factory's details, shall we proceed to sign the contract? I too hope to repay my gambling debt soon, and you too shall prosper swiftly. Wang Li smiled as he produced a contract from behind him and placed it before Wu Hui. Casting a glance at the document on the table, Wu Hui curled his lips slightly and then replied with a faint smile. Boss Wang, you truly are quite eager. However, I cannot sign this contract at present. What seems to be the issue? If you have any concerns or requests, feel free to voice them. As long as they are reasonable, I shall accommodate them. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui smiled knowingly and replied, Really? Indeed. Bamni nuda affirmatively. Very well. Let us proceed to visit the beautiful garment factory and assess the environment. As Wu Hui began to rise, he was abruptly halted by Wang Li's call. Wait a moment, Boss Wu. Chapter 58. The sense of failure, what troubles you, Boss Wang? Wu Hui inquired with a hint of confusion. Wang Li, with his mouth agape, remained silent for an extended moment. Observing this, Wu Hui let out a cold laugh and returned to his seat. Boss Wang, I believe it would be prudent for us to demonstrate a little more sincerity. Otherwise, this collaboration, Wu Hui remarked, casually placing the contract before Wang Li, perhaps we should reconsider. As Wang Li gazed at the contract before him, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had asserted that the staff worked year-round without a break, and they were still on duty. Now, with Wu Hui expressing a desire to visit the garment factory, it was an undeniably reasonable request. How could he possibly obstruct it? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a flicker of anger ignited within Wang Li. It dawned on him that Wu Hui had ensnared him from the very beginning, awaiting his fall into the trap. What a cunning individual! Observing Wu Hui's demeanor, Wang Li felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. Yet he understood that he could not. His current predicament was already common knowledge within their circle. No one dared to take on his garment factory. Here was a rare opportunity with a potential investor, and should he fail to seize it, he would find himself in dire straits. While Wang Li was lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard Wu Hui's voice. Boss Wang, it would be wise not to deceive me. I am well aware of your circumstances. At this, Wang Li's pupils constricted in surprise. Wu boss, you know? Wu Hui nodded. Indeed, I know quite a bit. Wang Li smirked wryly. No wonder you haven't fallen for my tricks. It seems you are quite informed. Since that is the case, I shan't impose further. Farewell, Wang Li declared, preparing to leave. Although he was uncertain about what Wu Hui knew or why they had met, it no longer mattered. He was acutely aware that Wu Hui would never agree to collaborate with him. It seemed likely that Wu Hui had come merely to revel in his misfortune and elevate his own sense of superiority. Wang Li had encountered too many such individuals in recent days. Boss Wang, please wait a moment. Just as Wang Li was about to exit, Wu Hui abruptly stood and called out to him. How can you be so certain that I will not collaborate with you? Wu Hui asked. Hearing this, Ban Li shuklad bitterly. Collaboration? I have encountered many like you, individuals who lack capability yet seek validation through others. Frankly speaking, you are nothing but a waste. Slap. As soon as Wang Li's words left his lips, Lu Tian slammed his palm onto the table, glaring menacingly at Wang Li. To Lu Tian, Wu Hui was not only a brother, but also his employer, and he recognized Wu Hui's capabilities firsthand. Now, with a stranger labeling Wu Hui as a waste, Lu Tian's displeasure was palpable. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Wang Li. Unfazed by Lu Tian's menacing gaze, Wang Li taunted, What? Did I speak incorrectly? You. Lu Tian began to charge forward, but was halted by Wu Hui's firm grip. All right, brother Lu, calm down. I shall handle this. Wu Hui stated. turning his attention back to Wang Li with a light-hearted smile. Boss Wang, you are correct. Only those devoid of worth seek validation from others. Of course. Upon witnessing Wu Hui's acknowledgement, Wang Li let out a cold scoff. However, I am far from being worthless, nor shall I seek a sense of superiority from you. 4. You are not worthy. As Wu Hui articulated each word with deliberate emphasis, Wang Li could barely contain his fury. Just as he contemplated advancing, he caught sight of the intimidating Lu Tian standing beside him and immediately halted. He pointed at Wu Hui and launched into a tirade. What are you even worth? If I recall correctly, you're merely a petty thug in this village. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? While I was achieving success, you were still playing the mud. Wang Li exclaimed in exasperation, yet Wu Hui remained unfazed, maintaining a stoic expression until Wang Li had exhausted his outburst, at which point he smiled and remarked, Boss Wang, look at you, as a business owner, to let such a trivial matter provoke such immense rage. Am I touching a nerve? At these words, Wang Li was momentarily rendered speechless, for Wu Hui was indeed correct. He had struck a raw nerve. Otherwise, he would not have reacted with such intensity. During this period, Wang Li had intimately experienced the taste of defeat. Upon his arrival in the county, everything had been smooth sailing. He had never encountered failure. Although the clothing factory's business was not particularly thriving, it still yielded some income each month. Though meager, it was sufficient for him to boast. Yet now, he found himself in dire straits. Once loyal friends had distanced themselves, and even his beloved family had abandoned him, all due to the overwhelming burden of gambling debts. They regarded him as a specter, evading his presence. The provocation from Wu Hui had ignited a fury he could no longer suppress, resulting in an eruption of emotions. Contemplating this, Wang Li let out a deep sigh and ultimately shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. You speak the truth. I am indeed a failure. Following these words, he resembled a deflated balloon, wandering aimlessly toward the door. Boss Wang, I assure you, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. However, in your current state, it is quite challenging for me to engage with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Li turned, casting a sardonic glance at Wu Hui. Is it amusing to you to deceive me in this manner? Wu Hui responded with a slight smile. I am aware of your situation, though not entirely. If you do not confide in me, how can you ascertain whether I am willing to collaborate with you? At this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Wang Li's eyes, though it soon dimmed. Very well. Since you wish to hear, I shall share my story. Let's see if you still wish to invest. After speaking, Wang Li resumed his seat and took a sip of his drink. Just last month, I was a small business owner, living quite comfortably. One day, I encountered a man known as Dog Ge. Dugie, Wu Hui murmured, narrowing his eyes. Do you know him? Wang Li asked, puzzled. Wu Hui did. I have heard of him. Please continue. Wang Li cast a glance at Wu Hui, but chose to remain silent for a moment before continuing. This Dog Ge told me about a casino, claiming that he always won whenever he entered. He urged me to try my luck as well. Out of respect for a friend, I found it hard to refuse and tentatively placed a couple of bets. To my astonishment, both of the items I purchased proved to be lucrative. I found it truly incredible, and with each game, I became increasingly captivated. Every visit seemed to affirm the words of that dog brother, as I consistently emerged victorious. Gradually, I developed a fondness for gambling, visiting nearly every day, and not once did I leave without a profit. However, things took a turn. While I was playing dice, the dog brother unexpectedly led me to another table, one filled entirely with high rollers. Encouraged by him, I decided to join in on a couple of significant bets. I thought, even if I didn't win any money, I could at least make the acquaintance of these influential individuals. Yet the outcome was... Chapter 59. A man's tears are not easily shed yet. The outcome was nothing short of disastrous. Not only had I lost my principal, but I had also depleted my very essence. Initially, I attributed my misfortune to mere bad luck, only to later uncover the insidious trap meticulously laid by Dog Brother. A complete and utter scam. The casino was his. The winnings I had once celebrated were orchestrated by him, and even the prominent figures at the gambling tables were merely actors he had hired. At this juncture, Wang Li bowed his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. My wife has departed, and both my child and I have been harshly abandoned. Even my once proud parents have begun to live in hiding. I truly feel that I can no longer endure this plight." Upon hearing this, Wu Hui finally grasped the situation. Observing the tears at the corners of Wang Li's eyes, he felt a flicker of sympathy. They say a man's tears are seldom shed, but that is only until one reaches a point of profound sorrow. Wang Li epitomizes this sentiment. Having once possessed a beautiful family, he succumbed to temptation, falling prey to gambling, leading to his current state of despair. Wang Li wept for an extended period, gradually regaining his composure. "I apologize, Boss Wu, for my emotional display. This is my reality. Although the garment factory is still operational, there is a throng of ne'er-do-wells loitering at the entrance daily. This is precisely why I suggested we meet here to discuss the contract." Wu Hui nodded in understanding. "So your tardiness is attributable to this?" Wang Li managed a self-deprecating smile, but did not respond. Yet, his expression conveyed the answer. I beg your pardon for interjecting, but if there are thugs at the garment factory's entrance, why not call the police?" Just as Wang Li was lost in his self-mockery, Lu Tian, who had been silent until now, suddenly posed the question. However, this time, his tone was considerably gentler, as he felt it inappropriate to express anger in the face of another's sorrow. Wang Li shook his head and sighed. "It's futile. Every time I report them, they flee, only to return once the police have departed. They are like a stubborn adhesive that cannot be shaken off, utterly repulsive." Lu Tian found himself at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with such shameless individuals, and he was momentarily bereft of solutions. In contrast to the concerns of others, Wu Hui's thoughts diverged. He still recalled Aunt Wang's predicament and knew that Dog Brother would undoubtedly retaliate against him. With thugs lurking at the entrance of the beautiful garment factory daily, it would not be long before Dog Brother discovered that he had acquired the factory, leading to even more dire consequences. This truly is a predicament, Wu Hui mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. After approximately 10 seconds, a resolution formed in his mind. "Boss Wang, since we've laid everything bare, let us visit the beautiful garment factory. If it meets our needs, we can still proceed with the contract." Wang Li gazed at Wu Hui in astonishment, taken aback that despite the severity of his circumstances, Wu Hui still expressed interest in the factory. This revelation left him utterly surprised. Observing Wang Li lost in thought, Wu Hui raised his right hand and waved in front of him. "Boss Wang, are you going or not?" "Huh, let's go." Coming back to his senses, Wang Li nodded and, accompanied by Wu Hui and Lu Tian, made his way toward the Meili garment factory. "Boss Wang, this is my factory." After approximately half an hour, Wu Hui followed Wang Li to the street opposite the factory. From a distance, it resembled a small single-story building, lacking even a nameplate. "Boss Wang, this." Lu Tian pointed to the factory, astonished. Wang Li offered an awkward smile, explaining, "It's a small factory. I opened it here because it was affordable. Don't be fooled by the exterior. The interior is quite decent." Wu Hui cast a sidelong glance at Wang Li, shaking his head in resignation, then pointed at the entrance of the factory, asking, "Boss Wang, are those the thugs you mentioned?" The two turned in the direction Wu Hui indicated and indeed spotted 3 ruffians squatting on the ground, smoking and laughing heartily, with a few bottles of beer beside them. "Yes, that's them," Wang Li affirmed repeatedly. Upon Wang Li's confirmation, Wu Hui surveyed the surroundings, his face a mask of confusion. "How do we get in?" Having once been a thug himself, Wu Hui understood the complications that such individuals could present. If they approached now, they would undoubtedly be stopped, potentially provoking trouble. It was prudent to consult Wang Li, the factory owner, who surely had a way to gain entry. In response, Wang Li grinned, "No worries. My factory has a hidden door that can be opened from the other side. That is how I came out just now." With that said, Wang Li took the lead, guiding Wu Hui and Lu Tian through the alleyways until they arrived at a door. "This is the door. Just wait a moment." Wang Li rummaged through his pocket, producing a set of keys, and unlocked the door. "Come in, Boss Wu and Boss Lu." As they stepped inside, they were greeted by 3 female employees diligently working at sewing machines, while 2 male employees organized merchandise. "Boss, you're back." A young man, busy moving goods, spotted his boss and hurried over, urgency etched across his face. "Boss, when will my salary be paid? It's been almost a month, and my family depends on me." Wang Li sighed, forcing a smile in response. "Don't worry, Lao Zeng, I'll resolve this issue soon. Just trust me." Wang Li's words pierced Lao Zeng's heart like cold icicles. The once busy employees halted their tasks, bowing their heads in silence. Witnessing their somber demeanor, Wang Li shook his head in resignation. In truth, these employees had been loyal for several years. The fact that these 5 continued to work as usual, rather than fleeing like others, was commendable given their unpaid wages. What more could he hope for? At this moment, Wang Li could only wish for Wu Hui to take over the garment factory, as that would alleviate his troubles. It is also essential to provide a sanctuary for those loyal employees who have genuinely devoted themselves to their work, even if only for a fleeting moment. After a brief silence, the 5 seasoned workers resumed their tasks, although the earlier incident had undeniably cast a shadow over their focus. Among them, a female seamstress encountered a mishap with her sewing machine. With no alternative, she had to devise a solution on her own. Observing this scene, Wu Hui silently nodded in acknowledgement. The workspace indeed spans 120 square meters, with a commendable decor that, while not exquisite, remains impeccably clean. There are 3 sewing machines, each appearing to be of commendable quality. However, these details pale in comparison to the true significance of the 5 employees themselves. Chapter 60. I intend to increase the price under the circumstance that the factory has not disbursed salaries for nearly a month. The perseverance of these 5 employees in maintaining their positions is indeed commendable. It is evident that their character is beyond reproach. Wu Hui has a particular admiration for such diligent workers. Should he take over this garment factory, he must ensure the inclusion of these 5 employees. "Come to my office for a moment," Wang Li sighed as he led the 2 individuals into his office. "Please have a seat." He gestured toward the sofa and settled down himself. "Mr. Wu, as you can see, my garment factory has its merits. The environment speaks for itself, and I will take care of the previous expenses for the employees. There is no need for you to be concerned about that. Furthermore, the 3 sewing machines in the factory are still operational. The only real issue lies with the unruly elements outside. However, I believe that once I depart, they will likely disperse as well." Wang Li sighed again as he spoke. Wu Hui chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Wang, your assertion seems rather hasty. If that were the case, why has no one come forth to purchase your factory at such a low price? Am I not correct?" Wu Hui's words startled Wang Li. Had he been seen through? Sweat began to bead on Wang Li's forehead as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Wu Hui was right. If the situation were merely as Wang Li described, he would not be compelled to sell the factory at such a reduced price. The factory's inability to attract buyers was what necessitated the low valuation. Otherwise, how could such a low price possibly exist? Being confronted by Wu Hui in such a manner was undeniably awkward. Observing Wang Li's expression, Wu Hui let out a cold laugh and leaned back against the sofa, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Wang, it will be prudent to speak frankly. This way, we can foster a greater sense of sincerity between us. Don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Wang Li bowed his head in silence for a moment before letting out a sigh and smiling faintly. "Well, to be honest, I have accumulated quite a bit of gambling debt. That scoundrel wants me to settle my debts with the factory. Otherwise, he threatens to cause a scene. My intention to sell the factory at a low price is to repay this debt. Yet, the scoundrel insists on a mere 5,000 as compensation. I simply cannot tolerate such an affront. Although my factory may not be large, it is certainly worth at least 30,000. For him to think he can swallow it for 5,000 is utterly absurd." After listening to this, Wu Hui nodded in agreement. While the factory may not be expansive, it undeniably holds value. It seems that were it not for the relentless pressure from that scoundrel, Wang Li would not have been compelled to sell the factory at such a meager price. Pausing for a moment, Wu Hui reflected, if that is the case, will I not also be subjected to harassment from this scoundrel once I acquire the factory? Bumli nudel Leslie. Perhaps. This is precisely why no one is willing to purchase my factory. These ruffians linger at the entrance daily, scaring off anyone who might consider buying. As Wang Li concluded, he sighed deeply, his face etched with despair. Meanwhile, Wu Hui remained composed, leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes in contemplation. While this may pose a challenge for others, it was not a concern for him. The scoundrel in question already harbored grievances against Wu Hui. Even if he chose to avoid confrontation now, it was inevitable that their paths would cross eventually. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to act decisively now to avert complications later. With this thought, Wu Hui rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Boss Wang, I have made my decision. I shall acquire your garment factory. Upon hearing this, Wang Li, who had been wearing a frown, momentarily froze before a smile illuminated his face. Really, Mr. Wu? If that is the case, let us hasten to sign the contract. He quickly retrieved the transfer contract from his drawer, anxious that Wu Hui might change his mind at any moment. Wu Hui nodded. Very well, Boss Wang, I would like to review it. Of course, of course. Please feel free to examine it, and if you have any questions, we can discuss them right away, Wang Li replied excitedly, waving his hands. Suddenly realizing something, he stood up and rummaged through a cabinet, producing a box of tea leaves and beginning to brew a pot. Hey, while Mr. Wu is engrossed in reviewing the contract, Lu Tian, seated nearby, suddenly turned to Wu Hui with an expression of urgency. No worries, Brother Lu. I understand your concern. However, I have confidence in my abilities and... Wu Hui paused, opting to remain silent, and simply smiled at Lu Tian. Here, gentlemen, do sample my tea guanyin. Wang Li, having prepared the tea, presented 2 cups to them. Thank you. Wu Hui graciously accepted the tea, nodding. Boss Wang, I have perused the contract, and it seems quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Wang Li chuckled heartily. Is that so, Mr. Wu? Do you have any questions? If not, we can proceed to sign it right away. As he spoke, Wang Li produced a sleek black fountain pen from his pocket and offered it to Wu Hui. Wu Hui accepted the pen with a smile, but, under Wang Li's expectant gaze, placed it on the table instead. What seems to be the matter, Mr. Wu? Do you have any queries? Or is there something in the contract that requires amendment? Wu Hui shook his head with a smile. Boss Wang, I have no questions, but there is one aspect of the contract that I would like to revise. Please, go ahead. Bang Li raplia earnestly. It pertains to the price. I need to make an adjustment here, Wu Hui said, indicating the bottom of the contract. Wang Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, Oh, my apologies. Mr. Wu, how could I have overlooked that? I will revise the contract to reflect 9,500. Wang Li offered an apologetic smile, realizing he had initially seen the amount listed as 10,000 and assumed Wu Hui was referring to his earlier request to lower the price. He prepared to stand and amend the contract, but noticed Wu Hui shaking his head once more. What seems to be the issue, Mr. Wu? This contract was drafted based on yesterday's price. We only agreed on 9,500 today. I hope you can understand if I forgot to make the revision. At this, Wu Hui chuckled softly, still shaking his head. No, Boss Wang, the price I wish to amend is not that one. Huh? Wang Li's expression shifted to one of concern. Mr. Wu, this is what we previously discussed. Moreover, you are aware of my current gambling debts. If you further reduce the price, I shall truly find it impossible to survive. Observing Wang Li's anxious expression, Wu Hui grinned and said, Boss Wang, you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish for a reduction in price. Not a reduction in price. Then what do you intend to do? Upon hearing that Wu Hui did not seek to lower the price further, Wang Li felt a sigh of relief within himself, though he gazed at Wu Hui with a look of perplexity. I wish to raise the price. Wu Hui replied with a smile. Chapter 61. Please wait a moment. Boss Wu, what? Wang Li was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Am I giving you a discount and you're still dissatisfied? Observing Wang Li's dumbfounded expression, Wu Hui had anticipated this reaction and responded with a smile. Boss Wang, I am willing to revert the price to 10,000 yuan. However, I have a condition. Please, do tell Boss Wu. Upon hearing that Wu Hui was inclined to raise the price, Wang Li felt an immense joy within. It was indeed his first encounter with someone who would voluntarily increase the price during negotiations. It seemed that this Boss Wu was rather naive. Even Lu Tian was taken aback by Wu Hui's unexpected move, blinking in confusion. Boss Wang, my condition is quite simple. I propose an installment payment plan. What? Wang Li was once again left speechless. What do you mean? Installment payments? Can a transfer contract be paid in installments? Are you joking with me, Boss Wu? Wu Hui shook his head with a smile. Boss Wang, Do I appear to be jesting? What exactly do you mean? Wang Li furrowed his brow, thoroughly perplexed. My meaning is straightforward. You will transfer your clothing factory to me, and I will remit a monthly transfer fee until the total reaches 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Li observed Wu Hui's demeanor and realized he was not joking. Anger began to stir within him. Boss Wu, that hardly adheres to the rules. Where is it customary to pay the transfer fee in monthly installments? It should all be settled in one lump sum. Before Wang Li could finish, Wu Hui raised his hand to interrupt. Boss Wang, while it is true that transfer fees are typically paid in full, you mentioned that there are some ruffians loitering at the factory entrance. If they cause a disturbance, what shall I do? But Boss Wu, you are aware of my gambling debts. If you proceed this way, you are forcing me into a corner. Wang Li's agitation was evident. Noticing his expression, Wu Hui understood that Wang Li would not yield easily. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, Rest assured, Boss Wang, since I proposed an installment plan, I assure you that you will not suffer any loss. How about this? On this day each month, I will pay you a specified amount as the transfer fee. If I fail to do so even once, it will constitute a breach of contract, and I will not only compensate you for the breach, but also return the factory to you. What do you think? Wu Hui's proposal intrigued Wang Li. Yet, considering his gambling debts, he quickly shook his head in refusal. That won't work, Boss Wu. Though your offer tempts me greatly, my debt deadline is approaching this month, and I must repay it. There is no way around it. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui shrugged. Is that so, Boss Wang? In that case, I shall seek other options. With that, he beckoned Lu Tian to accompany him toward the exit. Please wait a moment, Boss Wu. Just as they were about to step out, Wang Li could no longer restrain himself and immediately blocked their path. The fish was hooked. Wu Hui's lips curled into a slight smile, for he had known that Wang Li would ultimately acquiesce. Although the notion of installment payments seemed far-fetched, Wu Hui simply did not possess the funds at hand. There seems to be no alternative but to proceed in this manner. However, given the circumstances this month regarding Wang Li's gambling debts, he must be feeling far more anxious than I am. Boss Wang, have you made your decision? Observing Wu Hui's beaming face, Wang Li felt a surge of resentment. All right, Boss Wu, we can proceed with installment payments. However, I must revise the deadline. Wu Hui nodded and returned to his seat. Very well. In that case, how many installments does Boss Wang wish to divide the payments into? Wang Li contemplated before responding. 3. The full amount must be settled within 2 months. Wu Hui pondered for a moment. All right, I can settle it in 2 months, but you cannot dictate the timing or amount of my payments. That is unacceptable. Wang Li shook his head vigorously. What if you pay nothing this month and disappear next month? I refuse to be a victim of such folly. Realizing bang, li stubbornness. Wu Hui understood he must concede further to find a solution. This is simple. If I fail to pay the full transfer fee within 2 months, I shall compensate you with a penalty of 1,000 yuan. Does that sound fair? Wang Li fell silent. This condition was decidedly advantageous for him. If Wu Hui failed to pay the entire fee, he would profit by 1,000 yuan. Conversely, if he did pay, it was merely a sale he intended to make anyway, resulting in no loss. However, these considerations were secondary. The primary concern was that, aside from Wu Hui, no one else was willing to take over his clothing factory, which was the most troubling issue. Having made up his mind, Wang Li looked up at Wu Hui, feigning a look of distress. Boss Wu, you are aware that I have gambling debts, but, given your current proposal, I find it difficult to refuse. I agree. I'll have a lawyer revise the contract. We can sign it later. What do you think? Seeing Wang Li's pained expression, Wu Hui nearly broke into laughter but maintained a facade of seriousness, nodding in agreement. In that case, I thank you, Boss Wang. Once the contract is ready, please inform my brother, and he will relay the message. Lu Ge, let us depart. Farewell, Boss Wang. With that, Wu Hui and Lu Tian exited the office and left the clothing factory. Huizi, why are you still pursuing this clothing factory? That Wang Li is clearly not a trustworthy individual. Even in such circumstances, he still seeks to deceive us. About half an hour later, Wu Hui and Lu Tian returned to the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Lu Tian couldn't restrain his curiosity. Wu Hui sipped his tea and cleared his throat. I am well aware that Wang Li is not a good character, But the clothing factory is indeed a valuable asset. As you just witnessed, Wang Li is unable to even pay his employees, yet they continue to work diligently. Moreover, the factory is being offered at such a low price. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nodded. That is certainly true. I observed that as well. However, those ruffians you saw, Huizi, could pose a significant problem. If they come to the factory looking for trouble, how can we conduct business? Wu Hui fell into contemplation. Lu Tian's concerns were not without merit. Yet they were relevant to others, not to him. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hui ultimately resolved to disclose the truth to Lu Tian. After all, this matter would inevitably come to light in due time. He immediately remarked, Brother Lu, in fact, I have some personal grievances with this rogue named Dog Ge. Sooner or later, we will cross paths. Oh, what do you mean? In response, Wu Hui took a sip of tea and proceeded to recount the story of Aunt Wang to Lu Tian. Chapter 62, Securing the Garment Factory Bang. How outrageous! Lu Tianyi slammed the table, breathing heavily in indignation. Just moments ago, Wu Hui had recounted the grievances between Aunt Wang and himself. Enraged, Lu Tianyi felt an overwhelming urge to confront Aunt Wang and deliver her a thorough thrashing. All right, Brother Lu, calm down. I've already dealt with Aunt Wang. What's done is done. Wu Hui interjected. After taking a deep gulp of his drink, Lu Tianyi coldly remarked, Huizi, you handled it splendidly. Such ruffians deserve no mercy. If it were me, I would ensure she couldn't get back up. I would even write my name in reverse. At this, Wu Hui shook his head with a smile, gesturing dismissively. Enough of that, Brother Lu. Let us not dwell on the past. We should eat. I haven't touched a morsel since I was at the restaurant with Wang Li, and I'm about to starve. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Wu Hui received a call from Lu Tian, prompting him to rush to the beautiful garment factory to finalize the contract. Upon entering, he was greeted by the beaming Wang Li and a refined gentleman wearing gold-framed glasses. Mr. Wu, Mr. Lu, it's been too long. Wang Li stood up, smiling as he greeted them. He then introduced the man beside him. This is my attorney, who has revised our contract. Wu Hui nodded and took the contract to review. The attorney's professionalism was evident. The document was flawless. After perusing it, Wu Hui signed without hesitation. All right, Mr. Wang, you can rest easy now. Wang Li smiled ruefully. There is really nothing to be at ease about. It's the gambling debts that have me suffocating. Selling this factory will relieve much of that pressure. Despite his words, the smile lingered on Wang Li's face, and Wu Hui was certain he had found a solution to his debts. By the way, Mr. Wu, since the contract is signed, what about the transfer fee? Wang Li said, rubbing his hands together, entirely devoid of the earlier worries. Wu Hui chuckled lightly. Mr. Wang, there is no need to rush. Didn't the contract stipulate that you cannot dictate the payment timeline or amount? Surely, you haven't forgotten? Wang Li waved his hand with a smile. Of course not. I merely wish to remind you. Just ensure you don't breach the contract when the time comes. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Then I truly thank you, Mr. Wang. Wu Hui retorted with a grin. Not at all. Now, Mr. Wu, let me introduce you to the other employees to avoid any complications later. Wu Hui nodded in agreement and walked out of the office alongside Wang Li. Everyone, please pause. Wang Li raised his hand to halt the working employees, smiling as he addressed them. Everyone, just a moment. I have a few words to share. The employees ceased their work, their expressions tense as they looked at Wang Li. You all are aware of the factory's situation during this time. It's only due to our shared sentiments that you have chosen to remain here. Upon hearing that, Wang Li had something to say. A wave of anxiety washed over the crowd, fearing that the dreaded word dissolution might escape his lips. As the workers ceased their tasks, Wang Li cleared his throat. Ahem. In life, all gatherings must eventually end. I believe everyone is well aware of the events that have transpired in our factory during this time. Frankly, I am deeply touched, for you all stood by me in my most trying moments without casting me aside. However, I have let you down and failed to meet your expectations. At these words, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of those present. Yet, just as tears threatened to flow, Wang Li abruptly shifted his tone, clapping his hands and proclaiming, "We have a distinguished new owner joining us at our factory. From this day forth, he shall be the proprietor of Meili Garment Factory. Please join me in welcoming him." The crowd was momentarily bewildered, mechanically applauding. Hello, everyone. My name is Wu Hui, the new owner of Meili Garment Factory. To my left is your manager, Liu, who will oversee your work. With that, he concluded his brief introduction and stated, "Please select a representative to come to my office shortly. I have some matters to discuss." With the sparse applause still echoing, Wu Hui stepped forward, briefly introducing himself and outlining the forthcoming tasks. The crowd clapped again before turning back to their work, seemingly unburdened now, adorned with faint smiles. "All right, Mr. Wu, now that you are acquainted with the employees, I shall take my leave. We will be in touch," Wang Li said with a smile as he turned to depart. "Take care, Mr. Wang," Wu Hui replied amicably before stepping into his office. "Manager Liu, now that the factory matters have been settled, you will accompany me tomorrow to collect the feathers and the discarded towels. It's about time." Liu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, but then hesitantly added, "Hui, I have resigned from the supply and marketing cooperative, so borrowing a truck might be a bit challenging." "In that case, please rent a truck for our use tomorrow," Wu Hui replied, retrieving a substantial sum from his pocket and handing it to Liu Tian. Wu Hui was not surprised by Liu Tian's resignation. After all, it was inevitable once they began working together. "Very well, I shall go at once," Liu Tian declared, turning to exit the office while Wu Hui remained seated on the sofa. Approximately 10 minutes later, a robust young man in work attire entered. "Mr. Wu, greetings." Wu Hui smiled and nodded, appraising him briefly before saying, "You are the representative they selected? If I recall correctly, Wang Li referred to you as Zheng Hao. Am I right?" "Yes, Mr. Wu. I am Zheng Hao, the chosen representative. What instructions do you have for me?" Zheng Hao replied eagerly. "Zheng Hao." Wu Hui murmured the name softly before shaking his head and smiling. "There is no pressing matter. Your selection as a representative indicates that your abilities have earned the respect of your peers. I have a task I would like you to undertake." "Please, Mr. Wu, do tell," Zheng Hao said, eager to please. "Let us dispense with the flattery," Wu Hui replied. "Before arranging your work, I would like to ask you a few questions," said Wu Hui, waving his hand. "How many people did we originally have in our garment factory? What were their respective responsibilities?" Zheng Hao pondered for a moment. "Originally, we had 12 individuals, with 8 responsible for garment production. Additionally, 2 were tasked with logistics, while the remaining 2 engaged in cooking and maintaining cleanliness, among other miscellaneous duties." "I see." Upon hearing this, Wu Hui stroked his chin. "Do you only know how to make clothes, or are you skilled in other areas as well?" Chapter 63. Technical talent, not at all. We primarily focus on garment production. We haven't ventured into other areas," Zheng Hao remarked while shaking his head. "I see," Wu Hui replied, contemplating for a moment before raising his head. "The factory needs to hire additional staff in the coming days, and I would like you to take charge of this matter. The salary can be the same as what you currently receive." Zheng Hao nodded in response. Although he was uncertain about the prospects of hiring employees for such a small factory, he understood that it was not his place to question further. "How many people do we need? Are there any specific requirements?" "There are no particular stipulations. They just need to have good character and be skilled in manual labor. Let us aim for 10 people." "Understood. Is there anything else, Boss Wu?" Wu Hui smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing else for now. Please proceed with the arrangements." "All right, I will get right on it." With that, Zheng Hao turned and exited the office. As the door closed behind him, Wu Hui fell into deep contemplation. The factory was set up, and personnel were on the way. Cotton and fabric were ready, yet there was a shortage of technically skilled workers. The current employees were solely proficient in garment making, lacking versatility in other crafts. However, once he secured technical talent, a little guidance would suffice to produce hats and shoes without issue. With that thought in mind, Wu Hui resolved to prioritize the recruitment of technical expertise. He recalled Zhao Jia, who owned a leather factory and possessed ample resources in that domain. As he rose and sat at his desk, he picked up the phone, only to notice a slip of paper affixed to it, prominently displaying a series of phone numbers. "I never expected Boss Wang to have a mediocre reputation, but excel in attention to detail." Meanwhile, in a modest dwelling within the village, a young man was frantically fleeing, fear evident in his gaze as he confronted 4 men. "Smack! How dare you encroach upon my territory? Do you wish to perish?" Heisey exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face, causing 2 teeth to dislodge. "Wu, Black, Brother Black, please spare me. I swear I won't do it again. The bloodied young man pleaded from the ground, but Heisey and his companions had no intention of letting him off easily. I find it quite curious how you, Zhang Huaizhong, who does not concern himself with business, learned about selling winter bamboo shoots. Where did you hear this? Lao Hu demanded, advancing to deliver 2 vicious kicks to Zhang's abdomen, spitting as he did so. Lying on the ground, barely conscious, Zhang Huaizhong could only stifle his anger. Enduring the pain as he begged, it was Wu Hui. I saw him fishing in the pond and took particular note of him, only to see him digging for winter bamboo shoots. I'll be damned. Lao Hu bellowed, delivering another harsh kick. He then turned, fuming. So it turns out this fool was the one who leaked the information, making it difficult for us to sell our winter bamboo shoots these past few days. It's all your fault. Poor Zhang Huaizhong was kicked yet again, and finally, overwhelmed, he lost consciousness. Heisey, what should we do about this? Lao Hu inquired as he returned to Heisey's side, having vented his frustration. He glanced disdainfully at Zhang Huaizhong lying on the ground and snorted coldly. Since this fool seeks his own demise, we cannot be blamed. Let us deposit him at Wu Hui's doorstep to frighten the lad. Consider it a punishment for his indiscretion regarding the winter bamboo shoots. Xiangzi and the others nodded in agreement, then bent down to examine the seemingly lifeless Zhang Huaizhong before making their way toward Wu Hui's residence. At that moment, Wu Hui stood at the entrance of a modest farmhouse, checking the address in his hand. Confirming its accuracy, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, is Master Guo home? Wu Hui called out loudly. Earlier in the office, he had received a phone call from Zhao Jie, who had introduced him to a skilled master craftsman living nearby. Thus, Wu Hui had come to pay a visit. The door creaked open, revealing Master Guo, a seemingly ordinary man wearing gold-rimmed reading glasses, peering out with a puzzled expression. Are you looking for me? Wu Hui smiled and nodded. You must be Master Guo. My name is Wu Hui, and I'm the owner of a garment factory. As he spoke, Wu Hui produced a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. Glancing at the proffered cigarette, Master Guo hesitated for a moment before his face broke into a broad smile as he accepted it. You're Wu boss, right? Please come in and have a seat. Wu Hui nodded gratefully and stepped inside. Zhao Jie had informed him that Master Guo had a heavy smoking habit and could not go a day without cigarettes. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Hui had made a point to purchase several packs of Hometown Mountain. The choice proved to be astute. Upon entering, Master Guo immediately struck a match and lit the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if he were transcending into a blissful state. This smoke is truly delightful. Wu Hui smiled slightly and said, I still have 3 more packs of Hometown Mountain. If you enjoy them, please feel free to take some. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Master Guo chuckled, shaking his head in refusal, though his hands continued to reach for the cigarettes. Then I shall thank you. Wu boss. Master Guo grinned widely as he gazed at the cigarette in his hand, as if it were a treasure, before finally returning to the conversation. Wu boss, is there something you wish to discuss during your visit? That was precisely the question Wu Hui had been waiting for. I have long heard of your exceptional craftsmanship. Master Guo, I have always wanted to pay my respects, yet the opportunity never presented itself. Now that the chance has finally arrived, here I am. Upon hearing this, Master Guo chuckled heartily while puffing on his cigarette. Is that so? So you are here to coax me out of retirement, are you? Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Indeed. You wish to coax me out of retirement. How amusing. Master Guo remarked, lighting another cigarette, his face alight with amusement. Yes, Master Guo. My garment factory has just commenced operations, and there are many areas in which I require guidance. You, with your extensive experience, will be the ideal mentor. So I seek your assistance. Wu Hui spoke honestly. Master Guo took a moment to ponder, then finally chuckled softly. All right, I agree. Really? Wu Hui was taken aback. Zhao Jie had informed him that Master Guo was exceptionally skilled, but might possess a few quirks. However, Wu Hui did not anticipate that Master Guo would so readily acquiesce. Observing Wu Hui's joyful demeanor, Master Guo smiled slightly and said, I am willing to emerge from seclusion to assist you, but I require you to disclose one truth. Please, do go on. Wu Hui nodded honestly. What is your relationship with Zhao Jie, and why does he extend such assistance to you? Master Guo inquired, while taking another drag from his cigarette. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui began to comprehend. No wonder Master Guo had so easily agreed to aid him. It was all due to Zhao Jie. Chapter 64. Zhang Huaizhong in hospital. I consider Zhao Jie a friend. I had previously assisted him with a minor task. Wu Hui smiled in response, suggesting that the matter was more significant than mere trifles. That rascal Zhao Jie has indeed paid a considerable price for me to return to the fold. If it were just a small favor, would he have gone to such lengths to assist you? Price? Wu Hui murmured softly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Master Guo, I wonder what benefits Zhao Jie has provided you? Master Guo waved his hand dismissively. That is not for you to concern yourself with, and even if you ask, however, I have promised him that I will do my utmost to assist you, so rest assured. Understanding that Master Guo would not elaborate further, Wu Hui ceased his inquiries and engaged in casual conversation for a while. He then provided Guo with an address and phone number before taking his leave. Beep beep. Hello, what's the matter? Zhao Jie's voice echoed through the phone. Wu Hui cleared his throat. Master Guo has agreed. Oh, congratulations, Wu Hui. I knew you could do it. Zhao Jie exclaimed with delight. Wu Hui chuckled softly. Thank you. After a brief silence, Zhao Jie suddenly burst into laughter. I see you caught on. Alas, it's my fault. Why is that old man was so loose-lipped? Though he spoke lightly, Wu Hui said Zhao Ji est un derling joy. His eyelids flickered with emotion. Zhao Jie was still the same as in a past life, always eager for others to acknowledge his deeds and remember his merits. If Wu Hui was not mistaken, Master Guo's earlier remarks were likely scripted by Zhao Jie himself, who probably recognized Wu Hui's potential and intended to invest in him. After all, someone like Zhao Jie would not engage in unprofitable ventures. Even though Zhao Jie's assistance was driven by ulterior motives, he had genuinely lent a hand, and Wu Hui felt compelled to remember this favor. Moreover, they had collaborated in their previous lives, with Zhao Jie having helped him on numerous occasions. Thus, Wu Hui could accept this cleverness with grace. With this in mind, Wu Hui smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Zhao. I shall remember your kindness. Indeed, upon hearing Wu Hui's gratitude, Zhao Jie instantly chuckled with glee. Ha! Wu Hui, you flatter me. We are brothers, after all. Helping each other is only natural. Wu Hui nodded with a smile, preparing to respond when suddenly, Lu Tian rushed over, breathless. Huizi, it's bad. Something has happened at your home. What? Wu Hui exclaimed in shock. A severely beaten man appeared at your doorstep. Now your sister-in-law and the others are at the hospital. Without a moment to spare, Wu Hui ended the call and sprinted toward the hospital. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The small shop owner shouted in a panic as Wu Hui dashed out after the call. I will. Lu Tian quickly pulled out a dime and handed it to the owner before following suit. At that moment, in a hospital room within the county, the grievously injured Zhang Huaizhong lay on a bed, a respirator affixed to his face, surrounded by a throng of people. My son, a middle-aged woman, sat collapsed on the floor. Gazing at her son lying on the hospital bed, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a cruel blade. Observing the pallid face of the middle-aged woman, Yuxin could not bear to stand idly by and stepped forward to offer her support. Aunt Tian, please get up. He will be all right. Yuxin gently reassured, yet Aunt Tian violently shook off her arm. Her face contorted with rage as she exclaimed, It is all your fault. You vixen, you must have harmed my son. I will kill you. With that, Aunt Tian rose, preparing to strike Yuxin, only to be halted by a nearby police officer. Comrade Tian, this is a hospital. Please calm down. Your son needs peace right now, and your shouting will only disturb him. Perhaps due to her son's condition, Aunt Tian fell silent, her anger deflating like a punctured balloon as she leaned against the wall. Weeping softly, Comrade Yi, may I ask how you discovered him? Upon hearing the officer's inquiry, Yuxin reflected for a moment, recalling, about 2 hours ago, I was just about to leave when I found Zhang Huaizhong injured and lying at my doorstep. I was frightened and called the police. Then I came to the hospital. The officer nodded in acknowledgement. During that time, did you notice any suspicious individuals? Yuxin pondered carefully before shaking her head. I don't think I saw anyone. As soon as her words fell, the door to the ward was abruptly flung open, crashing against the wall. Yuxin, are you all right? Wu Hui rushed in, his concern palpable. Yuxin felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. That's wonderful. Wu Hui sighed in immense relief, his previously racing heart finally calming. Where's Lanlan? Where did she go? I left Lanlan at my parents' house. It wouldn't have been convenient to bring her along in such a situation. Wu Hui nodded in understanding and then turned to the officer beside him. It's you, he exclaimed in surprise. The officer before him was none other than Wang Jie. They had unexpectedly crossed paths again. Wang Jie greeted him, Comrade Wu. It has been a while. Wu Hui nodded, about to say something, when he noticed Wang Jie pulling out a pen and paper, his expression suddenly serious. Comrade Wu, what did you do this afternoon? Are you aware of the incident involving Zhang Huaizhong? Observing Wang Jie's grave demeanor and glancing at the injured Zhang Huaizhong, Wu Hui fully understood the gravity of the situation. Although he was still unclear about the events that had transpired, he knew he had to respond truthfully. This afternoon, I signed a contract at the Meili garment factory and then visited a friend's house. It was only when my brother informed me of the incident that I rushed over. Brother? Wang Jie questioned, his brow furrowing with suspicion. Yes, that's me. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. It was Lu Tian, panting heavily as he exclaimed, Hui. Huizi, you really ran fast. Wu Hui smiled sheepishly, having sprinted with all his might out of fear for his family's safety. Indeed, I'd almost forgotten about Lu Tian. Are you a brother of Comrade Wu? Wang Jie imured. Upon glancing at the serious-faced Wang Jie and recognizing him as a police officer, Lu Tian immediately adopted a more solemn demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Yes, officer. I am Wu Hui's brother. Do you have any questions? Noticing Lu Tian's cooperation, Wang Jie nodded and continued. Comrade Wu mentioned that you informed him of an incident at his home. I would like to understand how you came by this information. As he spoke, Wang Jie lifted his head, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Lu Tian, his expression grave. Lu Tian swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear from Wang Jie's stare. Trembling slightly, he stammered, I found out because I received a call from my sister-in-law. Is that so? Wang Jie responded, his brow furrowing in thought. Observing Lu Tian's demeanor and finding no indication of deceit, he then turned to Yuxin and asked, Comrade Yi, which number did you dial? And how did your call end up with Comrade Lu? Chapter 65. The slander of Zhang Huaizhong under the penetrating gaze of Wang Jie. Yuxin felt a slight discomfort. Yet she managed to suppress her unease and replied calmly, Wu Hui mentioned today that he has taken over a clothing factory, and I called his office. It turned out that after Wu Hui had completed the takeover of the clothing factory earlier that afternoon, he made a phone call home and shared his landline number with Yuxin. Little did he expect that as soon as he stepped out, Yuxin would call. However, Wu Hui was not present at that moment, and Lu Tian had just returned to the office, which is how he learned that something had happened to Wu Hui's family. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui smiled at Yuxin and murmured, Well done, my dear. Even in a crisis, you remembered to reach out to your husband. Yuxin shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, What kind of joke is that at a time like this? Wang Jie paid no attention to their playful banter and nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. Indeed, this explanation made sense. Just as he was about to pose another question, Zhang Huaizhong suddenly cried out in distress, awakening from his unconscious state. Son, are you all right? Upon hearing her son's cries, Aunt Tian rushed forward, her face etched with urgency. Where am I? Zhang Huaizhong groggily opened his eyes, realizing he was surrounded by people, his expression one of confusion. With a weak voice, he asked, Where am I? We're at the hospital. You must get better, son. Your father left us too soon. What would I do if something were to happen to you? As she spoke, Aunt Tian began to weep again, causing Zhang Huaizhong to feel increasingly agitated. I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? He exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Aunt Tian wiped her tears and gently urged, All right, I won't cry anymore. Please tell me what happened. Who attacked you? And why were you lying at Wu Hui's doorstep? Wu Hui's doorstep? Zhang Huaizhong was taken aback. Aunt Tian, her face streaked with tears, nodded vigorously. Yes. They said you were lying on the ground covered in blood. They thought someone had been killed. Her words struck a nerve with Zhang Huaizhong, prompting him to widen his eyes and scan the room. Indeed, he spotted Wu Hui and Yuxin, along with a police officer observing him. Suddenly, A thought surged in his mind. Officer, I want to report. It was him. He is the one who attacked me. Everyone watched as Zhang Huaizhong struggled to lift his hand and point at Wu Hui, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Ah, so it was you who harmed my son. I will kill you right now." Upon hearing her son's accusation, Aunt Tian erupted with rage, grabbing a nearby stool and charging forward. "Calm down, Comrade Tian." Wang Ye intervened, snatching the stool away to restrain her. "Calm? My son is in this state. How can I be calm? Step aside, or I will strike you too." At that moment, Aunt Tian had completely lost her composure, glaring fiercely at Wu Hui as if she wished to devour him whole. "Enough of this uproar. What good will it do to attack him? Be quiet, please." As the crowd found themselves at an impasse, Zhang Huaizhong suddenly bellowed, halting Aunt Tian's actions. Upon witnessing her son's anger, Aunt Tian instantly regained her composure, though her gaze towards Wu Hui remained decidedly unfriendly. Grumbling fiercely, she remarked, "Some individuals are truly ungrateful. Born of a mother, yet lacking her nurturing, unlike my son. Even in such dire circumstances, he retains his kindness. Were it not for my son's intervention, I would have undoubtedly flayed you alive today. Now, you tell me, how shall we resolve this?" Wang Jie cast a glance at the formidable Aunt Tian, and upon noticing her cessation of aggression, he turned his attention to the patient on the bed, Zhang Huaizhong. "Thank you, Comrade Zhang. However, I must inquire, are you certain that it was Wu Hui who struck you?" Zhang Huaizhong flashed a grin in response to Wang Jie's gratitude. His supposed benevolence was merely a fade, driven by his fear that Aunt Tian might injure Wu Hui, thus requiring him to compensate. Otherwise, he would have been indifferent to the situation. In light of the police's inquiry, Zhang Huaizhong had already devised a strategy. He nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Indeed, I am certain it was Wu Hui who struck me." "You're talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian became agitated. Wu Hui had spent the entire day in his company, making it impossible for him to have assaulted Zhang Huaizhong. This was clearly a fabrication. "Comrade, please choose your words with care." Wang Jie shot a stern glance at Lu Tian, his voice laced with authority. "You." Lu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to protest, but was interrupted by Wu Hui's reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Zhang Huaizhong, you claim I struck you? Do you possess any evidence?" Wu Hui inquired with a smile. Yet Yuxin, familiar with Wu Hui's temperament, sensed the simmering fury beneath the surface. "Evidence? I am the victim. I witnessed you strike me. Does that not constitute evidence?" Zhang Huaizhong retorted angrily. "Indeed, Wu Hui, my son has stated that you are the one who assaulted him. What further evidence is necessary? Are you attempting to evade responsibility?" Aunt Tian interjected, her anger flaring anew, ready to act once more, but she was deterred by her son's warning gaze. "Huh, very well. Then allow me to ask, why would I strike you? And when did this supposed assault occur?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaizhong felt a surge of elation, feigning hesitation as if deep in thought. "I'm not quite certain when the assault took place. I recall just finishing my lunch, preparing to ascend the mountain to dig for winter bamboo shoots when I encountered Wu Hui, who inexplicably attacked me. Perhaps he did not wish for me to gather the bamboo shoots." As he spoke, Zhang Huaizhong glanced at Wang Jie, hoping they would advocate on his behalf. "Winter bamboo shoots?" Wang Jie's brow furrowed deeply. The last time he had accompanied Wu Hui to the police station, Wu Hui had mentioned his intention to go up the mountain for bamboo shoots. He had not anticipated that they were intended for sale. If that were the case, it would indeed be understandable, as obstructing someone's means of livelihood is akin to taking away their family. It would not be surprising if Wu Hui resorted to violence in response. However, Wu Hui had just claimed he was signing a contract at a clothing factory. If that were true, he would have had no time for an altercation. Thus, one of them must be lying. Who could it be? Wang Jie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing both parties, making Zhang Huaizhong feel exceedingly uncomfortable, while Wu Hui appeared unaffected by the scrutiny. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhang Huaizhong remarked, "You are quite clever, indeed, to devise such a retort in such a brief span of time." In response, Zhang Huaizhong shook his head and let out a cold scoff, derisively stating, "I merely speak the truth." "Is that so?" Wu Hui replied with a subtle smile. Have you considered a critical flaw? I only departed at noon, and the county town is over an hour's journey from the village. Pray tell, how could I have traversed from the county town to the village, administered a beating, and then returned here so swiftly? Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Zhang Huaizhong found himself momentarily bewildered. Indeed, how could he have overlooked such a significant detail? Cursed be his oversight. Just as Zhang Huaizhong was engulfed in frustration, he suddenly heard his mother, Aunt Tian, exclaim, "Officer, this Wu Hui is deceiving you. Do not let him mislead you. Who knows if he was even in the county town this afternoon? He could very well have remained in the village all day." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaizhong exhaled in relief, a smirk forming within. Indeed, as long as he steadfastly denied it, Wu Hui possessed no evidence to substantiate his presence in the county town. Thus, the blame would rest squarely upon him. Chapter 66. Lawyer Pan Wenlong, I can prove it. Lu Tian raised his hand and exclaimed, "You and Wu Hui are in cahoots. Who knows whether you have sheltered him?" Zhang Huaizhong let out a cold snort, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Hui. Witnessing the smug expression on Zhang's face, Wu Hui's lips curled into a slight smile, which soon blossomed into a grin. "Officer." Wu Hui turned to Wang Jie, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Did I not mention earlier? I was in the garment factory this afternoon to sign a contract. The office had surveillance cameras, which you can investigate." "Surveillance?" Wang Jie's eyes brightened at once. Nodding, he promptly exited the hospital room. Wu Hui then cast a beaming look at Zhang Huaizhong, his gaze filled with mockery. Earlier that noon, upon discovering the phone number on the landline, Wu Hui had meticulously scrutinized the entire office. To his delight, he uncovered a wealth of information, such as employee records and monthly income reports. The surveillance footage was among his findings. Wu Hui's assertion made beads of cold sweat form on Zhang Huaizhong's forehead. He had not anticipated that Wu Hui had signed a contract in the office, with surveillance footage serving as evidence. This revelation caught him off guard. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Jie returned to the room, accompanied by 2 men and 2 police officers. "Boss Wang, what brings you here?" Wu Hui asked, surprised to see Wang Li. "It was I who instructed them to come." Wang Jie replied. "Ha, my apologies, Boss Wu, for arriving late." Wang Li greeted with a smile. Upon this, the 2 police officers stepped forward, their demeanor serious. "We have reviewed the surveillance footage. Comrade Wu and Comrade Wang were indeed in the office this afternoon. Thus, Comrade Wu could not have had the time to commit the crime." "Excellent." Lu Tian clapped his hands in delight, gazing triumphantly at Zhang Huaizhong. At this moment, Zhang Huaizhong's expression soured. However, the situation had reached a point of no return. He could only grit his teeth and force out an explanation. "Perhaps I must have misinterpreted the situation. After all, I was struck on the head and am a bit disoriented." "Do you truly believe the words you utter?" Wu Hui retorted calmly, laced with sarcasm. "What kind of person are you? My son is in this condition. Is it not normal to be mistaken? Do you possess any compassion?" Upon hearing Wu Hui's innocence, Aunt Tian's expression faltered. Yet, the moment she met Wu Hui's gaze, fear overwhelmed her. She had not forgotten the fate that befell Aunt Wang. She was unwilling for her son to face incarceration. Thus, if both could adamantly insist they were mistaken, coupled with her son's head injury, the police would hardly pursue defamation charges. At this, Wu Hui's brow furrowed, clearly displeased. To any discerning observer, it was evident that Zhang Huaizhong's actions were deliberate. Yet, now he was using his injury as an excuse, leaving Wu Hui with limited recourse. It seemed that for the time being, he would have to let it go and seek opportunities to address it later. Just as Wu Hui contemplated this, Wang Li chuckled heartily, stepping forward. "Boss Wu, while I may not be fully aware of the entire situation, my lawyer is quite knowledgeable in these matters. If you believe it is feasible, I shall invite him to assist you." "Oh." Wu Hui expressed his confusion as he observed a lawyer with gold-rimmed glasses approaching. "Greetings, Boss Wu. My name is Pan Wenlong. We met earlier today." "Hello," Wu Hui replied, momentarily taken aback. Pan Wenlong smiled slightly and said, "Boss Wu, I have already consulted with several police officers about this matter on my way here. If you trust me, I shall take care of the subsequent affairs for you, ensuring your satisfaction." This left Wu Hui somewhat bewildered. What scheme was Wang Li concocting that Wu Hui could not decipher his intentions? Just as Wu Hui was lost in thought, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder twice. Turning around, he saw Wang Li beaming at him. "Ha! Boss Wu, I know what you are pondering. Rest assured, I merely wish to offer you a helping hand." Observing Wang Li's smile, Wu Hui glanced around to see everyone looking in his direction and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us depart. I will leave the remaining matters to my lawyer." After Wang Li spoke, he took Wu Hui's arm and led him out of the hospital room. "Thank you." Upon exiting, Wu Hui expressed his gratitude to Wang Li. Wang Li smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, Boss Wu. It is all thanks to young Master Zhao." "Young Master Zhao? Are you referring to Zhao Jie?" Upon hearing this, Wu Hui understood. No wonder Wang Li was so eager to assist him. Zhao Jie was behind the scenes, nudging things along. It was likely that Zhao Jie had overheard during the earlier phone call at the convenience store, prompting him to lend a hand. Wu Hui chuckled and shook his head. "Zhao Jie, you have put me in your debt twice in a single day. Noticing Wu Hui's réalisation." Wang Li nodded and then turned his attention to Yuxin behind Wu Hui. He smiled and said, "This must be Mrs. Wu. Boss Wu is truly fortunate to have married such an exceptional wife." Yuxin blushed slightly at the compliment and smiled, nodding, "Hello, Mr. Wang." Wang Li laughed heartily and then addressed the group. "Since the matter has been resolved, allow me to treat everyone to a meal. It is just the right time for lunch. What do you say?" "That sounds great. I am quite hungry as well. Let's go together." Upon hearing Wang Li's invitation, Lu Tian immediately agreed. Wang Li's earlier conduct had significantly improved Lu Tian's impression of him, resulting in a more favorable attitude. Observing Lu Tian's reaction, Wu Hui smiled helplessly and turned to Yuxin, asking, "Shall we go together?" Yuxin nodded and gently replied, "Yes." "Ha! Since everyone has agreed, let's set off now." Wang Li cheerfully beckoned to the group and turned to walk toward the hospital entrance. The next day, as the morning sun began to rise, Wu Hui awoke early. He had arranged to meet Lu Tian to collect feathers and discarded towels, so he arrived at the village entrance to wait. Approximately 10 minutes later, a blue pickup truck approached. With a lively demeanor, Lu Tian rolled down the window and waved to Wu Hui. "Huizi, come, get in the car." "All right." Wu Hui responded cheerfully. Chapter 67. The Blueprint of Painting Boss Wu. Today I have returned to duty. After concluding my dealings in the poultry trade, Wu Hui once again entered the office. This time, however, he was not alone. Seated there alongside Lu Tian was the exceptionally skilled Master Gua. "Welcome, Master Gua. Have you resolved matters at home?" "All taken care of. Now I can devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you." "Boss Wu." "Ha ha," Master Gua exclaimed, grinning broadly. Wu Hui nodded and led the two out of the office, raising his hand to halt all employees. "Everyone please quiet down." The workers, who had been diligently engaged in their tasks, paused upon hearing Wu Hui's voice, turning their puzzled gazes toward their boss. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, our factory welcomes a master craftsman of great skill. Let us extend our warm applause." Wu Hui cleared his throat and smiled. "Clap, clap, clap. Now, Master Gua, please say a few words." Hearing this, Master Gua stepped forward with a nod and a smile. With joy, he declared, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. We will be working together from now on, so let us join hands and strive for greatness." Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Master Gua concluded his speech. Wu Hui also joined in the fervent clapping before stepping forward to address the crowd. "All right, now that everyone is acquainted with Master Gua, I have some announcements to make." Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up, their faces filled with curiosity as they looked at Wu Hui. 1. I hereby declare that Master Gua is now our factory's technical supervisor. 2. Our factory is undergoing a transformation. We will no longer produce clothing. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Just a moment ago, the crowd was ready to applaud, but now they were utterly bewildered. What does this mean? We are a clothing factory. If we are making clothes, what exactly are we doing? Building airplanes? Observing the crowd's stunned expressions, Lu Tian smiled faintly, recalling his own bewilderment when he first heard Wu Hui's thoughts. "Boss Wu, we are a clothing factory. If we don't make clothes, what will we do?" Upon hearing the question, Wu Hui's face lit up with a smile. He replied, "That is an excellent question. We are a clothing factory, so what will we produce instead? Allow me to clarify. We will now be making shoes, hats, and scarves. Huh? The crowd was taken aback. What does this mean? Why abandon clothing to venture into shoes? The leap is too. Noticing the lingering confusion in their eyes, Wu Hui smiled gently. I understand that many of you may not be familiar with making shoes, but fear not. Master Guo possesses the knowledge, and you may consult him. I am granting everyone 1 week to learn how to make shoes. This will be your deadline. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd nodded in unison. Though uncertain of Wu Hui's intentions, they recognized his authority as their boss. As long as the pay is fair, they are willing to comply. Moreover, given that everyone present is involved in fashion, learning to create shoes and hats should not pose much difficulty. With a little effort, they can surely master it. Observing the nods of approval from the crowd, Wu Hui felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With a smile, he gestured for everyone to continue their work. Boss Wu, these are the employees I have recruited over the past few days. Please take a look. As Wu Hui entered the office, Zheng Hao followed closely, delivering a document with a somewhat anxious expression. Already? I have just announced the recruitment, and you've managed to hire 10 individuals? In response to Wu Hui's astonishment, Zheng Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Boss Wu, you have no idea. As soon as I mentioned the factory was hiring, they all rushed in like madmen, eager to join. And these are the candidates I meticulously selected. Ah, I see. Wu Hui began to understand. It was the 1980s, a time when most people were unemployed, quite unlike the future where one could easily switch jobs if dissatisfied, especially concerning assembly line work in factories. Good. Now that I grasp this, I am no longer surprised, he said, accepting the document and perusing its contents. Li Ting, 30 years old, has experience in garment production. Shen Chang, 35 years old, previously worked as a truck driver. Mao Dong. Wu Hui nodded as he reviewed the details. This document is quite satisfactory. However, there are some areas that require improvement. For instance, regarding Chun Chong, it would be beneficial to include where he worked as a driver and the duration of his employment. Such details would facilitate the selection process. Wu Hui shared his insights, aware that Zheng Hao was also inexperienced in recruitment and needed gradual guidance. Zheng Hao nodded, feeling his tension dissipate significantly. Understood, Boss Wu. I will certainly pay attention next time. Excellent. I have faith in you. Wu Hui replied with a reassuring smile as he watched Zheng Hao exit the office. Gazing at the empty office, Wu Hui contemplated for a moment before retrieving a pencil and paper. He immersed himself in sketching. The motivation behind his desire to establish a factory stemmed from a crucial reason. With December approaching, heavy snowfall was anticipated in January, presenting a lucrative opportunity. In the 1980s, snow boots were virtually unheard of, leaving many individuals to work with frozen feet, resulting in painful frostbite upon contact. Snow boots represented an ideal solution for warmth, and a simple pair could be crafted by incorporating suitable cotton into the footwear. This was indeed an opportunity. Wu Hui focused intently on depicting every detail of the snow boots on his blueprint, ensuring they were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also warm. Approximately 2 hours later, Wu Hui set down his pencil, gazing at the sketch of the snow boots with a satisfied nod. Master Guo, could you come here for a moment? He called out to Master Guo, who was instructing employees nearby. Master Guo acknowledged with a nod, then advised the nearby workers, you should proceed this way for now. I will return shortly to teach you. Very well, Supervisor Guo. Master Guo nodded and turned to enter the office. Boss Wu, is there something you need? Upon seeing Master Guo enter, Wu Hui eagerly beckoned him, a look of excitement on his face. Master Guo, come quickly and have a look at this drawing. What do you think? Master Guo was momentarily taken aback, then approached the desk to scrutinize the blueprints. His eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the work of Boss Wu? With a face full of excitement, Master Guo lifted the drawings, examining them meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. Indeed. What do you think, Master Guo? Are they satisfactory? Wu Hui smiled. Absolutely. They are magnificent. I never imagined that you, Boss Wu, possess such talent. It truly is astonishing. Master Guo exclaimed, praising the vividly rendered shoe designs on the paper. Each detail of the footwear was exquisitely illustrated, accompanied by numerous annotations, which served as the shoe's identifiers. Chapter 68. Money for Work. Master Wu gazed at the blueprints in his hands, his expression gradually shifting from surprise to bewilderment. Boss Wu, you aren't planning to make shoes like these, are you? Upon hearing Wu's inquiry, Wu Hui smiled and nodded. These shoes do appear quite attractive. But why are they so thick? And why is there so much cotton stuffed inside? Won't they be unbearably hot in the summer? Boss Wu, I suggest we revise the design of these shoes. Otherwise, the sales will surely falter. Seeing Wu Hui nod in agreement, Master Wu immediately interjected, confusion reappearing on his face. Wu Hui chuckled heartily and remarked, Master Wu, what makes you think these shoes will not sell? Is it because they are stuffed with cotton, rendering them unwearable in the summer? Master Wu nodded, isn't that enough? Nowadays, people primarily wear cloth shoes, which they patch and repair. If you suddenly produce a pair of shoes that can't be worn in summer, who would buy them? Wu Hui laughed lightly. Do you know the name of these shoes? What name? Master Wu asked, puzzled. Snow boots. Snow boots? Master Wu murmured softly, then suddenly realized. I understand now. You mean these are shoes meant for snowy days? Wu Hui nodded, exactly. Now, what do you comprehend their purpose? Yes, yes. Boss Wu, you truly are a genius. Master Wu praised with a smile, regarding the blueprints as if they were treasures, unable to take his eyes off them. Since that's the case, I shall leave the blueprints with you. How long will it take to produce them? Wu Hui inquired with a smile. He did not question Master Gui's ability to create them, especially since Zhao Jia had personally attested to his remarkable skills. 3 days. I can have these snow boots ready in no more than 3 days. Master Gua asserted solemnly, holding up 3 fingers. All right, I shall await your work for 3 days, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Absolutely. I will start preparing right away. With that, Master Gua left the office, beaming as he clutched the blueprints. With a sigh, Wu Hui leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to contemplate. Everything in the factory was nearly prepared. It was merely a matter of ensuring all employees learned to make snow boots and other minor items. The cotton had been ordered from Huang Yongson, and the fabric and fur were secured through Zhao Jia. As for the market, there was the supply and marketing cooperative. It was only a matter of time before Yu Duo would seek him out, especially after he had gifted him a pair of snow boots. He would undoubtedly appreciate the warmth they provided. Aside from that, there were merely a few retail issues to address. Relying solely on the cooperative's market would not suffice. Retail was also essential, or else sales would stagnate. However, Wu Hui was not particularly anxious about this, as the snow boots had yet to be produced. He could address those concerns once they were ready. The pressing matter at hand was the issue with the gang. Wu Hui had not forgotten how he had managed to enter the clothing factory today. Though these ruffians loitered at the entrance daily, they had not caused any disturbances within. However, Wu Hui felt a deep sense of displeasure. After all, if anyone had their factory scrutinized daily, it would surely be uncomfortable. With this thought in mind, Wu Hui stepped out of the garment factory and approached a group of thugs. You are from Doggo, aren't you? A red-haired thug, perplexed by the inquiry, looked at Wu Hui and arrogantly retorted, What do you want? Wu Hui scoffed, declaring, I do. Go back and inform your Doggo that this factory now belongs to Wu Hui. Unless you have business, refrain from loitering here. The red-haired thug's fury ignited upon hearing Wu Hui's words, and he discarded his cigarette, preparing to teach him a lesson. Wait a moment, wildcat. As the red-haired thug advanced, another thug swiftly grasped his arm, halting him. What are you doing? I must make him suffer today. The red-haired thug bellowed. Wildcat. Have you forgotten his name? He claims to be Wu Hui. Our boss has instructed us to refrain from acting against anyone named Wu Hui until we report back. Upon hearing this, the red-haired thug momentarily froze, then gritted his teeth and shrugged off his companion's grasp. Just wait. You will see how I deal with you later. With that, he and his companions turned and left. Watching them depart, Wu Hui chuckled softly. He then entered his office and made a phone call to Huang Yongson. Beep. Hello. What is the matter? Hello, Yongson. I need your assistance to investigate someone named Doggo in the county. I require as much information as possible. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Huang Yongson finally replied, All right, I will call you shortly. Thank you. With that, Wu Hui hung up and waited. Meanwhile, in an office of a dazzling casino, several flamboyantly dressed thugs with brightly colored hair stood nervously, heads bowed in silence. Boss, today we encountered someone named Wu Hui. He has taken over Wang Li's garment factory and is now the owner, a red-haired thug said, his face adorned with a fawning expression. If Wu Hui were present, he would surely recognize this red-haired thug as the wildcat who had just left. Wu Hui, Dog Gum murmured, perplexed, until his sycophant beside him reminded him. Oh, it's him. Li Mu contacted me a few days ago, urging me to deal with this brat. I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door, Dog Gus said, exhaling a puff of smoke lazily. Since he has presented himself so conveniently, I shall not be courteous. After all, it's been a while since Li Mu's incident, and no one will suspect a thing. Tomorrow night, I will personally lead a group to pay him a visit. After all, when one receives payment, one must fulfill their obligations, right? Just as Doggo finished speaking, the previously trembling red-haired thug interjected. Boss, shouldn't we go now? What if Wu Hui isn't around tomorrow? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? At that moment, a glint of malice flickered in the red-haired thug's eyes. Just moments ago, at the entrance of the garment factory, Wu Hui vividly recalled the disdain he held for the red-haired ruffian. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to strip Wu Hui of his skin and extract his tendons. Upon hearing that Dog Brother intended to act tomorrow, he could hardly contain himself, yet hesitated to voice his concerns, tremblingly offering a timid reminder. The ruffian's words immediately caught Dog Brother's attention, raising an eyebrow as he mockingly smiled and inquired, "What is this? Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" "I dare not. I beg your pardon, esteemed leader." The red-haired ruffian, gripped by trepidation, watched as Dog Brother's lackey approached him, prompting him to kneel and plead for mercy. Nevertheless, he was met with a resounding slap. Smack! The ruffian fell to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "This is your first warning. Given your long-standing allegiance, I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next time, I will flay you alive." Dog Brother maintained his languid tone, yet his words resonated like a curse from a malevolent spirit. The red-haired ruffian, terrified, quickly disregarded the pain in his mouth and fervently apologized. "I shall not dare again. Esteemed leader, from now on, I will never dare again." Chapter 69, Seeking Wang Jie's assistance within the garment city. The office phone rang once more, prompting Wu Hui to answer immediately. "Hello, Wu Hui. I have located the information you requested. How did you manage to antagonize such a person?" The anxious voice of Huang Yuxin resonated through the line, eliciting a faint smile from Wu Hui. "It's nothing, just an old grievance. You have all the necessary documents, correct? All in order. How do you intend to proceed? Should I send someone to teach him a lesson?" Wu Hui shook his head in response. "That will not be necessary. Just have someone send the documents to me." "Understood. I shall dispatch someone to deliver them to your residence shortly," Huang Yuxin replied. "Wait, I must decline," Wu Hui interjected promptly. He wished to keep Yuxin oblivious to such perilous matters. "Please have them sent to my office instead. You know the address." "Very well. I shall deliver them to your office," Huang Yuxin confirmed before hanging up. Wu Hui gazed at the office phone, momentarily lost in thought, before finally smiling and stepping out of the office. "Brother Liu, I have driven off the ruffians outside, but I need to step out for a while. If they return, do not engage them. Wait for my return." Liu Tian nodded solemnly at Wu Hui's serious demeanor. "All right, Huizi, attend to your matters. I will not provoke them." Reassured by Liu Tian's promise, Wu Hui exited the garment factory, heading straight for the police station. "Hello, officer. May I inquire if Wang Jie is available?" Approximately an hour later, Wu Hui arrived at the police station and posed his question to an officer stationed at the entrance. "What is your name? What is your relationship with him? What do you seek?" The officer remained vigilant, instinctively probing the purpose of the stranger's visit. "I am his friend. My name is Wu Hui, and I wish to discuss a matter with him," Wu Hui replied with a smile. The officer scrutinized Wu Hui for a moment before picking up the phone. "Hello, Wang Jie. There is a person named Wu Hui claiming to be your friend and wishing to see you." "Ah, very well. I will have him wait at the entrance." The officer nodded before hanging up, then turned to Wu Hui. "Wang Jie will be here shortly. Please wait a moment." Wu Hui nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance." The officer smiled and acknowledged Wu Hui's gratitude before returning his attention to the entrance. After approximately 5 minutes, Wang Jie, clad in his police uniform, emerged from the station and approached Wu Hui. "You're looking for me?" Wu Hui smiled and nodded. "Officer Wang, I sought you out to discuss a matter. When do you finish your shift?" Wang Jie furrowed his brow, a displeased expression crossing his face. "You came regarding Zhang Huaizhong, did you not? There is little for us to discuss on that front. You should consult your friend." With that, Wang Jie turned to leave. "Officer Wang, please wait. I did not come about Zhang Huaizhong. I am facing some difficulties recently." Wang Jie halted and turned, gazing at Wu Hui with curiosity. "What troubles have you encountered?" Upon hearing this, Wu Hui shook his head with a wry smile. I recently acquired a clothing factory, but there are individuals causing disturbances at the entrance daily. I'm concerned it may lead to trouble," he confessed. He trailed off, but Wang Jie had already grasped his meaning. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jie replied, "Then you should report it to the police first. I will naturally come over, instead of swaggering in here to find me." Wu Hui acknowledged, "Yes, Officer Wang. However, this matter is somewhat intricate, as it pertains to Aunt Wang from the last incident." "Oh." Wang Jie paused, his brow furrowing. He was aware that Wu Hui had been involved in 2 cases he had handled in less than a month, both as a victim. He certainly was a magnet for trouble. Yet, as a public servant, it was his duty to assist the citizens. When the populace came to him with issues, he could not simply turn a blind eye. With this in mind, Wang Jie beckoned, "Come with me." "All right." Wu Hui nodded and followed Wang Jie into the police station. Arriving at Wang Jie's desk. "Now speak. What exactly is the situation?" Wu Hui took a moment to gather his thoughts. "It's like this. Do you recall the incident involving Aunt Wang that you handled last time? Her son, Li Mu, seems to have engaged someone named Brother Dog to deal with me. Yesterday, I happened to take over a clothing factory and noticed some ruffians loitering outside, which is why I sought your help. Brother Dog." Upon hearing this name, Wang Jie's interest was immediately piqued. As a police officer, he was well acquainted with the implications of that name, yet had been unable to gather evidence or locate the person. Now, hearing Wu Hui's report invigorated him. "Are you certain it was Li Mu who engaged Brother Dog? And can you confirm those ruffians are affiliated with him?" Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. "I'm certain. Just a moment ago, when I confronted those ruffians, I mentioned the name. Upon hearing it, they immediately ceased their actions, claiming they would report me to their boss. As for Brother Dog, I have no personal acquaintance with him, but I've heard that Li Mu has some connections." Wang Jie's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Wu Hui did not know Brother Dog, yet Li Mu had some ties to him, and Wu Hui had previously crossed paths with Aunt Wang. This all seemed to connect. Noticing Wang Jie deep in thought, Wu Hui added, "Officer Wang, I understand you have been searching for incriminating evidence against Brother Dog. I can assist you with that." "Assist me?" Wang Jie was taken aback. "How do you intend to do that?" "Quite simply." Wu Hui smiled. "Although I'm not well acquainted with Brother Dog, I know he runs an illegal casino and is involved in loan sharking. If we can pinpoint his hideout, we can apprehend him and his associates in one fell swoop." Wang Jie nodded thoughtfully, but soon shook his head. "No, that won't do. Even if we manage to locate his casino, there's no guarantee he will be present. If he denies any involvement, that could lead to complications." At this, Wu Hui chuckled. "I know exactly where this casino is located." "What? Do you know where his casino is?" Wang Jie exclaimed, but quickly restrained his emotions and inquired, "Where is it?" Wu Hui shook his head. "I do not know yet. However, I have a friend who has gambled there before. I can make a call shortly to find out." "I see. Then you should quickly reach out to your friend and ask him where the casino is," Wang Jie suggested, pushing the landline before him towards Wu Hui, signaling him to make the call. Wu Hui chuckled softly. "Officer Wang, there is no need to rush. What you just said is indeed correct. Even if we discover the location of the casino, it will be of no use to us without solid evidence." Therefore, upon hearing this, Wang Jie understood and promptly asked, "What is your plan?" Wu Hui smiled finally. "Tomorrow, you and I shall go together, and then..." Chapter 70. Entering the casino the following day at 8 a.m., Master Wu was instructing his employees on the art of shoemaking, while Wu Hui awaited Huang Yongtsong's documents in the office. Upon entering the garment factory, Wu Hui noticed the absence of the usual ruffians at the entrance, which suggested they had retreated. However, this was not a harbinger of good fortune. If Wu Hui's intuition served him right, it was merely the calm before the storm. "Knock, knock. You're easy. There's someone outside looking for you," claiming to deliver something. At this, Wu Hui sprang to his feet, urgency in his tone. Where? Take me to them. Lu Tian smiled faintly, saying, I've already brought it with me. As he spoke, a slight figure emerged from behind Lu Tian, sauntering into the room. Boss Wu, this is the information Boss Huang asked me to deliver to you. Please take it. Wu Hui nodded and accepted the envelope, replying, Thank you for conveying my regards to Huang Yongsong. With that, the messenger turned and departed. You're easy. What's in there, that S, so shrouded in mystery? Lu Tian observed the two as if they were spies, scratching his head in confusion. Ha! Wu Hui replied with a cryptic smile. The contents within are treasures. They will prove invaluable shortly. Valuable? Lu Tian murmured softly, then shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Take your time to peruse it. I still have many questions for Master Gua. With that, he exited the office. Wu Hui nodded, settled onto the sofa, and began to examine the contents of the envelope. After a considerable time, he set the documents aside, his expression darkening. He could hardly believe that this dog brother had committed so many illicit acts. This revelation solidified Wu Hui's resolve to deal with him decisively. Not to mention the information at hand indicated that if he did not eliminate this threat, he would likely face severe retribution in the near future. With this thought, Wu Hui grasped the envelope and made his way to the police station. Here, take a look at this. At a small roadside table, Wu Hui and Wang Jie sat across from one another. Wang Jie's eyes widened as he accepted the envelope Wu Hui handed him. Why choose such a public place with so many people around? Wu Hui whispered. Wang Jie glanced at him before lowering his gaze to open the envelope. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Besides, with so many people around, no one can hear our conversation. Afterward, Wang Jie began to sift through the documents, and Wu Hui fell into a contemplative silence. Approximately 5 minutes later, Wang Jie set the documents down, expressionless, and picked up a cup, taking a sip of his drink. Do you need a drink? Wu Hui inquired quietly. No. As a police officer, I must remain clear-headed. We have business to attend to shortly, Wang Jie replied, pouring himself another drink. Though Wang Jie maintained a stoic demeanor, Wu Hui could still sense the simmering anger within him, evident in the intensity of his gaze. Your plan is perilous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Wu Hui nodded resolutely. I am certain. If we do not proceed in this manner, it will be arduous to apprehend that rogue. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie lowered his head in contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he declared, Let us set off now. I have made all necessary arrangements. Very well, Wu Hui replied, placing down his bowl and chopsticks, his demeanor turning serious as he walked towards the address indicated in the documents. Stop. Who are you? As Wu Hui and his companion reached a dilapidated alley, a flamboyantly dressed thug, a cigarette dangling from his lips, suddenly appeared to obstruct their path. Observing the thug, who was menacingly wielding a steel rod, Wu Hui's initially grave expression transformed into a smile. Brother, I am from a neighboring village. I have heard there is a gambling den here and wish to partake in a few games. Might you assist me in gaining entry? As he spoke, Wu Hui produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the thug. Noticing Wu Hui's ingratiating demeanor, the thug immediately felt a surge of confidence and chuckled. Haha, you're quite perceptive, aren't you? Not bad at all. He accepted the cigarettes and lit one up, exhaling a cloud of smoke with satisfaction. Although I am unaware of where you obtained your information, I must advise you against entering. The proprietors inside are either wealthy or influential. With your modest means, he scrutinized Wu Hui with a dismissive glance, shaking his head with a smirk. Perceiving the thug's attitude, Wu Hui's brow furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed. He continued to smile. Ah, brother, it has not been easy for me to travel such a distance. And besides, while I may lack funds, my brother is quite affluent. Upon hearing this, the thug glanced over Wu Hui's shoulder and beheld a stern-faced man, muscular and exuding an aura of intimidation. Your brother, just as the thug was about to inquire further, he suddenly felt a small piece of paper thrust forcefully into his right hand. Realizing what had transpired, he laughed. Ah, I see. It truly is not easy for you to come all this way. It would be rather unsympathetic of me to deny you a moment of enjoyment. With that, the thug gestured towards a shabby little house behind him. Enter this building. To the right, there is a worn painting. Walk behind it, and you shall find your way. All right. Thank you, brother. Wu Hui expressed his gratitude and turned to lead Wang Jie into the house. You would make a fine actor. Wu Hui suddenly heard Wang Jie remark from behind, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation. As a businessman, performing is a fundamental skill. Do not wear such a serious expression. We are patrons now, not law enforcement. Wang Jie replied, his lips twitching before he shook his head. I cannot pretend. Very well. Observing the contorted expression on Wang Jie's face, Wu Hui decided not to press further. He approached the painting on the wall, lifted it, and indeed discovered a concealed passageway behind it. Let's proceed. All right. Wu Hui stepped into the passage, with Wang Jie closely following. Silence enveloped them as they traversed the tunnel, acutely aware that they were on someone else's territory, uncertain of how many ears might be listening. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, the two arrived at another wooden door, where they were halted by a towering man, standing at 2 meters tall. Who are you and who referred you here? I've never seen you before, he inquired. In response, Wu Hui stepped forward, offering a cigarette with a smile. We were referred by Wang Li. This is our first visit, and we kindly ask for your understanding. Wang Li? The burly man did not take the cigarette from Wu Hui. Instead, he murmured softly, as if recalling the name. Oh, you are the ones introduced by the beautiful garment factories, Wang Li? Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's him. Very well. You may enter. But remember, do not cause a ruckus or trouble, or you shall face the consequences, the man warned as he opened the wooden door and accepted the cigarette from Wu Hui. Chapter 71. Apology? As they entered the casino, Wang Jie and Wu Hui were immediately greeted by the fervent shouts of several gamblers, their excitement palpable. Wang Jie, where shall we dine later? Wu Hui inquired. This was a coded message the two had previously agreed upon to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Wang Jie cast a glance at the animated gamblers and replied with a smile, Let's south eat at my place. I still have some dumpling wrappers that need filling. Perfect for a dumpling feast. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui nodded in understanding. As he contemplated how to lure Dog Brother out, he caught sight of the red-haired thug lounging in a chair in the distance. It's you. The red-haired thug also recognized Wu Hui, his expression shifting from surprise to a menacing grin as he fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Damn it. It's all your fault that I got beaten up. Since we VE crossed paths, don't expect to have it easy. With that thought, he brandished a steel rod and approached menacingly. What should we do? Do you need me to step in? Wang Jie whispered to Wu Hui, observing the thug's aggressive demeanor. Wu Hui shook his head. No need. This is not the time for conflict. With that, Wu Hui turned his attention to a nearby gambling table, casually placing a bet on a large sum. 136. A small 10. The dealer lifted the cover and exclaimed, then swept away Wu Hui's bet with a flourish. Sir, shall we continue? The dealer asked eagerly, clearly exhilarated by the prospect of earning a commission from Wu Hui's wager. Wu Hui shrugged, of course. He then produced another large bet and placed it on a smaller sum. Drop dead. The red-haired thug approached Wu Hui, raising his steel rod to strike, prompting Wang Jie to act immediately. But just then, the dealer shouted, Stop right there. With a swift kick, Wang Jie sent the thug crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach and trembling as he attempted to rise. However, the dealer seized him and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The thug's vision blurred as he staggered, struggling to regain his senses. Why, you brother? I didn't mean it. This guy is Wu Hui, the one Dog Brother wants. As soon as the words left his lips, Ye Brother cast a scrutinizing glance at Wu Hui, pondering for a moment before delivering another slap. You knew he was wanted by Dog Brother, and yet you still laid hands on him. Do you have no brains at all? Now get out of here and report back to Dog Brother. With a dismissive wave, Ye Brother tossed the thug aside. He then clapped his hands together and smiled at the onlookers. My apologies, everyone. A minor incident just occurred. Now, let us resume our delightful and exhilarating battle. Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily paused before returning to their games, completely unfazed by the recent commotion. My apologies, Mr. Wu. Let's continue. Yi Gu returned to his position as the dealer and courteously addressed Wu Hui. Wu Hui nodded, beckoning Wang Jie to sit down with him. He He then seemingly murmured, "I still prefer dumplings filled with fresh meat." Upon hearing this, Wang Jie shook his head, smiling without uttering a word. Boss, that Wu Hui has arrived." The flustered Hong Mao rushed into Dog Ji's office, preparing to push the door open, only to be halted by a burly man raising his hand. "Dog Gu is resting now. What on earth are you making such a racket for?" Hong Mao looked up, recognizing the sturdy figure before him, and swallowed hard. Taking a breath, he said, "Wu Hui, he is the one Dog Gu mentioned would come looking for him tonight. He is currently gambling at the casino." Upon hearing this, the burly man's brows furrowed slightly as he shot a glance at Hong Mao before turning to enter the room. "Wait, I'll notify Dog Gu." Hong Mao dared not disobey, nodding repeatedly. It was only after the man entered that he clutched his stomach and slowly crouched down. A minute later, the robust man emerged. Addressing Hong Mao, "You may go in now." "Thank you, brother." Hong Mao nodded gratefully, then, clutching his stomach, rose to step inside. As soon as he entered, a wine glass came hurtling toward him, striking him hard on the head. Hong Mao cried out in pain, clutching his forehead as he fell to the ground, blood streaming down. "I distinctly recall telling you not to disturb me while I am resting." Dog Ji's voice resonated from within the room, startling Hong Mao into immediate kneeling. Apologizing profusely, "I am sorry, Dog Yi. I promise it won't happen again." He continued to bow his head, disregarding the blood on his forehead, imploring for forgiveness. Observing Hong Mao's contrite gestures, Dog Ji's anger gradually subsided. He languidly reclined on the sofa and said, "You just mentioned that Wu Hui is at the casino? Still at the gambling table?" "Yes, indeed. I saw Wu Hui gambling just as I stepped out. I originally intended to teach him a lesson, to vent your frustrations." "Doggo," Hong Mao exclaimed. But unexpectedly, that Hong Yi fellow was utterly ungrateful. He actually sided with Wu Hui and slapped me twice. He pointed to the marks on his face. Yet, to his surprise, Dog Gu merely frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, "You say Hong Yi struck you? Did Wu Hui lose money?" At this, Hong Mao appeared momentarily stunned, and after a while, he nodded, "It seems so. I think I saw Hong Yi pocket a substantial win." "Ha ha ha." As soon as Hong Mao finished speaking, Dog Gu burst into laughter, looking at him as if he were a fool. "Dear Dog Yi, what are you laughing at?" "Almost tutelled, trembling. I'm laughing at your lack of wit," Dog Gu shouted, causing Hong Mao to retreat in fright. This Wu Hui is clearly here to apologize. Hong Yi realized this too, which is why he didn't let you take action. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with you at all. Upon hearing this, Hong Mao was taken aback, taking a long while to comprehend. Indeed, Wu Hui immediately sat at the gambling table, and he was betting on the big win. Does this not blatantly indicate to others that I am an easy target? However, if this is indeed an apology, then it makes sense. This Wu Hui is nothing but a scoundrel. Scoundrels are often concerned about their image. Aware that he has offended Brother Dog, Wu Hui must be feeling apprehensive. Yet he is too embarrassed to offer a direct apology. Hence, he resorts to this method of bringing money. After all, on the surface, it appears that this money is merely what Wu Hui lost to the casino, rather than a gesture of contrition towards Brother Dog, thus preserving his facade. The thought of this makes Red Hair wish he could slap himself twice. Such an obvious situation, and yet he failed to see it. If it weren't for Hong Ye's intervention, the casino would likely have lost a considerable sum today. Observing Red Hair's trembling, cowardly demeanor, Brother Dog snorted coldly and then stood up. "Let us go. Let us see just how sincere this Wu Hui is and how much he has brought for me." All right. As Brother Dog passed by him, Red Hair immediately rose, tail tucked between his legs, following Dog Brother out. Chapter 72. The Gamble 3-3-4. 10 points small. Ha ha. My apologies, Boss Wu. Wild Brother chuckled heartily, waving his hand to collect the bets. Despite knowing that Wu Hui was intentionally losing, he could not suppress the joy bubbling within him. "Sir, are you placing another bet?" Wu Hui raised an eyebrow, about to continue betting when he spotted a familiar figure. He whispered to the person beside him, "They've arrived." "What do you mean by arrived?" Dog Brother, walking ahead, cast a quizzical glance at Wu Hui. "Who are you?" Wu Hui began to inquire, but Dog Brother's red-haired companion immediately stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Hui, exclaiming, "Are you blind? He is my boss, dog brother. Do you not know? Smack. Did I permit you to speak?" Dog brother drawled slowly, then lazily flicked his right hand, casting a disinterested look at Wu Hui. "What do you mean by arrived?" At this moment, the atmosphere grew tense. The previously exuberant gamblers now stood with mouths agape, staring blankly at Wu Hui, hesitant to utter a sound. What else could it mean? "The dog has come." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu Hui met dog brother's gaze without flinching, boldly declaring, "What else could it be? The dog has come." "Wu Hui, are you seeking death?" Wang Jie exclaimed, preparing to intervene, but was halted by Wu Hui. "Do you know me?" Dog brother narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace creeping into his gaze. Though typically appearing languid, dog brother was perceptive enough to discern that Wu Hui had never encountered him before. Yet, Wu Hui had spoken, and thus, in this context, he must have ulterior motives. Noticing the palpable aura of threat emanating from dog brother, Wu Hui merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. "It's not only your name that includes dog." Upon hearing this, dog brother briefly faltered, then burst into laughter, casting a cold glance at the cowering red-haired companion behind him. "Are you referring to him? Who else? I do not know you." Wu Hui shrugged nonchalantly. Dog brother scrutinized Wu Hui from head to toe, realizing that he did not appear as inept as the rumor suggested. He stood his ground, exuding an air of authority. This was quite astonishing. Ahem. Clearing his throat, dog brother snorted disdainfully. "You possess quite the audacity." "Why do you say that?" Wu Hui inquired. Recently, Li Mu informed me that a certain Wu Hui had sent his mother to jail. He urged me to teach you a lesson and even offer me a handsome sum for it. I had planned to wait until the commotion settled the deal with you. But unexpectedly, smack, smack, here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. As he spoke, dog brother clapped his hands, and in an instant, a throng of henchmen armed with steel rods surged forward, surrounding Wu Hui and Wang Jie. "You're finished, kid," the red-haired companion behind them bellowed, relishing the moment as he gazed at Wu Hui. Yet, Wu Hui merely glanced around calmly before walking directly up to dog brother, standing face to face with him. "Dog brother," as the surrounding minions gasped in astonishment, one brandished a steel rod, poised to strike, only to witness Wang Jie delivering a powerful punch to the chest of a ruffian, swiftly seizing the rod. "I dare anyone to move," Wang Jie bellowed, positioning himself protectively beside Wu Hui. A profound silence enveloped the scene as all gamblers fled in sheer panic, while those unable to escape cowered beneath tables, trembling with fear. Amidst the palpable tension, Wu Hui remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "Thus, I have come here. Brother Dog." At that moment, Hong Yi approached Brother Dog, whispering something in his ear, prompting Brother Dog to cast a curious glance at Wu Hui. "Everyone retreat," Brother Dog commanded, waving his hand. Though his subordinates were puzzled, they refrained from questioning their leader, casting Wu Hui a menacing glare before departing. "I heard you lost 10 grand rounds just now?" Brother Dog inquired, once his men had vacated. "Indeed, Wu Hui nodded." "Humph." Brother Dog chuckled, then took a seat on a nearby stool. "Do you know? That fellow Li Mu instructed me to deal with you, and only offered me 3 grand rounds. Yet you have generously provided me with 10. In response, Wu Hui shook his head, defending himself. "I did not give them to you. I simply had the misfortune of losing." Observing Wu Hui's denial, Brother Dog smirked mockingly, but chose not to press the matter further. "You are quite astute. It seems you have inquired about me and understand that I am a man who recognizes money over individuals. Given these 10 grand rounds, I shall overlook today's events. I will dispatch someone to withdraw the surveillance of the garment factory shortly." With that, Brother Dog rose, preparing to depart. In his estimation, earning 10 grand rounds today was already a commendable profit. There was no need for violence on such a joyous occasion. "Wait." Just as Brother Dog was about to leave, Wu Hui suddenly called out, causing him to narrow his eyes. "What is it?" Brother Dog queried, perplexed. Wu Hui chuckled. "Brother Dog, I previously mentioned that I came here to indulge in the thrill of gambling. However, you have frightened everyone away. With whom shall I wager now?" "Humph. Are you suggesting you wish to gamble with me?" Brother Dog laughed disdainfully, yet he was not angered. This was his casino, and the dealers were his own. Winning would be a trivial endeavor. Initially intending to let Wu Hui off the hook since he had already made a decent profit, the fact that Wu Hui now presented himself as a source of revenue changed the equation. Seeing the broad grin on Brother Dog's face, Wu Hui retorted mockingly, of course. As he cast a glance at Wang Jie, receiving a confirming wink in return, he nodded. Wu Hui had no intention of actually gambling against Brother Dog. In truth, he would refrain from the vice of gambling for the entirety of his life, barring extraordinary circumstances. His proposal to wager was merely a tactic to buy time. If his suspicions were correct, the police had likely surrounded the premises outside and would breach in no time. All he needed was to endure a little longer. With his thought, Wu Hui's resolve intensified. Yet, to Brother Dog, that determination appeared as nothing more than reckless arrogance. He shook his head, wearing a condescending smile. Subsequently, he pulled up a stool and sat down at the gambling table. Raising his hand, he asked, "What shall we play? Do you want me to choose?" Wu Hui shook his head. "Of course," Dog Brother replied with a shrug. When it comes to gambling, Dog Brother is quite adept. While he may not possess exceptional skills, he certainly knows a thing or two about common tricks, especially when it comes to dealing with someone like Wu Hui, an ordinary citizen. It's truly a piece of cake. Observing the confident glint in Dog Brother's eyes, Wu Hui shook his head and sneered. "All right, we have 5 individuals here, excluding the bloodied and barely conscious red hair. We are left with 4. In that case, let us engage in a game of 2 against 2 duku." Wu Hui exerted every effort to delay the inevitable, transforming what could have been a straightforward statement into a convoluted 2-part declaration. What a truly laborious endeavor. Chapter 73. Do people face retribution? Double? What a peculiar term. Brother Dog was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped that it referred to a 2-on-2 format. Though he found the name somewhat perplexing, he readily acquiesced. After all, Wu Hui had come bearing gifts, so granting him a slight concession was hardly an inconvenience. Upon seeing Brother Dog's agreement, Wu Hui and Wang Jie exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with delight. They promptly took their seats. "Let's deal the cards," Brother Dog declared, tossing 2 decks of playing cards to Wu Hui. "Excellent." Wu Hui accepted the cards, shuffled them, and then deliberately announced, "Before we commence, I wish to establish some rules." "Go ahead." Brother Dog shrugged nonchalantly. Noticing Brother Dog's indifferent demeanor, Wu Hui smiled slightly and continued. "As everyone knows, in a 2-on-2 game, we must amend the rules of double. First, no 3 cards can accompany pairs or single cards, even if they are bombs. Second, a straight must consist of at least 6 cards to count. Third, a king bomb must comprise 4 cards. That is all. Do you all understand?" The group listened, their faces a tapestry of confusion, as this was their first encounter with such gameplay. Only Wang Jie regarded Wu Hui with a knowing look, a smile gracing his lips. "All right then, it is settled. I shall team up with Hong Yi, and you will partner with him." At Brother Dog's words, Hong Yi nodded and was about to sit opposite Brother Dog when Wu Hui called out, "Wait a moment, Brother Dog." "Huh?" Brother Dog looked at Wu Hui, puzzled. "I wish to wager against you, Brother Dog, so it would be unwise for me to team with my friend. I propose that Hong Yi be assigned to my team, allowing my friend to pair with you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Brother Dog furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, and did not immediately acquiesce. "Brother Dog, I currently possess 20 yuan chips. If you agree, I will wager these 20 chips against you until they are all lost. What say you?" Seeing Brother Dog's hesitation, Wu Hui produced the 20 yuan chips from his pocket, placing them gleefully before Brother Dog. "All right, it is settled." Brother Dog, who had been contemplating, could no longer resist the allure of the chips and nodded in agreement, his gaze fixated hungrily upon them. "Hong Yi, you shall join him." At this, Hong Yi casually nodded and took his seat opposite Wu Hui. "Very well. Since it is thus, let us begin," Brother Dog said, rubbing his hands together with a smile as he looked at Wu Hui. "Wait a moment, Brother Dog," Wu Hui interjected once more. "What now?" Brother Dog exclaimed, his brow furrowed in irritation, his tone betraying a hint of impatience. Noticing Brother Dog's rising temper, Wu Hui grinned widely and nonchalantly remarked, "Brother Dog, you are aware of the taboos of the gambling den. Should we discover any cheating during the game, then we shall simply chop off his hand. Brother Dog retorted angrily. All right, let us commence. Wu Hui picked up the 2 decks of cards, shuffled them leisurely, and began to deal. At that moment, outside the casino, a group of police officers was encircling the entire alley, with people densely squatting on the ground. Director Wong, we have already interrogated these individuals. They are all gamblers who have just exited the casino. They reported seeing Brother Dog summon a group of his subordinates to surround 2 men. What? Upon hearing this report from his subordinate, Director Wong's eyes widened in alarm as he turned anxiously toward one of the gamblers on the ground. Quick, take me into the casino. Why, yes, officer. The gambler trembled as he stood up, leading Director Wong and his team into a small flat. He lifted a painting, exclaiming, "It's in here." Gazing in the direction indicated by the gambler, Director Wong narrowed his eyes and shouted, "You better pray you're not deceiving me, or else. I wouldn't dare. Please spare me, Director Wong. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for." The gambler cried out, tears streaming down his face. However, Director Wong paid him no heed. Turning towards the dark corridor, he waved his hand to summon several subordinates, declaring, "Hurry, ensure the safety of Comrade Wu and Wang Jia." With that, Director Wong charged into the corridor with his subordinates. Inside, Brother Dog slammed his hand on the table, laughing heartily. He then seized a large stack of chips in front of Wu Hui and planted a fervent kiss upon it. The taste of money is truly sweet. Wu Hui glanced at Wang Jia, who nodded in affirmation, and he smiled slightly, feigning indifference as he looked at Brother Dog. "Your card skills are quite impressive, Brother Dog. I am humbled." Hearing this, Brother Dog grinned broadly and waved his hand dismissively. "Wu Hui, you have but 1 large stack left. Are you certain you wish to continue gambling? Why do you want it?" Wu Hui smiled slightly. "I'm starting to like you." Brother Dog laughed heartily, pulling 2 large stacks from his pocket and slapping them onto the table. "This is the final round. If you win, these 2 stacks will be yours." "Very well. Thank you, Brother Dog." Wu Hui grinned as he continued to deal the cards, this time with significantly increased speed. "Brother Dog, do you think one faces retribution for their actions?" Wu Hui asked casually while playing, as if engaging in idle chatter. "Who knows?" Brother Dog shrugged nonchalantly before playing an ace. "I do know. Retribution exists. Everyone pays for their deeds," Wu Hui declared as he played a small 2, betting against Brother Dog. Brother Dog fell silent, raising an eyebrow as he cast a glance at Wu Hui, then played 4 kings, a bomb. "Whether retribution exists or not, I do know you have lost this round." As he shook the only card left in his hand, Brother Dog smiled broadly, reaching for the large stack in front of Wu Hui. "Wait a moment, Brother Dog," Wu Hui said, retracting the large stack with a smile. "Why the rush? How can you be so sure that I will lose? Isn't it obvious?" Brother Dog laughed, pointing to the 7 cards in Wu Hui's hand. "I've just played a bomb. I have only 1 card left. How can you possibly win against me?" "Ha ha ha." Upon finishing his words, Dog Brother burst into hearty laughter. As if victory was assured, Wu Hui couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Dog Brother asked, somewhat perplexed. Hearing Dog Brother's inquiry, Wu Hui let out another bout of laughter before calming himself, his expression turning stoic as he gazed at Dog Brother. He placed down 4 playing cards. "I told you so. People get there just deserts." As he spoke, Wu Hui discarded 3 more cards, clearing his hand entirely. Dog Brother stared blankly at the 4 jokers and 3 aces laid out on the table, frozen in place. "You've cheated," Hong Yi bellowed. "You were the one who cheated first. Don't think I didn't see that red-haired guy standing behind you swapping your cards. Get ready to lose your hand." Chapter 74. Brother Dog is captured with a resounding slap. Brother Dog snapped back to reality, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Wu Hui. Initially, he had been inclined to spare him for the sake of money, but now it seemed better for him to perish. A heavy silence fell over the scene as Wang Jia and Hong Yi simultaneously rose to their feet, their gazes locked in animosity. What was happening? Why was no one stepping forward? Brother Dog furrowed his brow, noticing that none of his subordinates dared to move. In that moment, he thought he heard a sound. "You call the police," Brother Dog bellowed, leaping to his feet in rage. He shot a furious glare at Wu Hui before turning to flee. "Protect the boss," Red Hair shouted, rushing forward alongside Hong Yi. only to be struck by a chair from Wu Hui. You deal with them. I'll catch Brother Dog. With that, Wu Hui maneuvered around the two, making a beeline for Brother Dog. Wu Hui understood that he had irrevocably offended Brother Dog. If he allowed him to escape this time, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions in the future. Such an eventuality was intolerable for Wu Hui. Seeing Wu Hui evade him, Hong Yi panicked. Just as he was about to turn and block Wu Hui, Wang Jie forcefully pinned him to the ground. Stay still. Wang Jie, with his experience as a police officer, demonstrated remarkable skill. Even with red hair assisting, the duo was no match for Wang Jie. Don't let him escape, Wu Hui shouted as he pursued. Despite initially appearing lackadaisical, Brother Dog was remarkably swift on his feet. Observing his speed, Wu Hui felt a sense of dread and quickly grabbed a steel rod from the ground, hurling it towards Brother Dog. With a resounding thud, the rod struck Brother Dog's skull, sending him crashing to the ground, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Hui rushed forward, pinning Brother Dog down with both hands firmly pressing on his head. Give up. The police have surrounded this place. You cannot escape. Brother Dog, now fully awake, disregarded the pain in his head and fought back fiercely, roaring in defiance. Wu Hui, just wait. Once I escape, I will surely kill you. His bloodshot eyes glared menacingly at Wu Hui, his fury palpable. Yet, Brother Dog, accustomed to a life of power, was no match for Wu Hui. No matter how intensely he resisted, he could not budge an inch. Suddenly, a group of police officers burst in. Witnessing Wu Hui pinning Brother Dog, and immediately rushed to assist, securing Brother Dog's wrists and cuffing him. Don't move. Behave yourself. With the situation now irreversible, Brother Dog ceased his struggle, slowly rising to his feet, his bloodshot gaze fixated on Wu Hui with unbridled hatred. He was then escorted away by the police. With a sigh of relief, Wu Hui took a moment to catch his breath. While pursuing Brother Dog, his body had been tense, but it was the anxiety within that truly consumed him. He feared the repercussions of Brother Dog's escape, which could bring trouble to his family. Thus, he had exerted every ounce of his strength in the chase, never allowing himself a moment's respite. Fortunately, it was all over. So you're Wu Hui, huh? Truly impressive. Just as Wu Hui had begun to relax, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. He turned to see a somewhat plump, middle-aged man standing there, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Wu Hui. Who are you? Wu Hui inquired, puzzled. My name is Wang Yong, the director of the police station. You may call me Director Wang, he replied cheerfully. Hearing this, Wu Hui immediately perked up. Hello, Director Wang. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Director Wang waved his hand dismissively, saying, What is there to thank me for? I witnessed how you had that scoundrel dog go utterly immobilized. Even without my intervention, he wouldn't have escaped. As a police officer, it is my duty to protect the citizens. With that, Director Wang let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with joy. Seeing such an approachable figure in Director Wang, Wu Hui felt instantly at ease and nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Jie rushed over. Wu Hui, are you all right? I'm fine. Thankfully, Director Wang arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Wu Hui chuckled, shaking his head as if nothing had transpired. Director Wang? Wang Jie asked, his face a mask of confusion, but upon spotting Wang Yong beside him, he exclaimed and immediately stood at attention. Reporting, Director. The mission was successfully accomplished. Please provide your instructions. Observing dank yes formal stante. Director Wang waved his hand in exasperation. All right. I'm aware of the situation. There is no need to shout so loudly. And remember, we are police officers. Do not always bring that military demeanor into the station. Yes, sir. Wang Jie responded with a shout. At this, Director Wang shook his head in resignation and turned to Wu Hui with a smile. Wu Hui, I must ask you to accompany us to the police station shortly to provide a statement. Certainly. I await your instructions. Wu Hui replied, mimicking Wang Jie's stance and calling out loudly. You rascal. Upon arriving at the police station with Wang Jie and the others, Wu Hui provided his statement and then sat on a bench waiting for Wang Jie, perhaps due to their shared brush with danger. The bond between Wang Jie and Wu Hui had strengthened significantly, and they even made plans to have lunch together. After waiting for about half an hour, Once Wang Jie had finished his tasks, he and Wu Hui exited the police station together. "Come on, Hui Zi, let us toast," Wang Jie declared, raising a cup of beverage to clink with Wu Hui's drink. "Ah, refreshing." Wu Hui laughed at Wang Jie's exuberance. "Why do you drink a beverage as if it were liquor? You finish it and frown, exclaiming loudly." Wang Jie paid no mind to Wu Hui's teasing, smiling as he waved his hand. "You wouldn't understand. In our line of work, we must always maintain a clear mind. I can hardly recall the last time I had a drink." As he spoke, Wang Jie popped a peanut into his mouth and began to chew. Today's operation was executed flawlessly. Not only did we apprehend Dog Ge, but we also caught a host of societal parasites. It was simply perfect. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, this scoundrel, Dog Brother, has committed numerous misdeeds. I wonder how many years he will be sentenced to this time?" This seemingly casual inquiry was, in fact, Wu Hui's foremost concern. After all, he vividly remembered the look in Dog Brother's eyes when he was apprehended. Once Dog Brother is released, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie cast a sideways glance at Wu Hui, clearly aware of his apprehensions. He waved his hand and chuckled. "Who knows? We shall await the court's verdict. However, you need not worry. Even if Dog Brother escapes death, he will face life imprisonment." "Why is that?" Wu Hui asked, puzzled. "Did you not just say we should wait for the court's decision? How can it already be presumed that he will receive a life sentence?" Wang Jie grinned broadly and replied, "We discovered certain items in Dog Brother's office. At this moment, he is likely still undergoing interrogation." Chapter 75. The Sewing Machine. In the afternoon, after having lunch with Wang Jie, Wu Hui returned to the garment factory and reclined on the sofa, delving into contemplation. With the issue concerning Dog Brother now resolved, his next objective was to steer the factory back on course. He was uncertain about the current state of production for the snow boots, so he planned to inquire with Master Wu shortly. As Wu Hui closed his eyes in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. It was not until he vaguely sensed someone tapping him that he opened his eyes. Boss Wu, wake up." Wu Hui, still hazy, blinked. "What is it?" With a playful air, Master Wu leaned in, a smile curving his lips. "Wu Hui, look what I have here." He revealed a pair of jet black shoes. Handing them to Wu Hui, rubbing his eyes, Wu Hui swiftly accepted the shoes and examined them from top to bottom. The entire footwear was enveloped in black, crafted from a fine material that felt delightful to the touch. The soles and surrounding areas were cushioned with cotton fabric, exuding warmth. Quite impressive. At least they look splendid. Wu Hui praised with a grin, then removed his cloth shoes to try on the snow boots. He took a few steps within the office. "Indeed, Master Gua, they feel quite comfortable," he remarked, a smile gracing his face, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Master Gua smiled modestly, seemingly unimpressed, and chuckled, "Haha, as long as Boss Wu is pleased." "Absolutely. But tell me, Master Gua, how long would it take to produce a pair of these shoes?" Wu Hui inquired with curiosity. While the snow boots had been crafted, Wu Hui was acutely aware of the concerns regarding sales. With January approaching, the snowfall would herald the peak season for snow boots. If the sales did not keep pace, Wu Hui would be in quite a predicament. If I were to do it alone, the fastest would be half a day. However, Master Wu paused, a hint of mystery in his tone. "Give me a maximum of 2 days, and I can teach everyone in the factory." With a united effort, producing 40 pairs a day would be effortless. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui furrowed his brow, then shook his head. "That is still insufficient. 40 pairs a day is far too slow to meet my expectations. We must hire additional staff. Otherwise, boosting efficiency will be a challenge." Master Wu contemplated briefly before responding. Wu Hui, however, shook his head again. "No, setting aside whether our current funds are sufficient, even if we manage to hire more people, the factory cannot accommodate them. Master Wu, I have an idea. What if we implement an assembly line approach? Wouldn't that expedite the process?" Master Wu shook his head in response. "It would have little effect. Our factory currently has only 14 employees, and with myself and Manager Liu, we have a total of 16. Even if each person handled a few steps, we could manage a maximum of 60 pairs a day, unless we acquire more sewing machines and hire additional staff. This is the fastest we can achieve." "All right then, proceed as you suggest. I will devise a solution for the subsequent stages. Wu Hui nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall now proceed with the arrangements, striving to commence work by tomorrow morning. Having spoken, Master Gu turned and exited the office. Observing Master Gu's departure, Wu Hui picked up his snow boots, once again immersed in contemplation. He then reached for the phone to call Yu Duo from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Hello, who is this? Yu Duo inquired as he answered the call. Hello, brother Yu. It's me, Wu Hui. Upon hearing Yu Duo's voice, Wu Hui immediately greeted him with warmth. Yu Duo smiled slightly, saying, Oh, it's you, brother Wu. What brings you to call me? Huh, I have a small matter for which I seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Yu Duo chuckled heartily. I knew you wouldn't have any trivial matters. Speak. What do you need? Wu Hui replied. Well, brother Yu, I recently opened a clothing factory, but I find myself short of sewing machines. So I thought to come to you for a purchase. This was indeed the only solution Wu Hui could conceive. Nowadays, acquiring anything necessitates tickets, even sewing machines. The dilemma was that Wu Hui had no tickets for sewing machines. Even with money, he could not make a purchase. With no other recourse, he decided to call Yu Duo, hoping he might be of assistance. Indeed, upon hearing that Wu Hui needed sewing machines, Yu Duo instantly grasped the situation. He did not probe further, merely responding with a gentle smile. Sewing machines, you say? I happen to have plenty here. How many do you require? I'll have someone deliver them to you shortly. Excellent. Thank you, brother Yu. Please send me 5 machines. The address is... Finally, Wu Hui relayed the address to Yu Duo and hung up, quietly awaiting the arrival of the sewing machines. Approximately an hour later, a small truck arrived at the beautiful clothing factory, and a robust man stepped out of the vehicle, entering the factory. Old Li, what brings you here? Lu Tian, who was learning the craft of snow boots from Master Gu, was elated to see the strong man and promptly approached him with a warm greeting. Oh, brother Lu, what are you doing here? Old Li blinked in surprise, then returned Lu Tian's enthusiasm. Ha! I'm currently working at this clothing factory. What about you? Did you come specifically to visit me? Upon hearing this, Old Li scratched his head awkwardly. Well, actually, I'm here to deliver something. Deliver something? What is it? Just as Lu Tian pondered aloud, Wu Hui emerged from the office upon hearing the commotion. Greetings. You must be sent by Yu Duo. Old Li quickly nodded. Yes, indeed. You're boss Wu, right? I'm here to deliver the sewing machines. Excellent. Let us get to moving. Brother Lu, lend me a hand. Wu Hui said as he patted Lu Tian's shoulder. Lu Tian promptly followed suit. The 3 of them worked together to unload 5 sewing machines from the truck and brought them into the factory. Phew, these sewing machines are quite heavy. Observing the 3 of them panting heavily, Master Gu fetched some water and handed it to them. Phew, thank you, Master Gu. Wu Hui said as he drank it in one go, feeling refreshed as he smacked his lips. So, how much do these sewing machines cost? Old Li retrieved a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Wu Hui. 1 sewing machine costs 130 yuan, 5 in total amount to 650 yuan. This is the receipt. Wu Hui took the receipt, glanced at it, and then proceeded into the office to retrieve 650 yuan, which he presented to Old Li. Thank you for your hard work, my friend. Please extend my gratitude to boss Yu. Certainly. Old Li nodded, placing his water cup down before turning to ascend the truck. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Boss Wu. With that, Old Li drove off in a small truck. Boss Wu, your efficiency in handling matters is truly remarkable. Just an hour ago we discussed this, and now you have procured the sewing machines. Master Gu remarked as he stepped forward to admire the 5 sewing machines, unable to contain his delight. Ah, they are all Butterfly brand. Excellent indeed. Master Gu chuckled. Haha, Master Gu. Now we are fully prepared. We only await the favorable winds. Master Gu chimed in, and the 2 shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 76. The assault on the school the following day as the morning sun began to rise. Wu Hui arrived at the garment factory. After briefly organizing his tasks, he picked up a pair of snow boots and headed towards the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Brother Yu, did you come this early just to deliver shoes to me? Yu Duo asked, gazing curiously at the snow boots in his hands. Indeed, brother Yu. This pair was custom-made, just for you. Please try them on and see if they fit comfortably. Wu Hui replied with a smile, nodding encouragingly. Yu Duo furrowed his brow. Momentarily taken aback, But under Wu Hui's cheerful gaze, he removed his shoes and slipped into the snow boots. He stood up and took a few steps. Brother Wu, although these boots are a bit heavier, they're quite comfortable, Yu Duo exclaimed, smiling as he stomped his feet, even bouncing a couple of times with delight. Of course, I put a lot of thought into designing these boots. Naturally, they are comfortable. Wu déclarait proudly. Upon hearing this, Yu Duo paused, grinning as he pointed at Wu Hui. So you had this in mind all along. No wonder you suddenly brought me a pair of shoes. Wu Hui understood Yu Duo's implication and chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Yu, you misunderstand me. Although I designed these shoes, my sole intention today was simply to deliver them. Oh, really? Yu Duo inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. Absolutely. I would appreciate your feedback once you've worn them for a while. Wu Hui maintained his gentle smile, nodding. This left Yu Duo momentarily perplexed. After receiving Wu Hui's call the day before, he had assumed Wu Hui was preparing to venture into clothing production, promptly arranging for sewing machines to be delivered. However, upon seeing the boots today, Yu Duo realized what Wu Hui had truly been up to. Initially thinking that Wu Hui had designed the shoes with the intent of collaborating with him and that delivering a pair was merely an excuse, it now appeared that Wu Hui had no such plans. This was indeed curious. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Duo nodded and said, "All right, I shall accept these boots. I will wear them for a few days and let you know how they feel." Great. Thank you, Brother Yu. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wu Hui nodded, stood up, and walked towards the door, politely declining Yu Duo's invitation to stay. Wu Hui then returned to the garment factory, where he gathered Lu Tian and Master Gua for a meeting. Have you sorted things out with Boss Yu? Lu Tian inquired as he settled into his seat. Wu Hui shook his head. No, I didn't bring it up today. Oh, I see. Although Lu Tian was somewhat puzzled, he refrained from pressing the issue. He understood that Wu Hui must have his reasons, and all he needed to do was trust him. Seeing Lu Tian not probing further, Wu Hui nodded in satisfaction before explaining. Although Yu Duo holds a high position in the cooperative, he cannot oversee everything. Many wish to collaborate with the cooperative, and for a small factory like ours, which is just starting out and lacks a reputation, why would they choose to partner with us? Even if Yudwa eventually forces a collaboration with us, he will undoubtedly be ridiculed by others. In that case, it would be better to let it go. Let him come to us. As Wu Hui finished speaking, the office door was suddenly flung open. Master Gua entered with a smile. What ridicule? He inquired jovially. Nothing much. Just discussing matters regarding the supply and marketing cooperative. Wu Hui waved dismissively. Oh, en conclusions drawn. Master Gua asked as he found a seat, smiling at Wu Hui. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui smiled faintly, gesturing with his hand. The two of them immediately leaned in closer. The issues with the cooperative are easily resolvable. I believe it won't be long before Yudwa seeks us out. Therefore, our current focus should be on other outlets for distribution. This is the crux of our meeting today. Upon hearing this, the two nodded and perked up their ears to listen intently. Although the garment factory has made swift progress under Master Gua's guidance, we must acknowledge one fact. Our production speed remains insufficient. Large shopping malls will not cooperate with a small factory like ours. Hence, I have conceived an alternative sales avenue. Schools. Schools? The two exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting skepticism. Huizi, I understand and agree with everything you've said so far. But starting with schools? I find that rather perplexing, one of them remarked, observing their puzzled expressions. Wu Hui smiled gently and explained, it's quite simple. While we cannot supply large malls, if we focus on catering to a single school's students, our production speed will not be an issue. Wu Hui's words earned nods of agreement from the two, though their expressions remained tinged with confusion. You're easy. I can accept your idea, but students have limited purchasing power. We won't sell much. As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, Master Gua's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. Boss Wu intends to leverage the students' ability to spread information to earn our first pot of gold before venturing into other markets. Am I right, Boss Wu? With that, Master Gua beamed at Wu Hui, eagerly awaiting his response. Correct, Wu Hui exclaimed, snapping his fingers. The ability of students to disseminate information is remarkably strong, and it occurs at a rapid pace. This will be very advantageous for us in the initial stages. Moreover, do not underestimate the spending power of students. At times, they are even more willing to spend than we are. Wu Hui concluded with a broad smile. This idea had struck him as he exited the cooperative. The current production speed of the garment factory is inadequate. Collaborating with shopping malls would be challenging. However, schools present a different scenario. Firstly, the number of students within a school is fixed. With December approaching and temperatures dropping, countless students must be freezing in their classrooms. Remember, this is the 1980s. Schools do not have the luxury of air conditioning. If we simply modify our snow boots a little, students will undoubtedly scramble to purchase them. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's understanding dawned, and he looked at Wu Hui with a face full of surprise and newfound admiration. I am grateful for my previous decisions. You're easy. Since you have resolved to take action at the school, have you also set your sights on a particular target? Upon hearing this, Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Brother Lu, this is indeed what I need you to handle. What? Lu Tian inquired. You must seek out a school. Remember, it should be one predominantly attended by boys, ideally situated near a mountain. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nodded, confidently thumping his chest. Understood. I will take care of this. I will have it sorted by tomorrow at the latest. Wu Hui smiled and nodded, then turned to Master Guo, saying, Master Guo, I entrust you with the production tasks of the garment factory from here on out. Upon hearing this, Master Guo laughed heartily. No problem. Rest assured, Boss Wu. Chapter 77. The frightened grocer. After the trio devised their plan, they commenced their respective tasks. Master Guo continued to instruct the employees, occasionally stepping in to directly engage in the shoemaking venture. Meanwhile, Lu Tian ventured out to search for suitable schools. Only Wu Hui remained quietly seated at his desk, taking out pen and paper. Following the recent meeting, Wu Hui resolved to create several new designs for the shoes. Given that their primary audience consisted of students, aesthetics held significant importance. If all the designs were identical, some students might refuse to purchase them. After spending an afternoon immersed in his work, Wu Hui crafted 2 new designs for snow boots and presented them to Master Guo. Master Guo, these 2 sketches are what I've just drawn. Along with the pair I have on hand, we now possess 3 distinct designs. Once we alter the colors, the variety will expand considerably. Upon receiving the sketches from Wu Hui, Master Guo's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the drawings. Wu Boss Wu, did you really draw all this in just one afternoon? Yes, Wu Hui nodded. How did you manage that? Even a professional designer couldn't produce 2 designs in such a short time, especially ones that look this good. Faced with Master Guo's astonishment, Wu Hui merely smiled, choosing not to respond. As a reborn individual, he had observed countless shoe designs in his past life. Even the most casual sketches could become the trendiest styles of this era. Little did Master Guo know this. He continued to hold the sketches, his eyes wide as he meticulously admired them. The shoes could be designed in such a manner, and rather than appearing odd, they looked remarkably appealing. Truly incredible. Hearing Master Guo's exclamations, Wu Hui chuckled lightly. I'll leave these sketches with you. It's nearly time to clock out. I'm heading home. Huh? Wu Hui's words jolted Master Guo from his reverie, leaving him momentarily dazed. What do you mean? Clock out? You're the boss. Do you even have a clock out time? Ignoring the bewildered Master Guo, Wu Hui turned and exited the garment factory, preparing to return home. Unlike Master Guo, who was preoccupied with work, Wu Hui had been busy outside and had scarcely spent time with his family. Now that he finally had a moment to spare, he intended to enjoy a delightful dinner with them. Upon arriving at the grocery store, Wu Hui sought out the service lady once more, intending to purchase some pork. However, this time, the lady's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing him, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, hesitant to approach. Miss, what is the matter? Wu Hui observed her keeping her distance, puzzled. And no, it's nothing. Young man, is there something you need? The lady, startled by Wu Hui's inquiry, took a cautious step closer. In response, Wu Hui furrowed his brow, inspecting the lady before replying, I need 1 or 2 chickens and some shrimp. Also, please give me a bit of flour. Why, yes, of course. Just a moment. Upon hearing the words, the older sister immediately turned and rushed into the house in a flurry. only to emerge after a considerable amount of time. This is what you wanted. Please take it. At that moment, the older sister, disregarding her colleagues, handed the item directly to Wu Hui, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is the matter with you? Why do you appear so frightened of me? As soon as he finished speaking, the older sister, seemingly encountering a ghost, frantically waved her arms, exclaiming, "No, no. How could I possibly be afraid of you? I. As she struggled to finish her sentence, the older sister could no longer suppress her inner terror and turned to flee back into the house. Hey, wait a moment. Wu Hui called out hurriedly. I won't wait. Don't chase after me. Stay away. Wu Hui sighed. I merely wanted to ask how much it costs. Watching the older sister's disappearing figure, he shook his head and pulled out a large bill from his pocket, placing it on the table. Addressing another attendant in the grain shop, he said, Comrade, could you please make sure this money reaches that older sister? I shall take my leave now. With that, Wu Hui turned and exited the grain shop. The attendant nodded, picked up the bill from the table, and upon entering the room, she saw the older sister crouching in the corner, trembling. Curious, she patted her shoulder and asked, Sister, what is wrong? The older sister jumped in surprise, and upon realizing the newcomer was not Wu Hui, she breathed a sigh of relief. As he left, the attendant nodded. That young man has just departed. Sister, what happened? Why do you appear so afraid of him? Hearing this, the older sister sank to the ground, exhaling deeply. She looked up at her colleague's puzzled gaze, paused for a moment, and said, You all know I take on side jobs, right? Of course. We've been together for so long. How can we not know about your dealings? The attendant replied with a nod. It's just that you have never disrupted the grain shop's operations, and the management has turned a blind eye. But sister, your outburst in the store has likely drawn their attention, and they may want to have a word with you. Upon hearing this, the older sister let out a resigned sigh. It was not my intention to shout. I was simply too terrified at the moment, so what? The attendant pressed urgently. Glancing at her colleague, the older sister swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she said, Do you know Dawbrother? My goods came from him. What? The attendant gasped in astonishment. Are you referring to the crime lord recently unveiled by the police? The older sister nodded. Yes, that's him. I had met him not long ago, but then I heard he was arrested by the police and may never be released. What do you mean? Under the attendant's shocked gaze, the older sister chuckled softly and said, This person is named Wu Hui. I had heard Dawbrother mention him before. He is nothing but a useless little thug. But just a few days after Dawbrother informed me of this, he ended up in jail due to Wu Hui's actions. Consider this. Even the strongest among us could not withstand him. If he were to discover my secret, how could I possibly endure? As she spoke, the elder sister wrapped her legs around her knees, burying her head within them, and began to weep softly. Alas, the woman sighed, ultimately choosing silence as she placed the substantial bundle of Wu Hui into the elder sister's hands before turning away. Subsequently, she feigned nonchalance and resumed her work. After a while, the elder sister composed herself, rose to wash her face, and returned to her post. She cast a fleeting glance at her colleague, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. She bore no resentment towards her colleague for not providing comfort, nor for her departure. After all, they were merely colleagues. Colleagues are forever just that, never to become intimate friends. As long as the earlier incident remained unspoken, the elder sister had little more to convey. Chapter 78, Qingshan High School Creek. Daddy, you finally returned. As Wu Hui pushed open the door to his home, his adorable little bundle of joy instantly leaped towards him, wrapping her arms around his leg. Oh my little princess. Did you miss Daddy? He bent down to embrace his affectionate daughter, ruffling her hair with his right hand, leaving it in delightful disarray. The little one pouted in response, expressing her discontent. Bad Daddy, silly Daddy, always teasing Lanlan. Gazing at the little one's sparkling grape-like eyes and her adorable, pouting lips, Wu Hui felt an even stronger surge of affection. He held her tightly in his arms. Whereas Mommy, after playing with the little one for a while, Wu Hui noticed the absence of Yuxin in the house and looked curiously at his daughter. Mama is outside washing clothes. The little one pouted. Washing clothes outside? Wu Hui furrowed his brows. Why is Lanlan home alone and not with Mama? Of course, it's because Lanlan is waiting for Daddy to return. You said yesterday You would make something delicious for Lanlan, the little one declared, placing her hands on her hips, adopting a somewhat proud demeanor, utterly adorable. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui broke into a smile, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He then set her down gently, affectionately ruffling her little head. How about you play in the yard? Daddy will prepare something tasty for you. Okay. The moment she heard Daddy was going to make her something delicious, the little one instantly sprang up with joy, her excitement a sight to behold, which filled Wu Hui with adoration. Entering the kitchen, Wu Hui retrieved items from the bag. 2 chickens, some live shrimp, flour, and an array of seasonings. Observing the ingredients laid out on the table, he resolved to prepare a dish that his wife and child had never tasted before: hamburgers. Though indulging in such fare too often is not the healthiest choice, one cannot deny its deliciousness, especially for children like Lanlan. Wu Hui decided to fry 2 pieces of chicken and craft 3 hamburgers using the live shrimp. Tonight's dinner would surely be plentiful. Boiling water, plucking feathers, marinating, and heating oil, Wu Hui skillfully executed the preparations in one seamless motion. Creak! Mama! Daddy is back! As Yuxin stepped into the house, she spotted her daughter eagerly gazing towards the kitchen, as if it held treasures within. Lanlan, what are you looking at? Yuxin approached her daughter, and as she looked up, she saw Wu Hui pouring oil into the pan as if it were free. What are you doing? Yuxin exclaimed, then set down the freshly washed clothes and walked into the kitchen. Oh, Yuxin, you're back. Wu Hui turned and said, last night, didn't Lanlan want something different? I'm making her some hamburgers now. I'm sure she'll love them. Hamburgers? Yuxin murmured in confusion, then pointed at the large pot of oil in the pan. Is this for making hamburgers? Wu Hui nodded. Of course, Yuxin. I thought you hadn't had any before. Perfect timing for you to try them too. With that, Wu Hui smiled and turned back to continue preparing dinner. Yuxin blinked her eyes, gazing at Wu Hui, who was momentarily stunned. After offering a brief reminder, she turned and exited the kitchen. Approximately an hour later, Wu Hui finally completed the dinner and brought it out. 2 pieces of deep-fried chicken, marinated and coated in breadcrumbs, accompanied by 3 shrimp paste burgers and a generous bowl of mashed potatoes graced the table. Wow, Daddy, what is this? It smells delicious, exclaimed the little one, seated in a custom-made children's chair, her large grape-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this a burger? Isn't it just meat coated in flour sandwiched between bread? Yuxin curiously studied the burgers on the table and delicately poked one with her finger, eliciting a faint smile from Wu Hui. He was familiar with marinating chicken, but he truly had no idea how to make the bread for the burgers. Consequently, he resorted to crafting 2 steamed buns from flour to serve as the burger buns. Come on, my dear, let us eat, Wu Hui said, assisting Yuxin by pulling out a chair for her. He tore off a generous piece of chicken leg and presented it to the little one, gently blowing on it to cool it down. Careful, Lanlan. It's hot. The eager little Lanlan immediately grabbed the chicken leg, opening her mouth wide and devouring it hungrily. Seeing the little one's cheeks puffed up, Yuxin couldn't help but chuckle and tenderly wiped her mouth, saying softly, all right, take your time. Be careful not to choke. But the little one was far too engrossed in her meal to heed her mother's words, shoving the chicken leg into her mouth without pause. Yuxin, you should try some too. Hearing Wu Hui call her, Yuxin turned to find a large chicken leg had appeared in her bowl. A smile graced her elegant face. The following day, as Wu Hui arrived at the clothing factory, preparing to commence his work, he saw Lu Tian rushing in with urgency. Huizi, I found it. Seeing Lu Tian's exuberant expression, Wu Hui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You found a school? Where is it? What kind of school? Lu Tian chuckled, pausing for dramatic effect, then replied mysteriously, Qingshan High School. Qingshan High School? Wu Hui scratched his head, puzzled. What kind of school is that? Where is it located? Lu Tian explained, Qingshan High School is predominantly attended by boys, with a ratio of approximately 7:3. Most importantly, it's a school situated near the mountains. Ah, I see. That sounds promising. Let us go check it out now. Great. Lu Tian nodded enthusiastically and turned to lead Wu Hui toward Qingshan High School. After about an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Qingshan High School, where the vibrant energy of youthful students filled the air. Lu Tian stretched and remarked, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." In response, Wu Hui chuckled indeed. Being young is fantastic. Hui Zi, you're in your 20s, enjoying your youth, so perhaps you should refrain from saying that. Lu Tian teased, rolling his eyes. "Huh, it seems so." Wu Hui replied with a smile, then glanced around. "Lu Ge, we must devise a way to enter. Do you have any good ideas?" Lu Tian nodded. "This is quite simple. Follow me." With that, Lu Tian waved his hand and led the way towards the school gate. "Hello. I am here to find my nephew, Lu Chen. He is in class 1403. Lu Tian greeted the security guard at the booth politely. Upon hearing Lu Tian accurately state the student's information, the guard nodded and allowed them to pass. Thus, the two made their uncomplicated entry into the school. "Do you have a nephew studying inside?" Lu Tian nodded and smiled. "Indeed. Otherwise, how do you think I could find a school so quickly?" With that, Lu Tian smiled with a sense of pride. Chapter 79. Even on rainy days, let's play. Must we continue to meander aimlessly here? As they entered the school, Wu Hui suggested they explore the campus, to which Lu Tian reluctantly agreed. Initially, Lu Tian thought their wanderings would be brief, yet Wu Hui's enthusiasm only grew, leading them to roam for quite some time. Eventually, Lu Tian, exhausted, inquired, "What else can we do? Your nephew hasn't finished his classes. We can't just sit idly waiting." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian sighed and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Very well then." With that, the two continued their leisurely exploration of the school, moving from the main gate to the library, and from the library to the playground. They finally halted at the basketball court. "What is wrong, Hui?" Lu Tian asked, noticing Wu Hui had suddenly stopped. "Nothing, Lu Ge. Let us find a spot to sit for a while," Wu Hui replied, promptly settling down in a corner. "Yi, are you itching to play basketball?" Lu Tian joked as he joined Wu Hui. Wu Hui nodded and asked, "Do you think this group of students comes here often to play?" "Probably." Lu Tian scratched his head. "But Hui, I was curious. While I understand your desire to promote a school, why specifically a school with a male majority?" At this, Wu Hui smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on the energetic youths on the court. The weather is cooling down, and places near the mountains typically experience even lower temperatures. Thus, we ought to find a school near the mountains. "Ah, but shouldn't we look for a place with more girls? After all, females tend to feel the cold more acutely." Wu Hui chuckled at this. "Lu Ge, just observe what those students are wearing on their feet." Lu Tian looked puzzled at the court, noticing that each enthusiastic youth was sporting a pair of exquisite athletic shoes. Never underestimate a boy's passion for shoes. Wu Hui remarked with a smile, rising to his feet and brushing off his trousers. "Come on, Lu Ge, let us join in. They could use a couple more players." No, you go ahead, I'll pass." Lu Tian quickly waved his hands, shaking his head vehemently. "Come on," Wu Hui insisted, pulling Lu Tian along towards the court. About half an hour later, Lu Tian was gasping for breath, utterly spent, and signaled for a place to sit down. "I can't take it anymore. This is even more exhausting than my job at the supply and marketing cooperative." Beside him, Wu Hui took a deep swig of water and chuckled. "Really, Lu Ge? You're worn out already?" After resting for a while, Wu Hui felt rejuvenated and approached one of the students they had played with, offering him a bottle of water. "Thank you." The student smiled as he accepted the bottle, twisting off the cap to drink eagerly. "You're welcome. May I ask you something, fellow student?" Wu Hui inquired, sitting down next to him. "Sure." The student nodded enthusiastically, casually wiping the sweat from his forehead with his school uniform. He remarked, "Classmate, I notice you play basketball quite well. What's your name? Are you on the school team?" Upon hearing this, the classmate nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, my name is Chun Chong, and I am a key player on our school team." "Is that so? You are truly impressive. You must come here to play often." Wu Hui shook his head. Chun Chong, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied with a grin, "I'm not as good as you say. I just play casually. By the way, which class are you in? I notice you play basketball quite well. How come I haven't seen you before?" In response, Wu Hui offered a slight smile. He was well aware of his own basketball skills. While not poor, they certainly couldn't be deemed exceptional. Chun Chong's compliment was merely a polite gesture. "I'm a parent of one of your classmates, not a student. It's understandable that you haven't seen me." "Oh." Chun Chong was taken aback, scrutinizing Wu Hui. He expected this seemingly youthful individual to be a parent. He had assumed he was a student. So, is there something you need? Upon realizing Wu Hui was a parent, Chong felt a bit constrained. Wu Hui anticipated this response and smiled, saying, "No worries, classmate. I simply have a great fondness for basketball. I would like to arrange a time to play against you all sometime." Hearing this, Chong immediately relaxed, waving his hand nonchalantly and grinning. "Oh, that's fine. We come here to play every day. You can join us whenever you like. Even on rainy days?" Wu Hui asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Yes." Chong nodded. "What of it? As long as it's not pouring, we come every day." "I see." Wu Hui nodded, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. "Huizi, my nephew has arrived." Lu Tian called from a distance. Wu Hui looked up and indeed saw a refined young man approaching. "I'll head over first. We can spar later." Wu Hui stood up, smiling at Chong. "Sound good." Chong waved his hand with a smile. The camaraderie among men is peculiar. On the court, it feels almost surreal. As long as they play together, regardless of familiarity, they can stand side by side in battle. Chong was more than happy to gain a new basketball friend. Wu Hui smiled slightly, and then turned to walk towards Lu Tian. "Huizi, let me introduce you. This is my nephew, Lu Chen." "Hello." Wu Hui greeted Lu Chen with a smile. "Hello." Lu Chen reciprocated the greeting, then looked at Lu Tian with a puzzled expression. "Uncle, why are you here?" Lu Tian smiled and replied, "Big nephew, I have something I want to ask you. Let's find a place to sit." "Oh." Lu Chen nodded, leading the two to a nearby pavilion where they sat down, still looking at Lu Tian with curiosity. Lu Chen, height? I would like to inquire about your school's daily schedule." Lu Chen regarded Wu Hui with some confusion. Although unsure of his intentions, he answered honestly. "We start morning self-study at 7 a.m. Generally, the campus begins to empty around 11 a.m., with classes resuming at noon, followed by evening study sessions that conclude at 8 p.m. Don't you all go home?" Wu Hui inquired further. "Our school accommodates many students from outside the area, so most of us reside on campus." Lu Chen replied with a shrug. "I see." Wu Hui nodded, his mind beginning to ponder various questions. "Lu Chen, given your tight class schedule, why are the members of the school team still playing basketball here every day? Aren't they afraid of reprimand from the teachers?" "Not at all." Lu Chen shook his head. "The school team is different from us. They occasionally participate in competitions, so before those events, the school arranges for them to practice basketball, even providing coaches to assist with their training." Chapter 80. The mother-in-law's invitation. After engaging in conversation with Lu Chen for quite some time, Wu Hui had gained a general understanding of the school situation. The bell rang. "Uncle, my class is about to start. I must take my leave." Upon hearing the preparatory bell, Lu Chen turned to bid farewell to Lu Tian. "All right, Xiao Chen, take your time returning." Lu Chen nodded and swiftly made his way towards the classroom. "Easy. Do you have any remaining questions?" Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Wu Hui shook his head and replied, "Not really. Brother Lu, let us take a stroll to the school entrance before heading back." "Sure." With that, the two of them meandered around the school gate before returning to the garment factory. "Master Gua, come in for a meeting." As soon as they entered the factory, Wu Hui spotted Master Gua instructing the employees and waved to summon him. "All right, Boss Wu." Master Gua nodded, offered a few more words of advice to the staff, and then turned to enter the office. "What is the matter, Boss Wu?" Upon seeing Master Gua enter, Wu Hui gestured for him to sit down and said, "I just visited Qingshan High School with Brother Lu. It's a school situated at the foot of a mountain, predominantly attended by boys, which aligns perfectly with our requirements." "That's wonderful. Boss Wu, what shall we do next?" Master Gua, filled with excitement, asked after hearing this. Wu Hui glanced at him, chuckling softly. "Next, I will focus on basketball." "What?" Both exclaimed in astonishment. Huizi. What Master Gua meant was how you plan to sell shoes to the students, not. Lu Tian's words trailed off as he suddenly recalled the students he had seen on the basketball court, all of whom were wearing exquisite athletic shoes. Realization dawned upon him. "Easy. Are you suggesting we sell our snow boots to those basketball players?" "Precisely." Wu Hui nodded with a smile. "I specifically observed today that while the students on the court were all wearing fine athletic shoes, those shoes provide little warmth. They may suffice during physical activity, but in the classroom." Wu Hui left the thought unfinished. Yet both Lu Tian and Master Guo grasped the underlying meaning, nodding in agreement. Then, Huizi, how can we sell snow boots to them? After all, snow boots are not particularly suitable for playing basketball. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui nodded and smiled gently. Brother Lu, your point is quite valid. Therefore, we will need the expertise of our skilled Master Guo. With that, Wu Hui turned his gaze toward Master Guo. Me? Master Guo questioned, pointing at himself in confusion. Yes. Wu Hui replied with a smile. Master Guo, I need you to make some minor modifications to the snow boots, adding a touch of athleticism. Can you manage that? I'll give it a try. Master Guo hesitated, as he had never made such modifications before. Wu Hui nodded. Alright. Since Master Guo will handle the alterations, Brother Lu, you will be responsible for playing basketball with them. What? Lu Tian was left bewildered once again. What transpired? Is it that my intellect falters, or is it that Wu Hui's cognitive processes operate at an astonishing pace? Why do I struggle to comprehend his methods? Observing Lu Tian's bewildered expression, Wu Hui had long anticipated this. With a slight smile, he remarked, Indeed, Brother Lu, you heard me correctly. All you need to do is play basketball with them. However, remember this, it is best to play every day. Wu Hui's words left Lu Tian utterly confounded. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Oh, I understand now. Time swiftly passed, and yet another day came to a close. Upon returning home after work, Wu Hui had just finished washing the dishes and was preparing to take a shower when Yuxin unexpectedly walked in. What's the matter, my dear? Wu Hui inquired, puzzled as he gazed at her. Yuxin bit her lip, her brows furrowed, hesitating before looking at Wu Hui. What is wrong, my dear? Why do you look at me like that? Wu Hui scratched his head, blinking in confusion. Are you free next month? After a prolonged silence, Yuxin finally spoke. Yet her voice, as faint as a whisper, furrowed Wu Hui's brow in concern. Yes. What's going on? Wu Hui asked, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he observed Yuxin's reticence. Her demeanor suggested that something significant must have occurred. Seeing Wu Hui's concern for her, Yuxin felt a warmth in her heart, yet she remained silent for a while longer before summoning a modicum of courage. My mother sent me a letter. She mentioned that next month is my grandfather's birthday, and she wanted me to bring Lanlan to celebrate with him. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and by the end, had Wu Hui not stepped closer to her, he might have been unable to discern her words. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to respond, a thought struck him, prompting a wry smile. I suppose my mother didn't mention anything about me being invited in the letter. Yes, Yuxin replied softly. At this, Wu Hui understood. No wonder Yuxin had been hesitant to confide in him. It turned out that her parents had not extended an invitation to him. Gazing at Yuxin, who was looking down, unable to meet his eyes, Wu Hui felt a surge of affection. With a gentle laugh, he wrapped his arms around her waist and spoke soothingly. It's all right, Yuxin. It's perfectly normal for my parents to have reservations about me, given my past behavior. After all, you are their only daughter. If they don't cherish you, whom will they cherish? Moreover, I have changed now. Such behavior will never occur again, I assure you. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers. Yuxin was well aware of the incident Wu Hui referred to, which had transpired 4 years ago on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. At that time, having just married Yuxin, Wu Hui was invited by her father, who believed he had reformed, to join the family for a reunion dinner. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wu Hui lost his temper at the dinner table, causing great embarrassment for the entire Yi family in front of their relatives. Yuxin's father, infuriated, had promptly expelled Wu Hui from their home. Since that time, the Yi family has not invited Wu Hui for a meal again. If it weren't for Yuxin, they probably wouldn't even acknowledge Wu Hui. Next month, I will accompany you. It has been a while since I last saw my parents. Rest assured, I will not behave as I did last time, Wu Hui murmured. At this moment, Wu Hui fully comprehended his mother-in-law's actions. After all, the impact he had on the Yi family was undeniably detrimental. They must be wary of him. However, just as Yuxin, nestled in Wu Hui's embrace, was about to speak, he gently patted her back to interrupt her. All right, I understand your concerns, Yuxin. Do not worry. I am fine. This time, I will present a completely new image to my in-laws and ensure that those relatives who previously looked down upon me will regard me with newfound respect. Wu Hui declared earnestly. Chapter 81. Sister Lu. As noon approached, Wu Hui and Lu Tian arrived once more at Qingshan High School. Huizi, would you care to join me for a game of basketball? Lu Tian inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Wu Hui shook his head. No. You can manage on your own. I have other matters to attend to. Oh, I see. I'll head in first then. See you shortly. With that, Lu Tian turned and entered the school. Watching Lu Tian depart, Wu Hui decided to stroll nearby in search of a park that boasted a basketball court. This location was one he had learned about from Lu Chun the previous day, a park with a public basketball court. Initially, many students flocked here when they could not secure a court at school. However, due to the severe deterioration of the hoops and the lack of repairs, those students ceased to come. Wu Hui understood well that although Lu Tian could still access the school to play, it was solely because the security personnel recognized him as a parent and did not impede his entry. However, should Lu Tian frequently come and go, the guard would undoubtedly grow suspicious and inquire about his intentions. That would certainly lead to complications. After approximately half an hour, Wu Hui finally discovered a basketball court about 500 meters from the school. The court was not particularly large, yet it featured two opposing hoops with a reasonably level surface, barely sufficient for use. Upon closer inspection, Wu Hui noted that one hoop was still usable, albeit slightly crooked and missing its net. The other hoop, however, had completely fallen down. Wu Hui could easily reach the top of it with his hand. The left hoop poses a bit of a challenge. I shall find someone to refurbish it later, Wu Hui mused with a smile. Having located a public basketball venue, he could now proceed with the next phase of his plan. After a brief exploration around the park, he noticed that the shops here were somewhat more numerous than those at the school entrance, which sparked an idea. Hello, how may I assist you? A middle-aged woman in a small grocery store stood up, smiling as she inquired. Greetings. I would like to ask if you are renting out this establishment? Wu Hui responded with a smile. Earlier, during his survey of the park, he had spotted a notice affixed to the grocery store's entrance indicating that the premises were available for lease, prompting his entry. Yes. Are you here to inquire about the store? The woman perked up upon hearing Wu Hui's purpose. She stepped away from the counter to fetch a chair for him, then sat down herself. Thank you. Wu Hui expressed his gratitude as he took a seat. Sister, I just had a look around your grocery store. It's quite spacious and well-stocked. Why are you considering renting it out? Wu Hui's use of sister brought great delight to the middle-aged woman, who waved her hands in modesty and laughed. Young man, you certainly know how to flatter. My surname is Lu. You may call me Sister Lu. However, regarding this grocery store, Sai's sister, Lu sighed deeply. To be honest, I do not wish to deceive you. I am the landlord of this establishment. The reason I wish to change my circumstances is due to unavoidable circumstances. Do you see that park across the street? Wu Hui nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Indeed, I just strolled through it a moment ago. Upon hearing this, Sister Lu let out a bitter smile, saying there used to be a basketball court there. Back in the day, whether it was noon or night, a throng of students would come out to play. That was also our peak business period. Consequently, many small shops and food stalls emerged in the vicinity. However, as time passed and the court fell into disrepair due to neglect, the students ceased to come, leading to a decline in our business. With the abundance of nearby shops, my sales have dwindled day by day. To be honest, you are my very first customer today. As she spoke, Sister Lu sighed softly, her brows furrowing in evident resignation. Hearing this, Wu Hui grasped the situation. He was quite surprised to learn that the basketball court had once attracted so many students. Young man, are you here to take over my shop? Just as Wu Hui was filled with joy, Sister Lu suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyes gleaming with hope. No, Sister Lu, I am not here to rent your shop. Wu Hui replied with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. Then what brings you here? Sister Lu's brow furrowed in confusion. The young man had initially inquired about renting the shop, only to now clarify that he had no intention of doing so. Why hadn't he stated this sooner? It left her perplexed, wondering what he was truly after. Noticing the blend of confusion and irritation on Sister Lu's face, Wu Hui smiled broadly, imperturbed. Sister Lu, you've misunderstood. While I'm not here to rent your shop, I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble. Sister Lu remained silent, her gaze still fixed on Wu Hui, awaiting further explanation. Wu Hui cleared his throat and smiled, saying, Sister Lu, I am a sales representative for Beautiful Garment Factory. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Collaboration? Young man, I just explained my situation clearly. My shop is currently in dire straits, so let us forget about this collaboration. With that, Sister Lu stood up, preparing to retreat into her shop, no longer wishing to engage with Wu Hui. Sister Lu, our collaboration won't cost you anything. Wu Hui interjected with a grin. Huh? What do you mean? Sister Lu turned back, her expression puzzled, struggling to comprehend his words. Wu Hui, noticing her confusion, smiled gently and continued, Sister Lu, our factory has just launched a new line of shoes. We would like to place them in your shop for sale. During this period, we won't charge you a single penny. We will only collect payment once the shoes are sold. Of course, if they don't sell, you can return them to us. As for the selling price, that's entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Sister Lu furrowed her brows, looking intently at Wu Hui. She was taken aback by this unique sales model, which she had never encountered before. Observing Sister Lu's gradual intrigue, Wu Hui felt a sense of pride. He was employing the same strategy he had used when selling winter bamboo shoots. This time, however, Wu Hui has chosen not to collect the principal. This method is remarkably effective, yet it does possess its drawbacks. If the product fails to sell, the consequences could be quite dire. Nevertheless, this concern holds little weight for Wu Hui, as he's exceedingly confident in his offerings. As Lu Jie gazed into Wu Hui's smiling face, she found herself engulfed in a perplexing dilemma. This sales model is undeniably advantageous for her. Firstly, she need not invest a single penny. Even if the items ultimately remain unsold, they can be returned. Most importantly, she has the liberty to set her own selling price. It is difficult not to feel enticed by such an opportunity. Chapter 82. Qingshan Community. How could such fortuitous events exist in the world? Although Sister Lu has not pursued extensive education, she understands the principle that one cannot expect to gain without effort. Young man, my supermarket is currently up for transfer, so I think it would be best if we did not collaborate. Otherwise, I might find myself closing my doors by tomorrow after taking your shoes. Sister Lu gently declined. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui, initially creasing his brows, soon smiled and replied, Sister Lu, that is of no concern. I can have you sell the shoes here. And even if the supermarket is rented out, I can still negotiate with the new tenants. Furthermore, consider this. Since you're closing the supermarket anyway, wouldn't it be wise to earn something, however little? There is no risk involved. Of course, if you're truly apprehensive, I can apply to my boss for a contract with you. Surely that would alleviate any worries. After listening, Sister Lu appeared momentarily taken aback. The young man's reasoning was indeed sound. Given that the supermarket was destined to close, it was worth a try. Earning a little was better than nothing, especially with a contract in place to safeguard the arrangement. Nodding in agreement, Sister Lu looked at Wu Hui, a smile gracing her lips. Young man, you are quite astute in business. Your words have truly resonated with me. It is difficult to refuse your proposal. Wu Hui grinned. So, Sister Lu, does that mean you agree? Sister Lu nodded yes. However, I must first review the contract. Not a problem, Wu Hui replied, his face alight with joy. He then picked up a bottle of mineral water and asked, How much for this water? Just take it. Sister Lu chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you, Sister Lu. I shall see you tomorrow. With that, Wu Hui exited the supermarket, feeling relieved to have resolved the sales issue. Now, he needed to address the basketball court situation. It seemed a visit to the community was in order. Upon leaving the supermarket, Wu Hui paused to ponder, then inquired with a passerby for directions to the community and set off. Qingshan Community. What intriguing name. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Hui arrived at the entrance of Qingshan Community, looked up at the gate, and stepped inside. Hello, may I inquire if the community leader is present? Inside, a charming young girl was carrying a stack of documents intended for her superior. As she exited the office, she was approached and halted by a stranger inquiring about the leader. The leader? What is your business? The girl asked. Oh, pardon me. Wu Hui replied politely with a smile. I have a matter I wish to discuss with your leader. May I ask where their office is located? Upon hearing this, the girl scrutinized Wu Hui for a moment before responding. I happen to be delivering documents to my supervisor right now. You may accompany me. Thank you. Wu Hui nodded appreciatively, following the young girl upstairs. The pair walked in silence until they arrived at the door of an office. The young girl gently pushed open the door and announced, "We have arrived. Please wait here for a moment. I will go in and notify them." Wu Hui nodded in response. All right. Thank you for your assistance. No need to mention it. The girl replied with a smile before entering the office and closing the door behind her. Approximately 1 minute later, the office door swung open once more, and the girl emerged. You may go in now, she said. Thank you. Wu Hui nodded and stepped into the office. Upon entering, Wu Hui was greeted by the sight of a portly middle-aged man seated in an armchair, a stack of documents laid out before him. Hello, I am the deputy director of this community. May I inquire what brings you here, young man? Wu Hui smiled politely and replied, Greetings, Director L. My name is Wu Hui, and I have come to discuss an issue regarding the basketball court in the park. Wu Hui maintained a courteous demeanor, realizing that addressing him as Director L was likely to appease the man's sense of vanity. Indeed, his words proved effective, as Deputy Director L's face brightened with a beaming smile. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am the Deputy Director, not the Director. Please do not confuse the two, young man. Ha ha ha. Despite his jest, the smile on Deputy Director L's face remained unwavering. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he scrutinized Wu Hui with a curious gaze and inquired, Young man, how did you come to know my surname is L? I believe we have not met before. Wu Hui nodded. Indeed, Director L, we have not previously encountered one another. However, he gestured toward the nameplate in front of Deputy Director L, which prominently displayed the characters L Guamping. Oh dear, my memory fails me. Upon seeing the nameplate, L Guamping quickly grasped the situation. He smiled and gestured for Wu Hui to take a seat across from him. You mentioned you are here concerning the basketball court in the park. May I ask what the issue is? Wu Hui replied with a smile. Well, as I passed by the basketball court earlier, I noticed that the hoops have sustained damage and can no longer be used. Thus, I would like to request repairs. Upon hearing this, L Guamping blinked and then sighed with a wry smile. Young man, I must admit, I cannot assist you with this matter. Why is that? Oui, courrier, somia puzzled. L Guamping did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and, noticing Wu Hui's polite decline, placed it in his own mouth. Huff. The community has allocated all its funding to new projects, and there is no additional money available for repairing the basketball court. I am truly unable to help. In response, Wu Hui smiled slightly and clarified, Director L, you misunderstand. I am willing to cover the costs. All I ask is for you to arrange for the repairs. This time, Wu Hui refrained from addressing him as Director L, recognizing that such formalities could become tiresome. Instead, he opted for a more amiable L Gu. Indeed, when L Guamping learned that Wu Hui was offering to pay, his eyes widened in surprise. Initially, when L Guamping heard Wu Hui addressing him as Brother L, he furrowed his brow slightly. However, upon learning that Wu Hui was prepared to finance the repair of the basketball court, that fleeting discomfort in L Guamping's heart dissipated instantly, leaving only a radiant joy upon his face. Young brother, are you truly serious? Are you genuinely willing to spend your own money to renovate this basketball court? Wu Hui nodded affirmatively, indeed. However, I have one condition. What condition? Upon hearing this, L Guamping's brow furrowed once more, for he sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Chapter 83. Signing the contract with Sister Lu, I intend to make some minor renovations to the basketball court, but I require the addition of an advertising board within the premises. As soon as Wu Hui's words fell, LV Guamping chuckled and shrugged, displaying no signs of concern. That sounds perfectly acceptable. There are already spots available for advertising on the basketball court. Your request is not unreasonable, but rather quite sensible. Thus, LV Guamping readily acquiesced to Wu Hui's proposal. I have another request. After the renovations are completed, I would like exclusive rights to use the basketball court for 1 week. Wu Hui continued. That request is something I cannot agree to. Please propose an alternative. LV Guangping promptly rejected the notion as soon as Wu Hui finished speaking. Brother LV, may I inquire as to the reason for your refusal? Wu Hui asked. What is your need for exclusive rights? LV Guangping responded with a smile, cleverly deflecting the question. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui smiled slightly and replied, I need to host a basketball game. A basketball game? LV Guangping was taken aback. Initially, he thought Wu Hui sought the exclusive rights for some chaotic endeavor. It turned out it was merely for a basketball match. If that is the case, it is not entirely out of the question to agree. After all, organizing a basketball game could enhance community activities. With that thought in mind, LV Guangping nodded and said with a grin, if that is the case, I can accept, but a week is too long. I can give you a maximum of 3 days. 3 days? Wu Hui pondered for a moment. All right, 3 days it is. Good. I shall arrange for personnel to assist you now. Please provide me with a contact number, and I shall reach out to you. LV Guangping replied with a smile. Wu Hui nodded in response, providing his landline number. After engaging in a brief conversation with LV Guangping, he bid farewell and returned to the garment factory. The following day, Wu Hui once again accompanied Lu Tian to Qingshan High School. However, this time, both were familiar with their surroundings, heading straight to their respective arenas. Sister Lu. Inside the small supermarket, Sister Lu was grinning at the television. Hearing her name called, she turned around. Young man, you've arrived. Sister Lu greeted him with a radiant smile. Wu Hui nodded and raised his hands, shaking them lightly. Sister Lu, here are the products our factory has launched, snow boots. Upon hearing this, Sister Lu glanced at the bags Wu Hui held, each containing 6 large packages. Let me see, she said, rising from her seat and casually taking a bag to open it. What caught her was a pair of pure white snow boots. The soles were thick, the appearance exquisite, and they were lined with a layer of white cotton on the inside, exuding elegance. These boots look quite impressive. I wonder how they feel to wear. Sister Lu mused as she admired the shoes for a moment before cheerfully placing them back into the box. The quality of the shoes can only be judged by wearing them. However, I only brought size 40, which I believe will be too large for you, Sister Lu. Wu Hui said with a smile. These snow boots were freshly brought by Wu Hui and Lu Tian. It was tea until they reached the entrance of Qingshan School that Lu Tian handed all the shoes over to Wu Hui. Due to the predominance of male students in the school, Wu Hui only had size 40 shoes available. Sister Lu, wishing to try them on, found them unsuitable. With a resigned shrug, she acknowledged the situation. Although the shoes were quite attractive, they were of no use if they did not fit. Did you bring the contract? Sister Lu inquired. Yes, Wu Hui replied, retrieving a document folder from his bag and handing it to her. Upon receiving the file, Lu's eyes glazed over at the sight of the dense text. Yet she persevered, forcing herself to continue reading. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lu set the document down. Feigning a nod. Sister Lu, does your nod imply that you believe the contract is ready to be signed? Wu Hui asked with a smile. Lu struggled to articulate a response. Although she had carefully examined the contract and understood much of it, there remained numerous aspects that eluded her comprehension. Sensing her confusion, Wu Hui promptly took the initiative to elucidate the contract's contents, stating, Sister Lu, I am Party A, and you are Party B. This indicates that I will provide you with. After another half hour of detailed explanation, Wu Hui successfully clarified all aspects of the contract, and Sister Lu happily signed it. Huh. Thank you, Sister Lu. Wu Hui expressed his gratitude with a smile. Well, young man, I owe you my thanks for your patient guidance, which has imparted me with a wealth of knowledge. Sister Lu chuckled as she accepted the shoes from Wu Hui and placed them on the table, jokingly remarking, I suppose I am the first to sell shoes at a supermarket. Wu Hui, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Sister Lu, one should not speak like that. If we always adhere to routine, many individuals would remain stagnant. It is only by breaking conventions that we can reach greater heights. I once saw feather dusters being sold at a vegetable market. One could argue that few shops would carry such items. Sister Lu nodded in agreement, realizing the validity of Wu Hui's perspective. Since the supermarket was up for transfer, why not experiment with a few pairs of shoes? What if they sold? With this thought, Sister Lu felt more at ease, exclaiming, indeed, I was rather narrow-minded. Wu Hui shook his head and replied with a smile, Sister Lu, you are far from myopic. Your willingness to sign the contract demonstrates your foresight. They both shared a hearty laugh. Sister Lu, I have brought the shoes, and we have signed the contract. I shall take my leave now, wishing you prosperous business, Wu Hui said, waving his arm as he prepared to depart, while Sister Lu smiled and bid him farewell. After leaving the small supermarket, Wu Hui made his way to the Qingshan community, this time navigating with ease as he headed directly to Lu Guangping's office. Brother Lu, have the arrangements been made? He inquired. Lu Guangping, engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up upon hearing Wu Hui's voice and smiled slightly, saying, Everything is in order. Please wait a moment. He then made a phone call and invited Wu Hui to sit on the sofa. After a brief pause, the office door was finally pushed open. You were looking for me? L. Guangping nodded and said, Su Ying, this is Boss Wu, the person you were asked to find yesterday. Please take Boss Wu to have a look now. Certainly. Boss Wu, please follow me, Su Ying replied with a smile after acknowledging the request. You're too kind. Boss Wu replied graciously as he rose from the sofa to follow Su Ying's lead. Su Ying was the young lady who had guided Boss Wu the previous day. She still clutched a stack of documents. Upon hearing Boss Wu's expression of gratitude, she smiled and nodded, leading him down the stairs. Boss Wu, these 3 gentlemen are the skilled craftsmen we have arranged for you this time. Since you mentioned it would be a minor renovation, we didn't enlist too many. Please let me know if this is sufficient. Chapter 84 Invitation to Lu Chun 3 days later. Easy. At this moment, Wu Hui was diligently focused on his drawings in the office. Although the number of employees at the garment factory was limited, this did not hinder Wu Hui's innovation in shoe designs. After all, as a proprietor, lacking vision would be the greatest failure. What's wrong? Wu Hui raised his head in curiosity to look at Lu Tian. Easy. I fear I won't be able to enter the school. I've been going there every day lately, and the security guard now stops me from entering. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui chuckled softly. No witties. I'll accompany you today. He had long anticipated this, so it did not catch him off guard. After all, a parent visiting the school daily would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Seeing Wu Hui stand up, ready to head to the school with him, Lu Tian was suddenly perplexed. Easy. Even if you come with me, it won't help. What about tomorrow? The day after? Observing Lu Tian sanction demi-anneur, Wu Hui smiled broadly. It's all arranged. With that, he left the office. Arranged? Lu Tian scratched his head in confusion, pondering for a moment before shaking his head and following suit. Huizi, wait for me. The two arrived once again at Qingshan High School. This time, Wu Hui approached the security booth alone. Excuse me, could you please open the gate? Wu Hui smiled. The security guard glanced up at Wu Hui, momentarily taken aback. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual, but could not quite place him. You are. Hearing the guard's puzzled inquiry, Wu Hui grinned and replied, I'm here to see my brother, Chen Chang. I visited a few days ago. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder he looked familiar. He had indeed been there recently. However, the guard still did not permit entry. Chen Chang? Which Chen Chang are you referring to? The guard inquired. Oh, the one from the basketball team. The guard paused for a moment. He certainly recognized Chen Chang. As there were only a few students on the team, these students often skipped classes to play basketball. How could he not know them? Seeing the young man's cheerful demeanor, the guard did not suspect anything amiss. After making a quick phone call, he said, I'm sorry, young man. Recently, a parent has been visiting the school daily, and the administration has ordered that parents cannot enter freely. I've already called their homeroom teacher, and I believe your brother will come out shortly. Hearing this, Wu Hui felt a bit awkward, but maintained a nod of understanding. The guard was likely referring to Lu Tian, given his frequent visits to play basketball. It was only natural for the school to enforce stricter regulations. However, Wu Hui was unfazed, as his purpose for the day was not to play basketball, but simply to speak with Chen Chang. Approximately 20 minutes later, a figure emerged from the school and approached the main gate. Chen Chang was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer as Wu Hui. After a brief moment of recollection, he inquired, What brings you here? Wu Hui offered a slight smile and replied, I have some matters to discuss with you. What matters? Please do tell. I still have a basketball game to play. Chen Chang said, his eagerness palpable. His acquaintance with Wu Hui was rather limited, having only met once before. He had been puzzled earlier, wondering when he had acquired an older brother. However, Seeing Wu Hui now clarified everything. Although Wu Hui had interrupted his game, Chen Chang had been spending considerable time playing with Lu Tian, and their camaraderie had blossomed. Chen Chang was also aware of the friendship between Wu Hui and Lu Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so accommodating upon seeing Wu Hui. Wu Hui nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Chang's demeanor, recognizing that Lu Tian had likely fostered a closer bond between them in recent days, making conversation much easier. I am organizing a basketball tournament and would like to invite you to participate. It will commence tomorrow at noon and continue for 3 consecutive days. Will you join? Upon hearing about the tournament, Chen Chang's interest was instantly piqued, his face lighting up with excitement. I'll participate. Where will it be held? How many people are expected? Can I bring friends along? Wu Hui smiled and nodded, of course. Your friends are welcome to join. Moreover, there will be a reward of 3 grand prizes for the champions. How does that sound? Isn't enticing? Grand prizes. Chen Chang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for the champions. It seemed that Wu Hui was extending this invitation due to his connection with Lu Tian. Otherwise, such an opportunity would hardly come his way. With that thought, Chen Chang's excitement surged, and he regarded Wu Hui with newfound warmth, exclaiming, "Wu Go, are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" "Absolutely. My word is my bond," Wu Hui replied with a chuckle. "Great. I will definitely be there tomorrow." "Where exactly?" Chen Chang declared, vigorously waving his hand, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Within the school, Chen Chang was recognized as a basketball prodigy, a star player on the team. The prospect of a competition in his beloved sport thrilled him tremendously, especially with a prize at stake. Seeing Chen Chang's fervor, Wu Hui smiled subtly. His intention was to establish the reputation of the snow boots during the tournament, as that was the only way he could profit. The venue will be the basketball court at the park. You should rally as many people as possible. The community will assist in promoting the event, and a plethora of skilled players are expected to attend. If you lack competent teammates, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. The park's basketball court? Chen Chang scratched his head in confusion. Isn't that place already deemed unusable? Wu Hui nodded in affirmation. Yes, but I've recently repaired and refurbished it. Really? Chen Chang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. That is fantastic. I didn't realize you were so capable, Wu Ge. Rest assured, I will gather my brothers and get them on board. We will annihilate the competition. With that, Chen Chang wore a blissful grin, filled with anticipation. Begin to envision the scene of a grand reunion. Observing Chen Chang's foolish grin, Wu Hui chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "Very well. Since you have agreed, I shall return to make the necessary arrangements." He continued, "Here is the list of participants for this registration. Take some with you and ensure that your friends who wish to sign up complete it. I will come to collect it tomorrow." With that, Wu Hui retrieved a few neatly folded lists from his pocket and handed them to Chen Chang. "All right, Brother Wu, I will take this to them right away." Chen Chang replied with a smile, patting his chest. "I shall await your good news. Goodbye. Goodbye, Brother Wu. Take care." As he watched Wu Hui's departing figure, Chen Chang beamed at the list in his hands, a dreamy smile spreading across his face, before dashing swiftly towards the school. Chapter 85, The Plan? What were you just discussing? As Wu Hui exited the school gates, he was abruptly seized by Lu Tian, who was lurking in a corner, his face awash with urgency. "I mentioned that we have a basketball match tomorrow, and I wanted to invite you to join." Wu Hui chuckled. "A basketball match?" Lu Tian appeared momentarily taken aback, then quizzically inquired, "Where is this basketball match? It can't possibly be nearby, can it?" Indeed, Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. Over the past few days, he had not only revitalized the basketball court at the park, but had also arranged for community promotion. Wu Hui had intended to discuss this with Lu Tian earlier, but upon learning that Lu Tian could not enter his school, he decided to come directly to make arrangements. "Come, I shall show you my plan." With that, Wu Hui led the bewildered Lu Tian to the park's basketball court. The court had undergone a remarkable transformation. While not exquisite, it was certainly an improvement over its former state. "Is there really a basketball court here?" Lu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Despite visiting Qingshan daily, he had been oblivious to the existence of this court within the park. Had he known sooner, He would have invited Chun Chong and the others for a game instead of entering the school every day, especially with the security guard constantly watching him. How embarrassing. This basketball court was only completed yesterday. The cement just dried today. So even if you had known beforehand, you wouldn't have been able to come. Observing Lu Tian's dazed expression, Wu Hui's lips curled into a slight smile, chuckling softly. Just finished? Don't tell me you personally laid all this freshly dried cement? Lu Tian queried, visibly taken aback, as he scrutinized the variably colored surface. Indeed, Wu Hui affirmed. Not only did I fill in the ground, but I also replaced the basketball hoop with a new one. From now on, we can play here. Huh. After speaking, Wu Hui broke into a wide grin, clearly elated, while Lu Tian continued to blink in bewilderment. Lu Ge, look over here. Before Lu Tian could regain his composure, Wu Hui raised his hand, smiling as he pointed to the advertisement board on the iron mesh, looking joyfully at Lu Tian. This, snow boots? Lu Tian looked up at the advertisement board, where the words, snow boots, were prominently displayed alongside an exquisite pair of snow boots and a line of small advertisements. Wu Hui had arranged this advertisement board 2 days prior, simply commissioning a small printing shop for a poster. The images and slogans were all designed by Wu Hui himself. While it may not have reached a peak level of quality, it appeared fresh and was easily comprehensible. Why have you put up an advertisement board here? Lu Tian inquired with confusion. Although placing an advertisement board at the basketball court could indeed serve promotional purposes, Lu Tian surveyed the surroundings and noticed a distinct lack of people. Most students were busy playing basketball within their school. Who would come here without reason? Noting Lu Tian's puzzled expression, Wu Hui smiled faintly and posed a rhetorical question. Lu Ge, do you understand why I have been having you play basketball with them these past few days? Lu Tian shook his head. No, I do not. In truth, Lu Tian had long contemplated inquiring Wu Hui about this matter. Both Wu Hui and Master Wu, along with the factory staff, had tasks to attend to. Yet, what about himself? His days were consumed either by basketball or mingling with those youngsters. Were it not for his understanding of Wu Hui, Lu Tian might have presumed he was being sidelined. Now, upon hearing Wu Hui's proactive inquiry, Lu Tian gazed at him with eager eyes. He too yearned to uncover the true purpose behind his activities over the past few days, as well as the necessity for Wu Hui to repair the basketball court, even going so far as to place an advertisement in a deserted park. Noticing Lu Tian's fervent expression, Wu Hui smiled and said, "It's quite simple. Brother Lu, your task has already been accomplished." Lu Tian responded with confusion. Wu Hui nodded with a smile. "Do you see that small supermarket across the street? That is our first distribution outlet." Lu Tian turned to look and indeed spotted a small supermarket, where a woman sat idly on a bench, cracking sunflower seeds. "Huizi, this." Wu Hui raised his hand to interrupt Lu Tian. "I know what you're about to say, Brother Lu, but I can assure you with certainty, this is merely temporary. My intention in having you play basketball was to foster good relations with those students. Only in this way can I effectively propose the basketball match. You see, my plan has succeeded. Tomorrow, they will come for an intense basketball game. At that point, there will be quite the spectacle to behold." Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Lu Tian's expression shifted to one of delight. "I see now, Huizi. You aim to utilize the basketball match as an opportunity to promote snow boots, correct? I must admit, that is indeed a splendid idea. How shall we promote it? Distributing flyers, or perhaps giving a speech?" Just as Lu Tian's face lit up with joy, Wu Hui shook his head. "No, I intend to use the basketball match as a platform to promote the snow boots. However, I will neither distribute flyers nor deliver speeches." "Why?" Lu Tian asked, puzzled. "Quite simply," Wu Hui replied, holding up 2 fingers. "First, people's mindsets are rather peculiar nowadays. They will purchase what they need, but one cannot force it upon them. If I were to distribute flyers or give a speech, I would achieve no substantial results, and it could even backfire. That would be counterproductive. Second, both distributing flyers and the stage for speeches require substantial funding, and our current resources are limited. It is wise to conserve what we can." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nodded, but then questioned, "So what should we do? We cannot rely solely on this advertisement, can we?" As he spoke, Lu Tian's eyes widened in surprise at the advertisement on the iron fence. Precisely. Wu Hui grinned widely. However, we will need several supplementary steps. Supplementary steps? What steps? Lu Tian asked eagerly, looking at Wu Hui with anticipation for his next words. Wu Hui whispered a few words into Lu Tian's ear. Lu Tian scratched his head, expressing his doubt. Is this really feasible? Of course. Trust me, it will undoubtedly work. Wu Hui replied with a smile. Observing Wu Hui's confident demi-honneur. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. All right, let us return and make the necessary preparations. With that, the two of them headed towards a garment factory. Chapter 86. The competition begins the following day. As noon approached, Wu Hui and Lu Tian made their way once more to the basketball court in the park. However, upon entering the park, they were astonished to discover that the typically desolate basketball court was now teeming with a crowd, completely encircling the area and rendering it nearly impassable. Progress was virtually impossible. Excuse me, let me through, Lu Tian shouted, straining to weave his way through the throng, pulling Wu Hui along with him. Yet, the sheer number of people was overwhelming, and despite his efforts, he could not manage to bring Wu Hui into the court. Goodness, what is going on? Why are there so many people? Wu Hui remarked with a light chuckle, addressing the gathered spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, I am one of the organizers of this event. Please allow me to pass. Upon hearing Wu Hui's declaration, the crowd immediately took notice, parting to create a path for the two of them. Little brother, you finally made it. As they stepped onto the court, they were greeted by the sight of a portly figure approaching them. Lugu, what brings you here? Wu Hui exclaimed in surprise as he shook hands with Lu Guangping, his expression filled with delight. I came specifically for this, as our community hasn't organized any activities in quite some time. It's a perfect opportunity to get some exercise, Lu Guangping replied, gesturing animatedly to encourage himself. Wu Hui nodded with a smile, surveying the lively atmosphere around him. Lu Ye, your community's promotional capabilities are truly impressive. I can't believe so many people showed up. Hee hee. Lu Guangping chuckled softly. Truthfully, he too had been taken aback by the strong turnout from his community. After all, the event had only been announced 3 days prior when Wu Hui emerged from his office. Initially, Lu Guangping had anticipated a mere 20 attendees, never imagining the court would be so densely packed. He had questioned his own ability to rally the community. Hearing Wu Hui's inquiry filled him with immense joy, and he laughed heartily, waving his hand. Our community has always been united. The enthusiasm of the crowd today is likely due to the long absence of activities. Just look at their excitement. It's wonderful. Wu Hui shared in his laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing with Lu Guangping's sentiments. It was indeed natural for a community that had not held events for a long time to draw such a crowd. Despite the crowding, Wu Hui's heart swelled with happiness. The more people, the better. After all, a larger audience would inevitably lead to greater sales of snow boots. As Wu Hui stood momentarily lost in thought, admiring the bustling crowd, a youthful voice suddenly broke through. Turning swiftly, he recognized his old friend, Chun Chong. Wu Ge, you've arrived. With a smile, Wu Hui responded. How about you? Are you confident for your match later? Absolutely. Look, I brought my friends along. We're going to wipe the floor with them. Chen Chong spoke with a resolute expression, then retrieved a list from his backpack and handed it to Wu Hui. Brother Wu, here is the list you gave me yesterday. All accounted for. But Chen Chong's words trailed off, leaving Wu Hui puzzled. What is it? Is there a problem? Chen Chong glanced at the classmates behind him and then produced a notebook from his bag, presenting it to Wu Hui. I have many friends who wish to join, but the list is insufficient, so I had to jot their names down here. Brother Wu, take a look. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui smiled and shook his head. He had expected something more serious, and then laughed. What's the issue? Didn't I say yesterday that the more, the merrier? I actually hope it gets a bit livelier. Seeing that Wu Hui was unconcerned, Chen Chong immediately felt relieved. I told you Brother Wu is a great guy. You all didn't believe me. The students erupted in joyous cheers upon hearing Wu Hui's agreement. Brother Wu, is the reward you mentioned real? At that moment, a tall student, his face flushed with embarrassment, suddenly inquired. Mad Bun. Chen Chong frowned and called out, slightly displeased. No witties. Wu Hui waved his hand with a smile. Classmate, I assure you, whoever among you secures the champion position will receive 3 grand reunion tickets as a prize. I will not go back on my word. Really? Thank you, Brother Wu. The student nicknamed Meat Bun immediately brightened, beaming at his classmates. We must give our all and seize this championship. All right. The crowd cheered joyously, prompting Wu Hui to nod in delight. Now, you all go prepare. I will organize your lists. After bidding farewell to Chun Chong and the others, Wu Hui took the documents to the makeshift shelter, found a spot to sit, and began to arrange things. Brother, when do we start? Lu Guangping approached, grinning as he sat beside Wu Hui. Brother Lu, have all your team members arrived? Wu Hui inquired with a smile. Of course. I arranged everything the day before yesterday, and I currently have several teams ready. Lu Guangping replied, a smile stretching across his face. Brother, if your team is ready, why not let them go first? It's not ideal for everyone to be waiting around like this, right? In response, Wu Hui nodded. True. I will handle these later. Let us have your team take the field first. With that, Wu Hui stood up and walked to the center of the basketball court, picked up a megaphone prepared by the community staff, and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The crowd ceased their murmurs, turning their attention to Wu Hui at the center of the court, eagerly anticipating his opening speech. Dear friends in attendance, warriors who are about to compete, greetings to you all. Good. Applause. The audience erupted into applause, filling Wu Hui's face with joy. It seems everyone is very enthusiastic. This has heightened my anticipation for the forthcoming performances. My name is Wu Hui, the organizer of this competition. I am not one for superfluous chatter, and I presume you share the same sentiment. Therefore, I shall now delve directly into the essence of the matter and elucidate the competition's rules. Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement, as they detest individuals who meander without purpose upon taking the stage, wasting everyone's precious time. Our competition will follow an elimination format. Each team will consist of 5 members who will compete against one another. Given that our competition is structured as a full arena event, I kindly urge everyone to prioritize safety and refrain from any deliberate infractions, as such actions will result in disqualification. Each match will comprise 4 quarters, each lasting 10 minutes, with a 15-minute intermission between the halves. Additionally, a brief 3-minute pause will be observed between each time segment. Finally, the victorious champion team will be awarded a grand reunion as their prize. Upon concluding his remarks, Wu Hui smiled and led the applause. Chapter 87. Rainfall. With a single statement, the entire venue erupted into a fervent applause, cheers echoing throughout the space. Observing the enthusiastic clapping, Wu Hui gave a slight nod, intending to continue his speech, when suddenly, L. Guangping stepped forward, handing him a slip of paper. This is the competition roster. Please take a look. Wu Hui glanced at the note and then smiled, exclaiming, All right, I can see that everyone is weary of hearing me speak. Therefore, I now announce. He paused, and the audience fell into a hushed silence, each competitor fixating their wide eyes on Wu Hui. Sunshine Team versus Rampaging Bulls. Let the match commence. Cheers erupted, filling the atmosphere with laughter as Wu Hui descended from the stage, leaving the battlefield to the warriors. Approximately 3 minutes later, both teams had gathered, with Lu Tian holding the basketball at the center of the court, presenting it before the competitors. After a moment's pause, he asked, Are both sides ready? All right, let us begin. I'm ready. Just wait and see. I'll knock you out. The players were brimming with enthusiasm, their eyes locked onto the opposition, their spirits ablaze with competitive fervor. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian flashed a grin and raised his hand high, tossing the ball into the air. Let the games begin. Wheezy, today has been exhausting. Lu Tian panted. After a day of matches, Wu Hui was also drained. Although he did not participate in the games, the sheer number of spectators was overwhelming. Without proper crowd control, chaos could easily ensue, and should a stampede occur, Wu Hui would be in dire straits. Tired? Isn't that a good sign? At least it signifies that we are still alive. Wu Hui replied with a grin. You're right. Lu Tian laughed, his heart filled with joy. Wheezy, are you certain that the day after tomorrow? Lu Tian hesitated, but Wu Hui nodded in affirmation. Of course. You may be unaware, but I already visited the supermarket earlier. Sister Lu had an exceptionally good day. She even sold a pair of shoes. Really? Lu Tian exclaimed, elated. Then let us grab a few pairs tomorrow, and at that time. Before Lu Tian could finish, he noticed Wu Hui waving his hand. Tomorrow isn't necessary, but the day after is definitely essential. We can acquire them then. All right, I will follow your lead. Lu Tian nodded, smiling as he walked alongside Wu Hui. On the third day, the competition had entered a heated phase. The number of participants had dwindled, leaving only 2 teams vying for the championship title, alongside those competing for 3rd and 4th place. Wu Hui, observing the scene, silently rejoiced in his decision to orchestrate the entire tournament. Originally, El Guangping had questioned why such a labor-intensive format was necessary when half-court matches could allow for simultaneous play and enhance efficiency. Yet, Wu Hui remained unconvinced. According to his original plan, he intended to act on the 3rd day, ensuring that everyone became acquainted with snow boots. However, if we consider the pace of the first half, the match would hardly last until the 3rd day, at most reaching the afternoon of the 2nd day. That simply won't do. With this thought, Wu Hui raised his gaze to the sky and, after a moment of silence, remarked, "It's about time." As soon as the words left his lips, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Although it was light, it was quite uncomfortable for the onlookers. Of course, this was only true for the spectators. For those competing on the court, the weather was still rather pleasant. Beep. Halftime. Lu Tian blew his whistle and approached Wu Hui with a smile, saying, "Huizi, you are absolutely right. It's really starting to rain." Wu Hui nodded with a smile and inquired, "Have the canopies been set up?" "Yes, they have. But Huizi, many people are preparing to leave now that it's raining. Will our plans still work?" Lu Tian said, his face etched with concern. "Not a problem. They are merely spectators. If they leave, so be it. Moreover, our target is not them. It is the players." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian glanced at the resting athletes, who were panting heavily and fervently hydrating themselves before rising to strategize. See, they're the true enthusiasts of basketball. Rain or shine, they will stay until the very end. And those who participated in the match are just one step away from the championship. They certainly won't choose to give up. So, even if it rains, or even snows, they will not depart. Listening to this, Lu Tian nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, then I need not worry. Huizi, now that it's raining, should I bring them the snow boots?" Wu Hui pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes. Go prepare the snow boots. I will have a word with them." With that, Wu Hui left the shelter and walked to the center of the court, raising the megaphone and shouting. Warriors, the players, who had been discussing strategy, turned their heads in unison, curiosity etched across their faces. Seeing that he had captured their attention, Wu Hui cleared his throat and smiled. "Your performance has been truly remarkable. However, unfortunately, the heavens have conspired against us. It has begun to rain, which will significantly impact the match." At this, many players became restless, their eyes widening in fear of hearing the word cancel. But, facing the anxious expressions of the players, Wu Hui grinned and declared, "Our brave warriors fear neither wind nor rain. They are determined to present us with yet another spectacular match. I simply cannot bear to pause the game. Therefore, I have brought numerous disposable towels for your use to prevent catching a cold. Furthermore, I discovered waterproof shoes at the nearby convenience store and have purchased several pairs to distribute to the players here, ensuring that their shoes remain dry and their footing secure during the match." As he spoke, Lu Tian emerged, carrying a pile of snow boots, which he distributed to each player. "Ah, Wu Gu, there is no need for such courtesy." Chen Chong stared at the snow boots in his hands, momentarily lost in thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, Wu Hui waved his hand dismissively, assuring everyone, "There is no need for formality or discomfort. Since I am the host of this competition, I bear the responsibility for all of you. These boots are waterproof and provide excellent traction. I kindly ask that you all put them on before the match to prevent any injuries during the game." Upon hearing this, Chen Chong still felt a bit embarrassed, but the other players were already eager, swiftly removing their own shoes and donning the snow boots. Chapter 88. The curtain falls. "Hey, these shoes are surprisingly comfortable," exclaimed a player, gleefully bouncing on the spot after putting them on. Is that so? Let me try them on as well, said another player, who eagerly donned the snow boots and joyfully stamped his feet. Warriors, I am aware that some of you have the wrong shoe sizes. However, you may go to referee Lu to exchange for a more suitable size. Please do so promptly, with everyone slipping into their snow boots. Wu Hui felt a smile creeping onto his lips, his heart swelling with joy. He raised the megaphone and called out loudly. As soon as Wu Hui finished speaking, 7 or 8 players rushed over to Lu Tian to exchange their shoes, which delighted Lu Tian greatly. All right, since everyone has changed into their shoes, I will grant you 5 minutes to rest before we commence the match. With that, Wu Hui departed from the field with a megaphone in hand, seeking shelter from the rain beneath the canopy. Huizi, the shoes are all sorted. What shall we do next? Lu Tian inquired, having finished his own task and approaching Wu Hui with a smile. Nothing needs to be done. We shall simply watch them compete. Wu Hui replied, gesturing towards the field with a slight grin. Time flew by during the match. The players, already brimming with vigor, put forth even greater effort with the gift of new shoes. The audience, initially preparing to leave to escape the rain, found themselves captivated and unable to tear their eyes away. Hurry! 3 seconds left, the crowd shouted, as Chun Chong, hearing the countdown, lifted the basketball and released it. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. With a resounding thud, the ball swished through the net. The arena erupted in cheers as Chun Chong secured victory for his team, who lifted him high into the air in celebration. Wu Hui emerged from the crowd, applauding enthusiastically as he beamed at the newly crowned champions. All right, everyone, our champions have been crowned. Now, let us invite them to share their feelings in this moment. Wu Hui said, smiling as he handed the megaphone to Chun Chong, who gratefully accepted it with excitement. I am honored to be the champion. I will work even harder in the future. After his words, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. Wu Hui nodded appreciatively, smiling as he reclaimed the megaphone. Next came the moment to present the champions with their prizes. Lu Tian handed over a gift box, and Chun Chong opened it to reveal 3 large red envelopes. These are your rewards. Keep them safe. Thank you, Brother Lu. Chun Chong and his team accepted the gift box joyfully, laughter filling the air. Wu Hui couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he observed their happiness. But upon turning, he noticed the dejected expressions of the Sunshine team. He approached them to offer some comfort. Do not be disheartened. I will organize another basketball tournament in the future. Really? Upon hearing this, the Sunshine team, who had been gloomy, immediately brightened. Their spirits rekindled as they looked towards Chun Chong and his team with newfound determination. Next time, we will surely defeat you. Upon hearing this, Chun Chong chuckled lightly. I shall await you. After 3 days of intense basketball competitions, Wu Hui and Lu Tian returned to the garment factory, eager to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. During this period, the two had barely rested, their days consumed by the management of the matches. As today marked the 3rd day, with only 2 games scheduled, they returned to the office early in the afternoon and luxuriated on the sofa for a refreshing nap before commencing their meeting. Master Gua, Lu Gu and I have completed the preliminary tasks. The next phase relies on you. Upon hearing this, Master Gua puffed out his chest and solemnly assured, no problem. Boss Wu, in the coming days, I will ensure that the entire workforce focuses on producing snow boots, and there will be no delays in supply. Observing Master Gua's earnest demeanor, Wu Hui smiled lightly and said, I trust you, Master Gua. But do you have an estimate of how many snow boots have been produced over the past few days? After a moment of contemplation, Master Gua replied, approximately 300 pairs, mostly in size 40. We haven't produced many women's shoes yet. We have around 7 colors and styles, with quantities being fairly consistent. Wu Hui fell into silence upon hearing this. This production rate was already commendable for the garment factory. However, he remained dissatisfied. After all, a single school could have thousands of students, and there were plans for expansion to other locations. Yet, Wu Hui found himself limited by the current situation. Regardless of his available funds, the factory size restricted any significant increase in workforce. He could only resign himself to the present state, hoping that in due time, with more capital, he could secure a larger facility and hire additional staff. With this thought in mind, Wu Hui nodded and then turned to Lu Tian, smiling. Lu Ge, tomorrow I will accompany you to deliver some shoes to the supermarket. Are we going tomorrow? Lu Tian blinked in surprise. Yes, and we should take a substantial number of snow boots, ideally a few of each style. I fear we may not have enough otherwise. Nodding in agreement, Lu Tian replied. All right, I will prepare shortly. Very well, Wu Hui affirmed. The reputation of the snow boots had already been established, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting their surge in popularity. Wu Hui was aware that light rain was forecasted over the next few days, with temperatures already quite low. This morning, he had felt the chill on the basketball court, not to mention the higher elevations of Qingshan High. The students would undoubtedly struggle with the cold. The few pairs of boots being distributed would provide both warmth and waterproofing, ensuring their favor among the students. It would not be long before the snow boots created a significant stir at Qingshan High, marking the onset of Wu Hui's profitability. After finalizing arrangements, Wu Hui discussed additional details with his colleagues. Master Guo suggested that the factory consider producing snow boots tailored for women or a more gender-neutral design. Although Qingshan High had a predominance of male students, there were still female students present. Wu Hui found this suggestion quite sensible and resolved to design women's snow boots as soon as the meeting concluded. The following day, as Wu Hui arrived at the garment factory, he observed Lu Tian assisting with several boxes of shoes, making his way towards an old bicycle. Brother Lu, what is this? Wu Hui inquired, pointing at the bicycle with a look of confusion. This is something I borrowed yesterday. It will be convenient for us to transport the goods today. Lu Tian replied with a smile, greeting Wu Hui warmly. He then lifted the last 3 boxes of snow boots from the ground and placed them onto the bicycle, gesturing cheerfully, "Let's go, Huizi." Initially, upon seeing Lu Tian's beckoning gesture, Wu Hui assumed that Lu Tian intended to ride the bicycle himself. However, after glancing at the bicycle's basket, which was filled to the brim with shoe boxes, he smiled and shook his head, following closely behind Lu Tian. Chapter 89. The astonishment of Sister Lu as 8 o'clock approached. Sister Lu had just risen and completed her morning routine, stepping out of her room. During this period, the supermarket had experienced a slight uptick in business due to the basketball tournament being held in the park. However, this improvement had only lasted for 3 days. As business began to decline, once more following the conclusion of the tournament yesterday afternoon. Gazing at the desolate supermarket, Sister Lu let out a resigned sigh and opened the store door to take a look outside. Once again, it was devoid of customers. Well then, I might as well watch some television today. After all, that is how I've been passing the time lately, she muttered to herself. She walked to the counter and switched on the television, inadvertently noticing the box of snow boots positioned in front of her. Her brow furrowed slightly. Initially, Sister Lu had harbored dreams of a booming shoe business, envisioning herself amassing wealth through the sale of footwear and dramatically rescuing her modest supermarket. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh slap. Since signing the contract, she had managed to sell a mere single pair of boots, earning only 1 yuan. When she reviewed the contract, she noted that the purchase price for a pair of snow boots was 5 yuan, making her selling price of 6 yuan a considerable profit. However, this solitary yuan was merely a drop in the ocean for her expansive supermarket, leading her to relinquish her fantasies and accept the stark truth. Well, at least I've sold 1 pair. I shall see how it goes from here. After all, these boots sitting here cost me nothing, she thought, shaking her head. Just as Sister Lu was lost in her thoughts, the sound of footsteps approached from the entrance, growing increasingly nearer. That's it. The address on the advertisement is right here. She overheard a group of students murmur. Her confusion peaked as she lifted her gaze and saw several boys in school uniforms entering the store. Hello. Welcome. What can I assist you with, young gentlemen? Sister Lu greeted them warmly, rising from her seat. Hello, shop owner. I would like to inquire if you still have the shoes mentioned on that advertisement. One of the boys stepped forward with a polite smile. The advertisement? Sister Lu replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. She glanced back at the eager faces of the students and asked, "Which advertisement are you referring to?" As soon as her words left her lips, the previously hopeful expressions of the students fell into disappointment. How could this be? It should be here, the leading boy exclaimed, disheartened, believing he had made a mistake in his search. but the address on the advertisement clearly indicated this location. There was no way he could have gone astray. Observing the crestfallen expressions of the group, Sister Lu raised an eyebrow and pointed to the snow boots in front of the counter, asking, "Are these the shoes you are referring to?" Upon hearing her question, the students turned their gaze towards the box she indicated, their eyes widening in surprise. Shoes are shoes, but who would notice them in that box? A passerby might think they are mere personal belongings. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. As the group silently approached and opened the box. "Yes, these are the very boots. Why would you tease us by not displaying them properly? You had us believing we were in the wrong place," they exclaimed, their spirits lifted as they beheld the snow boots, playfully chastising Sister Lu before inquiring, "Do you have more of these? We all want a pair." At this moment, Lu Jie felt somewhat dazed, having scarcely comprehended the advertisement. She merely overheard a few individuals mention shoes and casually pointed to inquire. To her astonishment, they were indeed the very shoes she had in stock. "Madam," the inquiry from a student startled Lu Jie, causing her to shudder momentarily before regaining her composure. "Oh, yes, I have plenty here." With that, she retrieved several pairs of snow boots from within the room. The crowd eagerly approached, selecting their desired boots while admiring them in their hands. "This one is nice. I'll take it. This one is also great, though it's a size too small. Then you can have it. I wear a perfect size 41. They were all enthusiastically choosing, and Lu Jie couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of joy within her heart. "Madam, how much for these shoes?" Once everyone had settled on their favorite pairs, they rummaged through their pockets, smiling as they inquired about the price. "6 yuan a pair." Lu Jie cheerfully held up a finger. "All right." The students promptly began counting their money. Due to their boarding school lifestyle, students from Qingshan High School usually carried some cash as pocket money. A pair of snow boots for 6 yuan was quite acceptable for them. In this way, Lu Jie sold 6 pairs of snow boots in merely 10 minutes, netting a profit of 6 yuan after deducting costs. Although 6 yuan may not seem substantial to Lu Jie, it represented the earnings she would have made over 2 to 3 days, not to mention the business from her supermarket. Holding the crisp bills in her hand, Lu Jie beamed with delight. "Madam, do you have any smaller sizes?" "Women's styles. I want to buy a pair for my mother." Upon hearing the student's request, Lu Jie nodded eagerly, smiling as she replied, "Yes, yes. I will restock immediately. You will have as many as you desire." At this, the students' faces lit up with joy, nodding in agreement. "Right. I almost forgot. I want to buy a pair for my parents too, so they won't have cold feet this winter." Me too, me too. "Madam, please get a pair for me." "And for me." The students clamored excitedly, which filled Lu Jie with both joy and astonishment. She never anticipated that a pair of ordinary shoes would be so immensely popular, attracting such a fervent response from the students. "All right, I will stock more pairs to ensure everyone gets one." Lu Jie smiled. "Thank you, madam. We will come back tomorrow." Hearing Lu Jie's assurance, the students nodded in satisfaction, then happily donned their new shoes and left the supermarket with beaming smiles. Suddenly, Lu Jie recalled the matter of the advertisement as she watched them depart. Although she was uncertain how they had learned about her shoes, she surmised that it was closely linked to that very advertisement. Regrettably, several individuals had already departed, and Sister Lu could not leave the store to inquire further. What a pity! Nevertheless, she reassured herself that more customers would undoubtedly arrive to purchase the snow boots, and she could ask then. With a light chuckle, she acknowledged her curiosity about the peculiar advertising board, though she did not dwell on it excessively. After all, as long as the shoes sold, the nature of the advertisement was of little consequence. Furthermore, in comparison to the advertisement, Sister Lu was far more concerned about when the young man named Wu Hui would return. With only a few pairs of shoes remaining in the store, she worried about the possibility of running out of stock if more customers came seeking to buy. With this thought in mind, Sister Lu began to pace anxiously, hurrying to the supermarket entrance to scan the surroundings, eagerly wishing for Wu Hui to appear before her. Chapter 90. I want all of these, hey. Is that the supermarket? Lu Tian inquired, pedaling his tricycle and pointing towards the nearby store. Wu Hui nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's the one. The owner, Sister Lu, is the person I mentioned. However, he mused, what could she possibly be looking for? Observing Sister Lu scanning the area anxiously, he scratched his head in confusion. Could she be waiting for you? Lu Tian jested with a grin. Initially, it was merely a playful comment. Yet to Lu Tian's surprise, Wu Hui nodded in agreement. That might actually be the case. Really? Lu Tian exclaimed, his face reflecting utter astonishment as he glanced at Wu Hui. Huh. Wu Hui chuckled heartily. Don't worry. Brother Lu, I'm a family man now. I wouldn't act recklessly, but it's quite possible that Sister Lu is indeed waiting for us. Yet, we must go over to find out the specifics. With that, Lu Tian smirked and pedaled towards the supermarket. Sister Lu, why are you out here in this chilly weather? Are you looking for something? As they approached, the previously anxious Sister Lu, upon hearing their familiar voices, brightened and smiled. Little brothers, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, she exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Waiting for me? Is there something you need, Sister Lu? Wu Hui responded with a slight smile, already surmising the reason for her eagerness, although he pretended to remain unaware. Nodding eagerly, Sister Lu replied, Yes, indeed. The shoes from your factory are quite popular among the local schools. My stock is nearly sold out, and I'm hoping to acquire more from you. The more, the better. As anticipated, Wu Hui realized that Sister Lu was in haste due to this very matter. He had initially thought that the students would come to purchase later in the day, especially since he had just finished a basketball match yesterday, and his reputation was just beginning to spread. To his surprise, Sister Lu had already sold out her inventory. Seeing Sister Lu's excited expression, Wu Hui felt a surge of joy and nodded with a smile, subsequently introducing Lu Tian, who stood behind him. I see, Sister Lu. That is splendid. We are here today to deliver goods. I even brought our factory's craftsmen along. Upon hearing this, Sister Lu turned her gaze back and indeed spotted a middle-aged man sitting on the tricycle, smiling and nodding at her, with a pile of shoe boxes stacked behind him. Hello, Sister Lu. Lu Tian greeted her with a friendly smile. Hello. Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before responding. The man before her, who appeared older than herself, addressed her as sister, which left her feeling somewhat bemused. Nevertheless, she understood it was unintentional warmth, and thus she mustered the courage to respond. At this moment, Lu Tian was blissfully unaware of any flaws in his speech, still smiling as he looked at Sister Lu while disembarking from the tricycle. Sister Lu, come take a look at my shoes. If you find any that you fancy, we shall keep them. The rest can be given to others. Lu Tian cheerfully exclaimed. Just moments ago, Wu Hui had advised him not to disclose to Sister Lu that they were exclusively selling at her store, for if she raised the prices too high, it would be they who would suffer the consequences. Thus, Lu Tian astutely refrained from revealing this information and instead communicated to Sister Lu that they had numerous deliveries to make, offering her the privilege of first choice, thereby instilling a sense of superiority in her. Indeed, upon hearing that Wu Hui and the others had other deliveries to make, Sister Lu's initially joyful expression quickly transformed into a furrowed brow. She turned and inquired, Do you have other places to deliver nearby? It was not surprising that Sister Lu was anxious. After all, she had witnessed firsthand just how sought after these snow boots were. If there were other sellers in the vicinity, her profits would undoubtedly dwindle. Observing Sister Lu's tense demeanor, Wu Hui smiled slightly and said, Of course, Sister Lu, our factory is quite substantial, and we collaborate with many businesses. There are times when we even struggle to meet demand. You see this truckload of shoes? It actually represents the stock of a single client. Had we not happened to pass by today, I reckon we wouldn't have reached you until tomorrow. Upon hearing Wu Hui's words, Sister Lu's heart raced. If Wu Hui had said this a few days prior, she would have found it hard to believe. After all, who could possibly have such thriving business? However, after the recent influx of students, her faith was firmly established. Now, hearing the phrase, struggling to meet demand, she felt a surge of urgency. After all her efforts to boost business, what would she do if the snow boots ran out of stock? No, she had to devise a plan. With this thought, Sister Lu's eyes sparkled with determination as she glanced at the shoes on the tricycle and smiled at Wu Hui, saying, Young man, does your factory often struggle to meet demand? Business is so good. Wu Hui nodded with a smile. Indeed, we have numerous partners, and our products are quite popular among them. Thus, occasionally we do run out of stock, it is unavoidable. Is that so? Wu Hui's words prompted Sister Lu to lower her head in contemplation for a moment, before looking up with slight embarrassment and asking, young man, did you just say that I can take any shoes I like from this truck? Before Wu Hui could respond, Lu Tian eagerly nodded. Yes, Sister Lu. Although these shoes are meant for other partners, since we are here today, you may select a few. This way, we won't have to return tomorrow. As Lu Tian finished speaking, Sister Lu's smile returned. She quickly confirmed, really? I could take any that I like? Lu Tian nodded affirmatively, of course. Great. Let me take a look, Sister Lu said, stepping forward and opening a shoebox. This one is nice. I'll take it. This one is also good. I want this one too. Oh, and this one. In this manner, Sister Lu gestured exuberantly, pointing to every shoe box in the vehicle, and then turned to the two with a beaming smile. All right, my dear friends, I have made my selection. Please assist me in bringing them down. Her cheerful demeanor left the two utterly astonished. However, their astonishment was of differing natures. For instance, Wu Hui's surprise was feigned, while Lu Tian's was genuine. He could hardly believe that Hui had actually guessed correctly. Sister Lu truly intended to take all these shoes. How on earth did he manage to deduce that? Lu Tian was taken aback, glancing at Wu Hui, who, upon catching his eye, quickly feigned a troubled expression, exclaiming, Sister Lu, what you are asking makes things quite difficult for us. Chapter 91, Calling Director Guowell. Sister Lu, your actions make it quite difficult for us. But isn't it what you all said? As long as I want it, I can take whatever I fancy. Sister Lu replied innocently, her eyes sparkling with mirth. That is indeed what I said. However, you cannot take everything. Lu Tian feigned a troubled expression. This is meant for other merchants. I don't care. You just stated that I could take what I like. Sister Lu retorted, hands on her hips, letting out a huff. It was not surprising that she was being so unreasonable. After all, this shipment contained far more than mere shoes. She had overheard discussions about other merchants. So if this delivery was meant for others, why was it passing through here? The answer was clear. The collaborating merchant must be in the vicinity. If that were the case, this batch of goods absolutely could not fall into the hands of the rival. Otherwise, if they ran out of stock while the other side had an abundance, the repercussions would extend beyond mere financial loss over time. Thus, it was this very thought that prompted Sister Lu to act so obstinately. Little did she know that both Wu Hui and Lu Tian were actually hoping she would seize this batch. Oh, perhaps these snow boots were originally intended for Sister Lu, but Wu Hui had thought it would require a bit more negotiation. To his delight, Sister Lu had brought it up herself, filling him with joy. Just one more little obstacle would suffice. With this mindset, Wu Hui cleared his throat lightly and adopted a seemingly troubled demeanor. Sister Lu, your actions make it quite difficult for us. How about this? I will reserve half of this batch of shoes for you. The remaining portion we can take to fulfill our obligations. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sister Lu felt a surge of joy. She understood that Wu Hui had already made a concession, indicating that there was room for negotiation. Although half the shoes seemed like a significant quantity, she still felt it was far from sufficient. She needed Wu Hui to yield even more. Little brother, what you say is rather perplexing. Your collaboration with me is indeed a partnership, but so is your collaboration with them. If that is the case, why not choose me? Look at how close my store is to the school, and it is directly opposite the park. Although I am unaware of the location of your other partner, I can assure you that it cannot compare to my advantageous position. This morning, my stock was completely sold out, and there are numerous reservations. And this is just for today. Who knows what the future holds? Moreover, little brother, you are aware that I initially intended to close this supermarket. Yet your products have rekindled my hopes. I was just contemplating that if these snow boots continue to be so popular, I would not need to close my store, but rather transform it into a shoe shop. I could make a fortune. Thus, I believe it would be best if you entrusted all these shoes to me as a favor to your sister. If my business flourishes, wouldn't it be a win-win situation for both of us? Sister Lu earnestly expressed her thoughts to Wu Hui. Indeed, Sister Lu from the supermarket did not speak falsely. She had long contemplated a change, for otherwise she would not have met Wu Hui. Moreover, numerous students indeed came in the morning to inquire about the snow boots. If business flourishes, Sister Lu could naturally transform her shop into a shoe store, as the premises belong to her. She can choose whatever she wishes to sell without concern for others. Upon hearing Sister Lu's words, both Wu Hui and Lu Tian fell into silence. Albeit for different reasons, Lu Tian due to business matters, while Wu Hui pondered the shoe store. The garment factory's business had only just begun, apart from Sister Lu's supermarket. There were no other suppliers in the vicinity. Wu Hui had entered the store upon noticing Sister Lu's announcement of her intent to transfer ownership. After all, the location of the supermarket is not poor. Converting it into a shoe store could indeed yield considerable profit. Now that Sister Lu had revealed this, it spared him some effort. Although uncertain of the truth behind her words, Wu Hui believed that if the snow boots sold well, it was quite possible for Sister Lu to truly switch to a shoe store. Their shared silence made Sister Lu believe that her rhetoric had touched them, filling her with joy. "Young men, how are you considering this matter?" Sister Lu inquired, feigning calmness, though her fists clenched tightly behind her back, betraying her inner unrest. "Sister Lu, is what you said true? Will you really switch to a shoe store?" Wu Hui, snapping back to reality, feigned hesitation before asking. "Indeed, if these shoes sell well, I will open a shoe store," Sister Lu affirmed, nodding earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wu Hui and Lu Tian exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly before they adopted a facade of indifference, and Wu Hui spoke. "Well, Sister Lu, since you say so, I can apply to the leadership. However, I cannot guarantee they will agree. What do you think?" Yes. I have a phone in my shop. Hurry up and go." Sister Lu promptly nodded, leading Wu Hui into the store and handing him the landline at the counter. Wu Hui expressed his gratitude and noticed that Sister Lu showed no intention of leaving. He chuckled lightly, then picked up the landline to call his office. Ring. The office phone in Wu Hui's workplace rang immediately. At that moment, Master Guo was at the door instructing a trainee and vaguely heard the sound, prompting him to step into the office. "Hello." Master Guo answered the phone. "Supervisor Guo, it's me, Xiao Wu. We are currently." Wu Hui explained Sister Lu's situation to Master Guo, who quickly grasped the context. After a brief silence of about 3 seconds over the phone, he finally agreed. "All right, let us proceed, as you suggested. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now." "Okay, goodbye, Supervisor Guo." After concluding the call, Wu Hui turned to Sister Lu with a beaming smile. "Sister, you just heard that." Sister Lu nodded. From the moment Wu Hui made the call, she had indeed been listening. At first, Sister Lu was quite anxious, fearing that the leader might disagree, especially during those tense 3 seconds when her heart raced to her throat. It was only at the end that she finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, thank you, little brother," Sister Lu remarked with a smile. "You're welcome, Sister Lu. It is my duty," Wu Hui replied, grinning and waving his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Tian outside and called out, "Brother Lu, the leader has agreed. Hurry and bring in the snow boots." At that moment, Lu Tian was lost in thought outside, but upon hearing Wu Hui's voice, he immediately snapped back to reality. "All right," he exclaimed, and then he began to cheerfully carry in the snow boots. Chapter 92. No more partners Hui Zi. We are about to strike it rich. After bidding farewell to Sister Lu, Wu Hui had just settled into the tricycle when Lu Tian could no longer contain his excitement, his expression brimming with joy. "Lu Ye, look at your excitement. It's merely 150 pairs of shoes. What is the big deal? Besides, Sister Lu has only placed the shoes in the store. They haven't even sold yet. Calm yourself," Wu Hui teased lightly, observing the overly enthusiastic Lu Tian. "Isn't it only a matter of time? I reckon that in a few days, Sister Lu will come back asking us for more shoes." "How can you be so sure?" Wu Hui chuckled. Hui Zi, you saw how she reacted just now. When I mentioned that we couldn't provide her with the goods, she became so anxious. Even the rogue was outsmarted by her. I believe many students must have inquired already. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a state. Don't you agree?" As he spoke, Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, casting a triumphant glance at Wu Hui. Seeing Lu Gu's pretentious cleverness, Wu Hui chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, our Lu Gu is the best. Let us hurry along." "Absolutely." Lu Tian graciously accepted Wu Hui's praise, then turned to grasp the handlebars. pushing off with his feet as they rode towards the garment factory. Huizi, do you think we should look for another partner nearby? Just Sister Lu alone might be too few. While pedaling, Lu Tian suddenly turned to Wu Hui, his mind still pondering. Initially, when Wu Hui had mentioned they were only seeking one partner, it had indeed shocked Lu Tian. He had even asked Wu Hui why they were doing so. At that time, Wu Hui's rationale was that the reputation of the snow boots had yet to be established. Negotiating partnerships would be quite troublesome. It was better to wait a while, build a reputation first, and then clients would naturally come knocking. Now, however, the reputation of the snow boots had been established. Although it had not yet reached a fever pitch, Lu Tian firmly believed it was merely a matter of time. Within a week, the snow boots would surely ignite in popularity. This was evident from Sister Lu's attitude today. Thus, Lu Tian felt it was an opportune moment to negotiate partnerships again. While waiting for clients to approach could provide more advantages, the factory was in its nascent stage and required rapid growth. Once it was well established, there would be ample opportunities to earn money. With this thought, Lu Tian was confident Wu Hui would agree, and he was already mentally preparing for how to secure other partners and what terms to discuss. However, to his surprise, Wu Hui merely paused for a moment before shaking his head. No, we shall not seek partners in this vicinity. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian abruptly halted his pedaling, gazing at Wu Hui in confusion, exclaiming, "Why not?" Wu Hui replied with a smile. Sister Lu just mentioned that she wants to transform the supermarket into a shoe store. If she actually accomplishes that, it would represent a significant breakthrough for us. Therefore, we must support her. Lu Tian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it really just for that reason? Come on, you can't be serious, Huizi. One might merely be speaking in jest. Should she decide against opening a shoe store, we would be left with nothing but losses." Observing Lu Tian's expression, Wu Hui smiled faintly, unfazed, and remarked, "Such a possibility is not without merit. After all, we cannot ascertain whether Sister Lu's words are truth or mere deception. However, one thing is certain. If the sales of the snow boots continue to soar, it is highly likely that Sister Lu will indeed venture into the shoe business. I possess great confidence in our snow boots, which is why I have chosen not to seek further collaborators in this vicinity." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Wu Hui's assessment holds true, it is quite plausible that Sister Lu will establish a shoe store, serving as an excellent endorsement for the factory. However, should he engage another partner nearby, the flow of customers from the school might be partially diverted, potentially jeopardizing Sister Lu's venture. This thought prompted Lu Tian to sigh and wryly exclaim, "Earning money is truly no easy feat. It seems every avenue is fraught with complications." With that, Lu Tian propelled himself forward, continuing his ride on the tricycle. "Come on, Brother Lu, you must have faith in me. Sister Lu will undoubtedly open her shoe store. That will be our time to reap great rewards." Wu Hui chuckled, but Lu Tian remained skeptical. "I believe that, but even if her store opens, apart from gaining some notoriety, what else could it offer?" In response, Wu Hui laughed, Brother Lu, you may not grasp the full picture. If Sister Lu truly opens her store, not only will I devise a strategy to promote it, but I will also ensure that she willingly contributes a sum to us. Do you believe it? Is that so? How do you intend to accomplish that?" Lu Tian inquired. His interest piqued. "It's a secret. You will see when the time comes." Wu Hui feigned mystery, his demeanor causing Lu Tian to roll his eyes in exasperation. If you choose not to reveal it, so be it. I shall discover it eventually." With that, Lu Tian relaxed. Though uncertain of Wu Hui's plan to persuade Sister Lu to willingly part with her money, nevertheless, Lu Tian had faith in Wu Hui and refrained from further questioning, knowing that whatever Wu Hui proposed would surely come to fruition. Thus, Lu Tian pedaled the tricycle, engaging in light-hearted banter with Wu Hui as they returned to the garment factory. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Sister Lu gazed at the shelves with a radiant smile. 150 pairs of shoes. If they were all sold, that would yield at least 150 yuan, a substantial profit. As she admired the snow boots on the shelves, her eyes sparkled with excitement, perceiving these ordinary shoes as gleaming treasures. Yet, she pondered, what makes these shoes so desirable? Why are so many eager to purchase them, even placing reservations? Scratching her head in confusion, she glanced at the shelves, and suddenly an idea struck her. After rummaging for a moment, she exclaimed, "Found it! This pair is a size 37. Sister Lu beamed as she gazed at the white snow boots in her hands. Promptly slipping them on, she hopped a couple times. These boots are a tad heavier than my previous pair. However, they are quite comfortable. Oh, why do these boots feel so warm? My feet were chilly just a moment ago, and now I feel nothing at all." Suddenly, Sister Lu understood the remarkable nature of the snow boots and laughed with delight. "These are splendid. I shall bring 2 pairs for my parents, ensuring they won't have cold feet this winter." With a smile, Sister Lu admired the snow boots on her feet when, unexpectedly, she heard footsteps at the entrance of the store. "Welcome." Chapter 93. Out of Shoes. "Welcome." Lu Jie greeted with a warm smile. "Hello. I would like to inquire if you have the shoes displayed on the billboard." "Indeed, we do. They are all right here. Please take a look and see which style you prefer." Lu Jie, noticing that the visitor was a student, quickly responded with a friendly introduction. "Really? That's fantastic." The young male student eagerly approached the shelves to begin his selection. Initially, these shoes were neatly stored in boxes, but Lu Jie had opened several in search of a suitable pair of snow boots for herself, displaying various styles on the shelves to facilitate customer choice. Observing the customer meticulously browsing through the selections, Lu Jie felt a renewed sense of satisfaction with her earlier decision. It was fortunate that she had opened so many boxes. Otherwise, she would not be wearing such cozy footwear herself, and this customer would likely take quite a while to choose. How convenient it was for both herself and her customers. With a beaming smile, Lu Jie watched on. After approximately 3 minutes, the young man finally selected a style he liked and tried it on. "Excuse me, madam, do you have these in size 42? They're a bit too small." "Yes, we do. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you." Without hesitation, Lu Jie moved behind the shelf, rummaging through the stock until she produced a matching pair of snow boots. "Here you go. Size 42. Great. Thank you." The student joyfully accepted the shoe box and tried them on once more. "Hey, they fit perfectly," delighted by the attractive snow boots adorning his feet. The young man smiled as he placed his old shoes back into the box. "Thank you, madam. I will take this pair. How much is it?" "$6. Lu Jie replied, gesturing with a smile. "All right." The student responded cheerfully as he made the payment. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of the white snow boots Lu Jie was wearing. "Oh, madame, those shoes on your feet are also—" "Yes." Before he could finish, Lu Jie nodded with a smile. Gazing at the snow boots on the proprietor's feet, the young man felt a pang of emotion, falling silent. He thought of his grandmother. For many years, his parents had worked far away, and it was his grandmother who had raised him with great hardship. Now that winter had arrived, and with his grandmother growing older, her legs would become cold in the frigid weather. If only she could wear such snow boots. Surely she would be warm. With this thought, the student was suddenly overcome with an urge to purchase another pair. However, as he reached into his pocket and felt the coins within, he quickly regained his composure. The pair he had just bought had already strained his budget. If he were to buy another pair, he would be left subsisting on instant noodles for the foreseeable future. Yet, the thought of his grandmother tugged at his heartstrings, leaving him in a dilemma. Thus, the young man found himself torn between the needs of his grandmother and the prospect of living on instant noodles. Finally, he took a deep breath and resolutely removed the snow boots he had just put on. "Madam, I no longer want these shoes. Please help me find a pair like the ones you are wearing." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie paused in surprise. "Oh, what size do you need?" Just moments ago, the expression of sheer joy on the face of the male student as he donned his new shoes was unmistakable. Although the reason for his sudden change of heart remained a mystery, it was not a matter for her to concern herself with. As long as he did not return the shoes, that was sufficient. With this thought in mind, Lu Jie rummaged through her stock and produced a pair of women's snow boots of the same style, handing them to the male student. "Here you go." "Thank you," he replied with a smile as he accepted the shoes and promptly exited the supermarket. Though he had not acquired the shoes he desired for himself, he had successfully purchased a pair for his grandmother, leaving him in high spirits. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and planned to return once he had saved up some money. He was already aware of where to find the shoes. For now, he decided to stay off campus for the week intending to bring the boots back for his grandmother, confident that she would adore them. With this delightful thought, he dashed back to school, catching Lu Jie shaking her head and chuckling. Oh, this child. 3 days later, the snow boots caused quite a sensation at Qingshan High School. Each time school dismissed, a throng of students gathered outside Lu Jie's supermarket. Among them were not only male students, but also a significant number of female students. It was evident that the snow boots were exceedingly popular. Observing the dwindling stock of boots in her store, Lu Jie, despite her busy schedule, could not suppress her smile over the past few days. Taking advantage of the afternoon while the students were still in class, she hurriedly dialed the number left by Wu Hui. Beep beep. Hello, who is this? Came Wu Hui's voice over the line, prompting Lu Jie to laugh upon recognizing it. Little brother, it's me, Lu Jie. Upon hearing her, Wu Hui responded with a chuckle. Ah, Lu Jie, what can I do for you? Lu Jie replied with a grin. Of course, I have something to discuss, little brother. I would like to inquire when you will be delivering more stock. Wu Hui paused for a moment before responding. Delivery? Have you sold out of shoes already? Absolutely. Lu Jie laughed lightly. In fact, it's not just that they are sold out. There is a high demand. Many students have come to reserve them, leaving me quite overwhelmed. You wouldn't believe what these students have been telling me. What did they say? Wu Hui asked with amusement. Well, they expressed how much better things are now. In the past, during winter, they would freeze in the classroom, but now, wearing these snow boots keeps their feet warm, and it seems to warm their entire bodies. Isn't that remarkable? Wu Hui chuckled in response. Is that so? Then I must congratulate you, Lu Jie, on your flourishing business. All right, enough teasing. Now tell me, when will you be sending more shoes? She pressed. Soon, since you personally called me. I must arrange it promptly. Please wait in the store. I'll deliver them shortly. Great. Just remember to send a substantial quantity, or I fear they will sell out again. Lu Jie replied with a playful laugh. How many should I send? He inquired. Well, let us see, perhaps a few hundred pairs. Lu Jie contemplated for a moment. A silence enveloped the phone call, leaving Sister Lu somewhat perplexed. What's the matter, young brother? She inquired. Wu Hui, with a hint of resignation, shook his head. Sister Lu, I can offer you no more than 200 pairs. Many partners are urgently seeking shoes.